Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 497, Filch's Kick Instilling Belief. Ready, set, go. A violet glow flared across Filch's shoes. In that instant, he felt it. That force pushing him faster and faster, as though he were about to take flight. A gaunt body carrying boundless conviction. Filch moved so fast he nearly vanished, leaping into the air and locking onto that colossal figure. In that moment, swoosh. Filch became light. That kick, forged from more than a decade of belief poured into Hogwarts, transformed into a warhammer striking the enemy. Ever been kicked by light? Ha! The Gurg's advancing body jerked to a sudden halt, followed by a violent pain exploding in his abdomen. It felt like being hit head-on by a speeding train, his organs churning violently. Blood burst from his mouth as the Gurg's massive body flew backward like a kicked ball, retreating at even greater speed. Filch let out a hoarse roar, his body turning into a living projectile, intent on piercing the skin that could withstand magic. A squib, about to defeat a giant even wizards could not handle. At last, boom! The Gurg's massive body was kicked clear of the castle. He staggered uncontrollably, reeling backward toward the Black Lake. One step missed its footing. The Gurg let out a shrill scream as his enormous frame plunged downward. That was Filch. Ron stared wide-eyed, hardly able to believe it. That was their caretaker. Filch turned back, spotted the two brats, and shoved them aside with a sour look before striding into his office. When he came out again, Filch hurled a crate straight at Ron. These are inventions from those two bastards when they were students. Back when the Weasley twins were at school, Filch had confiscated countless prank items and locked them away in a special cabinet. After tossing the box to Ron, Filch vanished from sight almost instantly. Inside the castle, any enemy that appeared was sent flying by a single kick from Filch. At the same time, he took on the role of a runner, relaying messages between the houses. Seeing even Filch fighting for Hogwarts, Harry's resolve hardened. Even without the Emerald Potion, he would protect Hogwarts. Uncle, Auntie, I'm scared. Don't be afraid, child. We won't hurt you. Malfoy was trembling. He watched as Mrs. Wick, who had spoken to him kindly and gracefully not long ago, snapped a banshee's neck with her bare hands. The people who had appeared from who knows where, speaking with foreign accents, were each more ruthless than the last. Faced with dark creatures that even wizards had to seek out weak points to defeat, they simply swung their weapons and tore their heads clean off. Malfoy swallowed hard. From these people, he felt a sense of danger, as if he could be thrown onto a pyre at any moment. Watson put a bullet through the head of a wizard who hadn't managed to finish his incantation. He frowned and glanced at his weapon. What's going on? He saw rust beginning to creep across the gun. He'd only gotten this firearm a few days ago. And some wizards were frighteningly resilient. Even after taking several shots that didn't hit vital spots, they were still able to keep fighting. Damn. Malfoy looked at John's parents, who were cutting down enemies with brutal efficiency. Weren't they supposed to be muggles? How were they more vicious than wizards? Draco, I'd like to know how my son is doing. Hearing Mrs. Wick say that Draco was John's friend, Watson hurriedly asked. A flying dark creature tried to approach, only to be torn apart by a Peruvian viper tooth. Behind Watson, flames burned as Infrey were reduced to ash. John isn't at school for the moment, Malfoy said. He didn't really know what John was doing either, but he added, John will definitely come back. All right. I still have a lot of questions for my son, Watson said, like how an owl can breathe fire. Hearing that John wasn't here, Watson could only swallow his doubts for now. Malfoy silently looked up at the fire-breathing dragon overhead. Do you have some kind of misunderstanding about owls? That's an owl. Chirpy flapped overhead again, opening her beak and setting the dark creatures on the bridge ablaze with another burst of flame. The hammer in Hagrid's hands was gone, replaced by a swarm of red caps crawling all over him, pounding at his body. Get lost, you nasty little blighters. Hagrid grabbed one red cap by the leg and swung it around, using it as a weapon. Raising both arms to shield his face, Hagrid charged forward like a living battering ram, smashing a whole cluster away. Their attacks were nothing more than itching to him. In fact, many of the creatures that struck Hagrid only ended up injuring themselves instead. Several giants forced their way across the bridge. Grop swung his club and smashed one of them to the ground. The other two seized Grop by the arms and legs and dragged him down. Grop. Hagrid panicked and rushed toward him, only to be grabbed from behind by a massive hand and lifted into the air. Just as Grop was about to be beaten to death by the two giants, a Peruvian viper tooth appeared and sank its fangs into the giant's tough hide. Roaring in pain, the giant grabbed the viper tooth by the head and swung it hard, slamming it into the ground. The earth shook with a thunderous crash, and the Peruvian viper tooth was left dazed and reeling. As the smallest of the fire dragons, the Peruvian viper tooth lacked the overwhelming physical strength of the larger breeds. The giant raised its fist and smashed it down, drawing a pained roar from the dragon. At that moment, a figure sprang up from the ground and, with a fist that looked utterly harmless to a giant, drove a heavy punch straight into it. Tum! It was like striking a massive drum made of thick hide, a dull, heavy sound rippling out through the giant's face. The giant's head snapped to one side, and its massive body crashed heavily to the ground. That figure landed squarely on the giant's belly, both arms thick and brimming with strength. "Valerie, I told you to bring some weapons." Seeing his younger brother charging into battle barehanded, Shirioza Jovanovic had a splitting headache. With a roaring brown bear talisman hanging around his neck, Valerie clenched his fists until they crackled, then grinned innocently. "Bahaha. This is way more fun than wrestling a brown bear." The fallen giant propped itself up again. That punch hadn't kept it down for long. Valerie's eyes lit up. He ran up from the giant's belly, planted himself on its neck, and unleashed a flurry of punches straight into its face. Grop had gotten back on his feet as well. Watching one of his own kind getting pummeled by a puny human, his not particularly sharp mind clearly couldn't figure out why this was happening. But he did know one thing. To deal with giants, you had to charge them. Grop rushed forward and slammed into another giant, knocking it down. Seizing the opening, the Peruvian viper tooth got back up and blasted a stream of dragon fire straight at the giant's face. Hagrid, meanwhile, hammered his fist into the hand gripping him. The battle had reached a fever pitch. The inferi were restrained by the unicorns, while the giants were held back by Hagrid and the others working together. Against the Jovanovic family, the dark creatures fared as if they were facing an open-book exam. Fleur's large-scale deployment of airborne wizard chess pieces linked up with Hogwarts' enchanted suits of armor, forcing the dark creatures back out of the entrance hall. Hogwarts professors and students rallied, driving every last enemy from within the castle. Voldemort's expression darkened with displeasure. Even without John, this place was still just as troublesome. However, Voldemort believed the advantage was still in his hands. "Quick, with me." Professor Flitwick rallied all the professors, raising their wands. "Protego Maxima. Fianto Duri. Salvio Hashia." Thin strands of silvery light extended from their wands, linking together above Hogwarts and slowly spreading into a luminous barrier meant to envelop the castle. Voldemort raised his wand. He intended to crush them head-on, breaking through Hogwarts' strongest magic and plunging them into despair. His magic surged through his arm, flowed into the Philosopher's Stone embedded in the wand, then fed back into the wand and its core. Empowered by the flagship treasure of the American branch of the Johnny Silverhand specialty store, a massive bolt of green lightning burst from the wand's tip. Overwhelming magic collided with the defensive enchantments. Boom. Crackling arcs of electricity scattered across Hogwarts. The barrier that had taken so much effort to erect was shattered in a single blow. From the headmaster's office, Dumbledore witnessed the scene, his eyes filled with wariness and shock. "Have you become this powerful now?" Dumbledore had always known that Voldemort, with his soul restored, would be stronger. But whatever Voldemort had done during this time had pushed him far beyond what he had been at the Ministry. Dumbledore's gaze fell on the crystal wand. He had been caught off guard, and with his current condition, he did not know whether he could still force Voldemort back. As Hogwarts reopened, at Voldemort's command, all the wizards surged toward the castle. Hagrid was hit by dozens of spells the moment they met. He was nearly turned into a sieve, knocked around like a ball, sent flying again and again. Fortunately, the armor forged by the greatest alchemist of the age saved his life. Once that wave rushed into Hogwarts, Hagrid could no longer hold them back. The first to break through was Bellatrix. Her target locked onto red hair. The entrance hall of Hogwarts was breached. Those deranged wizards attacked the students without a shred of humanity. Professor McGonagall shouted orders for them to hide, but the advantage they had built up collapsed in an instant. Bellatrix cackled madly as she used the Cruciatus curse to torture a girl. "Hey, ugly hag." George and Fred fired spells at Bellatrix. She blocked them, then turned back, her gaze sweeping over the red hair with venomous hatred. Fred swallowed, but still shouted, "You should pick an adult to fight." "Yeah, at least then you wouldn't scare them," George added. Bellatrix abandoned the girl and chased after the two of them, while the twins ran flat out toward the outside without looking back. Chapter 498, Fred's Fate. 2 hours had already passed since midnight. But only now had the real battle begun. Wizard against wizard, spells flying in all directions, werewolves driven by bloodlust. Dark creatures filled the skies, banshee wails ready to erupt at any moment. A massive hand clawed its way up over the bridge. It was the Gurg. He wasn't dead. He had climbed back up again. When the giants saw that their leader was unharmed, they let out earth-shaking roars. It took 2 students working together just to deal with a single wizard. Yet the number of enemy wizards was several times greater than that of the students. This was an unfair fight. Unicorns were being hunted down by wizards, the Zoyu was brought down by ropes, and Hagrid was being beaten by more than a dozen giants. Harry and Ron found Hermione, the trio reunited and fought side by side once more. Their first opponent was a wizard with tattoos covering his face. He spoke in a language they couldn't understand before Hermione knocked him down with a binding spell. Harry and Ron exchanged a look. Ron sighed in admiration. I really do love her. Don't be stupid, Harry snapped, elbowing him irritably. Then he brought up Dumbledore's poison condition. There had to be a way to cure him. You could call Slughorn. Isn't he a potions master? Ron felt this was something best left to a professional. Harry wasn't optimistic. After all, it was Slughorn, but the poison had been laid by Voldemort. Are you sure the universal potion can cure Dumbledore? Hermione was more clear-headed. Do you really think Voldemort's poison would be that simple? Hearing that, Harry hesitated as well. Indeed. If it were that easy, Phoenix Tears wouldn't have failed to cure him. Hermione said seriously, John will have a way. He'll definitely come back. Harry said nothing. Whether John could return at all was still an open question. But Hermione's words reminded Harry of something. The universal potion might not be able to save him, but there was one thing that certainly could. A flicker of realization crossed Harry's face as he reached into his pocket. The badge was still there. Malfoy slid across the ground to dodge an incoming spell, then ducked behind a flower bed in the courtyard as cover and shouted, I think it's time. Percy deflected a spell, then swung his wand and sent a man flying before smashing him into the ground. Not yet, Percy said. Waiting for what? Cedric asked in confusion as he pulled Cho Chang out of harm's way. Who else are we waiting for? Seeing a werewolf behind Fleur being strung up by Daphne, Percy replied calmly, for Voldemort to come out. At the moment, Voldemort still hadn't made a move. If they summoned the Constellation Society now, they would only be handing him an advantage. Inside the castle, an unlucky man was thrown out of a window. A silver steed leapt down after him, charging straight into the surroundings. Wherever the horse passed, nothing escaped being trampled under its hooves. Kim Lettisley had arrived. Where's Neville? Malfoy suddenly realized that the boy hadn't appeared at all from start to finish. He's waiting for an opportunity, Percy said. Daphne, who knew Malfoy's personality all too well, added, if you can't hold on anymore, you could always let Neville come save you. Me. Can't hold on. Malfoy snapped angrily. That's ridiculous. He stood up immediately to prove that he absolutely could hold on. The moment he exposed himself, 5 or 6 spells forced him to duck and scramble for cover. Then he suddenly saw Mrs. Wick appearing and vanishing like a phantom, her blade flashing as it cut across a wizard's throat. That's John's mother, protect her. Malfoy shouted. He saw Daphne rush out at once. Just as Mrs. Wick finished off one wizard, a werewolf lunged at her from behind. Watch out. Daphne appeared in an instant, slamming down a golden bell that sent the werewolf tumbling head over heels. Daphne smoothed her hair, wand clenched between her fingers, and said nervously, hello, ma'am. My name is Daphne. I'm John's friend. John's friend. Mrs. Wick studied the girl closely. This made Daphne unbearably nervous. John resembled Mrs. Wick far more closely, so looking at her face gave Daphne the distinct feeling that John himself was staring at her. The tension in her heart was even greater than when facing Voldemort. As a woman, Mrs. Wick was nothing like her foolish son. Mrs. Wick seemed to see through Daphne's thoughts. She smiled faintly and said, I'm very glad John has a friend like you. Joy surged in Daphne's heart, but she didn't dare show it too obviously. She raised her wand and returned to the fight. From then on, Daphne stayed by Mrs. Wick's side the entire time, protecting her closely. But in truth, Mrs. Wick's ferocious way of fighting made Daphne start wondering how she was supposed to get along with this Mrs. Wick in the future. Someone was riding on the back of the Peruvian Vipertooth. It was Watson. Earlier, Watson had complained that his owl's flying skills were atrocious and decided to re-enter his Gold Canary Wharf God street racing persona to properly teach this owl a lesson. Now a dragon rider, Watson grabbed 2 upturned scales on Kiki's back as a steering handle. He guided Chi-Chi through the battlefield, breathing fire everywhere to provide support. Woohoo! Knowing that his son would show up eventually, the weight on Watson's heart finally lifted. Returning to his true nature, Watson rode the fire dragon and shouted freely. That posture left even Professor McGonagall staring in stunned silence. That is John Wick's father. As the only one who had ever summoned a student's parent to Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall's impression of Watson was still very vivid. After all, a muggle driving a flying car into Hogwarts and smashing the Whomping Willow left a deep mark. But compared to today, Professor McGonagall felt that flying a car clearly hadn't been Watson's limit. Now he'd moved on to riding a dragon. Even among wizards, very few could manage something like that. Merlin's beard. Slughorn gaped. Where on earth had this terrifying figure come from? Watson rampaged across the battlefield, controlling the fire dragon from the sky as it constantly harassed the giants. The Gurg was caught completely off guard, as if an endlessly buzzing fly were darting around him. He grabbed a wizard chess piece and hurled it at Watson. The moment it came close, 2 ironclad charms flared into existence around Watson, knocking it straight back. The Gurg suffered the consequences of his own action, getting bonked on the head. Watson shrugged off his coat, revealing layers beneath, anti-curse amulets linked together like a bulletproof vest. After wizards blew up his house, Watson had simply gone to his son's basement and hauled everything out. Ha. From now on, please call me Watson Aegon I Targaryen Wick. Watson began tossing items out of a small handbag. Each sturdy wooden dog carving hit the ground and immediately transformed into a massive dog the size of a cow, charging after the giants and snapping at their toes. This bag is really handy. Watson beamed as he held the seamless extension charm bag John had made himself and pulled out a box connected at both ends by magical crystals. Relying purely on instinct, he pressed down on one of the crystals. The moment the crystals made contact, they reacted rapidly. The object he threw was caught midair by 2 opposing streams of magic, twisting together before erupting into a massive explosion. Boom. The Gurg hurriedly shoved a nearby giant in front of himself, yet he was still blasted off his feet. And there were more than a dozen such things still inside Watson's handbag. George and Fred ran with their heads down, sprinting at full speed. Bellatrix chased after them like a rabid dog. The swamp from earlier had filled Bellatrix with seething hatred. When they truly couldn't run any farther, George and Fred finally stopped. They watched as the woman slowed her pace, as tireless as ever. Bellatrix raised her wand and fired a streak of green light, which the 2 narrowly dodged. The Weasley twins immediately counterattacked, flashes of spell light flickering through the night. Back and forth they traded blows, but they were steadily forced to retreat. Their defense against the dark arts had never been outstanding to begin with, and now they were facing Bellatrix, Voldemort's most formidable subordinate. After only a short exchange, their eyes began darting as they searched for a way out. Fighting Bellatrix head-on was clearly not a wise choice. Fred reached into his pocket and found he still had 1 smoke bomb left. Sharing the thought with George without a word, he immediately tossed it down. The 2 of them veered sharply and ran toward the castle. Bellatrix kept firing spells. When she realized she'd been tricked again, a trace of black malice surfaced in her eyes. In her fury, cracks spread through the surrounding buildings. Blood seeped from the wooden spikes embedded in her body as she chased after them toward the castle. The Weasley twins hadn't expected her to be so fast. They ran for their lives and finally managed to reach the castle a step ahead of her. Just as they were about to breathe a sigh of relief, they looked up and saw a banshee tilting her head as she stared at them, then opening her mouth and unleashing a piercing scream that caught them completely off guard. When the sound passed, both of them were dizzy. They raised their wands toward her just as the banshee opened her mouth again. Reducto. Red sparks struck the banshee and sent her flying. With the banshee dealt with, the 2 exchanged a look and grinned, that familiar unrestrained smile returning to their faces. Ginny. George spotted his sister being chased. He immediately ran toward her. Fred took a breath and muttered, I really should train more. He stepped forward to follow, when suddenly, a vicious, maddened curse rang out. Bombarda. Fred didn't have time to get away. He saw the wall beside him explode, and a powerful shockwave slammed into him from the side. George turned back and let out a terrified scream. Fred. Chapter 499, A Faint Encounter. Time slowed in Fred's eyes. When a person nears death, that strange sensation seems to push every sense to its limit. Fred heard George calling his name. At the same time, the noise of chaos and battle rang in his ears. Somewhere, faintly, he thought he heard Mrs. Weasley screaming. Sorry, George. Looks like I won't be able to keep running the shop with you. Fred's thoughts grew unusually clear. He found himself thinking that maybe he shouldn't have teased his girlfriend, Angelina Johnson, the last time. It had only made her angry. Death always came unbearably slowly. Fred tried to force a smile, as if offering his younger brother one final gift. A shard sliced across Fred's cheek. He could feel the pain magnified countless times, along with the rush of blood flowing through his veins, almost audible like wind. Fred truly felt that he was going to die. Weasley's wizard wheezes had only just gotten on track. He hadn't even managed to buy out Zonko's joke shop yet. He wondered whether George could keep going on his own. He probably could. As the older brother, Fred had always thought George was actually the more mature one, though to outsiders, they both looked like nothing but troublemakers. In that instant, countless thoughts passed through Fred's mind, until at last he resigned himself to death. The explosion surged toward him, his pupils dilating. In the next instant, the expression of resignation on Fred's face suddenly widened in shock. Chaotic spatial turbulence collided in front of his eyes, and then a figure appeared. Purple, black, white, and gold intertwined to form a space around them, cutting everything off. That fatal curse was forcibly stopped outside by this power. Fred stared in disbelief, mouth opening as he breathed out 2 words. John. What was going on? Wasn't John supposed to be missing? And why did this John look noticeably younger? A/N, do you guys remember? Grinning cat face. Fred was filled with confusion, yet from the outside, not even half a second had passed. Then he saw John swallowed up by an explosion. The deadly curse that should have struck Fred was erased into nothingness within the even greater blast. Fred was thrown away by another wave of explosion. He rolled across the ground more than a dozen times, yet somehow suffered no further injuries. A sharp buzzing filled his ears, the piercing tinnitus humming loudly. The heightened senses from moments ago vanished, leaving behind a dizzying blur. He felt someone shaking his shoulder, anxious calls mixed with a harsh cacophony ringing in his ears. He didn't know how long passed before Fred finally managed to pull his scattered vision back into focus. A face that looked like the one he saw in the mirror every day was right in front of him, filled with worry and panic. Fred, Fred. George's voice came through. Are you all right? Perfectly fine. Feels like looking in a mirror, though you're missing a bit of an ear. Fred had come to. With a familiar twin joke, he finally let George's tightly wounded heart relax. I can't believe you survived that explosion, George said. He collapsed weakly onto the ground and looked to the side. Fred followed his gaze. The wall that had been there moments ago was now replaced by a crater more than 10 meters across. Even Fred found it unbelievable, exclaiming exaggeratedly, looks like I really was protected by John. Too bad John isn't here, or he might have given you a raise, George said, thinking it was just a joke. But Fred was utterly convinced of what he'd seen. He raised his hand and gave a salute toward the crater. To our boss. After walking the line between life and death, Fred could still smile and say something like that. Bellatrix cast a vicious curse and then left. It wasn't because she'd suddenly grown a conscience, nor because she was running low on magic. That was because she had spotted someone even more infuriating. Draco Malfoy. Draco, little Dracky Poo Sissy's precious darling. Bellatrix let out a sickly, twisted laugh. Like a reaper come to claim a soul, she dragged her crooked wand along the wall, carving a white scar into the stone. Hearing her voice, Malfoy turned around and immediately snapped, You. With a face like that, it's impressive you still have the confidence to keep living in this world. The effect was outstanding. Malfoy ducked a streak of green light and swung his wand, firing a burst of red magic in return. Perfect timing. I still haven't settled the score from last time. You walking mummy, hurry up and stop being an eyesore. Malfoy drew her hatred effortlessly, yet his movements never slowed in the slightest. He kept firing spell after spell. Already exceptional in spell work, Malfoy cast without restraint, flinging magic as if it cost him nothing. A spell struck Bellatrix, only for an ironclad charm to flash over her body. Malfoy's expression darkened as he cursed, TCK shameless witch, stealing other people's tricks. Bellatrix's silver light hit Malfoy, and an ironclad charm flared around him as well. The two of them exchanged fire like this, neither bothering to dodge. Another streak of green light came flying in. Malfoy used a summoning charm to yank over a suit of medieval armor. The armor was blasted apart, and Malfoy followed up with a volley spell, sending the shattered pieces hurtling toward Bellatrix. Cedric arrived at that moment as well. Seeing the situation, he used high-speed transfiguration, turning the flying armor fragments into small snakes that slithered around toward her. Caught off guard by the two of them working together, Bellatrix was bitten by one of the transfigured snakes, only for the snake to collapse lifelessly the instant it struck her. What a powerful curse. Cedric could tell at a glance what state Bellatrix was in. She was even more saturated with curses than the mummies he had seen inside the pyramid. Calling her alive was generous. Bellatrix was closer to a cursed corpse. Let's finish her here. Cedric and Malfoy exchanged a look and attacked at the same time. They were nothing like ordinary students, both had been trained, and both had even crossed wands with Dumbledore before. With the two of them working together, Bellatrix was forced steadily backward. Boom. Violent tremors shook the area they were in. The two of them nearly lost their footing. Across from them, Bellatrix suddenly looked delighted. A sense of foreboding surged in their hearts. Voldemort. Voldemort had made his move. He had waited for a while, using that time to confirm whether Dumbledore had truly been poisoned by him. When he saw Hogwarts becoming increasingly precarious under the assault, and Dumbledore still failing to appear, Voldemort knew he had succeeded. With John and Dumbledore both gone, the current Hogwarts posed no threat to him at all. Voldemort entered the battlefield. Empowered by his powerful wand, his magic was like that of a god walking among mortals, terrifying beyond measure. Slughorn, Professor McGonagall, and Professor Flitwick. The three of them joined forces to stop the Dark Lord, yet even so, they were steadily driven back under Voldemort's onslaught. One man suppressing three. And not just any three, but three immensely powerful wizards. Sixth-tier magic power, completely pinned down by a single person, unable to fight back. Even considering that Slughorn was already elderly and not a combat-oriented wizard, it was still a shocking sight. Voldemort raised his wand and spoke his signature spell. Avada Kedavra. Green light shot toward the three of them. Slughorn, dragging his cumbersome body, tripped over a stone and narrowly avoided it. The green light struck the castle, and all the magic layered upon it shattered in an instant. Facing his former teachers, Voldemort showed no mercy. On the contrary, his gaze toward Slughorn was icy cold as he spoke with false civility. I thought you wouldn't be so foolish, Horace. To resist like this, and to stand against me. Crimson eyes like those of a serpent looked down at Slughorn from above. You turned a blind eye to my invitation, yet chose to come back to this school that has long since rotted away. I once admired you, followed your example, built my own network because of you. You have disappointed me, Horace. Professor McGonagall helped Slughorn to his feet. Facing the once prized student he had personally taught, Slughorn said angrily, I never should have trusted you in the first place, Riddle. Don't call me that name. Hearing that loathed surname, Voldemort flew into a rage. He raised his wand and fired the dark mark into the sky, proclaiming to everyone the fall of Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall's face went deathly pale as she said angrily, Albus is still in the castle, Voldemort. Is he? Voldemort sneered. Then he should be nearly finished by now. He hides away and refuses to appear. Do you really think he can still save you? Certain that Dumbledore had already been poisoned, Voldemort looked upon the devastation of Hogwarts. This was a place he had once regarded as his home. After graduating, he had applied to become the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, hoping to stay. But the headmaster at the time rejected him on the grounds that he was too young. A few years later, after Voldemort believed he had tempered himself and mastered countless spells, the headmaster had become Dumbledore, yet he was rejected once again. Twice rejected by the place he had treated as home, Voldemort's intense attachment to it twisted into a curse laid upon everyone who took the position he believed should have been his. Now, that home was being destroyed. It didn't matter. After achieving immortality, Voldemort would rebuild this place into a new school, one that belonged to him alone. Chapter 500, The Fall of Hogwarts. Who could stand against Voldemort? Dumbledore. Albus Dumbledore. Only him. Only the greatest wizard in the world could oppose the most evil Dark Lord. Just as Professor McGonagall and the others had always believed, as long as Dumbledore was still there, Hogwarts would be safe. That was what the students believed as well. Their Dumbledore still existed. Hogwarts was split into two sides. On one side were the attackers led by Voldemort, on the other were the defenders formed by the students. The giants quieted down, and the dark creatures lay in wait within the shadows, ready to strike. Hogwarts was besieged on all sides, and they had only one hope. I will give you a choice, one that allows you to continue living in this world. The high-pitched, piercing voice echoed throughout Hogwarts. Voldemort held victory firmly in his grasp. Show me your sincerity. Start with the chosen one, hand him over. Voldemort remembered his prophecy, though compared to immortality, it now seemed insignificant. We have already won. More than half of your resistance has been wiped out. My forces outnumber yours several times over. There is no need to keep struggling in vain. Men, women, and children alike, anyone who resists will be killed. He intended to utterly crush Hogwarts' unrealistic hope, whether it was that so-called chosen one or Dumbledore himself. Send out your savior. I will shatter your final hope. Like a duel. This is your only choice. Voldemort's voice echoed through Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall and the other two were wounded. Professor Sprout covered her mouth. Hogwarts fell into silence. Hagrid had been captured. Forced to kneel there, he was unable to break free with more than a dozen giants surrounding him. Beyond the blasted oak doors, the students slowly stepped forward. Hermione grabbed Harry's hand, her voice nearly pleading. Please, Harry. Don't. Ron blocked him as well. Not just the two of them, every Gryffindor student begged Harry not to go. Harry clenched his wand and said with grim resolve, This is my destiny. He pulled free of Hermione's hand and walked past Ron, ignoring Seamus and Dean's attempts to stop him. Only he understood the situation now. Dumbledore was poisoned. Voldemort held absolute superiority. Only he could step forward. The one who fights to protect is the chosen one. The crowd parted, opening a path, and Harry walked out through it. Professor McGonagall cried out in alarm, "Don't go, Harry. This is something I have to do," Harry said firmly to her. He stepped out of the entrance hall. At times, he had seemed immature, too impulsive, too driven by emotion. But he was only 16 years old. At that age, he stepped forward without hesitation to be the one to face death. "Why does it have to be this way?" the more emotional among them wept. Voldemort was delighted to see Harry come out. "Come here, yes." Voldemort's narrow eyes swept over Harry as he said coldly, "Harry Potter, the savior who defeated the Dark Lord." Voldemort roared, "A lie. A lie that deceived you for 15 years. You think you can stand against me?" Voldemort let out a laugh dripping with mockery. "You still remember how to duel, don't you, Harry Potter?" Just like in the graveyard back then, Voldemort and Harry stood facing each other. Harry's heart thudded painfully. He clenched his wand, yet didn't dare grip it too tightly. The muscles in his arm were stretched so taut that even lifting it felt difficult. Avada Kedavra. Expelliarmus. They struck at the same time, green and red lightning colliding midair. A dazzling burst of light flared, but the outcome was completely one-sided. Without the aid of twin wand cores, Harry had no way to contend with a master who had wielded dark magic for decades. Even so, stripped of every halo that came with being the chosen one, Harry Potter was still a brave Gryffindor. The green light surged toward him, closing the distance in the span of a single breath, reaching the tip of his wand. Its glow washed Harry's face in a ghastly green. Crushed by the overwhelming power, he was forced to grip his wand with both hands, slowly pressed down to one knee. "Yes. Yes. Kneel, Harry." Voldemort's voice rang in his ears, filled with cruel delight. Just as the green light was about to swallow Harry whole, a beautiful song rose, stirring the heart. Harry's resolve could not bridge the vast gap in strength. The green light was about to engulf him, when a phoenix descended from the sky, its body ablaze, taking the fatal green light into itself. Flames erupted before Harry's eyes. His wand was scorched black as he hurriedly reached out to catch the falling chick. Voldemort was not alarmed, but delighted, laughing loudly. "Dumbledore, you finally show yourself." Under the hopeful gazes of the crowd, Dumbledore stepped out of Hogwarts. Voldemort's eyes immediately went to Dumbledore's hand. Less than a night had passed, and already 3 of his fingers had turned black. They radiated decay, death, and a curse steeped in malice. Snape stood among the crowd, his gaze fixed on Harry lying on the ground. Dumbledore said in a low voice, "Let us face each other once more, Tom." "Humph." "Dumbledore," Voldemort said coldly, "you are only one step away from death. You should regret it, always." It was unclear whether Voldemort meant Dumbledore's refusal to let him become the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, or something else entirely. "I have always lived with regret," Dumbledore replied calmly, "but not because of you." He raised his wand with measured composure. The 2 strongest wizards of the age clashed for the 3rd time. Unlike their battle at the Ministry, this time Voldemort held the advantage. Voldemort struck first, a streak of green light shooting toward Dumbledore. Dumbledore flicked his wand silently, sending shattered statues flying up to shield him. A second green light came in, and a shield dropped from the sky to block it. It was Hagrid's shield. The 3rd green light followed. Dumbledore swung his wand, and lightning lashed across the ground in 2 thick whips, disrupting Voldemort's casting. When 2 top-tier wizards clashed, every second was filled with lethal danger. Dumbledore no longer held back. He knew all too well that the Voldemort before him was not someone he could face while reserving strength. They went all out. Between them, a red-green band of light rose up, linking the 2 together. The light gradually shifted to blue. The surging magic it released caused the stones on the ground to lift and form a magical field. A massive ring of wind took shape around them. Like an enormous meat grinder, the ground was shredded by the magic, pulverized into dust that was drawn into the wind ring, forming a towering vortex. Voldemort flicked his free hand, and stones shot out from the wind ring, slamming relentlessly toward Dumbledore. Dumbledore raised his left hand as well. The incoming stones formed a new wind ring around him, countering the continuous magical assault. One wind ring contracted while the other expanded. When the 2 collided, the violent magical shockwave sent everyone flying. The connection between Dumbledore and Voldemort snapped. Voldemort pointed his wand at the ground and traced a circle around himself. Dense fog surged upward from the circle, and countless bats burst forth from within, swarming toward Dumbledore. Dumbledore swung his wand and a wide arc flames erupted from its tip, scorching the bats and sending them falling from the air. The poison in his arm crept further up along his veins. All 4 fingers had now turned black. Once again, the exchange ended in a deadlock. Burning bats fell from the sky. This time, Dumbledore took the initiative. 4 towering columns of water rose from the Black Lake, shot into the air, and merged into a massive torrent that surged toward Voldemort. Voldemort slashed his wand through the flow. The water froze instantly. With a flick of his other hand, the ice shattered into countless arrow-like shards that streaked toward Hogwarts. Dumbledore raised his defenses, and the ice arrows dissolved into icy sand as they fell. In the next instant, Voldemort took to the air. A massive green light crashed down from above toward Dumbledore. Dumbledore lifted his wand and fired back, meeting it head-on. The green light pressed down on Dumbledore's magic, forcing it steadily lower. Dumbledore took a step back. That single step was like the final straw breaking the camel's back. His entire right hand turned black. From his right shoulder, blackened veins crawled upward toward his neck. The searing, terrifying pain drove Dumbledore back once more. Just as Voldemort had said, no one could withstand such agony. His magic was being eroded relentlessly. With his remaining strength, Dumbledore forced himself to hold the attack back. The 2 beams of light exploded in the sky, shattering the windows of Hogwarts. Centered on Hogwarts, the ground seemed to sink suddenly. Ripples spread across the Black Lake, swelling from behind into massive waves that crashed against the shore. Dumbledore struggled to remain standing, but the poison racked him with unbearable pain. The color drained rapidly from his face, and black blood spilled from his mouth. Dumbledore had been defeated. Voldemort had defeated Dumbledore. It was something the teachers and students of Hogwarts could scarcely accept. Their hope had fallen. You were too merciful, Dumbledore. Voldemort descended slowly, gently stroking the wand in his hand. You should never have spared Theodore. It was precisely because of your mercy, because you insisted on kindness even toward traitors, that I was given this opportunity. Admiring Dumbledore's defeated state, Voldemort burst into laughter. Dumbledore has fallen. Hogwarts' final hope was extinguished. Whether it was the Chosen One or the greatest wizard of all. Both had been defeated by Voldemort. Now, come out of the castle and kneel before me. Voldemort continued, you will be granted amnesty. Your parents, your children, your brothers and sisters will all be spared. You will live on, and together with me, you will enter the new world we are about to build. A new Hogwarts. A new magical world. Hogwarts was deathly silent as despair spread through it. Hogwarts had fallen. Chapter 501, Emerging from the Flames. Sorry, but our king doesn't like the new world you're offering. A voice rang out. It was Malfoy. Voldemort turned to look. Malfoy strode out openly, saying with infuriating insolence, so just turn around and leave, you noseless freak. How dare you? Bellatrix glared at Malfoy with murderous intent. I'll kill you. Shut up, you shameless old thief, you spineless cur barking here. Malfoy snapped back without hesitation. I'm right here. Who dares kill me? Now it wasn't just Bellatrix, even Voldemort was staring at Malfoy with dangerous intensity. Draco, you are pureblood, Voldemort said, fixing his gaze on him, trying to project magnanimity. I don't understand why you would stand against me. Come to me, child, he continued. Okay, and? You're a half-blood. Do you really think changing your name means no one knows? Malfoy sneered, tearing away Voldemort's last pretense with open mockery. Your mother must have been truly pitiful, giving birth to someone too afraid to face his own blood. Oh, right, Malfoy added, as if suddenly remembering. I forgot, you don't have a mother. You're an orphan, aren't you? The entire battlefield fell silent. At that moment, Malfoy, who had fully maxed out his ability to draw aggro, felt a suffocating pressure bearing down on him, as if it wanted to crush him alive. It was Voldemort. He had once considered turning Malfoy to his side. Now, Voldemort only wanted one thing. To kill him. Avada Kedavra. The green light streaked across the short distance. There was no warning. No one expected Bellatrix's sneak attack on Malfoy. What? Targeting Malfoy? Then that wasn't surprising at all. At that moment, the sky lit up with stars. Brilliant pillars of light descended, enveloping Hogwarts. The supposedly fatal green curse missed its mark, and Malfoy burst out laughing. My king, let me ask you, do you like this gift? Malfoy raised both arms and shouted at the top of his lungs. The sun has its night, the moon its day, only the stars endure, ever circling. Starlight, shine upon this land. In the name of the stars, I summon you. The Constellation Society takes the stage. The surroundings transformed. Vines spread across the shattered Hogwarts, turning it lush and green. 9 gates emerged from the castle walls. The stars above flared to life as dreamlike golden script and drifting clouds of light fell from the sky. Between the stars, lines connected, forming a vast pattern. Solemn. Sacred. At the center of the pattern, vast magic converged into a violent, all-destroying rainbow pillar of light. The beam crashed straight down, striking the heart of the dark creature's army. Like a blade descending from the heavens, it pierced through the earth itself. The Black Lake was battered again and again by surging magical shockwaves, its creatures losing consciousness and floating lifelessly on the surface. Under the aurora-like radiance, the entire inferi horde collapsed into corpses devoid of life. The light pillar formed a barrier, enclosing all of Hogwarts within it and sealing off every entrance and exit. This was the accumulated power of the Constellation Society over many years, released all at once, its terrifying might rivaling the rainbow bridge John had once encountered at the Dragon Grounds. And the ones controlling it were the members of the Constellation Society themselves. They appeared on the battlefield, guiding the pillars of light as they annihilated the enemy. The Second War has begun. Malfoy raised his arms and shouted. The students who had been drowning in despair moments ago erupted into cheers. If the Chosen One and Dumbledore couldn't do it, that didn't mean their king couldn't. With a single move, the tide was turned. The Constellation Society's golden runes transformed into tiny figures, busily running all over Hogwarts. Every wounded person was healed by the golden little figures. Watching one of them perched by George's left ear, treating him, Fred couldn't help but sigh in amazement. This is unbelievable. The scrape on Ginny's face healed, Mr. Weasley's fractured bones mended, Lupin was released from his petrified state, and Tonks felt a warm glow spread through her body. Sirius, who had been bleeding just moments ago, was now lively and full of energy again. In that instant, everyone recovered. Daphne tapped the top of her head with her wand, and an exquisite diadem belonging to Ravenclaw appeared there. It placed her in a state similar to the effects of Felix Felicis, only without any side effects. The two sides clashed once more. A beam of starlight poured into the armor encasing the kneeling Hagrid. Hagrid threw back his head and roared, his eyes flooded with white light as arcs of electricity crackled from his gaze. He slammed his fist into the ground, and a ring of explosive force burst outward, blasting wizards away. The advantage is still ours. Don't panic. Voldemort's voice rang out, steadying his shaken forces. Voldemort's expression flickered uncertainly. He hadn't expected this final trump card. But it also meant his objective was now within reach, enter the Constellation Society and seize the Holy Grail. Giants, kill them. Voldemort issued the order directly. The Gurg let out a thunderous roar. Wearing his golden helmet, he strode toward the students and sneered, "Little runts. Little runts." Daphne flicked her wand, and a door swung open. Now let's see who the little runts really are. The door swung open, expanding wider and wider. The next second, a terrifying roar shook the sky. The wounded Kiki lifted her head and let out a dragon's roar. Roar. Answering her were dozens, then hundreds of dragon roars. More than 100 fire dragons burst forth. Above Hogwarts, fire dragons streaked across the sky. They opened their jaws, and scorching dragon fire incinerated the dark creatures completely. Giants. Before fire dragons, they were nothing more than upright apes. A massive black dragon, nearly 80 feet long, descended from above. The Gurg's body, towering among giants, now looked pitifully small by comparison. So many fire dragons left Voldemort's entire side stunned into silence. Even without all of them emerging, there were at least 100 dragons here. A single breath of dragon fire was enough to turn the land into a sea of flames. Wizards attacked frantically. One fire dragon fell, only for more to descend, pouring dragon fire onto the ground. How was something like this even possible? No one knew. But at this moment, Voldemort had no mind for anything else. His thoughts were fixed solely on those 9 gates. What he wanted was inside them. Voldemort rushed toward that direction. The moment he pushed a door open, countless writhing vines surged toward him, closing in from all sides. Voldemort was not Theodore. His power was immense, he shattered one vine, only for countless more to surge forward. He continued searching. But it was useless. Without a badge, he had no way to find the correct door. He shifted his target to the members of the Constellation Society. Seize them. Voldemort ordered, and the wizards advanced toward the Constellation Society. That was exactly what they wanted. The members of the Constellation Society engaged across the various battlefields. The Order of the Phoenix joined the fight as well. Dumbledore was helped up by the trio. Looking at the weakened Dumbledore, Harry clenched his teeth and said, "You need treatment." As if knowing what Harry intended to do, Dumbledore said, "No. Please don't do that." "Harry, where are you going?" Hermione asked when she saw Harry dash toward one of the doors. Clutching the Constellation badge in his hand, Harry pushed open a door. Beyond it lay a maze-like space. Harry ran inside. That scene was spotted by Kim. Kim cried out in alarm, "How can he go in?" Before the door Harry entered could close. Voldemort turned into a streak of black shadow and rushed inside after him. Unable to bear watching Dumbledore die, Harry lost his way within the maze. The labyrinth shifted constantly, never staying the same. Suddenly, he caught sight of a streak of silver light. Harry hurried after it. The silver light rose and fell, darting about like an unfettered sprite. Harry chased it onward. With the fire dragons joining the fray, the battle was turned on its head. The Gurg punched a fire dragon out of the air and shouted in clumsy speech, "Who's next?" A brutal giant by nature, the Gurg had already killed the former chief earlier that very night. His strength was overwhelming. Wearing the golden helmet that symbolized power, he was even able to withstand flames. The arrogant Gurg led the giants in an assault against the dragons. Both sides possessed terrifying defenses. Fire dragon fangs punched bloody holes through giant flesh, while the giant's massive clubs smashed dragon scales apart. As blows were traded back and forth, the students, despite having been healed, were once again pressed down by the enemy. If not for the ferocious 12 who appeared and vanished like phantoms across the battlefield, the school's death toll would have risen drastically. Malfoy clashed with Bellatrix once more. As Malfoy's maternal aunt, Bellatrix despised that wretched boy more than anything. Coincidentally, Malfoy despised Bellatrix just as much. The Weasley twins joined the fight. Bellatrix was struck several times, yet she acted as if nothing had happened. When is John coming back? Malfoy truly missed John. The beautiful Hungarian horntail, Amohan, unleashed a blast of dragon fire at the Gurg. Unexpectedly, the Gurg pushed straight through the flames, advancing step by step toward Amohan. Just as he was about to reach the dragon, a strange vortex suddenly formed within the fire. Sensing something amiss, Amohan intensified the flames. Useless. The Gurg sneered. His skin had extremely high fire resistance, and with the golden helmet, he feared no dragon fire at all. Just as he was about to mock Amohan for wasting effort, a pair of vertical pupils opened within the flames. In the next instant, the Gurg's body was blasted backward. The fire began to flicker, pulsing with a strange, rhythmic pattern. All the dragons sensed it. They ceased their attacks, lifting their heads and unleashing dragon fire into the sky. Amid the sea of flames, the king of dragonkind stepped forth from the fire. The flames traced the outline of a dragon, scales cloaked in burning light. As it swept its gaze across the battlefield, the dragon's body continued to expand. The fire blazing over it grew ever more intense. In the next second, it transformed into a massive fireball and smashed straight toward the giant leader, the Gurg. The earth trembled. As the flames dispersed, the silhouette of a colossal body was revealed. Red light flared in the golden dragon's chest as it opened its jaws and breathed dragon fire at the Gurg. Fire doesn't work. Hey, it's just that the temperature wasn't high enough. Chapter 502, Votan, the Killer of the Giant King. The constellation summons its lord, the dragons call for their king. Countless stars blazed across the sky as firelight struck the firmament. Golden runes flowed through the sky. The Gurg, the giant, was engulfed in flames. The terrifying inferno melted his golden helmet, molten gold spilling down to cover his face. Sharp dragon claws tore his body apart, blood spraying outward. Roar. The golden dragon threw back its head and roared. The entire magical world trembled in response. The Gurg was dead. His golden head rolled across the ground. The golden dragon turned to face the sky filled with dragons. The once arrogant fire dragons descended, lowering their heads before their king. The sight left the teachers and students of Hogwarts utterly shaken. Grasping the golden head, the dragon flew to the top of a Hogwarts tower. The golden dragon opened its jaws and spoke. Kneel, or die. Terrifying dragon pressure poured outward. Seeing their leader slain, the giants panicked and threw down their weapons. They knelt before the golden dragon. The golden head was tossed down. The golden dragon's scales began to shrink. In moments, it went from 80 feet long to even smaller than the smallest Peruvian viper tooth. A young man holding a silver sword raised the blade and issued a command to the dragons. Dragons, return to your homeland. The dragons, heads lowered, flew toward the gate leading into the mountains. John leapt down from the tower. Just before hitting the ground, his body became as light as a feather. After landing, he let out a soft laugh. It seems you all missed me. The students of Hogwarts stared blankly at John, who had turned from dragon back into human, taking in everything from his entrance to now. John's forceful return had shattered the mightiest giant legion. Professor McGonagall murmured in disbelief, a dragon animagus. As a master of transfiguration, she had never heard of an animagus form like that. Slughorn said with deep relief, he's back. From the moment he had John take a leave of absence, Slughorn had been consumed by regret. He had proven one thing, perhaps he truly wasn't suited to be headmaster. Everything that had happened over the past year only reaffirmed that belief. I think it's time I gave you a new enemy. John turned to look at the group of wizards and said, how about a bunch of experienced Aurors? He snapped his fingers, and fireplaces all across Hogwarts burst into flame. In the headmaster's office, green fire flared up as Barty Crouch Sr. stepped out of the hearth. He issued his order. All Aurors, arrest the criminals who have entered Hogwarts. If necessary, lethal force is authorized. The Aurors moved out. They had appeared at Hogwarts for this very moment. The entire castle became an isolated island, no one could leave. Any wizard who still tried to attack the students was struck down by the Aurors. Barty Crouch Sr., dressed in a crisp trench coat, walked out onto the grounds and called out to steady the crowd. Students of Hogwarts, you did very well. It's the Ministry of Magic. How is that possible? Wasn't Barty Crouch under control? Why? They had thought Barty was firmly under their control, only for the situation to reverse completely. Some wizards tried to flee, but discovered that all exits were sealed. Apparition was impossible. Aurors, accompanied by hit wizards, escorted students back into the castle while systematically clearing out the intruders who had entered Hogwarts. Barty Crouch Sr. came to John's side and said, I brought the werewolf capture units. The pureblood werewolf team led by Sophie moved in to apprehend the bloodthirsty werewolves. This time, werewolves and the Ministry of Magic stood on the same side. Barty himself joined the arrests. He was a powerful wizard in his own right. With the Order of the Phoenix and the Hogwarts professors assisting, the tide turned against Voldemort's followers, who had now lost their numerical advantage, and the reckoning began. John swept his gaze across the battlefield, then froze slightly as he stared at a woman who looked almost exactly like his mother. Something tapped his head. He looked up to see his father, Watson, standing right there. Where did you disappear to? You had all of us worried sick. Watson had meant to be angry, but after seeing how impressive his son had been just moments ago, he couldn't hide his smile. John said helplessly, all right, all right. Next time I'll definitely tell you. Watching his uncles fight with ruthless ferocity, John felt as though he had somehow ended up in another world. Mrs. Wick finished off a dark creature and ran over to pull her son into a tight embrace. The members of the Constellation Society gathered as well. See? I knew he'd be fine, Malfoy said smugly. There were still fresh wounds on his face from Bellatrix's earlier attack. Daphne wanted to step closer, yet hesitated. Fleur, on the other hand, embraced John openly and without reservation. Percy gave a wry smile. Voldemort went inside one of the doors. What do we do now? John smiled when he heard that. Isn't that good news? He chuckled softly. This time, we end it for good. No one in the Constellation Society doubted him. Their faces were filled with excitement. They had finally reached this point. The plan that began with the failure at the Ministry of Magic was now on the verge of success. However, John poured cold water on their enthusiasm because he intended to go in alone. Why? Malfoy asked, confused. John shot him a glance. You're not familiar with what's inside. But Neville's in there too, isn't he? Malfoy protested. Then you can wait until Neville comes out and challenge him. John knew Malfoy's personality all too well. Just as he was about to step through the door, he saw Bellatrix pressing the Weasley twins into a corner. The moment John got a clear look at Bellatrix's condition, his pupils contracted. So you really went that far, Tom? Woof. He muttered it to himself, and Tom came running over after hearing him. John said helplessly, I wasn't calling you, Tom. Tom tilted her head, using her limited doggy intellect to contemplate life. One black owl and one white owl circled in the sky, their sharp talons easily tearing apart flying dark creatures. Seeing Bellatrix's tireless state, John walked over and drew his wand. Turning a person into a great demon of the night parade of 100 spirits. Recalling the scroll he had once read, a chill entered John's eyes. He hadn't expected Voldemort to be ruthless enough to do this even to his own followers. Though it looked like Bellatrix's life had been extended, in truth she was nothing more than a puppet, her strings firmly held in Voldemort's grasp. The process of becoming part of the night parade of 100 spirits was agony. Forcing a soul back into a body that had already lost all vitality, using vile magic to grant it the power to move. Rady, anima errans. John murmured in an ancient tongue. Bellatrix, who had still been fighting, suddenly froze. Black smoke then poured out from her body. No, no, no. Bellatrix felt her soul being torn from her body and let out a shrill scream. A mass of pitch-black soul matter emerged from within her. John stared at it, then drew the silver wick sword with his other hand. The burning silver blade flashed, cleaving the dark soul cleanly in two. After enduring a long existence worse than death, Bellatrix's soul was utterly annihilated. Her body, now bereft of a soul, began to dissipate. Malfoy watched the dispersing Bellatrix with complicated emotions. After all, she had been his aunt. Sirius felt the same. As one of the last remaining members of the Black family bloodline, another had fallen. After dealing with Bellatrix, John walked up to one of the doors, grasped the handle, and pushed it open. A labyrinth appeared before him. John stepped inside, and with a creak, the door behind him slowly closed. Dumbledore watched John depart with a complicated expression. This time, John would face Voldemort using his own strength. Harry chased after the silver light, sensing that it was guiding him. The feeling in his chest grew stronger and stronger. At the same time, he began to see familiar things scattered throughout the maze. A shattered, towering wizard chess piece sent his thoughts back to first year. The maze seemed devoid of living creatures. At every turn, he encountered another familiar object. Sometimes it was an armillary sphere, sometimes a quick-quotes quill. The place felt like a processing ground where an owner had casually tossed in all sorts of items. Everything appeared here. Harry even spotted the rear end of a blast-ended scrut. They had taken care of those creatures for a while, so he knew it all too well. His footsteps gradually slowed, and he noticed the silver light was slowing as well. The narrow walls ahead began to give way to a wider space. Harry tightened his grip on the badge, guessing that the reason he could see the silver light at all was because it was being guided by the badge. The deeper he went, the more spacious the area became. After walking for some time more, Harry passed through the maze. He found himself in a wide, familiar place. It was the final chamber from first year, the last trial protecting the Philosopher's Stone, the platform at the far end holding a mirror. And that mirror left a deep impression on Harry. The mirror of Erist. Before he could think any further, an unseen force seized him and dragged him into the air. A deathly pale, serpentine face appeared right in front of him. "Hurry," Voldemort commanded in a cold voice. "Take out the Holy Grail." Just like the final trial of the Philosopher's Stone, Voldemort could see the Holy Grail inside the mirror, yet he was unable to touch it. Harry looked toward the mirror of Erist. The Harry inside the mirror lifted his head and gave him the finger. "What are you dreaming about? You think this is an open book exam or something?" Chapter 503, 503, A soul trapped in a broken body still wants immortality. "Hurry up and tell me, what did you see?" Voldemort's anxious voice rang in Harry's ears. What Voldemort did not know was that Harry himself was completely dumbfounded. Could someone please tell him why he was being scolded by the mirror of Erist? Back in his first year, it had never done that. The closer Voldemort came to immortality, the more frantic he became. He already had a foreboding that damned John Wick might not actually be dead after all. But immortality was right in front of him. How could he possibly give it up now? Inside the mirror of Erist, the reflected Harry had already started dancing, showing not the slightest intention of handing over the Grail. Voldemort's greedy gaze kept searching for a way to break the impasse. He shoved Harry aside and crawled right up to the mirror, scrutinizing it obsessively. He did not dare damage the mirror, that might cause the Grail to disappear. Harry was extremely tense. After all, he had not expected Voldemort to arrive before him. Reaching for his wand, Harry prepared to launch a sneak attack. Voldemort sensed his intent, raised his wand, and fired a red beam of light that made Harry's entire body convulse. "Tell me, how do you take what's inside?" Voldemort had already gone mad. He did not kill Harry, because he believed the thing inside required someone else to retrieve it for him. "I don't know." Harry was telling the truth. He wasn't part of the Constellation Society, how could he possibly know the method? Crucio. Voldemort did not believe him and used the Cruciatus curse to torture Harry. Argurgurgagag. Harry let out a scream. He tried to struggle to his feet, only to be kicked back down by Voldemort. "Harry Potter. You've enjoyed the title of savior in the wizarding world for so many years, all because of my failure." Voldemort grabbed Harry by the collar and yanked him up. His narrow, crimson eyes looked as though they were about to devour him alive. "Tell me, Harry," Voldemort whispered dangerously, "where is the Grail?" His hand moved away from Harry's body, yet that invisible force continued to clamp around Harry's neck. Harry's body kept rising. Voldemort suddenly flicked his hand, and Harry was smashed violently back down. Bang. Ack. Voldemort did not stop. With another wave of his hand, Harry was hurled again and again, his internal organs feeling as if they were about to shatter. "That's enough. A couple more hits and it'll be just right." John's voice rang out as he strolled casually out of the maze. Looking at Harry, John said helplessly, "Why did you come in here at all?" Harry couldn't speak. He stared at John, disbelief written all over his face. "In this regard, he's smarter than you," John said, shaking his head helplessly. "The moment he entered the Constellation Society, he should have been able to guess that I was fine. Isn't that right, Tommy?" John looked at Voldemort. Voldemort had also regained his composure, his narrow red eyes fixed on John. What? Surprised. John chuckled lightly. You were still in contact with the head of the Mahadakoro School of Magic, and you turned Bellatrix into something neither human nor ghost. Your tastes are really quite peculiar. You lured me in here, Voldemort sneered. Planning to ambush me. But if it were an ambush, you shouldn't have shown yourself. Avada Kedavra. Voldemort raised his wand, and a streak of green lightning flashed past John. John dodged it and said calmly, an ambush. You're mistaken, Tommy. He walked forward slowly and spoke in an even tone. Dealing with you doesn't require that. This is the fourth time, Tommy. He lifted his hand and clenched it in midair. The silver Wick sword appeared in his grasp. The silver ring spread over his arm. John smiled faintly. You'll still be defeated by my hand. This time, you won't be able to escape. John's words were almost unbelievable. He actually intended to face Voldemort head-on. Harry cried out anxiously, John, don't underestimate him. Shut up, John said irritably. I haven't even settled accounts with you for sneaking into my Constellation Society. Harry fell silent. The fire dragon was also prepared by you, Voldemort said as he faced John. How did you do it? How did I do it? John replied calmly. Does serving one's king require a reason? He took a vial from his pocket, a bottle of blood with an octopus swimming inside, and drank it down. Magic blood state. John licked the corner of his mouth, his pupils narrowing into vertical slits. It's time to end this, Tommy. He moved. Swoosh. The sword in his hand swung down, a blade of flame tearing through the air. Voldemort immediately slashed his wand, a streak of green light shooting toward John. An obsolete Dark Lord like you should fade away into the dust of history. John's body vanished and reappeared in an instant. He drew his wand and flicked it, and the ground beneath Voldemort's feet collapsed. In the instant before he fell, Voldemort's body lifted into the air. To fly without a broom or any other aid was something only two people could do. One was Voldemort. The other was Snape. Seeing Voldemort take to the air, John activated the meteor boots and rose as well. His wand swept out, and a brilliant beam of white light shot forth. 3 silver shields appeared in front of Voldemort's wand, blocking the blasting curse. With a flick of his wrist, he countered by sending a massive serpent lunging toward John, coiling in to entangle him. John did not dodge. He simply swung the sword in his right hand and sliced the serpent apart. Wand in his left hand, sword in his right. John attacked and defended at once. With the magic blood state active, his magical power had reached a level close to Tier 7. A massive dog leapt out from within the maze and clamped its jaws around Voldemort. In the next second, the great hound exploded, scattering into fragments of stone. The two fought from the ground up into the sky, then crashed back down to the earth again. Transfiguration, dark magic, ancient spells. 2 equally learned opponents now displayed a clash of power beyond their peak. I am the true king of Slytherin. Voldemort shattered the dog John had conjured with a burst of green light and roared, I am the heir of Slytherin, descendant of the Gaunts. So what? John raised his hand and fired white light, his right hand slashing out with golden flames. He sneered. You ran from your own bloodline, Tommy. And now you're running from death. John lifted his wand. The ground exploded into craters, transforming into hundreds of small birds that surged toward Voldemort. Stop calling me that. A transparent barrier appeared before Voldemort, and the flock of birds shattered the moment they struck it. John drove the sword in his hand straight into the ground. The earth split apart, cracks spreading in dense webs. From those fissures, crimson flames erupted. Voldemort dodged again and again, yet his robes were still grazed. Gripping his wand with both hands, John brought it down in a sweeping motion from above. An invisible blade tore across the ground, cleaving the earth apart with a perfectly clean cut. Pulling out the silver Wick sword, John said calmly, You've been running all this time. You're a coward, Tom. He exhaled, and mist spread around him, shrouding the area. His voice echoed from all directions, dreamlike and unreal. Stop running. Accept death, Tommy boy. Voldemort's wand erupted with a fiend-fire serpent, blazing as it hissed. A shattered soul is doomed to never find rest. With a swing of his wand, Voldemort sent the fiend-fire serpent charging into the mist. A crimson fire dragon burst out of the fog, crashing head-on into the fire snake. The shockwaves from their collision split cracks across the walls of the maze. Harry was left stunned by the battle before him. The commotion even surpassed the fight that had taken place at the Ministry of Magic. This area was even more open, with no one else in the way. The fire dragon's claws tore through the body of the fire serpent, while the serpent sank its fangs into the dragon's neck. The 2 fiend fires perished together. Avada Kedavra. Reducto. Green light and white light collided, and the tremendous impact blasted the mist apart. Blinding radiance burst outward, making the very air tremble in waves. Ring after ring of magical fluctuations rippled outward. Harry hid behind the walls of the maze, watching as the stone crumbled bit by bit. As if it had weathered thousands of years, eroding away into nothing. John felt the magic within his body draining rapidly. At the same time, the system's notification sounded. Ding. Magic blood has ended. Black Lake Spirit trait acquired, Elf, soft body, growth, longevity. Elf, enhanced affinity with elemental power. Soft body, increased flexibility. Growth, accelerated absorption of magical energy, accompanied by growth. Longevity, greatly increased lifespan. The magic blood state ended. This meant that the explosive surge of power John had gained was fading as well. Voldemort's attacks grew heavier. John controlled the silver Wick sword with his right hand, sending it flying toward Voldemort. Voldemort swung his wand, knocking the silver Wick sword away. Both of their attacks dissipated at the same time. John took a step back. And it was that single step that Voldemort noticed. You're far too arrogant. A sharp, chilling voice rang out as Voldemort stared fixedly at John. You could have continued to grow. I must admit, your growth rate and talent already surpass what I had as a student. But it's a pity. You're too proud. You believed you could face me, defeat me. And I, Voldemort spread his arms wide and proclaimed with manic arrogance, am invincible. He seemed to have already seen the outcome of his victory. Tell me, John, how do you take the Grail out? John laughed. He watched Voldemort's one-man performance in calm silence. Not a ripple of emotion crossed his face. The Grail. You really want it? John said evenly. Then use your soul, Tom. Voldemort stared at him, and John continued in the same unhurried tone, the way to open it is your soul. Just like the stupid things you did before. You haven't forgotten, have you? A soul trapped in a broken body still wants immortality. John raised the silver Wick sword over his head and sneered. You can achieve that in your dreams. The dark vault above was filled with stars. They were not ordinary stars. One by one, they began to move across the firmament. The brightest 9 stars shifted, aligning into a single straight line. The celestial spheres converged. Chapter 504, how utterly ironic. Stars. Whether in a world of magic or of technology, they were always a realm filled with secrets. The celestial spheres converged, the constellations shimmering. John rotated his wand in his left hand, forming a closed Mobius ring. The blade in his right hand absorbed starlight, dazzling and brilliant. Whoosh! Wings spread from his back as stellar power flowed through them and into his body. When John opened his eyes again, chaotic light flickered within them. In his vision, everything turned into stark black and white. I have gone farther than you when it comes to taboos. Tom. John roared. A chilling crack echoed in Voldemort's ears. He looked down to see a dog at his side, jaws wide open, lined with serrated fangs as it bit down viciously. Those teeth, as if inlaid with titanium alloy, sliced cleanly through Voldemort's ankle. Pain flooded Voldemort's mind in an instant. Arg. Damn it. With a violent shake, Voldemort flung Tom away. At the same time, John controlled the golden Mobius ring, forming a sealed domain. Voldemort realized that no matter what he did, he could not leave this domain. It was like a revolving lantern. No matter how he walked, he always ended up back at the starting point. Time magic. Voldemort had once wanted to delve deeply into time magic. But as if it were some kind of cruel joke, he possessed no exceptional talent in it. Though he was versed in countless dark arts, when it came to time, he was far inferior to John, who had gone much farther down that path. The wand in John's hand could no longer withstand the immense power and snapped apart without warning. Amid the fragments flying through the air, a silver-white soul fragment woven of gold and silver floated silently. John gripped his sword with both hands, his chaotic vertical dragon pupils locking onto Voldemort. Anima reliqua erans, ad corpus legitimum revert. Revert. Anima. Ad. Revert. As the ancient, sinister chant echoed, the soul fragment intertwined with gold and silver was swallowed by the silver Wick sword. Voldemort felt that, somewhere beyond perception, a force had locked onto him. It was a power he could not evade. With the soul as its prerequisite, even Voldemort could not resist his own soul being drawn back to him. John's vitality was being drained rapidly, his black hair turning white at an alarming speed. Stellar power poured into the silver Wick sword, and the red magical gem on the hilt converted that energy into magic John could control. Tom, this strike, you cannot evade it. Like death itself pronouncing a sentence, John raised both swords high. The scene was dazzling beyond words, impossible to look away from. Trapped within the time loop, Voldemort went mad trying to escape. No. The terror of death stripped Voldemort of all dignity. He tried every method he could think of, unleashing powerful spells again and again with the wand in his hand, bombarding the domain. When there was truly no other option, he hastily conjured more than 100 silver shields, stacking them in front of himself. As though that could grant him a sense of safety. Yet John closed his eyes. The silver Wick sword traced a gentle, graceful arc of silver light through the air. Radi ad me, O anima. A single strike, imbued with Voldemort's remnant soul and time itself. Accompanied by that soft sigh. In no more than a single breath, it crossed the distance past more than 100 shields. At the level of taboos, John had gone far too deep. So far that he could perform an act that defied the heavens. This strike gathered power so vast it shook heaven and earth. Yet when it fell, it was light and soundless. Harry did not see world-shattering destruction or catastrophic collapse. All that remained was the Mobius domain dissolving into beautiful, dreamlike grains of golden sand that drifted away. The silver shields vanished without a trace. Voldemort stared blankly at his own hands. Wind. For no clear reason, Harry felt a breeze brush past him. He looked up again. John still held the posture of bringing his sword down, yet his hair had turned white in that instant. Voldemort moved. That breeze stirred his body, and a dark red line of blood appeared over his heart. Move. 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 You damn body. The instinct to survive screamed wildly in his mind, Voldemort's expression growing increasingly twisted. The dark red line stretched longer and longer, a sign that Voldemort's death was drawing near. In a daze, Voldemort seemed to see a figure in a black cloak standing not far away. Under Harry's horrified gaze, that bloodline actually stopped. The sudden turn of events filled Voldemort with wild delight. His mind spun at breakneck speed as he grasped the reason. And so he made a decision, one that would allow him to live on. Voldemort looked at John with a twisted expression. You truly amazed me. But unfortunately, you were wrong. He raised his wand, his voice sharp and chilling. With boundless hatred and madness in his tone, he enunciated each word slowly and clearly, Nox. Pompa. Centum. Demonum. Crushed beneath the weight of death, he chose to turn himself into a monster. Under the spell's effect, Voldemort forcibly reshaped his own soul. John could not move even a single finger now. The power of the stars, time, and soul had drained his body completely. He watched as Voldemort's soul gradually turned pitch black before his eyes. The sword slipped from his hand and stabbed into the ground. Nihahaha, Voldemort had gone completely mad. He stared at John with venomous malice. You should have aimed for my head. You used my soul to strike me. I must admit, if it were my former self, I would already be dead. Voldemort continued, but it's a pity. You forgot one thing. Seeing that John no longer had the strength to fight, Voldemort spread his arms and laughed wildly. Do you know why I insisted on starting the war this year? Because of love. Yes, love. He answered his own question, turning his gaze to Harry. As Harry stood there utterly confused, Voldemort continued, the love that came from Lily Potter. Impossible. Harry's pupils shrank violently as he shouted, that's impossible. Have you forgotten, Savior? Voldemort said, pushing beyond his limits and evading a blow that should have been fatal. My body carries your blood. And with it, the magic of your mother continues as well. Remembering that Voldemort had been resurrected using his own blood, Harry found it impossible to accept. John's expression darkened. That's right. Voldemort reveled in the collapse of his greatest enemy and spoke with exhilaration. If it weren't for your mother's love, if it weren't for my soul being used as the medium of the attack, I would already be dead. Nihahaha. Everything had come down to a single misstep. Voldemort had once revived himself using Harry's blood. Within him flowed the same bloodline as Harry's. Lily's magic of love protected Harry from Voldemort's harm until he came of age. And John had happened to use Voldemort's soul. The coincidence was too perfect. It was as if even the heavens themselves were helping Voldemort. Dumbledore was right, Voldemort said. Love can transcend death. The one who understood love the least, the one who trampled upon it, was instead protected by love. How utterly ironic. Eternal life to the Dark Lord. Voldemort proclaimed wickedly. And the so-called nemesis of the Dark Lord is nothing more than a stepping stone. Harry fell into complete despair. Neither Dumbledore nor John had been able to defeat Voldemort. Then who else could? The Savior. Gritting his teeth, Harry forced himself to his feet and ran to John's side. Oh. Voldemort looked at Harry raising his wand and sneered. So you're still dreaming of being the Savior? No, I just... Harry took a deep breath. I want to protect Hogwarts. John looked at Harry, not expecting him to stand in front of him. But there's no need for a savior here, Harry. John was unusually calm as he said, "Step aside. John, you'll die." Harry couldn't bear to watch John throw his life away. In the end, came the cold response, "You're still too naive." John gave a slight shake of his head, forcing himself upright, and looked up at Voldemort, who was preparing to eliminate all future trouble. He said calmly, "Nemesis. Voldemort, it seems you've misunderstood one thing." Behind Voldemort, in the dim, lightless darkness, tap. Tap. Someone stepped forward. "From beginning to end, I was never the nemesis spoken of in your prophecy." "Your true nemesis," John said with a soft chuckle, "have you forgotten? Those two boys." Just like in their first year, Voldemort's right hand was severed by a single sword strike. He turned around in disbelief. Neville stood there, gripping a dark golden greatsword, the muscles in his arms bulging. The blade, imbued with demon-breaking power, cleaved straight through the monstrous body formed by the night parade of 100 demons. "Hi-ya! For my old friend, for the Constellation Society, for my king!" Neville roared, "I will kill you, Voldemort." He gripped the sword with both hands and drove it forward. The blade pierced through Voldemort's chest, dark red blood spraying outward. This strike went straight through Voldemort's heart. That heart was completely pierced through. Neville roared and kicked Voldemort away with all his strength. The thin black robes now seemed to fade in color, becoming almost transparent. Voldemort stared in disbelief. This time, there was no magic of love protecting him. Having willingly fallen into becoming a great demon of the 100 Demons Night Parade, Voldemort had lost the right to be loved. The boy born in July, Neville Longbottom. The one foretold as a possible savior. The Dark Lord had marked his nemesis, yet Voldemort's true enemy had long ceased to be Harry Potter. It had become the Constellation Society. And so, Voldemort, Tom Riddle. He staggered backward from the kick, his remaining left hand spreading open. In his blood-red eyes, the thin pupils rolled upward. He collapsed to the ground. Felled in the way he least expected, by the person he had always looked down on. The most powerful Dark Lord now lay like a mere mortal, his body slack and twitching. The death and weakness brought on by blood loss filled him with terror. A pale hand stretched toward the mirror. This time, it was no longer beyond his reach. John had not lied to him. His soul was the key to opening it. The Golden Grail appeared within the mirror. Beyond the glass, the Grail was right there. Driven by a desperate will to survive, Voldemort reached out with utmost devotion and touched the object he had pursued his entire life. So close. I can't die. It's so close. Voldemort's body was gradually dissipating, like ashes after a fire, scattered by the wind. In the final moment, he touched the Grail. Eternal life. Immortality. Rule over the magical world. It all seemed within reach. A smile spread across his face. However, I forgot to tell you. I grafted onto it the curse from the opal necklace that killed 19 muggles. John's voice drifted over faintly. Voldemort's smile froze. What he thought was hope instead delivered an even stronger curse through the Grail itself. Damn. Note. Yo guys. I understand most of you must have a similar question. So, here is me addressing it. Nope, LOL, not even close. Even if Voldemort gets defeated, we still have the best Dark Lord, Grindelwald, to deal with. Remember, Dumbledore couldn't even take him down in his prime, and in this story, Grindelwald is now youthful and has the Elder Wand. On top of that, Death is displeased with John, so will be taking the fight to death eventually. Between that and all the magic John still has to learn, this FIC definitely won't be ending this year, heh. Beaming face with smiling eyes, beaming face with smiling eyes. Chapter 505, A Deal Fulfilled. John fell backward, lying flat on his back and staring up at the sky. As Voldemort made contact with the Grail, the opal necklace curse activated. The once unrivaled Dark Lord finally turned into drifting ashes. The shell dispersed, leaving only the soul behind. And before the Grail, a door that only John could see slowly opened. John's palm burned with heat, a sign that the contract had been fulfilled. Voldemort's soul was pierced through by chains, letting out terrified wails. The piercing screams nearly made Neville stumble as the black soul was dragged away by the chains. No matter how it struggled, it was useless. John propped himself up and sat there, looking toward the figure in the black cloak. I believe our deal is complete. Only John could see him. Death. He had come as promised to take the soul away. Death studied John deeply and said, "You are the boldest person I have ever seen. The transaction is complete. I will honor my promise. Remember this, those who toy with death never meet a good end." Binding Voldemort's soul, death ignored his struggles as his form gradually faded away. Divine power. John stared at the spot where death had vanished, unable to collect himself for a long time. Even someone like Voldemort had been utterly powerless before death. The rules of the magical world. A deal fulfilled meant the return of an old friend. The Grail burst forth with radiant light. The soul contained within it grew ever more solid at that moment. John took a bottle of emerald potion from his satchel, uncorked it, and poured it into his mouth. The depletion of magic within his body gradually eased. While waiting for his strength to recover, John suddenly laughed. Without any warning at all. And the laughter only grew louder. He laughed like a madman. When he was finally exhausted from laughing, he lay down flat. Not caring about the dust or mud on the ground, he laughed with unrestrained joy. Harry watched John, who looked as though he had gone mad, his emotions growing even more complicated. Neville walked over, sword still in hand. We succeeded, right? The fearlessness he had shown when killing Voldemort was gone. He was cautious now, as if afraid that a beautiful dream might shatter at any moment. Looking at John, his expression was tense. Of course, John said, lying on the ground and gazing up at the starry sky, a broad smile on his face. Of course we succeeded. 2 years. 2 long fucking years had passed. From the first false news of death, to their scheming within the Ministry of Magic, and then failure. Over those 2 years, John had used every card he possessed to finally bring his plan to completion. At this moment, he could no longer maintain his usual composure and restraint. Now, for the first time, he truly looked like a boy full of youthful vitality. It made one suddenly remember that he was only 16 years old. Hearing this, Neville's face broke into a sincere smile as well. The tension he had been holding onto finally dissolved. Once a person relaxes, weakness inevitably follows. And he had, after all, poured every ounce of his strength into killing Voldemort just moments ago. So Neville lay down as well. The doors of the Constellation Society opened once more. This time, the ones who entered were its members. The maze had been nearly destroyed by the battle, and the group rushed in. They saw the glowing Grail. "Where's Voldemort?" Malfoy asked uncertainly. Golden eyes filled with tears as he stepped toward the Grail, one step at a time. Within the Grail, the soul was gradually becoming solid. The sight made him break down in silent sobs. Percy stood there in a daze. Fleur covered her mouth, trying to keep her crying from escaping. Cedric murmured to himself, we did it, we did it. This time, they were not too late. Daphne threw herself into John's arms. Malfoy lifted an arm to signal that Astoria could come in and cry, only for Fleur to wrap an arm around Astoria and snatch her away halfway. Above the vault, the stars shimmered. The Grail slowly rose, gold and silver intertwining. John had mostly recovered by now, and Daphne helped him to his feet. "Let's go," he said. "Let's go bring our friend back." Harry quietly stepped aside. He knew that now was the time to leave this group alone. This was a historic moment in the magical world. An iron law that had never been broken before was being overturned by the efforts of a group of young students, turning the impossible into reality. The members of the Constellation Society gathered around the Grail. John took Daphne's wand and tapped the Grail lightly with it. The opal attached to the Grail fell away. John reached out, touched the Grail, and cradled it in his hands. He lowered his head and looked inside. Heinrich Edgar's soul still lay there quietly. Now, there was only one step left. They exchanged glances and walked out of the Constellation Society together. Hogwarts. The battle that belonged to the students had already ended. The Minister for Magic, Barty Crouch Sr., personally led the response, and the centaurs who had remained on standby in the Forbidden Forest also joined the fight. It was likely that, seeing the outcome already decided, they were afraid of being settled with afterward, one by one. With the giant chieftain dead, the giants had no reason to continue fighting. The dark creatures had already been slaughtered by the fire dragon, and the rest were wiped out by the strike teams. After Voldemort's death, the remaining Inferi lost all vitality and turned into nothing more than true corpses. The war came to an end. This grand, earth-shaking conflict launched by Voldemort dissolved into dust with his death. Snape assisted the Ministry of Magic in capturing the remaining wizards. This time, the Ministry had rendered great service, yet no reporters were present. Barty Crouch Sr. waited nervously before the 9 doors that had appeared. He was not the only one. The uninjured Hogwarts students had all gathered outside as well. They were waiting for an outcome. A true conclusion. As one of the doors opened, Harry stepped out. Clearly, Harry had not expected such a scene outside and was startled. Hermione and Ron ran over, anxiously asking how things were inside. Harry's expression was complicated as he said, "Voldemort is dead." Hearing those words from his mouth, all of Hogwarts fell silent. Then cheers erupted like an explosion. Everyone was cheering Voldemort's death. Seamus asked excitedly, "Did you defeat him?" "No," Harry shook his head. "It was John and Neville. I didn't do anything." The savior stepped down from the pedestal completely. A new savior emerged. Hearing Neville's name, Seamus froze. He had assumed that, at the very least, it was Harry and John who had joined forces to defeat Voldemort. He had never expected a different name entirely. Neville was also a member of their dormitory, yet his presence in Gryffindor had always been faint. Such a change left everyone stunned. Another door opened. This time, all eyes turned toward it, including Snape and Dumbledore. Under the gaze of the crowd, a head of white hair came into view. Hermione's eyes widened as she stared at that head of white hair. Snape's expression was complicated. Dumbledore let out a sigh. The werewolves lowered their heads. The giants knelt. Hogwarts once again fell into silence, broken only by the sound of breathing. John stepped out of the Constellation Society, surrounded by his friends. He held a grail in his hands, his gaze steady and devout as he walked in a single direction. At this moment, everyone wanted to know where John was going. They followed behind him in silence. The procession grew longer and longer. From the initial 9 people, to eventually all of Hogwarts following in his wake. A night passed. The sky lightened to a pale gray, dawn approaching. John and the others arrived at the place where the sunrise could be seen. The island in the middle of the lake. Here lay the boy born of darkness. As if understanding what John was about to do, everyone held their breath. John held Daphne's basil wand in his hand and bent down to scoop up a handful of soil. Because it was soil at dawn, it was still damp. He slowly rubbed the earth between his fingers, the dirt staining his skin with a faint hue. He lifted his head toward the yet unrisen sun and murmured, "The sunrise today is beautiful. You should get up and see it." Straightening, he looked around at the familiar faces surrounding him. Kim led Isley. Neville Longbottom. Percy Weasley. Fleur Delacour. Draco Malfoy. Cedric Diggory. Daphne Greengrass. Astoria Greengrass. They all carried hope within them, bound together by a friendship that connected them as one. One of those friendships had changed a little, but that didn't matter. John flicked his wand, and the tombstone standing there cracked apart. The soil parted to either side as a crystal coffin slowly rose. The body of the boy from long ago still looked vivid and lifelike. But John knew that this was only on the surface. Only by fully restoring this body could he complete what came next. When the crystal coffin appeared, Snape was already certain that John truly intended to do it. That act which violated the laws of the magical world. Barty Crouch Sr. wore a look of shock, he too had guessed what John was about to do. As the crystal coffin opened, John released his grip on the grail. The grail moved on its own without any wind, floating above the crystal coffin. The golden liquid that granted eternal life poured out from the grail. The crystal coffin was quickly dyed gold. Sacred golden light radiated outward. The body that had once been destroyed by fiend fire was now reborn. The grail washed away the curses lingering within the flesh. Color returned to the body. John stepped forward. The members of the Constellation Society surrounded the crystal coffin, holding hands and offering their most devout prayers. With another wave of John's wand, the crystal coffin turned to dust and scattered away. The body floated in midair. John cut open the body's palm, letting the blood that flowed out gather together. He then cut his own palm, his blood spilling forth. He grasped the blood flowing from the body and merged it with his own. Ancient whispers escaped his lips. "Come back, Heinrich." Chapter 506, 506, I'm back, my king. Blood merged with blood, forming an inseparable bond. His magic resonated with the Grail, waves of murmurs echoing from it. It was an ancient language, so old that no one could understand it. The king's blood flowed, the blood of an old friend boiled, magic lingered within the Grail, and the stars silently chanted blessings. Daphne removed the Ravenclaw diadem, and John tapped it lightly with his wand. A pure, silver-white soul flew out from the diadem. At John's soft murmur, those souls turned into strands of silver thread, drawing the soul contained within the Grail out. Come back, Heinrich. John was bound to everyone's longing. Their feelings turned into strength, into connections, tightly binding the Constellation Society together. Before dawn arrived, longing was infused into the blood, using yearning to pour the soul into it. This was an ancient form of magic, an emotional power akin to love itself. Blood, soul, and longing were forged together into a single gem. Radi ad me, O anima. Light bloomed from within the gem as John placed it into Heinrich's body. Golden liquid reshaped the cursed flesh, and the flowing sands of time caused everything to reverse. All eyes were fixed on that body. Golden flames ignited the body. Within the eternal blaze, soul and flesh fused once more. The body steadily shrank, returning to that of a newborn infant. The naked form was wrapped in golden liquid. The baby suddenly opened its mouth. The sun rose above the horizon. The infant's cry shattered the darkness before dawn. Dark golden eyes opened, confusion visible on the baby's face. Everyone stared at the infant in stunned silence. Malfoy said dumbly, "So, does he have to grow up from a kid? Who's going to be his dad?" Daphne heard that and immediately slapped the back of Malfoy's head. Even John couldn't help shooting Malfoy a glare. Did he really look like someone who would make Heinrich grow up from infancy? Speechless, he said, "This is because of time." Raising his left hand, a golden magic array appeared in his palm. John looked at the infant and said, "Good morning, my adjutant." As golden time flowed, right before everyone's eyes, the baby rapidly grew, changing from an infant to a child, then to a youth, finally stopping at 16 years old. This was the age Heinrich had been back then. After 2 years had passed, he returned to it. Those dark golden eyes reflected the light of dawn. "Welcome back, Heinrich." John extended his hand toward him. Heinrich still seemed a little hazy in his memories, yet instinctively reached out and touched that hand. Clothes formed over his body. As he was pulled upright, clarity gradually returned to Heinrich's expression. Looking at the figure standing beneath the newborn dawn, a smile surfaced on his face, and his grip tightened. It felt like grasping hold of light. "I'm back, my king." A familiar voice. A familiar person. He had truly returned. Heinrich Edgar. The one who chased the light. For a heartbeat, the dawn air was deathly still. Then, the silence didn't just break, it shattered. "Heinrich, you absolute idiot." Draco Malfoy was the first to move. He didn't care about his robes or the presence of the ministry. He threw an arm around Heinrich's neck, nearly knocking the newly 16-year-old over. "Easy, Draco," Heinrich rasped. "Easy. You've been dead for 2 years." Cedric stepped forward, his face glowing with a relief so profound it looked like he'd shed a decade of stress. He gripped Heinrich's shoulder firmly, his hand shaking slightly. "Welcome back." Truly. Neville didn't say a word at first. He just stepped into the fray, his eyes red-rimmed, and pulled both Draco and Heinrich into a crushing hug. The boy who had faced down Voldemort was now sobbing unashamedly into Heinrich's new robes. "URG. Your muscles are crushing us," Draco shouted, making them laugh. "Don't ever make us do that again," Daphne whispered, her voice trembling. Then, she pulled him into a brief hug. "We missed you, Heinrich. And he missed you more than anyone. Don't make your king go through all that ever again." Then everyone looked at John, who was standing there with tearful eyes and a wide smile. He wiped his eyes with his sleeve and gave them all a big hug. The people present looked at the scene that was more magical than magic itself. And that grail. John broke the hug first, cast a glance over the crowd, and raised his wand. Reducto. A fully charged beam of white light struck the grail. The sacred grail that had been radiating holiness trembled violently, releasing a blinding white glow. The next second, the grail dimmed and fell from the air. The magical core within it turned to ash. John casually lifted Hufflepuff's golden cup with magic. "This thing is useless now. Still, it counts as a keepsake with some historical value." He tossed Hufflepuff's cup to the dazed Harry and said offhandedly, "Consider it my personal donation to the school's display collection." Harry caught the cup, but he felt no joy in his heart. Because Dumbledore was going to die. The old man had reached the end of his strength. In contrast to the Constellation Society's joy, the Order of the Phoenix was about to witness the final chapter of the Old Phoenix. John walked up to Barty Crouch Sr. and smiled. "I believe you'll become the most successful minister for magic in 100 years. Barty Crouch Sr. glanced at the Hufflepuff cup in Harry's hands and sighed. "You really are clever. You put on a miracle for everyone to see, then took it back with your own hands." Destroying the Grail in public was to leave no room for lingering thoughts. An object capable of bringing the dead back to life was far more real than the Resurrection Stone. Everyone had witnessed Heinrich's revival. After today, the Grail would become an object pursued by the entire world. And John, as its holder, would naturally become the target of all arrows. But John destroying the Grail with his own hand was a clear message to everyone: stop dreaming. The Grail was destroyed. This battle was over. The new headmaster of Durmstrang, Ludwig Edgar. After a long, exhausting day, Ludwig finally returned home. His appointment to this position had been the result of many board members' decisions, as well as the will of others. An ancient Edgar. The king's adjutant. Whether it was the resurgence of Grindelwald or the rise of Voldemort. This family had been pushed to the forefront once more, dragged back into the public eye. It was utterly exhausting. The Ministry of Magic had been monitoring him, suspecting that he might have ties to the Dark Lord. That surveillance was filled with malice and prejudice. Only at home could Ludwig finally relax. As he passed by one of the rooms, his steps, which should have carried him onward, came to a halt. The butler behind him nearly bumped into his back and looked up in confusion. He saw Ludwig, headmaster of Durmstrang and head of the Edgar family, staring fixedly in one direction. The butler knew this room. It was the Edgar family chamber, its walls painted with portraits belonging to every Edgar. Most of those paintings were shrouded in a layer of gloom. Only one, Ludwig's own portrait, was free of that shadow. There had once been 3 portraits that retained their vitality. Now only one remained, which filled the butler with sorrow. Since Heinrich's death, Ludwig had never entered this room again. Yet this time, he stepped inside without hesitation. The butler hesitated, wanting to speak, but saw Ludwig stop before a painting. Looking at the portrait that had regained its vitality, Ludwig, who had always remained unshaken even if the Amazon River dried before him, showed loss of composure for the first time. "Why you're back." His trembling hand brushed over the youthful portrait, his voice thick with emotion. The butler stared blankly at the painting. Heinrich Edgar. In the portrait, his smile was radiant. Light glowed at his side. The light the Edgar family had searched for so long finally shone into the Edgar household. Misunderstanding. Minister Crouch personally enters the battlefield, annihilates Voldemort's followers in one sweep. Barty Crouch's approval ratings soar, becomes the greatest minister for magic in a century. A tense and thrilling game, Hogwarts invaded, the Ministry of Magic reveals its true face. Shocking. Voldemort actually. Voldemort dead, panic comes to an end. John Wick, who is he? The Grail brings the dead back to life. The iron law of the magical world has been broken. Johnny Silverhand commits heinous crimes. Magical Institute destroyed, Johnny Silverhand's brutality shocks the world. Newspapers erupted like a flood, appearing one after another. Just as John had said, Barty Crouch Sr. became the most supported and greatest minister for magic in nearly 100 years. His earlier incompetence had merely been part of a larger gambit, a deliberate act to lull Voldemort into complacency and draw him into the Ministry of Magic's trap. On the final day at Hogwarts, countless reporters tried to secure interviews. Outside the damaged castle gates, Filch cursed non-stop as he chased them away. What struck everyone as the strangest thing about this earth-shaking battle was that Hogwarts' death toll was actually 0. It was simply unbelievable. Especially in the case of one of the students involved, a Hufflepuff who had been swallowed whole by a vampiric bird. He had been dug out afterward. Inside the creature's stomach, he had merely been unconscious. It was as if some unseen force had been protecting Hogwarts all along. As for the source of that power, Dumbledore had his suspicions. Was it you, John? The only one capable of doing this was John, more precisely, John's Grail. That Grail had encompassed all of Hogwarts within its range. A Grail capable of rejuvenation and immortality, healing and protecting every student. In truth, that Grail could no longer sustain itself, Dumbledore sighed. Its power had been drained dry. At Hogwarts, there were 2 things, the Book of Admittance, and the Quill of Acceptance. That was a wondrous artifact, kept in the headmaster's office. Every Hogwarts student's name would be written into it, this was how admissions worked. By relying on those 2 objects, John had layered a protective enchantment over every student. To protect the entire school, one could imagine just how immense the magical consumption was. Aside from the Grail, no one else could have accomplished it. When John frequently went to the headmaster's office during his 6th year, that had been his true purpose, using magic without Slughorn's knowledge. In truth, even if John had not destroyed the Grail, it would not have been able to continue sustaining itself. But destroying the Grail in public and having it naturally fail would lead to very different outcomes. Take Barty Crouch Sr., for example, having personally witnessed John destroy immortality that was within his grasp, his trust in John would only deepen. Dumbledore coughed, spitting out a mouthful of black blood. He did not have much time left. Chapter 507, 507, The One Who Trades with a God. Morning spread through Hogwarts. The joy of surviving the calamity was replaced by the imminent passing of an old man. Grief, this was the last thing they could offer him. Dumbledore might be considered fortunate, for he died for his ideals, guarding Hogwarts and witnessing it endure through the war. Members of the Order of the Phoenix gathered around Dumbledore. Mrs. Weasley moved closer to Mr. Weasley. Mr. Weasley wrapped an arm around his wife's shoulders. Tonks's hand brushed against Lupin's, and the 2 clasped tightly together. "How are you, Albus?" Slughorn asked. As a master of potions, he could clearly see Dumbledore's condition. Dumbledore's right hand had completely blackened. Dawn had not brought rebirth from the flames. The curse from Voldemort was eating away at the old man. He had fought to the very end to protect Hogwarts, yet he had not been spared. Hearing the question, the old man smiled kindly. "Very well, Horace. Nothing could be better than seeing that the students of Hogwarts were safe. Sirius lowered his head. He could not bear to watch the old man fade toward death. Kingsley said, "The Ministry has captured all the wizards who invaded Hogwarts." "We've won, Dumbledore." "Yes, we've won," Dumbledore replied weakly. "Voldemort is dead." "Oh, Merlin." Mrs. Weasley buried her face against her husband's arm. This old man had already been headmaster when they were students. One could say that Dumbledore had witnessed everyone's years at the school. Moody, who had arrived as well, wore a look of grief. Snape and Slughorn had examined him together, and the conclusion they reached was the same. Dumbledore would die. The birth of one life must be accompanied by the passing of another. Dumbledore. Harry stumbled in, seeing Dumbledore's frail state. The old man had never been like this before. It was the aura of death. The old phoenix was finally walking the path of no return. Harry couldn't accept it. He broke down in tears. Hermione and Ron came in as well, gathering around Dumbledore. "Albus, I've realized I'm really not suited to being a headmaster," Slughorn said sadly. "But you did very well, didn't you?" Dumbledore comforted his old friend. "You stayed with the school until the very last moment. Being able to witness children growing up is quite interesting, isn't it?" Dumbledore was as kind and wise as ever. Even on the brink of death, the old man could still speak with calm humor. That was the difference between Dumbledore and Voldemort. Voldemort would cling to life at any cost, while Dumbledore could let go. Professor McGonagall hurried in. When she saw the scene, she covered her mouth, sorrow written across her face. Gradually, more and more people arrived. The Weasley family, Bill, Charlie, Fred and George, Ginny. Snape, Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, Professor Sprout. Hagrid entered the hall, having taken off his armor, wiping his nose sadly with a spotted handkerchief. Harry stood numbly, holding Hufflepuff's golden cup. "Harry." Hermione looked at him with concern. Harry forced a smile. "I'm fine." He still found it hard to accept what was happening. Dumbledore slowly closed his eyes, and the sobbing in the room grew louder. His life reached its end. Harry lifted his head, doing his best to keep the tears from falling. Suddenly, sunlight streamed into the hall from outside. The light swept across Hufflepuff's golden cup, and something inside began to glow with a golden radiance. Hermione, who had been watching Harry with concern, noticed it. "Harry, the cup!" Hermione cried out. Harry looked down. At the bottom of Hufflepuff's cup, a trace of golden liquid clung to the base. The very last remnant of the Grail's potion. Golden, like the color of hope. Ding! Achievement unlocked, one who trades with a god. One who trades with a god, a wanderer between life and death, a negotiator of taboos, a hidden presence beyond the boundary. Gaining an achievement bonus as well took John by surprise. "It looks a bit like Soul Walker," he muttered, rubbing his chin. A sharp pain suddenly tugged at his ear. He turned his head, his mother had a firm grip on his right ear, and with her left hand, she was pulling Watson's ear as well. Clearly, Mrs. Wick wanted an explanation from John. "Why didn't you tell me you caused something this big at school?" Anger burned in Mrs. Wick's eyes. Watson tried to speak from the side, but with a slight increase of pressure from Mrs. Wick's fingers, he yelped in pain. John turned his gaze toward his uncle. Sheriosa received his nephew's silent plea and coughed twice. Let me say a few words." "Get out." John watched his eldest uncle slink away in disgrace. "Aren't you the big brother? Can't you rein your sister in at least a little?" Sheriosa turned his head away. "Sorry. I may be the big brother, but your mother is the alpha wolf." Seeing that none of the useless adults could be relied on, John decided to fend for himself. "Mom, listen to my sophistry. No, listen to my explanation," John said as cold sweat trickled down, his tongue slipping. "I actually didn't know it would turn into something this big. The only thing I didn't tell you was that I took a leave of absence for a while." "You took a leave of absence? Why?" Mrs. Wick stared at John with clear displeasure, making his scalp prickle. Earlier, he had personally seen his mother snap a banshee's neck. "It was all someone else framing me," John explained. "I had no choice but to leave school first." "Don't listen to his nonsense," Watson said angrily. "John, you still haven't explained why an owl turned into a fire dragon." "Shut up." Watson had his ear grabbed by Mrs. Wick. Mrs. Wick's eyes glistened with tears as she said angrily, "John finally comes home, and you're yelling at him." "Huh?" Watson was dumbfounded. "I was just asking, I wasn't yelling." But Mrs. Wick didn't care. She let go of her precious son's ear and rubbed it gently, full of concern. Then she turned around and became completely unreasonable toward Watson. What else could Watson do? He had long known his wife would never truly be harsh with their child. In the end, he was the one who bore everything. John finally escaped from the clutches of doom and turned to see the members of the Constellation Society struggling to hold back their laughter. He said irritably, "Stop laughing." Malfoy burst out laughing. "You're actually scared of your mom." 3 seconds later, Malfoy was hanging from a tree. John did it. No one in the Constellation Society laughed anymore. John snorted softly, handed the wand back to Daphne, and praised her. "Your wand is particularly smooth with the Levi Corpus charm." Daphne smiled sweetly. "I think so too. Only Malfoy was hurt in this world." "Heinrich, how do you feel?" John asked with a grin. "You slept for 2 years." "Very well," Heinrich said, glancing at Kim, who was now taller than him. After a moment of silence, he added, "Why is he so much taller than me?" "That's what growing up is like." John spread his hands helplessly. "After all, 2 years have passed." Kim reverted to that sunny, cheerful big boy. His golden hair gleamed like real gold under the sunlight, his smile bright. "You should get some proper rest." "We agreed to go traveling together," Kim said, even reaching out to ruffle his hair. "Just like treating a younger brother." Heinrich dodged with a look of disgust and said coldly, "I don't remember saying that." "What? You're turning your back on me already?" Kim said, wounded. "I even dropped out of school for you, and this is how you treat me." "Humph." Heinrich's brows knitted tightly. Cedric poked Percy and whispered, "I just saw your brother go talk to Fleur," and she gave him the cold shoulder. Percy rubbed his temples. "My mum had some issues with Fleur before." Bill's stuck in the middle. It's not easy for him. Bill was now experiencing what felt like a full-on belated romance disaster. Fleur hadn't spoken to him for several days, which left Bill deeply hurt. As Percy was speaking, he turned and saw Cedric lifting Cho Chang into his arms, the two of them spinning in circles. Within the Constellation Society, that kid was the most successful of them all. Malfoy climbed down from the tree and immediately chose violence with his words. "Haha, you're dead last now," Malfoy said to Heinrich with undisguised glee. The weakest one. The former bottom ranker had pulled off a reversal. Malfoy was feeling smug. Heinrich cast him a glance. A moment later, Malfoy's legs started jerking uncontrollably. Everyone silently watched Malfoy's clumsy, unstoppable dance. What was this guy even thinking? 2 years ago, Heinrich had already been able to trade blows one-on-one at the limit against Voldemort and his uncle. 2 years later, you think you can beat Bellatrix? Malfoy was on the verge of tears. In the end, was he still the weakest one? There was Astoria, at least. How could that be? My Astoria is the best in the world, all right. With tears in his eyes, Malfoy continued to hold down the last place in the Constellation Society. In the end, Malfoy's curse was lifted, by Lucius himself. After spending the entire year on edge, Lucius was the happiest of all when he heard the news of Voldemort's death. The only bad news was that Narcissa had been hospitalized at St. Mungo's. She had been subjected to the memory charm too many times, though thankfully it wasn't severe. This was probably the last trace of tenderness in Bellatrix's twisted mind. Toward her sister, she had never used any truly irreversible curses. And so, Narcissa became the only member of the Malfoy family with medical insurance in the Silver Cross Hospital. Chapter 508, 508, 8 o'clock. It was a pure white space. Dumbledore stood there in a daze. Very quickly, he understood where he was. The place between life and death. Dumbledore seemed to relax as he looked at this familiar place. After wandering the world in circles, he had returned to the beginning. Godric's Hollow. This had once been his home, and also the place he could never forget. Every important event in Dumbledore's life was tied to this place. The 2 months of his youth. His sister's death. Harry's parents had also been murdered here. Perhaps I can sit down and rest for a while. He sat on a bench, like an old traveler who, after a long journey, had finally returned home. He gazed ahead. As the greatest wizard, his wisdom was equally great. His thoughts drifted back to his younger self. The post office over there, the pub, and that little church. The stream in Godric's Hollow carried with it the scent of grass and damp earth. It was also at that time that he met them. Them. Dumbledore suddenly froze. A scene surfaced in his mind. It was inside the home of the renowned magical historian, Bathilda Bagshot. 2 figures stood by the wooden doorframe. One was Gellert Grindelwald, Bathilda Bagshot's great-nephew. The other was. Dumbledore felt as though he had been struck by a powerful memory charm. He could not recall who the other person was. But as a great wizard, he always had special ways to recover memories. The pensive at school. And here. This is the place. He looked toward the neighboring house. That was Bathilda Bagshot's home, and also the Dumbledore family's neighbor. This world was formed from the fragments that left the deepest impressions on Dumbledore's mind. So even if Dumbledore himself did not consciously remember, his subconscious would still dig it out. It was bound to appear here. He walked inside. Into a room that appeared to be a sitting room. It should have been dim, but because of the peculiar nature of this world, everything was washed in pure white light. There stood a bow-front chest of drawers, covered with many photographs. 7 or 8 of them were placed in the highest and most ornate frames. Dumbledore stepped closer and picked up one of the frames. In it was a spirited blonde boy, lounging lazily within the silver frame and smiling at Dumbledore. The boy made his thoughts drift back to that summer. He picked up the next photograph. In this one, the blonde boy had someone beside him. The person next to him had red hair and bright blue eyes. They stood side by side, both smiling. That was Dumbledore. The young Dumbledore. One photograph after another showed either the blonde boy or the young Dumbledore. At last, Dumbledore lifted the final photograph. It had been placed in the highest position. The first thing he saw was blonde hair and red hair together. But at the back, a trace of snowy white appeared in the frame. It seemed to be a child who did not wish to be photographed. There were not 2 people in the moving picture, but 3. The blonde boy shifted his shoulder, as if deliberately trying to reveal the person behind him. As the shoulder moved, Dumbledore stared closely. The frame in his hand began to disappear, and Dumbledore froze. Then everything around him began to vanish as well. Realizing a possibility, Dumbledore reached out and touched the frame. Those things all began to fade away. Brilliant white light flooded his vision, covering the entire world. The white light faded. He slowly opened his eyes. It was a room. Purple curtains came into view. Madame Pomfrey's delighted voice sounded. "You're awake, Albus." The tension Madame Pomfrey had been holding finally eased, and she said with rare reproach, "I thought Potter's potion hadn't worked." Dumbledore raised his right hand and pushed himself up, pressing his aching forehead. The blackness had faded from his right hand, though the last 2 fingers still retained a trace. He stared blankly at his fingers, his emotions in turmoil. He understood what Harry had done, even if it was something Harry had not wanted. Madame Pomfrey was still chattering away. "You slept far too long, Albus," she said. "Hogwarts has ended the term early." "I slept very comfortably," Dumbledore said, stretching lazily. "This old man even feels a bit younger." Madame Pomfrey's expression did not improve at his deflection. She left to inform the others of the good news. After she departed, Dumbledore's expression turned complicated as he murmured, "Is that so? The third person in that photograph." At the thought, Dumbledore sighed wistfully. Memories fade with time. What happened and what did not happen are no longer important. The aftermath of the Battle of Hogwarts was far from over. John sat inside the Johnny Silverhand specialty shop, holding a newspaper with a shocking headline. "Johnny Silverhand is a butcher." Seeing the title, John silently set the newspaper down. John glanced up at Heinrich, who was being thoroughly pestered by Kim, and wondered whether he should make Kim quiet down for a while. "What should we do?" Tommy asked hesitantly. "You really?" "It is true," John said with a nod, not denying it. "It is not exactly a secret." Even with John's admission, Tommy still found it hard to accept. Their own boss had actually gone and wiped out a magic school in Asia. The international wizarding press was condemning Johnny Silverhand's atrocities, calling him a butcher. Products from the Silverhand line were also facing an international boycott, with more than 100,000 people demanding Johnny Silverhand's arrest. And yet this coverage stood in stark contrast to John Wick, the hero who killed Voldemort, the true savior. One side received endless curses, the other endless praise. 2 utterly opposite figures, yet they were the same person. "The Ministry of Magic wants to award me the Order of Merlin, first class, in recognition of my contributions. The International Confederation of Wizards wants to list Johnny Silverhand among the world's top 10 dark wizards." John let out a light chuckle and said indifferently, "These people are quite amusing, are they not?" Tommy gave a bitter smile. What was amusing about that? The world's top 10 dark wizards were figures like Grindelwald and Voldemort. One could say that once you made that list, calling you a Dark Lord would not be wrong. Kill the Dark Lord, only to become one yourself. The Demon Slayer becomes the demon. Is it really fine not to respond? Tommy sighed. The push for werewolf equality is also running into obstacles. Those purebloods are determined to oppose us. It does not matter, John said casually, tossing the newspaper aside. In the face of absolute power, it is all futile. I am waiting for an opportunity. One chance to crush them completely. John laced his fingers together beneath his chin and smiled faintly. Let them struggle a little longer. An opportunity? Tommy asked, confused. What opportunity? This opportunity. John tapped a finger against the newspaper. Tommy looked down. John Wick, Slayer of the Dark Lord, to be awarded at 8 tonight. John stood and walked toward the wardrobe. I should pick something presentable, he said with a faint smile. After all, a very good show is about to begin, is it not? Tommy found John increasingly difficult to read. But he understood one thing. When John looked like this, it meant he had absolute confidence. 8 o'clock at night. Countless reporters flooded into the Ministry of Magic. They had all come for John Wick. The last time they heard this name was in connection with the blood potion, when John received the Order of Merlin, 2nd class. Back then, they had all thought he was a rising star in the wizarding world. But in the span of a year, that rising star had become a brilliant comet, leaving Hogwarts behind and turning into the most sensational and dazzling figure in the magical world. Together with Neville Longbottom, he had slain the once invincible Voldemort. While others were still attending classes, he had already become a legend. Chocolate Frog cards would record his story. Just like Johnny Silverhand, one was hailed as a hero, while the other was reviled. And the birth of a hero was enough to lift spirits at a time when rumors were spreading about the possible emergence of a third Dark Lord. 8 o'clock arrived quickly. John stepped into the Ministry of Magic. The moment he entered, he was greeted by a barrage of flashing cameras. Through it all, he remained perfectly composed as Bartemius Crouch Sr. personally presented the award. Since it was not an academic honor, there was naturally no Wisingamot-style academic defense segment. John spotted the Longbottoms, along with Augusta Longbottom. They were proud of their son's achievements. Neville stood beside John, visibly nervous, dressed in the most flexible outfit Madame Longbottom had specially prepared. Bartemius Crouch Sr. pinned the Order of Merlin, 1st class, onto John's chest and said in a voice only the two of them could hear, "What do you intend to do about the Magic Institute?" John replied just as quietly, "I will handle it." Crouch was half convinced and half doubtful. After all, it was a magical school, on the same level as Hogwarts and Durmstrang. John shook hands with Crouch as the cameras began flashing again. Neville stepped forward stiffly and went through a process similar to John's. As one of the heroes who killed Voldemort, the Boy of July as well. Now the wizarding world was beginning to speculate that perhaps Neville Longbottom was the true chosen one. After the award ceremony ended, there was the scheduled interview. Neville clearly did not enjoy this kind of occasion, while John answered with calm composure. At the very end, someone raised a question. "What is your view on Johnny Silverhand? Some say he will become the third Dark Lord." A male reporter in a newsboy cap asked the question. All eyes turned to John. What they hoped to hear was John Wick declaring war on the third Dark Lord, or delivering some rousing, "as long as I stand," speech. Either one would make explosive news. Expectant gazes converged on John. John let out a soft chuckle and met the reporter's eyes, answering calmly. "I am Johnny Silverhand." Click. Click. Flash. Flash. Iron Man eye, déjà vu. Bro, WTF is happening in the world? Stay safe, guys. Chapter 509, Death's Revenge. Johnny Silverhand is John Wick. Everyone was struck by a panicked, bizarre sense of absurdity. The hero who killed the Dark Lord was actually the third Dark Lord. This might be a very amusing joke. Some even felt it could make the top 10 jokes in the Quibbler. Within the international magical community, what Johnny Silverhand had done was even more egregious than Voldemort. Voldemort had only attacked a school, but Johnny Silverhand had completely destroyed one. The aftermath had even triggered a volcanic eruption, nearly exposing the magical world. Such actions were even more brutal than Voldemort's. The magical community in Asia was already protesting against Johnny Silverhand. They had even threatened to carry out a jade-shattering operation to attack Silverhand series shops. Domestically, the purebloods were sparing no effort in condemning Johnny Silverhand, sharpening their knives to carve up the resources that belonged to Silverhand. They were shaping him into another Dark Lord following Voldemort. They demanded that the Ministry of Magic revoke the Order of Merlin and all honors previously awarded to Johnny Silverhand. And under such circumstances, John admitted that he was Johnny Silverhand. Barty Crouch Sr.'s expression changed. He had not expected that John's so-called solution would be to expose his identity directly. Although he had once imagined that one day John would stand before everyone in his true identity, that would have been a positive Johnny Silverhand, a great benefactor who had contributed to the magical world. Not someone who, after destroying Mahudakoro, was rushing out to confess. Even the male reporter in the newsboy cap who had asked the question was so shocked he could not speak. He was from the Daily Prophet, having come in hopes of following in the footsteps of his predecessor, Rita Skeeter, by uncovering a massive story that would propel his career. He had not expected to dig up something this explosive. If this news got out, the entire magical world would tremble. Snapping back to his senses, the reporter immediately quickened his speech. So you're saying you are the butcher who destroyed Mahudakoro, the Johnny Silverhand who nearly exposed the magical community to the Muggle world. He piled accusation after accusation onto Johnny Silverhand, already imagining how smooth his future would become. He had even thought of the headline. The Dragon Slayer becomes the dragon, hero turns Dark Lord. A title like that could make him the newspaper's hottest rising star. Surpassing Rita Skeeter would not be impossible. His eyes gleamed with excitement. The butcher who destroyed Mahudakoro. John said with a faint smile. So this is how all of you see the matter. Isn't it? The reporter pressed aggressively. You destroyed a school and killed its headmaster along with several staff members. Oh. John looked at the reporter with a half-smile. He was actually from the Daily Prophet. Heh. So you intend to charge me and put me on trial? Sorry, I'm a reporter, and a reporter's duty is to reveal the truth. The reporter seemed to have forgotten that, regardless of which identity John used, he was someone who could crush him with ease. That fearless posture of his was nothing more than a carnival of fantasy. Seeing this, John said calmly, then tell me, do you really understand the truth? Of course I do, the reporter said righteously. Then do you know what Mahudakoro did? What did Mahudakoro do? The reporter replied, baffled. Mahudakoro is a school. Naturally, it teaches wizards. Seeing that he knew nothing, John smiled. He snapped his fingers, and a group of people pushed their way in from outside. Make way. I said make way. They shoved in roughly. When the leader saw John, he looked as if he were about to burst into tears. Boss, I knew you weren't dead. Gus, wrapped up so tightly he was barely recognizable, looked like he was just short of rushing forward to hug and kiss John. It was as if he had just confirmed his pension was still perfectly safe. He waved his arms excitedly, practically dancing with joy. Behind him came Musashi and Shizuka. With them were other instructors, along with several children. Seeing these people, the reporters were thoroughly puzzled. But the Asian faces made several of them suddenly thoughtful. Especially the reporter in the newsboy cap, who suddenly felt a vague sense of unease. John pushed Gus's head aside and looked at the reporter, saying calmly, do you think Mahudakoro is a good school? John let out a cold laugh. Then do you know that ever since Genju took over as headmaster, the school has been conducting inhumane experiments? With a snap of his fingers, roll after roll of files flew out of John's small handbag. With a duplication charm, the documents landed in everyone's hands. Barty Crouch Sr. took one and opened it. He was proficient in more than 200 languages, the language posed no difficulty for him. As he read, his expression grew increasingly grim. By the end, his face had turned ashen, veins bulging on his forehead. Human experimentation. The words were forced out through clenched teeth as Barty Crouch Sr. said furiously, Mahudakoro was actually conducting human experiments. John noticed the reporter holding the file with a confused expression and thoughtfully prepared an English version. At the same time, photo after photo was passed around. John had taken these before blowing up Mahudakoro, and Gus had contributed greatly. Words were far less impactful than images. The reporters who had just been shouting that Johnny Silverhand was a butcher all fell silent. Their eyes widened as they stared at the photographs. All kinds of inhumane experiments paired with the pained faces of children, countless corpses submerged in liquid, the abducted Muggle children. The torment extended from body to mind to soul. These could no longer be called human. They were beasts. The children who had come with the instructor shrank back timidly behind the adults. A closer look showed their thinning hair and bodies marked with the scars of long-term experimental abuse. They were frail and emaciated. Some had even had their hands frozen until they necrotized, then smashed off with iron hammers. Such utterly inhumane practices, combined with solid evidence and eyewitness testimony. Several Mahudakoro instructors who had not been involved stepped forward one after another, stating that young wizards had gone missing within the school, only to reappear mysteriously after some time. However, the returned children had no memories. Everything had been wiped away by powerful memory charms. In severe cases, the young wizards could no longer continue their schooling. And all of this, under Genju's control and the pressure of powerful figures behind the scenes, had been quietly buried. What Johnny Silverhand destroyed was not a school, but a den that brutalized young wizards. The Dark Lord they had condemned was, in fact, Mahudakoro's savior. So, John said calmly, his gaze sweeping across every reporter, do you still think I'm a butcher? Physical evidence. Witnesses. Victims. All the proof was complete. This was an explosion that would shake the entire magical world. John had gone to Asia and brought back a bomb powerful enough to trigger a nuclear shockwave across the magical community. A magical school had been involved in it, and who knew how many powerful figures in Asia were implicated, or whether the Muggle world had also taken part. The instruments in those photographs even seemed to bear traces of Muggle research methods. Everything about it ensured that this night would be anything but ordinary. By the next day, as expected, the international magical community was in an uproar. The Asia magical community, which had originally played the victim, instantly became the perpetrator. Asia, which had long kept to itself, had only just begun to speak out. But the moment it did, the entire nation became the target of public outrage. The Asian Ministry of Magic responded by claiming the evidence was entirely fabricated. They tried to silence the matter by shutting others up, but this was no longer something that could be resolved by suppression. Among those involved in the experiments were not only Asia's own citizens, but people from other countries as well. The international magical community began applying pressure on Asia, and the one leading the charge was Johnny Silverhand. No. It should be said, John Wick. He informed everyone that he possessed a list recovered from the experimental site. At that, the various ministries of magic could no longer sit still. They tried to stop it, but John released the list. That list once again shook the international magical community. Because it contained not only the current minister of the Ministry of Magic, but also the former minister, figures within the Asian Mughal government, and even members of the royalty. Chinese, Japanese, Indian, and Pakistani purebloods were involved as well. It could be said that this list would paralyze half of the Asian magical society. The various ministries of magic racked their brains, attempting to seal the information. However, with today's technology, that was no longer something easily accomplished. When the Asian magical community saw the list, public outrage exploded. The minister was forced to step down, and even the spirit of bowing 90 degrees in apology proved useless. While upheaval swept through ISA, Barty Crouch Sr. continued leading the International Confederation of Wizards in applying pressure. In any society, human experimentation crossed the absolute bottom line. And this had been carried out on a massive scale. John announced that the Silverhand Foundation would take responsibility for the young magical victims and would establish dedicated institutions to serve them. At the same time, Muggle victims would also receive assistance from the Foundation and be helped to reintegrate into Muggle society. This move directly elevated John's reputation to the level of being widely praised as great. Meanwhile, the British purebloods who had moved against him one by one fell silent under the series of countermeasures. Their attacks on Silverhand's actions were now detested by the magical community, because they appeared to be helping those beasts target a great benefactor. With this sequence of moves, the situation was completely reversed. Even Barty Crouch Sr. could not help but sigh in admiration. The timing had been perfect. If things continued like this for a few more years, there would be almost no suspense if this prodigy ran for minister. Yet John did not grow complacent because of this matter. Because he had discovered something. It seemed he had been set up by death. Chapter 510, The Price of Playing with Death. John did not become complacent. Because he had discovered something. John rubbed his eyes and sighed as he looked at the stark black and white world before him. Did I turn colorblind? The world had lost its color. John only discovered it after waking up that morning. At first, he thought it was simply fatigue. Now it seemed this was the price of magic. Before, my right eye was blurry. Good thing it didn't make me completely blind. Just colorblind, John comforted himself. Basil flew into the room, tilting its head. Riddle flew over beside it and hooted softly. John took out some dried fish and placed it in front of the two owls. The third owl, the big-headed gray owl Kiki, flew in, only to be kicked right back out by Basil. Clearly, as a new owl, Kiki did not have the qualifications to dine with the two big shots. John walked down from the attic. Watson was staring at an envelope. It had already been a week since they left Hogwarts, and Watson still seemed somewhat unsatisfied. I stationed 20 men at the school gates with Chicago typewriters, plus 3 Gatlings and a tank we acquired. Watson smacked his lips regretfully. There was also an armed helicopter your grandfather borrowed from Russia. None of it got used. John silently looked at his father. Given the current situation in Russia, and with grandfather's influence there, acquiring an armed helicopter did not seem that hard to accept. What John had not expected was that his father had actually managed to bring all this equipment in. Leaving aside how the helicopter got here, where exactly did you buy the tank? There's an American immigrant named Yuri Orlov. They call him the Lord of War. There's nothing he can't get his hands on. Watson shrugged. I've had some business dealings with him. Aren't you supposed to be opening a hotel? John asked in surprise. A hotel needs some security measures. Watson said it so casually that one could not help but wonder just what level of security he meant. Sitting on the sofa, Watson sighed. Magic really is amazing. I thought the house was done for after the explosion, but it's perfectly fine. The Wick house had been blown up once. Watson had originally thought they would end up sleeping on the streets. Instead, John merely waved his wand and restored the place. To the outside world, they claimed they had hired a very reliable construction company. Believe it or not, the Dursley family certainly did. They even went out for a nice meal to celebrate that this year's holiday would no longer be spent nervously with Harry. The magic of love required Harry to stay with the Dursleys for a sufficient time before adulthood, but now that Voldemort was dead, that protection no longer needed to be renewed. Petunia felt somewhat conflicted, but Vernon was purely delighted. Just yesterday, Vernon had personally come by and delivered a roasted turkey to the Wick household. As for the taste of the turkey, that was open to interpretation. John had always suspected they only ate turkey because it was cheap and came in large portions. Sitting down for breakfast, John stared at the 2 jars of jam in front of him. Unfortunately, the jam jars at home looked exactly the same, and the labels had been torn off by a certain idle middle-aged man. One was blue. One was red. Blueberry and strawberry. And that very middle-aged man was now reaching out to John, asking for the strawberry jam. After hesitating for a moment, John handed the jar on his left to Watson. Watson, none the wiser, kept reading the letter in his hand while spreading the jam onto his bread. A few seconds passed. Watson looked suspiciously at the blueberry jam in his hand, then raised his head to look at John's perfectly calm expression. He began to wonder if his son had done it on purpose. Testing the waters, he asked, was that intentional or an accident? An accident, John said without changing his expression. From Watson's face, he had already seen the truth. Watson stared at the blueberry jam. An accident? Then why did his expression look so perfectly justified? Fortunately, Watson did not dwell on it for long. He asked, "Are you going to work at your, magic company today?" Over the past week, Watson, as a father, was still having trouble accepting it. He had worked so hard to build his business, only to find out his son had already started running a company years ago. So all his hard work had just been for his own satisfaction. Watson felt thoroughly depressed. John nodded. He still needed to make a trip to Silverhand Manor. Mrs. Wick was brewing a fresh pot of jasmine tea, which Daphne had sent her. Tasting tea from the magical world did not seem all that different from the Muggle world. After finishing his bread, John headed to the basement and used the fireplace to travel to Silverhand Manor. Heinrich was living there. John had come to check his condition. After all, this was the first person in the magical world in many years to truly die and then be revived. It was not strange for John, a level 7 alchemist, to personally examine him. Perhaps because the elixir of life had been used as the foundation to reconstruct his body, Heinrich's body was brimming with vitality. John watched as Heinrich sliced open his palm. Without using any magic to heal it, the wound quickly closed, leaving only a thin red line. Remarkable. John had created a total of 1.5 lives. The first was the Crumplehorn Snorkack, a completely new creation born from a magical rampage. The half was Heinrich, whose body had been reconstructed with the Holy Grail to receive his soul once more. From the current results, each of the 1.5 possessed their own unique traits. After finishing the examination, John looked toward the door and pressed a hand to his forehead. "You should think of a way to make Kim Ledisley a little less clingy." Heinrich's face darkened. Looking outside, Kim, like a big golden retriever, was peeking in. Ever since Heinrich's revival, the kid had been terrified of losing him again. John said, "I'll give you both some time off. Think of it as going out to relax." Heinrich replied expressionlessly, "No need." "No," John said earnestly, "you do need it." As the one who had grasped the light for Edgar, Heinrich truly did need some rest. "Consider it a company-funded trip. I need you to go to America, and then to France." John continued, "I'm planning to open another branch. I need you to coordinate the details with Nagini." Well, it was not purely a vacation after all, and Heinrich did not refuse again. After the two of them left, John leaned back in his chair, looking somewhat worn out. He rubbed his eyes. This time, it was not just colorblindness. His vision was getting blurrier and blurrier. At this rate, he might go blind. "I need to check this," John murmured after a moment, deciding to give himself a full examination. He stood up, and his head suddenly swam. Huff. Huff. Grabbing the edge of the table, John's expression darkened. What's going on? Something was very wrong. More than wrong. John looked down at his hand. A circular mark had appeared there. The gate of objects/things. What was happening? John stared at the circle. Surprised. A voice suddenly sounded beside his ear. He looked up and saw an unexpected figure appear in the study. Death. More precisely, it had not appeared physically, but was reflected within John's eyes. In that distorted, hoarse voice, Death said, "Those who toy with death never meet a good end. Especially when you have broken the iron law of the magical world." Perhaps it was an illusion, but Death seemed faintly gloating. Even Death, who governs life and death, has no authority to bring the dead back. You have done something that violates the rules. You must pay the price. Death extended a finger. Though it was not truly present in this world, John felt his body being touched. That skeletal finger pressed against John's chest, and the genderless, distorted voice rasped, "You have angered this world. You will be punished. The price is..." John lowered his head to look at his left hand. Golden sand was flowing out along his arm. In his right hand, the silver soul and the black devouring curse were leaking away. From his eyes, black and violet energy surged outward. "Perhaps we will meet again. Perhaps we will not." Death waved at John and said, "Farewell, one who toys with death. Challenger of the rules." John felt his body being pulled away. At that moment, high in the sky, across the daylight sky, streak after streak appeared, like scars left by violent collisions. A woe. A wolf's howl rang in his ears, and John's expression changed. He seemed to see the white wolf, a disaster from another world, drawing closer to him. When he opened his eyes again, John found himself in a place similar to the space before entering the gate of objects. He saw the worlds colliding and intersecting, the resulting shattering of rules creating the span between one world and another. The true conjunction of the spheres. John drew in a deep breath. He had not expected to be exiled by magic itself. It seemed his rule-breaking had truly angered magic. Now he either had to wait to be cast into another world, or take the initiative. "Since you know I don't follow the rules, then be prepared for me not to follow them." John had never been someone to sit and wait for death. His eyes shifted into vertical pupils as he raised his right hand. There was still an unfinished contract on it. The gate of objects/things traced its lines, forming a connection with a witch from another world. Head to that world. No. John was only using this power to exchange for something. Equivalent exchange. A chaotic light flickered in John's eyes. The next second, golden flames ignited in his right hand, and a key appeared in his palm. In the final moment before being completely exiled, he used the key to open a space. Inside stood a massive stone monument. Gripping the locket at his chest, John entered the monument. The very next second, the monument was destroyed by the force of exile. When John opened his eyes again, there was nothing but endless darkness. He did not know where he was, but he could be certain of one thing: he was still in the original world. Footsteps sounded near his ear. Then came a woman's voice. Where did this young wizard come from? Chapter 511, 1899, Godric's Hollow. Bathilda Bagshot was a writer. She had an interest in books that surpassed everything else, and among those interests was the pursuit of love. Her greatest hobby was organizing everything she knew and discovered into notes. This gave her a deep fascination with magical history. In her youth, she had not been a stunning beauty. Because she spent so much time in the library, her originally pleasant looks were instead overshadowed by the label of bookworm. Partly because she herself was somewhat slow to react in other matters. But Bathilda did not mind. She had graduated from that school decades ago. The past had not changed her. She still often remained inside her own home. On this particular day, the old spinster was seized by a sudden whim and stepped out of the house. She walked past her neighbor's yard, thick with morning glories. She looked at the courtyard and the tightly shut doors and windows. Bathilda felt a surge of pity. Not long ago, the child there had lost control, resulting in the death of the beautiful woman who lived inside. She herself had once brought a cake to try to befriend that lady. Unfortunately, the lady had not accepted her cake. Later, after the family's eldest son received her praise in a magazine, the family gradually began to have contact with her. She pitied the children of that household. The father had left because of extreme behavior, and the mother had died. Of the 3 remaining children, the youngest girl was ill. Passing beyond the yard, Bathilda followed the edge of a small stream and walked into a quiet grove. It was a place few people visited, perfect for letting her mind, tired from reading, fully relax. But today, there was an extra presence in this serene woodland. It was a boy who looked slender and fragile. Snow-white hair and unfocused eyes made him appear utterly pitiful. Even Bathilda, the old spinster who usually paid little attention to such things, could not help wanting to pull the fragile boy into an embrace. She tried to strike up a conversation with him. Where did this little wizard come from? It was a rather clumsy attempt at conversation. Her flirtatious nephew could have done much better. How did she know he was a wizard? Bathilda attributed it to intuition. The boy did not seem like a muggle. Although the boy could not see, when he turned his head, that instant carried an invisible pressure. Only someone as slow to react as the old spinster failed to notice it. The boy's expression was one of disbelief as he felt around and stood up. His fingers brushed against a thorn-covered vine. His pitiful appearance stirred sympathy in the lifelong spinster. If it's all right, may I ask where this is? The boy asked politely, his oppressive aura fully withdrawn. Far more polite than her own nephew. Poor child, This is the woodland of Godric's Hollow. Where are your family members? Inside Bathilda Bagshot's house. The attic carried a faint smell, the musty odor of damp wood. There was probably a leak somewhere near the stairs, but the owner did not seem particularly concerned about fixing it. John felt somewhat fortunate. Although his landing had been slightly off, at least he was still within his home country. And the person he had encountered was also a witch. Though likely a very reclusive one, since she did not even recognize the famous John Wick. She thought he was just some pitiful young wizard. John did not mind. He would repay her later. With his eyesight malfunctioning, John guessed it was related to the soul and curses. If he prepared some soul-based potions, even if his vision could not fully return to normal, at least the world would not remain completely black. He picked up a biscuit from the table, guessing it contained chocolate. As he ate, he could just barely make out the taste. "Thank you for the hospitality," John said with a light smile. "Is there anything I can help you with?" "I don't think there's anything you can help me with." Old Bathilda shook her head. She had simply been overcome with sympathy and brought the child home. She had no expectation that this child could help her with anything. Judging by his age, the boy should be a student. "You're a Hogwarts student?" Bathilda asked. "It doesn't seem like the holidays have started yet." John frowned slightly. This woman seemed to have her timeline confused. He replied patiently, "You're mistaken. The holidays have already begun." "There's a fifth-year Hogwarts student living next door," Bathilda said skeptically. "He hasn't come home yet." "Maybe something delayed him," John shrugged. "I've already been on holiday for a week, wait." Thinking of a possibility, John's expression tightened. He hurriedly asked, "What's today's date?" Bathilda replied, "May 3rd. "I wouldn't get that wrong." Hearing her answer, John's suspicion was confirmed. Slightly dazed, he murmured, "It seems what shifted wasn't my position. Time was the problem." The Hogwarts school year ended in mid-June, yet the current date had rolled back by more than a month. Moreover, it might be more than just a month. John asked with some difficulty, "May I ask, what year is it?" She was somewhat puzzled by his question, but Bathilda's dull instincts detected nothing unusual. She said, 99. John was stunned. Had he gone to the future? Then he heard Bathilda add, 1899. "You seem rather muddle-headed yourself." 1899. Nearly 100 years backward. John fell completely silent. Bathilda complained slightly, "You certainly have a lot of questions." "Sorry, one last question," John said with a bitter smile toward Bathilda. "Do you have a time-turner?" Clearly, as a writer, Bathilda Bagshot had no connection with the unspeakables. John was taken in. Because he had nowhere else to go. Although he claimed to be a sixth-year Hogwarts student and not expelled, Bathilda seemed to treat it as mere stubborn pride. He also learned the name of the person who had helped him, Bathilda Bagshot. The name sounded somewhat familiar. John thought carefully but could not recall where he had heard it. After all, his brain was not a computer that could store everything indefinitely. URG. It's similar to the time I got transmigrated. Or rather, in his current state, he simply could not remember. Because he had just gone through the ordeal of being exiled by the entire magical world. Even if magic dislikes me this much, it won't happen a second time, right? Magic had its own rules. He broke them once and was exiled once. Fair enough. He just had not expected that when he returned to the world, it would be the previous century. Fortunately, John no longer needed to deal with Voldemort. In this year, Voldemort had not even been born. He settled down in Bathilda's house. Although John could not see, his magic was still intact. Perhaps I can try to find my teacher. The thought crossed his mind. At this point in time, Nicholas Flamel was still alive and somewhere in the world. But the moment the idea surfaced, John dismissed it himself. There were taboos surrounding time magic. Two of the most important rules. One must not come into contact with one's past self. One must not change anything in the past. Someone had once done exactly that. The result was that the entire history of that family was altered, and the price paid was severe. John had to be extremely cautious in this world. Because if he did anything rash, he might change the entire future, perhaps even affect himself. Until I return, I need to proceed carefully. He stayed in Bathilda's attic, his thoughts in turmoil. Tup. The sound of a drop of water hitting the floor caught John's attention. He got up and walked out to the staircase. His fingers tapped the railing. The supersensory charm activated. He saw the location of the leak. Raising his hand, he aimed at the spot. Confidently, he said, "Reparo." A streak of white light shot from John's palm, and then, boom. What happened? Bathilda came over, startled. Staring at the skylight that now had a gaping hole blown through it, Bathilda was stunned. John was equally stunned. He clearly remembered casting a repair charm. His fingers stiffly clenched and then relaxed. Until I get a new wand, I'd better not use magic recklessly. John gave Bathilda a polite smile to cover his embarrassment. Bathilda looked at the skylight that had been blasted through by what was clearly a blasting curse, then looked back at John's shy, awkward face. In the end, the leak in Bathilda's house was fixed. Yes, Bathilda fixed it. She was still a witch, after all. If she had not usually been too lazy to deal with it, it would not have been leaking until now. John's single blasting curse made Bathilda seriously consider whether her house might become even damper the next time it rained. Still, Bathilda gave John a reminder, and a bit of advice for this boy she suspected had been expelled from Hogwarts. For a wizard, it was always best to use a wand when casting. Wandless magic was something that required extremely refined magical control. Well, I've become a failing student. John felt helpless. He, the king of Slytherin, Hogwarts' perennial top student whom even Hermione could not shake. No one could even think that one day he would actually be treated like an underachiever. Worse, the kind who had been expelled. If word got out, Malfoy would probably laugh himself to death. In truth, even without Bathilda's warning, John had no intention of continuing to use magic. If it went out of control again, he was afraid he might blow this place apart. Until he obtained a new wand, John decided he would act like someone without magic. And this time travel had brought even worse news. The Silverwick sword was gone. Chapter 512, The Blind Man in the Wizarding Village. The Silverwick sword had a magical contract with John. Whenever John needed it, he only had to make a light grasping motion in the air, and the Silverwick sword would appear. Perhaps because of the shock of exile, or perhaps because he was now in a different time, the Silverwick sword could no longer be summoned. The current John truly had nothing left. He did not even have a wand. After staying at Bathilda's house for a few days, he prepared to gather some materials and craft himself a wand as soon as possible. As for buying one, setting aside whether he even had the money, Ollivander was a very formidable man. Whether it was a wand made by his father or by himself, once someone chose it, he could remember that person's name with absolute clarity. John did not want to alter history, and in this era there was no place like Johnny Silverhand's establishments. So he could only do it himself. Fortunately, Godric's Hollow had abundant natural resources. When he first arrived in the woods, he had already smelled the scent of linden wood, which could serve as suitable wand material. The magical world could not be judged by common sense. For example, even with John being blind and heading out alone, Bathilda showed no intention of stopping him. Not in the slightest did she seem to think a blind person going out would encounter any obstacles. The way wizards thought was different from muggles. John had known that for a long time. After leaving the house, he replayed the path he had taken when he first arrived. Working backward from the steps at Bathilda's front door, he found the route leading to the woods. He set off. He walked straight into a wall. Bonk. Tisk, something's not right. John rubbed his nose and reached out to feel the courtyard wall he had just bumped into. Had he miscounted his steps? A breeze drifted past, carrying the scent of morning glories. John recalled Bathilda mentioning that her neighbor had a yard full of them. He guessed the wall he had hit belonged to the neighbor's house. So he felt along the wall, inching his way forward. On the first floor, at the window that was rarely opened, a girl watched the boy's strange behavior. Even though John was blind, his senses remained sharp. He noticed someone staring at him and immediately lifted his head. Startled like a frightened fawn, the girl quickly ducked behind the window. When the gaze disappeared, John simply assumed it was someone's curiosity. After he finished feeling his way along the wall and walked past, the girl gathered her courage and peeked out again. All John left behind was his retreating figure. But the boy's unfocused eyes from earlier stirred a trace of curiosity in the girl. Ariana. Her brother's call made the girl quickly shut the window. A red-haired boy, who looked about 17 or 18, walked in. What left the deepest impression about him was those blue eyes. Seeing his sister hiding there without responding, the boy's eyes carried a weariness far beyond his years. Their mother's death had forced this boy, who had just graduated from Hogwarts, to shoulder the responsibility of caring for his younger siblings. His younger brother was stubborn and had not yet returned from Hogwarts. His sister, because of certain circumstances, was unable to attend Hogwarts and remained ill at home, unable to go outside. The European trip he had once planned with a friend had also been cancelled because of all this. A bird meant to soar had chosen to break its own wings and remain behind to care for its family. The girl looked at the boy, clutching her teddy bear timidly without speaking. The boy understood his sister's condition and did not force her to answer. He simply smiled gently and reminded her to eat properly. John finally arrived at the woodland where he had first appeared. The journey had not been smooth. At one point, he stepped into the stream and nearly slipped on a stone and fell. The breeze carried the scent of fresh grass, brushing across John's face and through his hair. Leaves rustled in the wind, the soft sound calming the mind. John felt his way through the woods and found a linden tree. Alchemy heightened sensitivity to scents. After searching the nearby area, he picked up a fallen linden branch. Lifting it, John carefully put it away. No small handbag really is inconvenient. Thinking of his little handbag, John missed being able to just toss anything into it. He still wanted to try his luck and see if he could find an oak tree. Collecting some oak sap would improve the quality of the wand. But he could not venture too deep. He was still unfamiliar with this place. After searching around the outskirts and failing to find any oak, John chose to head back. As a blind person, he was still quite conspicuous in a place like this. Godric's Hollow was a semi-wizarding settlement. Aside from Bathilda, other witches and wizards lived there as well. An elderly resident noticed John and asked if he needed help. John smiled and politely declined, and the men let it go. Still, the white-haired blind boy seemed to have attracted attention. Especially when John walked into Bathilda Bagshot's house, that lifelong spinster's home. The next day, John went out again, gradually familiarizing himself with the village. At the neighbor's window, the girl once again secretly watched the blind boy. Clutching her teddy bear, she stared at him as he passed the front of her house. There was something very unusual about this blind boy, something that made the girl, who disliked talking to others, pay special attention to him. This time, the blind boy did not walk into a wall, and as time passed, he grew more and more adept. It was almost as if his eyes were not blind at all. If not for the occasional need to touch the wall, no one might have noticed. The girl's increasing attention toward him also caught her brother's notice. The red-haired boy did not disturb his sister. He simply watched the person passing by the house, wondering when Bathilda next door had gained a new resident. John began crafting his wand. He found a bottle of oak sap in Bathilda's house, which she normally used to repair loose book pages. She had no objection to lending it to John. What did surprise her, however, was that a blind boy actually knew how to make a wand himself. After stripping the bark from the linden wood, John borrowed some tools and began shaping it. As for the core, John simply plucked one of his own hairs. Although he was human, he also possessed traits close to those of a magical creature. So in theory, using his hair as a wand core was not impossible. Moreover, doing so would make the wand far more compatible with him. For example, Fleur used the hair of her Vila grandmother, which provided better magical affinity. Wand making was not something that could be completed in a day or two. During this period, John did not remain idle. He went out almost every day. Relying on his knowledge as an alchemist, he gathered various materials outside that could be used for brewing potions. Bathilda did not find his frequent outings strange in the slightest. She did not even show any intention of asking about them. Being this slow to notice things, John felt that her remaining unmarried might actually be a very good choice. John also learned a few things about Bathilda, such as the fact that she had never married and had a playboy nephew. John could roughly guess what kind of personality that nephew had, probably similar to Sirius. If Sirius had not spent those years in Azkaban, with his looks, attracting a few women would not have been difficult. Aside from that nephew, there was no one in Bathilda's household who caused trouble. That allowed John to breathe a little easier. After all, as an outsider. Naturally, the lower his profile, the better. Ideally, before finding a way back, it would be best if no one knew him at all. Especially those with influence, he should stay far away from them. John firmly held to this idea. He would avoid contact with anyone destined to become famous in the future. That would minimize the chances of affecting the future he came from. If something went wrong and the Voldemort he had painstakingly killed ended up revived, John suspected that if he went looking for death again, death would not be fooled a second time. A week passed. John made his way to the woods with practiced ease. The residents had grown used to seeing him and no longer found it strange. On this day, the wand he had been soaking in oak sap was finally ready to be taken out. The freshly removed wand was still a bit sticky, but after drying in the sun, it was essentially complete. Only a few finishing touches remained. John decided to test it. Reparo. He started with the simplest repair charm. The cup he had broken yesterday rapidly restored itself under his spell. Orchideus. A beautiful cluster of orchids appeared at the tip of his wand instead of the white flash of a blasting curse. 13 3/4 inches, linden wood, human hair core. The wand was unusually long. John had deliberately designed it so it could serve other purposes when necessary. With a wand in hand, John no longer had to fear casting spells. Using the supersensory charm allowed him to maintain a form of vision. He tapped the tabletop, and the supersensory charm spread outward, the entire house mapping itself into his awareness. It was at that moment that someone knocked on Bathilda's door. A boy about John's age appeared. Golden hair and a wild, handsome face. The moment she saw him, Bathilda was briefly dazed, as if she were seeing her nephew in his youth. The boy addressed Bathilda as great-aunt. Bathilda was quite surprised by her grandnephew's arrival. Although he did not explain the reason, Bathilda had already guessed. Her grandnephew seemed to have been expelled from school as well. That made her think of the other, expelled student, currently in the house. What was wrong with children these days, also rebellious at school age? Chapter 513, 513, Hello, my name is Yorl. Old spinster Bathilda's grandnephew had arrived, and John could sense that the way Bathilda looked at him had become somewhat strange. It was the look of someone seeing two expelled underachievers at once, hard to put into words. He really wanted to explain, did she have any idea what the title King of Slytherin was worth? Bathilda introduced the two boys of similar age to each other. Hello, my name is Yorl, John said with a light smile. He knew he should not leave his real name in history. So he casually made one up. But the moment the words left his mouth, John's expression turned slightly odd. He had blurted the name out on impulse, yet it suddenly felt strangely familiar. Across from him, the boy showed a relaxed smile when he heard the name. My name is Gale. There was caution in Gale's eyes. He had come to Godric's Hollow for a particular purpose. He had not expected that his reclusive great-aunt's house would contain another young wizard. That made him instinctively wary, even hiding his real name. Gale. John could sense the other boy's distrust. The name sounded just as casually fabricated as his own. John merely smiled without comment. Two young wizards had met, separated by nearly 100 years. John's room was in the attic, the same as it had been in the Wick household. Gale's room was on the second floor. John was currently working on his wand, still needing to refine some of the finer details. Gale quietly observed the boy. After being expelled from Durmstrang, Gale had traveled across half of Europe alone before arriving at Godric's Hollow. The people and events he had experienced had forced him to mature far too early. He remained wary of strangers and had a keen understanding of human nature. He knew very well what kind of person his great-aunt Bathilda was. Which only made him more concerned that John's sudden appearance might carry ulterior motives. The timing of his arrival was simply too coincidental. He decided to test the boy who was about his age. You're making a wand. Gale suddenly spoke. Although John could not see, he was extraordinarily sensitive to others' gazes. He had noticed Gale's presence long ago. Hearing the question, John replied casually, as you can see, yes. Wandmakers are rare, Gale said as he stepped into the attic. With that kind of skill, why are you in Godric's Hollow? There was probing intent in Gale's eyes. From old Aunt Bathilda, he had already learned some information about this person. For example, John seemed to be a Hogwarts student, but like himself, he had been expelled. Gale's own expulsion had been due to conducting certain black magic experiments that Durmstrang considered extreme. So what had this boy been expelled for? You could say it was an accident, John shrugged, brushing the fine powder from the table after polishing. I didn't expect to end up here either. And my eyes have some issues at the moment. I'm very grateful to Aunt Bathilda, so you can rest assured. John gave a faint smile. There's no need for half-hearted probing. The boy before him might be more mature than his peers. But who was John? He was Johnny Silverhand. The architect of the vast Silverhand commercial empire, and the master of Silverhand Manor who had united numerous factions. Gale's probing was practically transparent in front of him. This was suppression by sheer difference in level. With his intentions exposed, Gale showed no embarrassment. Fair enough. Gale smiled, then smoothly changed the subject. Great-aunt hopes we can get along. He extended a hand toward John, his tone meaningful. I think we can set aside our guard against each other. They were both smart people. Gale understood that John was nothing like the classmates he had known at Durmstrang. As long as it did not interfere with his goals, Gale did not mind sharing a roof with someone else. A measured display of goodwill could bring benefits. That was a principle Gale had understood since childhood. Hello, Yorl. Hello, Gale. The two shook hands. The blond boy had a tall build, even among 17 or 18-year-olds, few were taller than him. He was somewhat like the Weasley twins, carrying an unrestrained, carefree air. Like a golden eagle soaring through the sky, its wings unbound. After Gale initiated that conversation, 3 days passed. During those 3 days, Gale seemed to develop a strong interest in John. In Gale's eyes, this was someone whose talent and intelligence did not fall short of his own. His curiosity toward John grew. He often came up to John's attic, sometimes simply watching as John worked on various preparations. Godric's Hollow was rich in natural resources, which was why many witches and wizards chose to settle there. John processed the herbs he had gathered. Gale watched quietly from the side and asked, "You study potions as well?" "That's a basic skill for wizards," John said. He had borrowed a cauldron from Bathilda, and golden flames burned beneath it. Gale observed with great interest. The more he interacted with this peer, the more surprises he found. "What is that?" "Gubrathian fire," John said, lightly flicking his wand as flames appeared upon its tip. "A kind of fire that never goes out and burns continuously." "Interesting." Hearing John's explanation, Gale developed a strong interest in the spell. "That's advanced magic," Gale said teasingly, his words carrying a hint of probing. "Not something a student would normally have access to." "Knowledge doesn't have to be learned in school," John said, tapping his temple. "Rowena Ravenclaw once said that wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure." Gale listened carefully and applauded in agreement. In just 3 days, Gale felt that this stranger possessed knowledge and insight beyond even Durmstrang's professors. He had thought that traveling across Europe to reach this place had already given him ample experience. Yet Ural's experiences seemed even richer, to the point that Gale felt an urge to share his own plans with him. It was a grand plan, for all wizards, a plan to change the world. Gale thought he must be going mad. This was, in fact, an instinct to draw closer to someone stronger than oneself. Admiring strength was human nature. Seeing the two boys of similar age getting along well, old spinster Bathilda felt very pleased. It reminded her of another boy. As a neighbor, Bathilda knew just how burdened that boy was. There were no peers around him anymore, only a younger sister who could fall ill at any moment, and a younger brother with a fiery temper and stubborn nature. Bathilda believed that people of the same age would have common ground. So she made a decision. She would introduce the two children in her house to that pitiful boy. The potion in the cauldron continued to simmer. John tapped the table, and the supersensory charm spread out, enveloping the entire room. After confirming that Gale had left, he finally let out a breath. Finally gone. John had quite the headache. Bathilda's grandnephew was like a walking book of 100,000 questions. He asked about everything, and John could only give casual answers to brush him off. John did not want too much contact with others, lest the future be altered. But that Gale, 7 out of every 10 sentences were probing. John had no idea where Gale's intense wariness came from. At the same time, John also realized Gale was far from simple. That boy possessed strength far beyond his peers and was constantly probing him. And that probing was not merely observation, it was mental. Legilimency, at this age, to know such advanced magic, John murmured. Legilimency, and occlumency. The other party had been probing his mind, but John's occlumency had deceived him. The boy kept his own occlumency running at all times, as if guarding some important secret in his mind from being seen. John was not particularly interested in those secrets. No matter how earth-shattering they might be, by the time of his own era, nearly a century later, any secret would already be history. Gale left this behind. John noticed a book on the table, clearly left there deliberately by Gale. He picked it up and ran his fingers over the indented gilt cover. The Tales of Beetle the Bard. John said in surprise. Was that intentional, or an accident? Most of the stories inside were familiar to nearly every wizard. In the wizarding world, the Tales of Beetle the Bard was like a collection of fairy tales, present in households everywhere. But John knew very well that some of the things in those stories were real. The tale of the 3 brothers. Deathly Hallows, John murmured softly, his hand moving to his chest. Coincidentally, his sword was gone. The only thing he had brought with him was a counterfeit locket, and the resurrection stone inside it. Probably just a coincidence. John did not think the other party had discovered the resurrection stone and was deliberately hinting at him. He tossed the book aside. Giving a blind man a book, he had no idea what the other boy had been thinking. The next day, John was called over by Bathilda. Gale came along as well. John handed him the Tales of Beetle the Bard. Your book. Thank you, Ural. I suspected I left it with you, Gale said with a smile as he accepted it. John felt somewhat speechless. I really like the stories inside, Gale continued. Especially the tale of the 3 brothers. Oh. Why so uninterested? Because I'm blind. What do you think? Gale's non-stop chatter finally fell silent. Any guesses? Lightbulb hint, chapter. Chapter 514, 514, you can call me Al. At that moment, the door sounded. Bathilda, unusually quick for once, dropped her slow manner and hurried to open it. When the door opened, a red-haired boy stood outside. He was older than both John and Gale, yet he was not as tall as either of them. John had always developed earlier than his peers, though his build was lean muscle. Gale, however, was different. He had a tall, well-built frame and was even slightly taller than John. In comparison, the red-haired boy, despite being the oldest, ended up the shortest. Bathilda was delighted to see him arrive. "Oh, you're here," she said, ushering him inside. The red-haired boy immediately noticed the two figures behind the wooden doorframe. One blonde. One white-haired. Both carried an unusually distinctive presence. The sight left the red-haired boy momentarily stunned. Watching his dazed expression, Gale gave a captivating smile and greeted him in English with a German accent. "Hello, my name is G.A.L." He flicked a glance sideways at John as he subtly adjusted his tone. John merely shrugged indifferently. "Hello, my name is Ural." Gale. Ural. Those sounded like rather strange names. The red-haired boy's expression turned odd. "Then you can call me Al." Clearly, he was no fool. After hearing their names, he realized this was some kind of amusing little game. Al. Gale showed great interest in him, blinking as he extended a hand. "That's a very nice name." "Likewise," Al replied. As for the nicknames among young people, Bathilda was very pleased to see this scene. Whether as a great-aunt or a neighbor, she did not want the children to end up lonely like herself. Especially Al. The burden of caring for his sister had drained the vitality from the boy. Interacting with peers might help them regain some of that energy. This was the first meeting of the three. Bathilda left the time to the three boys of similar age. All three were exceptionally gifted prodigies. Al was the head boy of Hogwarts and had graduated with the most outstanding results. His talent and intelligence quickly attracted Gale's attention. Compared to John, Gale and Al interacted on far more equal footing. When facing John, it felt more like asking questions of a professor rather than speaking with a peer. In the days that followed, the two equally gifted boys were drawn to each other. Before long, Al and Gale became friends. John, meanwhile, continued researching his potions. URG. Dropping the black liquid into his eyes, John felt a sharp, uncomfortable sting. The good news was that, within the darkness, he caught a faint glimpse of light. Huff. "Next is the flaw in the soul," John murmured, having gained some understanding of his condition. The dense magical power clouding his vision would best be dealt with by erasing that energy. Magic's punishment. Thinking of this, John sighed. That death really doesn't play fair. They had made a fair trade, yet death still stabbed him in the back. John now had a thorough understanding of death's character. Just like in the tale of the three brothers, even when death was forced to hand something over, it would still trip you up afterward. To put it bluntly, death was utterly unreasonable and extremely petty. Standing up and leaving the attic, John's vision recovered slightly, the world before him shifting from pure darkness into a hazy blur. He came down the stairs. When Bathilda saw him, she could not help but sigh. "Ural, I think you should spend time with them." Among the three of them, only John seemed out of place. This was not really John's fault, after all, they came from different eras. John gave a light smile. "Ms. Bathilda, power brings many things. Wealth and authority are merely byproducts. Friends and followers will appear at your side before you even realize it." Bathilda paused, then said oddly, "Is that what you believe?" "Power above all," John said with a slight bow and a faint smile. "That has always been my way." Bathilda fell into a brief daze, because her grandnephew was also someone who pursued power. After informing Bathilda, John stepped out of her house. He could now accurately navigate to various places in Godric's Hollow without relying on magic. Gale and Al had gone out together. So no one noticed that Ariana, left behind at home, had quietly stepped outside. John reached the stream. After walking for a while, he turned his head. That gaze clinging to him was still there. "Hello." John spoke up with a smile. "Is there something I can help you with?" The girl who had stepped out of the house clutched a teddy bear. Like a child with autism, she lowered her head without saying a word. John could only make out a vague silhouette. When the other party did not respond, he continued walking forward. But after going some distance, John felt a bit of a headache. Because when he turned back, under the summer sunlight, she was still following behind him. John had no choice but to ask again, "Do you need something?" Hearing the question, Ariana shrank her neck like a startled child. Yet she still did not answer. John sighed inwardly and continued forward. He needed to wade across the stream. For an ordinary blind person, that would be dangerous, but for a blind wizard like him, it was not such a serious problem. John drew his wand and tapped lightly. The supersensory charm activated. Everything around him was drawn clearly into his awareness, including the person who had stopped. After crossing the stream, he turned back and saw the silhouette halted at the water's edge. A wave of fear, tension, and helplessness spread from her. She was afraid. Afraid of water. John took 2 steps forward, and the emotion grew even stronger. He had no choice but to stop and ask again, "Do you need help?" There was still no reply. This time, John did not choose to leave. He sensed fluctuations of magic. This was magical. And a very powerful one. That made him think of something. An obscurial. Crossing the stream again, he returned to the bank. Seeing John approach, Ariana shrank back in fear, yet she did not retreat too far. John asked gently, "Want to cross?" Even at this distance, John could only see an extremely blurred outline, unable to tell whether the figure was male or female. But he could sense that she did not want to be touched. So he extended his wand toward her and said, "If you want to cross, hold onto my wand." One end of the long wand reached toward Ariana. Ariana hesitated for a long moment before carefully pinching the tip of the wand with 2 fingers. John felt the faint force transmitted through the wand and stepped into the water first. The next second, he felt the wand suddenly released. Immediately afterward, Ariana turned and ran back the way she had come. John watched the retreating silhouette grow more distant and could only let it go. After finding other trees in the woods, John even encountered a kappa. This creature was native to Asia. He had no idea how it had ended up in Godric's Hollow. Unfortunately, no part of a kappa's body was particularly suitable for use as a wand core or potion ingredient, so John let the thoroughly frightened creature go. Kappas drag people into the water to drown them, John muttered, rubbing his chin. But there aren't many people around here. It shouldn't be a big problem, right? Just as he was thinking that, John heard voices coming from the stream. He tapped his wand, activating the supersensory charm. John saw 2 boys by the water. The taller one was splashing about in the stream, sending water over the other boy. Water ran down along the boy's jawline and into his collar, prompting a retaliatory splash. Quite the scene of boys playing in the water. It's good that I'm blind. John fell silent. I'll just pretend I didn't see anything. He turned and headed back toward Bathilda's house. It had already been more than 2 weeks since he arrived here. John had discovered that Bathilda truly was a homebody spinster, the kind who almost never went out. If witches did not need to eat, she probably would not leave the house at all. I need to find a way to make some money. John pondered how to earn galleons while keeping his footprint as small as possible. Some potion ingredients were not available in Godric's Hollow. The best option would be to go to Diagon Alley to purchase them. But doing so would inevitably create connections with the people there. The less contact he had with others, the less likely he was to alter the future. The dignified second king of Nocturne Alley, the Johnny Silverhand who controlled the Silverhand commercial empire, was actually worrying about galleons one day. John felt deeply troubled. If I refine the Philosopher's Stone, the future will change again. The Philosopher's Stone was something only top-tier alchemists could create. If he dared to make one, the resulting impact would absolutely distort the future beyond recognition. He could not use the Philosopher's Stone, nor could he cause too much impact by interacting with many wizards. John was thoroughly restricted. Passing by the neighbor's house, John was not being watched this time. He lifted his head slightly in puzzlement. The person who had always been staring at him was no longer there. He walked on into Bathilda's house and put the matter out of his mind. Ariana curled up in her room in fear, clutching her teddy bear, her expression filled with terror. An image appeared in her mind, 3 cruel children forcing her to struggle in the water. She was badly frightened, and the objects in the room began to tremble. When her brother Al returned, he sensed something was wrong and rushed inside to comfort his sister, who was on the verge of losing control. "It's all right, Ariana," Al said, holding her tightly as he soothed her. The trembling objects around them gradually stilled. There was a trace of exhaustion in Al's eyes. His sister's condition had greatly dampened the joy he had felt at becoming friends with Gale. He was a bird with broken wings, unable to soar alongside the other. Chapter 5:15. Hello, Ariana. You should come with us, the young Gale invited John, his tone coaxing. It's quite interesting. He's an interesting person, Gale added. Full of wisdom. Unfortunately, wisdom isn't what I'm after, John replied flatly. What a joke. Well. Back then, the Sorting Hat didn't even mention any Ravenclaw traits in me. Power above all, Gale continued smoothly, picking up John's words. Which is why change is even more necessary, including for this magical world. Gale was an ambitious person. He was like a venomous creature constantly exuding poison, always trying to inject his ideas into other people's minds. Yet when facing John, he instead felt as though he was the one being influenced. Power above all. That was something Gale had heard from John. It happened to align perfectly with his own thinking. The difference was that what Gellert pursued was wizard domination over muggles. As for John, it was simple, the strong rule. Gellert wanted John to join his grand vision, for the so-called greater good. And there was another person as well. Al, equally outstanding, yet a boy whose wings were bound by family. Unfortunately, John had no interest in getting involved in children's games. He replied perfunctorily, "It is interesting indeed. But changing the world has never been something you can accomplish just by talking about it, Gale." With a light flick of his wand, the prepared items on the table neatly slid into the arranged boxes. "Well then, Ural, I think Al would be very happy to see you. We'll be heading to the church today." Unable to persuade John, Gellert had no choice but to leave. They had practically walked all over Godric's Hollow. Putting the box away, John took out his homemade eye drops and dripped them into both eyes. It made his eyes even drier, accompanied by a faint, burning sting. He blinked hard. The originally lifeless eyes, after 2 blinks, transformed into vertical pupils. With another blink, they returned to normal. Almost a month already. Time had passed quickly, and June had arrived. John frequently checked his condition. Time travel placed a tremendous burden on the body. Some people, after traveling back to the past and then returning to their original time, found their bodies had aged decades in an instant. John's body had also developed some strain from time travel, but his lifespan was long, so the burden was not obvious. After greeting Bathilda, John headed into the woods again. Ever since the tail appeared behind him last time, it had been showing up more and more often. Whenever John turned back, the follower would stop. And every time they reached that stream, the person would stop following. This time was no exception. John stopped at the stream and turned to look at the person following him. "Are you going to keep following me?" he asked. Ariana stared at the stream and came to a halt. Seeing this, John sighed softly. "You want to cross, don't you?" He could sense her emotions. She was an unstable child, so John did not act too harshly. Unlike before, Ariana hesitated for a moment, then nodded. John could just barely make out the movement. "In that case, I'll take you across." He motioned for her to come closer. Ariana stepped to John's side. He did not touch her. Instead, he drew his new basswood wand and pointed it toward the stream. "If you're afraid of the water, then we'll just stop it here." The wand rose upright as John gave it a gentle downward sweep. Split en petitio. An invisible blade split the flowing stream. It slowly parted from the middle. A slick path beneath the water was revealed. John extended his wand toward her and encouraged gently, "Hold onto my wand. I'll take you across." Ariana looked timidly at the parted stream, gathered her courage, and carefully pinched the tip of the wand with her fingers. John stepped forward, and Ariana tried to follow. Stepping onto the waterless streambed, Ariana did not let go this time. John smiled faintly. He was very patient with the little girl, his voice softening. "Watch the stones." Gripping the tip of the wand, her nervous emotions traveled through it. Under John's guidance, she made it across the stream. John tried to pull his wand back, only to find it was being held tightly. Ariana was still afraid, radiating unease and fear. "It's all right. Just hold on tight," John said, no longer trying to retrieve the wand, letting her keep her grip. They walked into the woods. From time to time, John would lower his head to pick up a herb and bring it close to his nose to smell. With a little tail following behind him, John didn't mind. It was just that sometimes she would suddenly stop, forcing John to halt as well. Ariana looked up at the birds on the branches, the rabbit hopping through the bushes, and the squirrel clutching nuts. They walked and stopped in turns. As the weather grew warmer, John returned to the stream, preparing to cross again. The stream he had split earlier was already flowing once more and needed to be parted again. He flicked the wand twice. John glanced at the wand being tightly gripped and said patiently, "I need to stop the water again." He explained, but Ariana refused to let go no matter what. She needed something to hold on to, something to rely on. John felt a headache coming on. Great, now he had picked up a troublesome tag-along. Her emotions were extremely unstable. If he forcibly pulled the wand away, she might fall into panic and lose control. John tried extending his hand toward her. "If you're scared, hold onto this hand." Ariana lowered her head and stared at the offered hand, then slowly released the wand. Her soft fingers touched John's right hand, making him pause. She didn't grasp his whole hand. Instead, she hooked her little finger around John's. The restless emotions gradually began to settle. John smiled faintly and used his wand to part the stream once more. He led the gradually calming Ariana across. When they reached the bank, Ariana still didn't let go, so John could only walk back with her. Only after they arrived at the yard that carried the scent of morning glories did Ariana finally release his hand. Watching her enter the house, John then headed next door to Bathilda's home. However, he did not know that Ariana's departure this time had left Al frantic with worry. As usual, Al returned from his outing with Gale. There was a smile on his face that was different from the one he wore at home. The gloom and oppression of this household had almost made the boy forget how to smile. He had become a little carried away. Gale was a very interesting friend, full of charisma, and the two of them shared a common language. Al was deeply fascinated by him, they were both strongly drawn to each other. Bathilda was more than happy to see this boy with bound wings find some joy, and she was pleased by the mutual attraction between the two young men. Al had become enamored with this feeling, even to the point of craving it. In the church, Al and Gale had spoken from the heart, their conversation ranging from magic to family, and then to his sister Ariana. His sister was both a knot in his heart and a responsibility. But when Al returned home, he discovered that Ariana was not in her room. He panicked, calling out his sister Ariana's name. He was terrified something had happened to her, just like when she was 6 years old. Ever since that day, Ariana had been filled with danger. She was unstable. A few weeks ago, during one of her outbursts, Ariana had killed their mother. She was a patient. A dangerously unstable patient. Ariana. Al searched frantically. Just as he was about to rush out the door, he saw Ariana returning. Al hurried forward, about to question her in a stern tone. But he stopped. For he saw that on his sister's usually dull face, there was now a faint brightness. Ever observant, Al noticed the damp mud on Ariana's shoes. "You went to the stream, Ariana?" Al asked gently, betraying none of his earlier panic. Ariana nodded slowly, and surprise appeared in Al's handsome blue eyes. His sister was very afraid of water. It was related to that attack. So Ariana never touched the stream. Even when his younger brother brought her there, they would only stay on the grass beside the water, watching the lambs nibble on tender shoots. Al realized that Ariana was changing. It was a good change. Ariana was gradually opening her heart. But Al felt deeply troubled. He had never dared let Ariana go out, because he was afraid she might hurt someone. But now, because of his own negligence, Ariana had not only left the house but had even gone to the stream she feared most. He didn't dare imagine what might have happened. While Al was still lost in thought, Ariana walked into her room. She looked out the window, a faint sense of anticipation in her heart, hoping the white-haired boy would pass by the door. John was dragged away by Gale. That guy still hadn't given up on trying to recruit John. John did want to refuse, but Gale was someone skilled at making use of the people around him. He had already told Bathilda that he planned to take John and the pitiful Al next door out together. Bathilda agreed and told them to have fun. After thanking his great-aunt, Gale raised his brows smugly at John. As if to say, "See. Stop resisting." Unfortunately, he seemed to have forgotten that John was blind. So his smug look was completely wasted. John could only leave the attic with Gale, tossing the copy of the Tales of Beetle the Bard, which had somehow been stuffed into his room for who knew how many times, over to him. They headed to the neighbor's house. Because of what had happened with his sister earlier, Al was not very willing to leave. There were only 2 people in the house, and one of them was his ill sister. Gale simply went to Al's home instead. The moment they entered the yard, the scent of morning glories mixed with other flowers drifted into their noses. It was John's second meeting with the red-haired Al, chapter 516, The Deathly Hallows. Al was very happy to see Gale, and when he noticed Ural, he greeted him warmly as well. This was John's first time entering the house filled with morning glories. Al invited them up to the attic, which was his room. Sunlight streamed in through the attic window. Gale was no stranger here. There had even been a few times when Gale stayed the night, lying on the same bed with Al and talking about life until late. John picked up a book. Al wrote with heavy pressure. By tracing the indentations on the page, John could tell what was written. "This is an article from Transfiguration Today." Al explained, "I published a paper there while I was at school." As he spoke, Al asked with some confusion, "You're a Hogwarts student too, right?" Clearly, he knew John's identity as a Hogwarts student. But Al had no impression of him. He had never seen John at school. Although he had already graduated, judging by John's age, the boy should only be about 2 years younger than him. "6th year at Hogwarts," John said with a light chuckle as he closed the book. "You can't possibly know everyone from all 4 houses." Al stared at John, trying to read something from his face. John remained composed and said calmly, "From the Slytherin common room, you can see the giant squid in the Black Lake. Though those mare people do enjoy scaring students. My friend's been frightened by them more than once." Hearing this, Al's suspicion about John's identity lessened. Without having been to Slytherin, one wouldn't know these things. And if he was from Slytherin house, then it wasn't strange that Al didn't recognize him. Slytherin and Gryffindor were not on good terms. It was nothing unusual that he didn't know him. With the probing over, Al needed to take care of his sister. Today's performance was a puppet show meant to delight children. As his friends, John and Gale were able to watch as well. Al was highly skilled in transfiguration. He gave a light flick of his wand. A box containing Muggle puppets opened, and the wooden figures walked onto the small stage he had set up. Al called his sister's name. Ariana. Ariana seemed to know about today's puppet show and walked over. When she saw the strangers, Ariana showed no reaction to Gale. But she looked at John. Al introduced, "This is my sister, Ariana. This is Gale. He's been to our home before," Al told Ariana. "And this is Yoral." Yoral. Al had expected Ariana to remain silent as usual, but this time, she spoke. Staring at John, Ariana hugged her teddy bear. John smiled. "Hello, Ariana." The girl sat beside her brother, and Al suppressed the strange feeling in his heart. He lightly waved his wand, setting the puppets in motion. Today, the piece Al was performing for Ariana was the tale of the three brothers from the tales of Beetle the Bard. When he was younger, Al had once fantasized about obtaining the invisibility cloak from the third brother, so he could secretly do many things behind his parents' backs. As he grew older, that longing had not diminished. However, his reason for wanting the invisibility cloak had changed. He now wanted it for Ariana's sake. As Ariana grew, her condition worsened. Al even had to cast protective magic around the yard just to keep the house from being blown apart by her. Her magic running out of control made it impossible for Ariana to use those cheap invisibility cloaks. Those inferior items would lose their effect the moment they were struck by magic. But Al knew the tale of the three brothers was, in the end, just a story. This wizarding children's fairy tale had been flipped through by Al countless times. After their parents' passing, he had begun to harbor thoughts about the other treasures in the story. Al seemed a little distracted, yet the movements of his hands did not falter. The puppets performed the tale of the three brothers. The Elder Wand of the eldest, the Resurrection Stone of the second, and the Invisibility Cloak of the third. Each one was so tempting to possess. Ariana watched very seriously. Seeing her expression, Al waved his wand with a hint of heaviness. Gale was also watching closely. When death promised the three brothers their wishes, ambition flickered in his eyes. "The Deathly Hallows," Gale murmured softly. As for John, he was watching nothing at all. He was practically blind, and they expected him to watch a show. John felt rather speechless, though he did not show it. He lightly tapped the ground, activating the supersensory charm. Through it, he could see the puppets performing. The legend of the three brothers. John was someone with considerable authority on the matter. Because he carried a resurrection stone himself. At the same time, he had witnessed the Elder Wand change hands, and the owner of the invisibility cloak was his schoolmate. "Al, you want an invisibility cloak?" Gale was someone skilled at reading hearts. He could sense that during Al's performance, there was a clear longing for the invisibility cloak. "Yes. Who wouldn't want that?" Al replied casually. Gale looked toward John and asked, "What about you, Yoral? What do you want?" "Me." John thought for a moment. He already had the resurrection stone, and honestly, the invisibility cloak was somewhat underwhelming. "I'm more interested in the Elder Wand," he said. Having witnessed Dumbledore wield the Elder Wand and forcibly shatter his domain, John was very interested in the wand's amplifying power. The Philosopher's Stone could enhance power as well, but it clearly could not reach the same level as the Elder Wand. Unfortunately, the Elder Wand had ultimately been taken by Grindelwald. And when John encountered him, he had been alone. If he had enough manpower back then, he would have taken the Elder Wand outright. Would he still have needed to scheme, ambush, and lay curses against Voldemort? Hearing John's answer, Gale said ambitiously, "I'd rather have the Resurrection Stone. With that stone, one could assemble a powerful army." Al wanted the invisibility cloak so his wings could fly freely. Gale wanted the Resurrection Stone to build an army through its power. John wanted the Elder Wand to enhance his strength. Their different choices reflected the three of their differing ambitions. They were just like the three brothers. The eldest's power, the second's arrogance, and the third's humility. "That's just a story," John said calmly, the resurrection stone on him betraying nothing. "Stories represent things that aren't real." "You're wrong, Yoral." Gale gave a wicked smile. "What if I told you that tonight, we could obtain one of them?" For a moment, John thought Gale was planning to ambush him at night and steal the resurrection stone. Fortunately, the fact that he possessed the stone had not been exposed. Gale was talking about something else. "What do you mean?" Al's voice carried tension, along with a barely noticeable hint of anticipation. The corners of Gale's lips curled into a captivating smile as he produced a chain. Hanging from it was a symbol composed of a triangle, a circle, and a vertical line. "I've been searching," Gale said. The Deathly Hallows symbol in his hand refracted the sunlight, for one of the three brothers in Godric's Hollow. Ignotus Peverell. Ignotus Peverell, the third of the three brothers, the holder of the invisibility cloak. Hearing this, Al's heart pounded violently. He stared in disbelief at the spirited Gale before him. Although he knew this young man of similar age carried ambition, he had never imagined the scope of his plans was this great. Could the Deathly Hallows be real? The news was so shocking that Al momentarily lost focus. The moving puppet show came to a halt. Ariana looked up. Seeing that Al had yet to react, John simply took out his wand and gave a light tap. The puppet show reached the part where the third brother put on the invisibility cloak and evaded death's search. John knew this story by heart. That's just a story, Al murmured. Gale said dramatically, the history of magic records the deeds of the Elder Wand. That's a bloody chapter of magical history. Yes. If the Elder Wand existed, why couldn't the other two? Al was still processing the news when Gale shifted his gaze to John, who was performing the puppet show for Ariana, and said fervently, let's go search for it together. The three of us. The invisibility cloak. John said casually. It's not as great as you think. If it were really that powerful, Harry wouldn't have been seen through by Dumbledore. Besides, John knew exactly where it was. It was sitting in the Potter household. Hearing John's offhand tone, Gale said in disbelief, aren't you excited? As the tale of the three brothers came to an end, John lowered his wand, clicked his tongue, and tapped it lightly against his own head. Like cracking an egg, John's body vanished into thin air before the two of them. A simple disillusionment charm can handle it, and you still want to go chasing an invisibility cloak, John said with clear disdain. The disillusionment charm was not true invisibility. It was more like optical camouflage. But John's mastery of the charm was high enough that once concealed, he disappeared completely from the two of them. Now he understood why Gale had dragged him here. It was to use this story to rope him into that so-called greater good of changing the world. Invisibility isn't disappearance, John said calmly. In my view, the invisibility cloak is far less useful than the Elder Wand. Power is what truly allows a person to stand firm. Gale's enthusiasm dimmed somewhat. Chapter 517, Ignotus Peveril's Grave. Al was jolted awake by John's words. John looked at Al and said, will the invisibility cloak really give you freedom? Al fell into confusion. Looking at his sister Ariana, even he was no longer certain. The third brother in the story had been bound by the cloak for his entire life. John raised one hand, gazing at it through his blurred vision. The Elder Wand representing victory and power isn't entirely accurate. If it truly granted invincibility, it wouldn't have changed hands again and again. The essence of magic is to give a person greater power. Under the two boys' watchful eyes, golden flames ignited in John's palm, transforming into a golden fire dragon. In that moment, Gale clearly realized how different John was from himself. He was like a golden eagle, soaring through the skies, displaying his ambition. And John, he was a fire dragon with venomous fangs, craving power strong enough to devour everything. Ariana edged closer. She carefully reached out, and just as she was about to touch the fire dragon, it extinguished. Where is the place you discovered? John turned to Gale. Gale froze. Didn't you say? Say what you like, but I'm still quite interested in the legend of the three brothers, John said calmly. Especially when someone from the legend walks into reality. In truth, John's interest in Ignotus Peveril was largely because the men had evaded death's pursuit. After all, as someone who had been through it, John found it strange that death, that petty being, hadn't grown angry or sought revenge after being avoided for so long. Gale explained what he knew. It was a church graveyard that contained Ignotus Peveril's tomb. Sounds interesting enough. John shrugged. I'm in. His agreement made Gale shift his gaze to Al. Al hesitated. The chance to go on a tense and exciting adventure with his good friend was naturally very tempting. But going to a grave? Are you scared? Gale knew this younger Al well, so he deliberately provoked him with ill intent. Al was a proud Gryffindor. How could he be afraid of an adventure? He agreed. When night fell, they would head to the church to search for Ignotus Peveril's grave. John felt something was off. A group of wizards switching careers to become grave robbers. Still, they were only going to take a look. It didn't necessarily mean they would rob the grave. Al also noticed that Ariana showed an unusual closeness toward his new friend. It was something he had never seen before, not even with himself or his brother. Ariana hugged her teddy bear and stayed close to John. John could sense her emotions. Something like the Longbottoms, perhaps, he murmured after a moment. The Longbottoms had been tortured by the Cruciatus curse, leaving their minds completely shut down. Ariana had not reached that state, but the severe trauma she had suffered had left her fragile and sensitive. Ariana was the same age as Astoria, yet she had never gone to school. She likes being around you, Al said, seeing the scene, his impression of John improving. John glanced over at that and said calmly, you want to escape this place. Al fell silent for a moment, then shook his head. No, I'm just. A prodigiously talented wizard, John interrupted. Though his eyes were unfocused, they seemed to see straight through people. Forced to stay at home because of your sister. You can't possibly be content. With his hidden thoughts laid bare, Al grew even more silent. Yes. The purpose of the invisibility cloak was to escape. But who, exactly, was trying to escape? John's wand was suddenly grabbed. He turned toward Ariana's blurred outline and felt the fear radiating from her. His mental magic activated, and his voice carried a soothing power. The night isn't something to fear. The anxiety and fear in Ariana's heart gradually settled. Al's eyes widened. What did you do? A bit of magic. John guided Ariana's hand with his wand and said softly, it gives her a sense of security. Al looked deeply at John. Ariana tightly gripped the tip of the wand. Just like when crossing the river, it gave her reassurance. Night soon fell, and Ariana quickly grew drowsy in the darkness. Before 8 o'clock, she had already fallen asleep. The three of them left the house, passed along a path lined with marigolds, and headed toward the graveyard behind Godric's Hollow. 100 years ago, there were none of the lively entertainments of later times. What people could do was drink in the pub, or wander outside looking for somewhere to spend the night. The village was very quiet, the moon bright and the stars sparse. They circled around the church and arrived at the graveyard. Wild, tangled vegetation climbed over the rusted fence. At a glance, rows of uneven tombstones formed a road of death. Many years later, a couple would be buried here. They would die in Godric's Hollow, their lives taken by that flash of green light, leaving behind a great magic. The arrival of the three did nothing to disturb the graveyard's deathly silence. Within the cemetery, they walked forward with reverence in their hearts. The dead cannot return, Al read from a nearby headstone. Where your treasure is, there your heart will be also. Seeing the name on it, Al stopped in his tracks. Kendra Dumbledore. Gale saw the headstone as well. The wild, unrestrained youth put away his earlier exuberance, leaving only solemn quiet as he paid his respects to the one buried there. Someone you know? John asked. Mainly because he was blind and he couldn't read what was written. In a low voice, Al said, it's my mother. She passed away not long ago. A thread of sorrow flowed through their hearts. May she rest in peace, John said. Death was an unavoidable end. He drew his wand and left a bouquet of white flowers before the grave. Al knelt halfway, his fingers gently tracing the marble headstone. Gale stood beside him, setting aside his ambition for the moment, leaving only the sincerity of a friend. After 10 minutes, Al rose. His mother's death had dealt him a heavy blow, while also leaving him with responsibilities he could not abandon. As for the invisibility cloak, a longing began to take root in his heart. Let's go, Al said. Seeing his expression, Gale understood that from beginning to end, they were the same kind of people. Two individuals burdened by troubled fates had ultimately found their way to each other. The two locked eyes, making John feel the urge to urge them along. I think we can move on, John reminded them. The interrupted pair glanced at him. Gale took a deep breath and said, this way. He led the two of them deeper into the graveyard. At the very back, they saw a headstone. Upon it was written the name Ignotus Peveril. Seeing a figure from legend step into reality gave an oddly surreal feeling. We can find the invisibility cloak, Gale said seriously. Gale had come to Godric's Hollow for the Deathly Hallows, and Ignotus's grave confirmed his suspicions. No, you won't. John was certain of that. The invisibility cloak had been passed down through the Potter family. Having seen the grave of this legendary figure, John lost interest. He said with little interest, there doesn't seem to be anything particularly thrilling about this. The excited pair were doused with cold water. Gale shot John a resentful look, already regretting bringing him along. Hey, John drew his wand and lightly tapped the headstone. Specialis Revelio. A pulse of magic flowed downward from the grave marker. I think we can head back. This is a very ordinary grave, just like its owner, humble. Shaking his head, John put away his wand. As expected, the invisibility cloak was not in the grave. As Ignotus Peveril's descendants, the Potter family had passed the cloak down through the generations. John tilted his head toward the sky. In his blurred vision, the moon occupied most of his view. At least the night is beautiful. That counts as something gained. The two of them looked up. Gale's expression held unwilling frustration, while Al's showed regret. The hard-won lead had come to nothing, and Gale did not doubt John's words. This white-haired boy was full of mystery, yet somehow always convincing. That night passed. Gale seemed to change his strategy. He began frequently dragging John into the activities he shared with Al. They discussed magic and learned from one another. John felt that this person seemed to want something from him, perhaps the fiend fire. He could not interfere too deeply with this world, yet he had somehow become Ariana's caretaker. While Gale and Al learned from each other, looking after Ariana seemed to have become John's responsibility. Ariana held tightly to John's wand, which helped soothe her emotions. John simply let her keep holding it. Treatment, HM. John considered the possibility of using mental magic to heal Ariana. The thought passed through his mind, only to be forcibly suppressed. Interfering with a person would change what was meant to happen in the future, and the world itself would change. Ariana. John murmured the name, his expression turning complicated. The name felt very familiar, until Al's brother returned. That was when the faint hope in John's heart was completely shattered. That goat-like boy who, at a glance, clearly had a terrible temper. Chapter 518, The Angry Goat Boy. Hogwarts had gone on holiday. This was news John heard from Gale. Along with it came the return of that annoying goat boy from the neighbor Al's family. John didn't know why, but every time Gale mentioned Al's brother, he referred to him as Goat Boy. Al's younger brother had a fiery temper. Because of Ariana, he and Al got into an argument the moment he came back. The boy simply did not know when to stop, and he did not possess even half the talent Al's brother ought to have. So Gale disliked the Goat Boy very much. Even though, compared to Al, Gale was actually closer to the Goat Boy in age. John, however, did not care much about Gale and Al growing increasingly close. The two of them got along like fire in a cauldron. John's attention was more focused on healing his eyes and figuring out how to return. If time magic and soul magic are made to collide, it should be possible to achieve a jump. John pinned the solution to the problem on temporal flash. Time travel had a limit. John was not entirely sure whether that limit applied to him. He had not traveled using a time turner, so he still had doubts about whether such a restriction existed. That so-called limit could be understood as the world's rules detecting a stowaway and expelling them. And the prerequisite for avoiding detection was the sands of time. As for John, who had not even bought a ticket, he had no idea when he might be discovered. He dripped the eye drops into his eyes again. This time, instead of dryness, there was a moist sensation. Blinking a few times, John's vision improved from total blur to the point where, if he brought something close to his nose, he could see it clearly. That's good news. The corner of John's lips lifted. At this rate, his sight should recover to its previous state. The material consumption was somewhat high, but fortunately Godric's Hollow was rich in resources. He stepped out of Bathilda's house. The old great-aunt had managed to get hold of a camera to take some photographs. Bathilda had originally wanted to take one of John, but he refused. He did not want to leave even the slightest trace in this era. So Bathilda only had photographs of Gale and Al passing by the neighbor's house. John lowered his head and leaned close to the patch of flowers in the yard. When he was about 3 inches away, he finally saw the flower clearly. It was a rose. "Who are you?" A wary voice rang out. John turned his head toward the sound. The outline of a red-haired figure appeared in his vision. He said in surprise, "Al." Clearly, this was not Al. This one was much shorter. Aberforth frowned deeply and said unfriendly, "Who's Al?" "I'm Aberforth." "What are you doing at my house?" "Aberforth." John stared silently at the redhead. He suddenly quickened his pace and moved closer to Aberforth. Startled by the sudden movement, Aberforth quickly stepped back and drew his wand. Ignoring his wariness, John rubbed his aching brow with his fingers. "You wouldn't happen to be Aberforth Dumbledore, would you?" John looked at him, hoping for a different answer. Aberforth held his wand up defensively. Obviously. That completely shattered John's hopes. He had originally intended to avoid affecting this world as much as possible, preferably steering clear of any major influential figures. Instead, he had gone and picked the most influential family there was. John let out a long sigh toward the sky. No wonder the name Ariana had sounded so familiar. He had subconsciously assumed it belonged to someone else with the same name. But the surname Dumbledore could not be faked. A goat wandered out from beside Aberforth. No one knew why Aberforth was so inexplicably fond of goats. Not even his schoolmates could understand it. "Ariana, don't," Aberforth's shout rang out. Ariana had run outside, which left him both confused and shocked. Unless he took her out himself, Ariana never left the house. But now she had come running out and walked straight up to him, reaching out to pinch the tip of his wand. The gesture left Aberforth completely baffled, but he immediately moved to put his wand away to avoid accidentally hurting his sister. Yet his movement only increased Ariana's unease and fear. John noticed this and drew his own wand. Ariana carefully pinched the tip of John's wand, as if being led by it. John explained, "This makes her feel more secure." Aberforth stared blankly at his sister. Sure enough, she obediently allowed herself to be led along. "Hello, Aberforth," John said after confirming who the neighbor was. "My name is Ural." I'm staying at Aunt Bathilda's. Aunt Bathilda. Aberforth stared at John. This counted as their first proper meeting. Ariana's clear dependence on John made Aberforth, as the second brother, somewhat displeased. He was supposed to be Ariana's favorite brother. This brat made it hard for John to connect him with the greasy old owner of the Hog's Head. So when you run the pub you're all meek and quiet, but back in school you throw punches, huh? The way he looked at Aberforth turned strange. John had never spent money at the Hog's Head, yet the older Aberforth had never pulled a wand on him. But today, just passing by, he was already being threatened with a wand. Did the boy think that using magic as a minor meant he wouldn't get sent to Azkaban? Wait. Azkaban. John's eyes lit up. He had almost forgotten. Azkaban in this era was not the one where he had later bought off the Dementors. Azkaban still had Dementors. Those were free soul-refining machines. Thinking of this, John's attitude toward Aberforth suddenly became much friendlier. Empty-headed as you may be, your presence is surprisingly inspiring, John said, patting Aberforth on the shoulder. Aberforth's body trembled, his anger surging like a volcanic eruption, looking ready to fight John on the spot. The kid certainly had the Gryffindor spirit. Life and death meant little, if he didn't like something, he'd throw hands. In other words, a reckless brute. By the time Al returned, he saw his younger brother Aberforth pinned against the wall by John, taking punch after punch. Aberforth's face was bruised and swollen. He still tried to stubbornly say something, only for John to drive another punch into his stomach. My eyesight may be bad, but that doesn't mean my body is. Aberforth doubled over, dry heaving, looking like he was about to vomit up his intestines. John hadn't even let go of the hand holding the wand. One hand alone had been enough to deal with the hot-tempered goat boy. Seeing her brother being beaten, Ariana gripped the wand even tighter. Noticing her tension, John comforted her. Your brother and I are just messing around, right, Aberforth? Bracing himself against the wall, Aberforth looked toward his sister when he heard that. After getting beaten, he still had to force an ugly smile onto his face, nodding through gritted teeth. UG. That's right. We're just messing around. Ariana gradually calmed down. John spotted Al returning. This person Gale had been teasing was actually the future Dumbledore. Al. John called out to him and said earnestly, what do you think makes a beard look good? Al, ? Still unaware that he would one day wear a long silver-white beard, Al was completely confused by the question. The goat boy, seeing his brother, immediately went into full attack mode. He accused Al of failing to take proper care of their sister and of letting some unknown person get close to her. Al could only silently endure the criticism from his younger brother. John fell into thought. Unknown person? Was that supposed to be him? Little Aberforth, did you forget the pain the moment the beating stopped? The two brothers' argument made Ariana instinctively tighten her grip on John's wand. John said softly, it's all right. They're just worried about you. His voice carried mental magic, and Ariana believed him. Facing this pitiful girl, John felt somewhat conflicted. Dumbledore's sister would not live to John's era. Even if John could heal her, he could not do it. Once the future was altered, everything that followed would suffer. You're a pitiful one, Ariana, John said, raising his hand and gently placing it on her head. Suffering shows no mercy. Ariana only half understood, but she felt the warmth of his hand. The argument between Aberforth and Al came to an end, and John noticed that Gale was also watching this side closely. Gale chose rationally not to step closer, preventing the argument from escalating further. His expression turned thoughtful. He wanted to take Al away. These past days of interaction had made him realize that he and Al were people drawn to each other. They both harbored the intention to strive for the greater good, yet the one who should have soared alongside him was being bound by family ties. To Gale, the greater good should not be restrained by family. Al, you should be selfish for once, Gale's emotions churned inwardly. He made up his mind. The boy had not found the Deathly Hallows, but he had discovered another kind of treasure. John returned from the woods. In the attic, John found a letter. He brought it close to his eyes and opened it. It was a note asking him to go to the barn. The signature bore Gale's name. So, the cards are finally on the table. John murmured, fingers rubbing the paper. He understood. Gale intended to be frank with him. Both of them were already well aware that the other was far from ordinary. At the same time, John had his own suspicions. After more than a month of interaction, he knew very well that someone like Gale, if he did not die prematurely, would certainly leave a name in history. If he was acquainted with the young Dumbledore, then who could that person be? The answer surfaced in his mind. John sighed. Looks like I'm getting dragged in deeper and deeper. He truly had not expected to become involved in the affairs of these two. He even began to wonder whether the future might already be in chaos. By the next day, after hesitating again and again, John still headed for the barn. As long as he erased their memories afterward, the future would not change, right? Besides, he wanted to hear what those two had been like in their youth. One the future White Lord, the other the future Dark Lord. Both wizards of extraordinary achievement. With complicated feelings, John stepped into the barn. There was a mirror inside, and Gale was already waiting there. Chapter 519, Join Us. For the greater good. Gale slowly turned around. Do you really want to keep living like this, Ural? He opened with a question that struck straight at the soul. Mediocrity should not be the life of a genius. The second floor of the barn was quiet. I thought you would wait until Al arrived before saying this, John said, noticing that Al was nowhere to be seen. He got into an argument with that goat boy, Gale snorted coldly. You still haven't answered my question, Ural. Do you want to keep living like this? Hiding all the time? Gale said excitedly, why should we live this way? We can change things. Change. John found it somewhat amusing and asked with interest, what exactly do you want to change? To make life better for wizards. Gale waved his right hand fervently, his sleeve flaring with the motion. Why should wizards have to hide like rats? We have power. We can bring about change. You're powerful enough that even I can't see through you. That's why I need you, Ural. Gale stared at John and said word by word, join us. For the greater good, so that wizards can live openly in this world. Why? Why should those muggles live freely in the world, occupying most of the resources? While wizards, who possess great power, are forced to hide, living like rats in the sewers, unseen by the world. He wanted to change all of this. He wanted to change the statute of secrecy. At such a young age, Gale already possessed this kind of resolve. He was someone with tremendous ambition. When it came to ambition, John had to admit that Gale was formidable. After all, John himself had never even considered changing the statute of secrecy. Not because he was timid, but because wizards simply could not accomplish such a thing. Hide, or be destroyed. That was inevitable. So John reached a conclusion about Gale's impassioned words. This was a dream. A fantastical Babylon that could spark endless imagination, yet existed only within someone's fantasy. Do you know what a hunter is? John asked instead of answering him. Hunter. Gale was taken aback. At that moment, Al, who had just argued with Aberforth, arrived at the barn. Here, Gale had once painted countless beautiful visions for him. Those words had drawn two young hearts together. Like poison, they slowly drew out and magnified the desires hidden within Al. To change this world, to let wizards no longer hide in the shadows. Ariana would no longer be trapped inside the house, and his own wings could finally soar. It was a dream that could make people obsessed, even drive them mad. He believed that two exceptionally talented wizards could accomplish it. Aberforth, on the other hand, could not imagine any of this. His simple mind could only hold thoughts of a quiet life and his goats. Gale wanted John to join them. Al understood that clearly. Although they had not known each other long, Al could sense that John possessed talent and intellect just as outstanding as their own. For some unknown reason he had become blind, yet the vast magical power within him constantly spoke of the strength of this boy their age. Gale was like a golden eagle soaring freely through the sky, a beautiful flower that fascinated yet carried deadly poison. John was like a dragon resting deep in the abyss, a snow-capped mountain whose power made others want to unleash it. Al wanted to know what it would be like if someone like that stood alongside them. When John mentioned hunters, Al also began to think about what it meant. When a hunter walks through the forest and sees a bush rustling, his first reaction is to pull the trigger of his shotgun. John's unfocused eyes seemed to pierce straight into the heart. Muggles are that hunter. And we are the prey. A layer of skin was torn away, revealing the raw, tender flesh beneath. With a single word, prey, John made the two exceptionally talented young wizards shudder. Muggles are weak, Gale immediately retorted. They're just ordinary people who can't even use magic. Yes, but they have intelligence, and an enormous population, John cut him off. If this were 1,000 years ago, perhaps it might have been possible. But now, how many wizards are there? John continued. 8,000. 10,000. 100,000. And how many muggles are there? Billions. A massive population formed the foundation of humanity's dominance over the world. John drew his wand, and a mist began to spread. The fog surrounded them, and within it came the sounds of thunder, explosions, and slaughter. A fighter plane that looked ancient to John roared across the sky, its torrent of bullets easily taking dozens of lives. Tanks encased in steel like iron shells, beasts of metal walking the earth. One shell was enough to destroy a house. A tiny bullet could travel faster than a spell. Wizards and muggles were the same in one respect: if their brains were shattered, they died all the same. Whether it was the killing curse or a bullet, the result was identical. Equally lethal. A shot through the left eye or the right eye made no difference. Yes, wizards were powerful. That was an advantage written into their very existence. But the destruction ordinary people could cause was countless times greater. Scene after scene unfolded, leaving the two wizards speechless. One average wizard kills one muggle, maybe two. But it only takes 100 muggles to kill one wizard. John shook his head and said, Hogwarts was originally founded to protect young wizards from persecution by muggles, Al. Looking at the young Al, he said calmly, from beginning to end, we have always been the prey. And the hunters with guns are many. The best wizards can do is make as little noise as possible, so the hunter's gun won't turn toward them. The truth was just that cruel. Wizards could never replace the position of muggles. In this era of explosive population growth, no one could accomplish such a thing. The passionate youths found that their ideals, under John's words, seemed childish and laughable. Gale fell silent, unable to accept it. Al's mouth seemed sealed shut, the bitterness in his heart impossible to describe. For countless nights they had spoken here of the future, of their anger at the plight of wizards. They had wanted to change it. Yet now they were being told that nothing could be changed. Destroying ideals was far crueler than killing a person. John was like a demon, raising a butcher's blade to slaughter their dreams and tear down the paradise they had imagined. So you know all this, and that's why you don't want to change anything. Gale's gaze sharpened, no longer carrying the careless arrogance it had before. Change. John laughed hoarsely. We're different, Gale. John waved his wand, and the mist along with the visions disappeared. He smiled faintly. Power is what decides everything. Power above all. I've never cared about the conflict between wizards and muggles. To me, they're both people. Only the strong have the right to stand. Victory walks with me. John's philosophy struck the two young wizards like a shock. He was a thoroughbred Slytherin, possessing a charm different from Gale's. It was the kind of charisma that came from overwhelming strength, drawing others toward it unconsciously. Power above all. The victor becomes king. That was why John had never been defeated. He was a king, a strong man, someone destined to stand above the masses. Gale murmured to himself, power above all. Yes. With enough power, the world itself could be pried open. Enough victories would make the muggles submit. But the power of one person was destined to be thin. He needed followers of his own. At that moment, Gale's eyes burned with intensity. He was like an idealist who knew he might die, yet still wanted to try. Even knowing the hunter's gun could be fatal, he still wanted to find out whether he was a lion or a rabbit. If the power of wizards alone was not enough, then he would borrow a greater power. The power of the Deathly Hallows. Al thought of his sister, of his stubborn younger brother. And of his father and mother. The responsibilities on his shoulders made it hard to breathe. He would rather believe in the dreamlike visions they had painted together through countless nights than remain trapped here. He was a Gryffindor. And within the nature of Gryffindor lay a thirst for adventure. He did not want to be bound. He wanted an unforgettable adventure, even if it meant death. At that moment, the two hearts were drawn together. Before them stood a mountain raised by John. It pressed down on them so heavily they could barely breathe, yet it also brought the two of them closer to one another. Come with us, Yorl. Gale strengthened his resolve and once again extended the invitation to John. Let us strive to become the victor. Fate was a storm, whispering for them to abandon resistance. But warriors faced the storm, shouting into the dim world. It was a revelry, a madness, and also a struggle. Those who die for their ideals should not be mocked. Al stood beside Gale, firm with him. Let us do it together, Al said. They invited John, inviting him to become another voice in their cry. So that wizards could hear their voices, so that hunters would tremble at the sound coming from the bushes. Unfortunately, the two of them were wrong. John was never the one who faced the storm. He was the storm. We're destined not to walk the same path. John shook his head. With nearly 100 years between them, what was he supposed to use to go mad alongside them? He looked at Al and asked, "Are you going to run away, Al?" Huh. Al didn't understand. John's calm words carried a terrifying destructive force. Your sister. Your family. His words made Al grow uneasy. You chose the invisibility cloak. You chose escape. The power to see through a person's heart struck Al like a storm. Face yourself, Al. John turned and walked away, his voice drifting back. Gale may have given you the key, allowing you to break the chains of your family and escape that suffocating responsibility, but what about your own heart? Chapter 520, 520, Duel and Fate. I almost didn't manage to smooth that over. After leaving the barn, John wiped the cold sweat from his brow. On a whim, I nearly destroyed 2 young wizards. Even he hadn't expected that as he kept talking, he would nearly push 2 dream-filled young wizards to the brink of collapse. Fortunately, in the end he managed to round things off with his philosophy of strength above all. But what were they doing in the barn? John wondered suspiciously, completely unaware that the words he had spoken before leaving had plunged the young owl into deep confusion. Ariana. He noticed a figure in the courtyard. Walking over, he stopped. Ariana was standing there in the yard, her hands clamped over her ears. To be honest, knowing what fate awaited Ariana left John with complicated feelings. Her destiny was already sealed. As an obscurial, she was one of the most dangerous kinds of wizards. For Ariana, the most painful thing was the magic within her own body. She had to constantly suppress the magic threatening to spiral out of control. She was trapped in that suffering, while her brother feared that if she went outside, she might harm others. An isolation born from being misunderstood. It wasn't like Luna, the sort of spirit who lived comfortably within her own world, nor like Astoria's clear-minded awareness. Her future had stopped at the age of 6, not long enough for her to learn how to express herself. Her life would end at 14. She was a pitiful person. What are you doing here? John sensed helplessness and fear coming from Ariana. The quarrel between her brothers had frightened the girl, and she had hidden herself in the courtyard. Perhaps the little girl was not as oblivious as she appeared. She knew the reason for the argument lay with her. Hearing John's voice, Ariana slowly lowered her hands. John noticed a small teddy bear lying on the ground. He picked it up and carefully brushed the dust off it. Then he returned the now clean bear to Ariana. Ariana accepted the bear, and the helplessness in her faded somewhat. In her other hand she held an unopened flower that had fallen in the courtyard. As if offering the most precious thing she had, she gave it to John. For you. The flower had not bloomed, just like Ariana, there would be no future. Ariana did not understand such things. She only wanted to give something good to John. John paused slightly. Instead of taking the flower, he placed his palm beneath the blossom. The closed bud in Ariana's hand slowly began to open. A flower that had already died blossomed one last time in beauty. Ariana watched the flower bloom with delight. It's very beautiful. John gave a soft laugh. Thank you. I like this gift, Ariana. A smile bloomed across Ariana's face, innocent and bright. The 14-year-old girl was happy. For a moment, the fear within her was replaced by a brief happiness. John took the flower and placed it against his chest. The white blossom was pure and flawless. When he turned his head, he saw Aberforth's wary gaze. That stubborn man was always hovering around his sister. Though hot-tempered, he was still a brother who loved his sister deeply. Aberforth, how are your drawing skills? John suddenly asked. Aberforth froze for a moment, then muttered, What's it to you? You fucking. Fair enough. John nodded. By the time John left, Aberforth was already curled up in the courtyard, clutching his stomach. His sister Ariana was squatting beside him, looking at her brother's pained expression with concern, gently poking him with the wand that had fallen nearby. Since the goat boy refused to speak properly, John had no choice but to teach him a lesson. Suddenly, Draco doesn't seem nearly as annoying, John remarked with a sigh. Without comparison, there's no harm. Though the goat boy being able to draw is quite surprising. The hot-tempered younger brother, Aberforth, unexpectedly knew how to draw, and he was quite good at it. And the goat boy liked drawing pictures for his sister. It was probably the way they communicated with Ariana. One used puppet shows, the other drawings. After their last meeting in the barn, Gale and Al refused to give up. They frequently came looking for John, hoping to recruit him into their ranks. John refused every time, but the young Gale had a rather unconventional persistence. They even brought a camera, hoping to take a photo together with John. Each time, however, John slipped away, and over time it almost turned into a game. Aberforth, meanwhile, was like a barrel of gunpowder that could explode at the slightest provocation. Several weeks passed. John's eyesight had recovered enough that he could clearly see people within a meter. Though the world was still black and white. On this particular day, everything was unusually quiet. Gale and Al didn't appear. It seemed they were planning something. Bathilda released an owl. She often accepted interviews with newspapers in her spare time. That was Bathilda's main source of income. It was a good method, but unfortunately for John, it would have too much impact. He wanted to go to Azkaban and capture a few Dementors as materials. He ran into Ariana. Inside the house, faint sounds of an argument could be heard. John knew that Aberforth was once again quarreling with his brother. At some point, Ariana had come to rely heavily on John. She was like a kitten afraid of being abandoned. John guided Ariana with his wand, and the two of them sat beside the stream. He blinked, and his eyes turned into vertical pupils. Unfortunately, I still can't see clearly, he said, trying to focus on what lay ahead. In the end he sighed. I've been here for almost 2 months. Ariana sat beside him, holding her teddy bear in one hand and gripping her wand with the other, looking at John with concern. Perhaps you don't know this, but I'm not from here, Ariana, John said to her. I will leave this place. He was preparing to head to Azkaban to find Dementors and refine a soul potion. You should learn how to express yourself. John opened his palm, and the white flower appeared in his hand. It was the one Ariana had given him. Now he was returning it to her. Equivalent exchange, Ariana, John said. This flower is for you. Ariana slowly released the wand and carefully reached out to take the flower. A bright smile appeared on her face. The closed-off heart within her had begun to open a little through their time together. She treated it like a treasure, gently placing it in her hair, then looked at John as if asking whether it looked nice. John smiled faintly and waved his wand, causing more white blossoms to grow from the flower until it formed a wreath. Have a good dream tonight, Ariana. John extended his wand, but Ariana did not take it. Instead, she grabbed his finger. Her eyes were filled with reluctance. She didn't want John to leave. Let. John looked at Ariana. Let me become your eyes. Ariana knew there was something wrong with John's eyesight that required treatment, but she didn't want him to leave. A strange feeling rose in John's heart. Was it pity? She had been listening carefully to every word he said, trying hard to change, trying to express her feelings. But John gave a self-mocking smile. Thank you for your kindness, Ariana. Let this girl leave the world wrapped in one last moment of gentleness. He allowed Ariana to hold his hand as he walked her back. When they reached the house, Aberforth was already waiting there. Seeing the smile on Ariana's face, Aberforth was momentarily stunned. How long had it been since he had last seen his sister smile? After hesitating for a moment, Ariana let go of John's hand and ran over. She ran toward the home that would one day take her life. Aberforth turned and led Ariana back inside. After a few steps, he paused and said with a stern expression, "Thank you, Yorl." As her brother, Aberforth couldn't help but thank John. Then he asked, "Are you the same as them?" He was asking whether John, like Gale and the others, intended to leave. John said, "I'm not from here, Aberforth." Aberforth led Ariana back into the house. John stood outside for a while, raising a hand to wave goodbye to Ariana by the window. He returned to Bathilda's house and saw Gale packing his things. "Come with us, Yorl." A silver pendant hung on his chest, a symbol of the power of a pact. "For the last time," he said, "let's change this world together, let wizards stand openly in the light." John lowered his gaze and gently shook his head. "You haven't even been honest with me about your name, Gale." "Gellert," Gale immediately said with seriousness. "Gellert Grindelwald. Come with me, Yorl." So it really was the man John had suspected all along. And because of that, John couldn't involve himself with him. "You're someone who wants to change the world, just like us," Gale tried to persuade him in the simplest way. "You shouldn't live an ordinary life, Yorl." He possessed the gift of prophecy, which meant he saw more than others. He was unwilling to accept this world, or the future he had seen. "Then I'll wait for you in the future, Grindelwald," John said with a faint laugh, adding inexplicably, "The future you've seen is too short." Gale could not understand those words now. Only Grindelwald would be able to understand them. John refused Gale's final invitation. Gale's expression changed several times before he finally left Bathilda's house. The Dumbledore household. Gale said to Al, "Let's leave together, Al. Bring your sister with you. We can protect her and hide her." In Al's room, the two young wizards were planning their departure. Aberforth had just coaxed his sister to sleep. The wreath seemed to be enchanted, worn on Ariana's head, it wouldn't become wrinkled even as she slept. As he passed by Al's door, he heard them talking inside. That annoying Gale was there, Gellert Grindelwald. At first, he thought it was just another one of their late-night heart-to-heart talks, more unrealistic fantasies. But then, what did he hear? Leave. The soles of Aberforth's feet itched as a surge of heat rushed up to his head. He wants to leave. Aberforth repeated the words mechanically, his expression gradually twisting into something ferocious. His own brother wanted to leave. To abandon everything. He was furious. He shoved the door open. "You stole my brother, and now you want to take my poor sister too." Blinded by anger, Aberforth pulled out his wand. It was a habit he had always had, but this time he truly intended to cast a curse at that blonde bastard who had come from nowhere. "You want to duel me?" Gale was no pushover either. Having lost patience with the goat boy, he said coldly, "You can't bear the consequences." "No, Aberforth, put down your wand." I won't. I'm going to deal with this guy myself. Don't stop him, Al. He needs to learn from a defeat. The light of spells finally flared inside the house. The gears of fate began to turn. Aberforth made the first move. Gale's counterattack forced him to retreat again and again. Al joined the fight, protecting his brother while trying to stop Gale. The three of them fell into a chaotic melee. Aberforth was like an enraged goat, and both Al and Gale were targets of his attacks. Their door swung open. Ariana stood there, clutching her teddy bear, the beautiful flower wreath still resting on her head. Hearing her brothers arguing, she came out. This time, she chose to face it, to express her feelings. Chapter 521, Complicated Feelings and a Crooked Nose. No one expected Ariana to suddenly walk in. At this hour, Ariana should have been asleep. Perhaps it was fate, or perhaps the new gift she had received that kept her from falling asleep. Inside, a fierce duel was underway. Al, the genius wizard of Hogwarts, and Gale, who had been expelled from Durmstrang for his experiments. Though Aberforth seemed ordinary compared to his brother, he was still considered an upper-tier student at Hogwarts. The three of them clashed in the room. In the cramped space, spells flew everywhere. Al, skilled in transfiguration, defended himself while also trying to protect his brother. With a wave of his wand, he made the puppets from the puppet box leap out, attempting to stop the two of them. Aberforth, blinded by rage, found his spells growing stronger with each cast, which only provoked Gale further. Gale deflected Aberforth's attack and immediately retaliated with a blasting curse, which Al blocked by controlling a puppet. Ariana's favorite puppet shattered into pieces. But Aberforth didn't even think about it, striking Al with an impediment jinx that left his nose bleeding. Seeing Al injured, Gale stopped holding back. Aberforth gradually began to lose ground. He waved his wand wildly, deflecting spells in all directions. Gale cast a dark curse that knocked Aberforth to the ground. Al was also trying to protect his brother, deflecting stray spells that came flying from unknown directions. It was impossible to tell whose spell was flying where. Ariana gathered her courage and walked toward her brother. She wanted to do what she had done earlier that day, take hold of her brother's wand. Perhaps that would stop the argument between them. At that moment, the absurd duel reached its climax. Having lost patience, Gale cast a powerful spell. Aberforth refused to back down and retaliated, forcing Al to join the clash as well. Boom. 3 brilliant beams of light collided, the resulting arcs triggering an explosion. Ariana happened to step into the blast's range. The teddy bear slipped from her hands as the girl's body fell. The white flower wreath scattered and withered, pure white blossoms falling onto the battered floor. One petal clung to the girl's hair. Time seemed to freeze. 3 pairs of eyes in the room all turned toward the girl caught in the battle. Ariana. Aberforth roared in madness. He threw down his wand and ran toward his sister. Too late. Everything was too late. Ariana looked at her brother and reached toward the white flower resting on Aberforth's shoulder. It was the flower she had treasured it in her palms. Brother. Ariana, who had always remained silent, showed a smile. She seemed normal now. Thank you for taking care of me. In the face of death, that smile was like a fragile flower bud. That white flower, in the end, never had the chance to bloom. Aberforth was overwhelmed with grief, calling Ariana's name. Again and again, without receiving any response. Al stood there in a daze, his body feeling as heavy as if it had been filled with lead. Slowly, mechanically, he turned his head toward Gale. Gale too had stopped, stunned by the suddenness of the accident. He immediately looked at Al and said urgently, "Come with me, Al." Al looked at him but did not move. Gale understood. He fled in panic. Leaving the Dumbledore house. Leaving Godric's Hollow. Who was the killer? No matter which of them it was, it meant Al would never leave with him. He saw everything in Al's eyes. The key to freedom had broken in the keyhole of the shackles. From this day forward, Al would be bound by it for the rest of his life. Gale had to leave. Even if it meant deception, this would become an unsolvable mystery. The night was very quiet. Bathilda Bagshot sat in her creaking rocking chair. "You're leaving, aren't you?" John, who was walking downstairs, heard Bathilda's voice. He turned to look. A blurred silhouette was watching him. "Yes, ma'am," John said respectfully to the elderly woman. "I think it's time for me to go. Hogwarts will be starting soon." "There's still another month," Bathilda muttered. John smiled and stepped closer so he could clearly see the old woman's face and remember it. "These have been a very interesting 2 months," John bent down and gently tucked the silver strands stuck to her face behind her ear, whispering beside the old woman's ear. "I think we'll meet again in the future, but first you need to forget me." "Hmm? What do you?" "Thank you for everything." "Obliviate." Just as Bathilda was wondering why John would say such a thing, a flash of white light filled her vision. Everything related to that blind white-haired boy vanished from her mind. She slowly came back to her senses, looking at the empty space before her and murmuring to herself, "Strange." She rocked slightly in her chair, feeling as though something had disappeared from her mind. This elderly woman, dull when it came to emotions, began to feel sleepy. She slowly closed her eyes, a blanket now draped over her. John walked out of Bathilda's house and turned to take one last look at it. The house was dim, without any light. There was no reason for the old woman's candle to remain lit. The child she had taken in had left. Magical fluctuations. John sensed waves of magic coming from the neighboring house. Someone was fighting. The thing that could not be changed had happened. A wave of sorrow spread through the air. John stood outside the house, unable to come back to his senses for a long time. Grindelwald had fled. He had escaped from Godric's Hollow. On this night, Al's dream shattered. The girl named Ariana could not escape her fate. The storm had begun when she was 6 and ended when she was 14. That white flower had stopped at the moment before its beauty could bloom. John let out a sigh and turned away from the place. Ariana's funeral was held. It was a quiet funeral, with few guests. The girl's brothers stood before the gravestone erected beside their mother's grave. Throughout the entire previous night, Aberforth had only said one thing to Albus. "I hate you. Ariana does too." Those words left a scar on Al's heart that could never heal. It was he who had brought the wolf into the house, allowing this tragedy to happen. John's words echoed in his mind. Did the invisibility cloak bring freedom or escape? His hand trembled as he reached out, wanting to touch the tombstone, white as jade. "Don't touch her." Aberforth, like an enraged goat, threw a furious punch straight into Al's tall nose. Blood dripped from his nose. Aberforth clenched his fists, his eyes red as he stared fiercely at Albus. Albus said nothing, silently wiping the blood from his nose with the back of his hand. A drop of rain struck the tombstone. Then the sky opened, and heavy rain began to fall. The soil was soaked, small pits filling with rainwater. A foot stepped into one of the puddles. Holding an umbrella, he stood quietly in the cemetery, watching the two brothers. Through the hazy curtain of rain, the two figures were blurred. Stepping through the rainwater, he walked up to the gravestone. Al slowly raised his head. His white hair stood in stark contrast to the black umbrella. "Your escape has created your first regret." John spoke, and the words stabbed into Al's heart like a sharp blade. Yes. If he hadn't wanted to leave, none of this would have happened. Ural forced him to face his own heart. Was it really for Ariana? During his time with Gale, he had kept convincing himself that he was doing it for wizards, for his sister. He had chosen the invisibility cloak so his sister could go outside. But what was the truth? Al didn't want to be bound. He wanted to become a bird soaring freely. He wanted to go to Europe like his classmates, to travel the world and display his talents. He wanted to change the world, like Gale. All of it was about himself. From the corner of Al's eyes fell drops that could not be told apart, whether they were tears or rain. John raised his head calmly, looking at the tombstone. "You too." "Stay away from her tombst," Aberforth tried to stop him, but John kicked him away. "Get lost, you useless bastard who couldn't even protect your own sister." John's kick sent Aberforth straight into the mud. He pulled out his wand and tapped the tombstone. Pure white flowers bloomed beneath it. John lifted his eyelids slightly and turned to Al. "Take out your wand, Dumbledore." His wand rose, pointing straight at the drenched Al. He repeated, "Take out your wand, Albus Dumbledore." Al looked up in disbelief, as if he couldn't understand why this was happening. John answered with action, raising his wand. With a swing of it, Al was struck as if by a galloping wild horse and was sent flying. At last, he understood. John was teaching him a lesson. With another wave of his wand, Aberforth's body was bound by the rusted iron fence. Defeat me, or he dies. With his brother's life under threat, Al finally stopped drowning in despair. He stood up, drew his wand, and fired a spell at John. John flicked his wand casually, deflecting the spell so it struck the ground at Aberforth's feet. "Use all your strength and show me why you think you can change the world." John barked. Al gritted his teeth and swung his wand at John. But every time, John easily blocked the spell. Al used transfiguration, but John turned a stone into a large dog that swallowed Al's transfigured creation. It was a complete domination. John held an umbrella in one hand while casually wielding his wand with the other. He was like an upgraded version of Al, overwhelming him in every aspect. Finally, John fired a streak of silver light that carved a deep, bone-revealing wound across Al's face. Blood flowed down with the rain as John watched the battered Al with cold indifference. You can't change anything, Dumbledore. Defeated, Al dropped to his knees. He stared at his own hands while his wand lay far away. A sense of helplessness and defeat he had never felt before rose from deep within him. So I am this insignificant. Right, I remember your nose is crooked. Al lifted his head just as a fist grew larger in his vision. This wasn't Aberforth's fist. It was John's. The punch sent Al flying backward, and his nose cracked with a sharp snap. Broken. Chapter 522, the 1899 shopping trip. Large drops of rain fell heavily. John appeared at Ariana's funeral and beat up both brothers. What was he doing? He was dealing with the aftermath, and incidentally bullying a future great wizard. As for that final punch. Well, future Dumbledore's nose is crooked, isn't it? Sleep well, Ariana. John leaned against the gravestone and murmured softly. His wand glowed with white light, erasing the memories of both Dumbledores and removing all evidence of John's existence. You ran pretty fast, Gale. Looking up at the sky, John had originally planned to find Gale and settle things. But Gale had already fled overnight. There was no way for John to find a wizard who had hidden himself away. Feeling somewhat annoyed, he waved his wand with a loud crack. By the time Al came back to his senses, blood was still flowing from his nose. When he looked up again, he saw Aberforth, fists raised and furious. Al silently endured it all. This was what he deserved. When had his younger brother's strength become so great? One punch had actually broken his nose. He touched his crooked nose, feeling somewhat puzzled. The year 1899 stood at the threshold of a new century. Nations during this time were in a period of rapid development. Carriages, noble ladies, and gentlemen were the symbols of the era. John popped a hard candy into his mouth as he sat in the rather unsanitary leaky cauldron. For once, John discovered that it was actually cleaner than it would be in the future. The black stains on the tables really were years of accumulated grime. Unfortunately, the current owner of the pub was also someone who didn't care much about cleanliness. Hopefully, when Hannah Abbott becomes the owner, she'll clean this place up. This place was property of the Abbott family, and unless something unexpected happened, Hannah Abbott would eventually become the owner. John walked to the back alley and tapped the bricks in sequence with his wand. In the past, he either operated directly to Nocturne Alley or used the Fleur network. Entering through the leaky cauldron like this was something he hadn't done in a long time. The wall in the alley shifted and transformed, revealing the entrance to Diagon Alley. John stepped inside. It looked just the same as ever. But that kid selling dragon liver by the roadside, could he be the old man from the future? Does your family make a living by hunting dragons, selling it for 100 years? It really is a genuine century-old stall. Passing the dragon liver stand, John headed toward Gringotts. At this time, Nocturne Alley had not yet gained its king. Chaos and disorder were its normal state. John cast a disillusionment charm on himself. His body vanished on the street behind Gringotts. Everywhere he looked, there were dark wizards. This place was a refuge where those who could not stand in the light hid themselves. A witch gnawing on her nails, a merchant selling voodoo dolls, a wizard who offered curses as a service. It was a ghostly domain hidden within the human world. John had come here to look for materials. For his future self, the ingredients for a soul potion would be nothing special. But for the current John, who was penniless, they were a huge problem. Unicorn horn was a rare item. Diagon Alley might not have it, but Nocturne Alley certainly had no shortage of hunters. Finally, in a dimly lit room, John found unicorn horn. It was an exquisite bracelet, made from unicorn horn. It might have been stolen from some unlucky witch, or stripped from a witch's corpse. John removed 2 pieces from it. Just as he turned to leave, footsteps sounded outside. He stopped moving and hid himself in the shadows. The door to the room was pushed open, and a rough voice with a thick Nordic accent spoke. What a tiring job. Stop complaining. This hall is worth a fortune. How many men did we lose just to get these things? We need to sell them for a really good price this time. 2 tall wizards entered the room, carefully carrying in 3 boxes. John stared at the boxes and heard the men with the brush-like mustache say, Egypt really is a treasure land. Even forbidden things like time magic can be found there. The other man, bald, replied, if it weren't for that strange sand, we wouldn't have lost so many people. If the 2 of us hadn't run fast enough, we wouldn't have made it out either. The bald wizard complained. They were poachers. By chance, they had entered a pyramid. Their greed had driven them to grave robbing. Unfortunately, their strength wasn't enough. In the end, they could only take 3 items from the pyramid before leaving. The mustached wizard opened one of the boxes. Inside was an hourglass. This should be the oldest time turner, the mustached wizard said greedily. Those collectors will pay a good price for it. The bald wizard nodded in agreement. Even though it's damaged, those collectors only care about the history behind it. It makes them look prestigious. As he spoke, the bald wizard slowly moved his hand toward his wand. Greed and malice flickered in his eyes. Using words to lull his companion, he drew out his wand and asked strangely, "There are 3 items. How should we divide them?" "Isn't that obvious?" the mustached wizard said just as greedily. "Naturally, I take them all." The moment the words fell, the mustached wizard suddenly spun around, a wand already in his hand. The two of them acted almost at the same time. Avada Kedavra. Bombarda. 2 flashes of light lit up the dark room. In the end, there was an explosion, and death. Greed. John stepped out from the darkness, watching the 2 greedy men kill each other. He walked past the wizard's corpse and opened the remaining 2 boxes. One contained a small copper snake, while the other held a gemstone resembling a serpent's eye. An alchemical product. John narrowed his eyes. As an alchemist, he could tell at a glance that these 2 items were extraordinary. The history behind them exceeded 1,000 years. For alchemical products to last this long, their creator must have been a powerful alchemist. He picked up the damaged time turner. It was indeed an ancient model, but John deduced that its function did not support time travel. Instead, it created a specific temporal field within a certain area. Interesting. John glanced at the corpses on the floor. He hadn't interfered at all, yet the 2 of them had killed each other. That meant these 3 items, along with the roomful of materials, would eventually be destroyed by time within this hidden chamber. So, taking these probably won't change anything. John walked to where the materials were stored. The darkroom was protected by magic, similar to the storage room of Borgin and Burke's. Only someone holding the Hand of Glory could see it. The dead bald wizard had been carrying the Hand of Glory. Darkness did not hinder John, so it had no effect on him. Walking up to a pile of materials, John selected several items that looked like stolen goods. He clapped his hands together, and an alchemical magic circle appeared. Several materials were fused together by him into a single bag. He drew his wand and cast an extension charm, turning the bag into a simple tool pouch. Everything was stuffed inside by John, including the items from the 3 boxes. Stepping over the 2 corpses, he treated it as repayment for their generosity. John closed the door behind him, leaving them inside to rot and stink. With enough materials obtained, the next step was to brew the soul potion. But without souls, the potion's effectiveness would be greatly reduced. Looks like a trip to Azkaban needs to be put on the agenda. For others, going to Azkaban would be difficult, but for John, who knew its location, it wasn't much of a challenge. John found a house in the outskirts of London whose owner had gone traveling. Setting up a cauldron, he brewed a weakened version of the soul potion. As expected, my soul has also suffered damage. After drinking the soul potion, the blurriness in John's vision lessened. He quickly worked out a plan. If he continued using the weakened version of the soul potion, not only would unicorn horn be difficult to obtain in large quantities, but it would also take several months to fully heal. If it were the complete soul potion, based on its current effectiveness, about 10 doses should be enough to restore his vision completely. Dementors. John had already set his sights on the Dementors. Using the materials he had obtained from the hidden chamber, John crafted tools meant for capturing Dementors. He took out the copper snake and examined it carefully. The copper snake was a type of guiding device. Although he didn't fully understand how it had been constructed, with John's level of alchemy, there was almost nothing he couldn't fix with a simple clap of his hands. After repairing the copper snake, it raised its body and began swaying its tail like a rattlesnake, pointing in a certain direction. If John's guess was correct, that direction most likely pointed toward the pyramid. A pyramid belonging to an ancient wizard. John put the copper snake away. After he finished his trip to Azkaban, he could go take a look. The next day, John arrived at the seaside. The sun had not yet risen. After making sure no one was watching, wings spread from John's back. Azkaban was protected by anti-apparition charms, but for John, crossing the sea wasn't the first time he had done something like this. His wings beat, and he quickly became a tiny speck in the sky. Heading toward Azkaban, he flew like an arrow released from a bow. Far away in Azkaban, the Dementors were feeding on the happiness of prisoners. One had just driven a wizard mad with torment. Suddenly, a chill ran through the air. The Dementor turned to look at another Dementor in the nearby cell and spoke in their strange language. Suddenly feel cold. You stupid. We naturally carry cold. Chapter 523, Hello there, Dementor. The pitch-black sea concealed countless dangers. The ocean at night was the most terrifying. Endless darkness loomed like a colossal beast ready to swallow everything. Even the most experienced old sailors would find their nerves eroded by the oppressive atmosphere of the night. A young sailor had made a bet with the crew that he could stay outside all night. Before the darkness truly fell, he was brimming with confidence. But as the sunlight completely faded, that boundless darkness and solitude seemed ready to devour him. The noise of the ship cutting through the water echoed endlessly in his ears. His youthful pride forced him to hold on, refusing to give up. Fear and cold spread over him like a rising tide, climbing from his ankles and creeping over his body. The only way he could distract himself was by searching the sky for constellations. His dream was to live his life as a captain, and reading the stars was a skill every captain had to master. He raised his head and looked toward Sagittarius. Fortunately, the sky was clear that night, with no clouds to hide the stars. The scattered starlight shone far more brightly than it ever could in a city. "You can do this. Don't let them look down on you." The young sailor encouraged himself and gradually became absorbed in the starry sky. Just as he was recording the route of this voyage, the stars suddenly vanished into darkness. As if the end of the world had arrived, everything lost its vitality. The sailor screamed and frantically pounded on the cabin door. The sky has been swallowed." The young sailor was driven to the brink by the darkness, but the old sailors in the cabin burst into laughter. They mocked the young sailor's cowardice. No matter how he tried to explain, they only believed he couldn't handle the darkness of the sea. Meanwhile, the darkness in the sky faded. More precisely, it passed overhead. It was a creature like a colossal beast. With bat-like wings beating through the air, its shadow blanketed the sea. Orcas in the ocean called out to their companions. Fish burrowed into the sand and mud. Lacking intelligence, they possessed senses far keener than those of humans. All the creatures of the sea knew that something enormous, carrying the shadow of destruction, was crossing the ocean. Wings beat from morning until night. John had transformed into Votan, the shadow of destruction, his massive form flying for an entire day. The location of Azkaban had not changed for hundreds of years. Within the endless darkness, he caught sight of the island standing in the void. The fortress upon it had never changed. From the time of Acrisdes, to when the Ministry of Magic took control, and later when John intervened, only then did Azkaban begin to undergo some changes. Arriving above Azkaban, John's massive body pierced through the clouds as it rapidly shrank. He transformed back into human form and plunged downward through the clouds. His body crashed straight into the sea. A shark roaming the ocean caught his scent and swam toward him with its jaws wide open. John turned and waved his wand. An invisible blade sliced through the shark's body. The shark swam 2 more meters before its body split cleanly in half. The thick scent of blood spread through the water, driving the nearby predators into a frenzy. Then a terrifying draconic aura suddenly spread across 100 meters, snapping those creatures back to their senses and sending them fleeing for their lives. A dragon's tail grew behind John, moving through the water like a fish's tail as he swam swiftly. Fortunately, since he would eventually take over the reconstruction of Azkaban in the future, he knew the place very well. At the very bottom of Azkaban was a sea cave carved out by erosion. Long ago, Acrisdes had used it as a docking point to lure sailors closer. After the Ministry of Magic took control, they had no need to interact with sailors and simply abandoned the place. After all, they traveled by thestral-drawn carriages and had no use for it. John leapt out of the seawater, the tail behind him flicking away the droplets. He tapped the rock wall with his wand. A heightened sensing spell activated, feeding the surrounding environment back into his vision. No one ever came here. Even the guards of Azkaban didn't know this place existed. Many wrecked ships, broken and soaked by the sea for years, lay hidden at the cave's entrance. Inside the cavern was a staircase leading upward. But it had long since been sealed shut. John walked over to the stairs and lightly tapped them with his wand. A flash of white light passed through, and the sealed entrance began to peel away layer by layer. "All right then, it's time for the pokeball, Dementor catcher." John pulled a red and white sphere from his homemade pouch and threw it toward the opening. The red and white ball struck the wall, bounced upward, and then rolled along the ground. Even when it reached the stairs, it clung to the wall and continued moving. He tossed out more than a dozen of them. The Dementor catchers scattered into various hidden corners of Azkaban. After finishing all this, John landed on a wooden ship that had run aground against the rocks. The vessel had been there for hundreds of years, and it was clear it had once been a merchant ship. John stepped in from the deck and entered the cabin. Everything inside was covered with moss and mold. Kicking open a chest, a pile of jewelry and ornaments spilled out. John merely glanced at it. The most valuable things on this merchant ship had been a stack of porcelain and the tea leaves that had long since been ruined. There were no corpses or bones. They had probably been taken away by Acrisdes for his experiments. The ship's owner could never have imagined that he would escape pirates, only to fall victim to an evil wizard. The power of wizards. He recalled Gale's words about changing the world. Wizards possessed immense power. They were a group driven by belief and will. It could be said that the limits of a wizard's power were impossible to define. The stronger a wizard became, the more extreme they tended to grow. That was the price of power. Gale wanted to change the world. Since he could never kill every muggle, the only thing he could do was make the world fear wizards. In the future, his followers will carry his ideals and sweep across the entire European continent. John fell silent. What would he do in that situation? Only when facing an even stronger enemy could such a thing truly happen. John shook his head. Idealists would eventually die pursuing their ideals. He spent the night in the sea cave beneath Azkaban, and that night became a disaster for the Dementors. As the guards of Azkaban, Dementors found their greatest pleasure in draining prisoners of their will. Every night, the prison echoed with the desperate wails of inmates. Those cries were enough to drive anyone mad. But to the Dementors, it was the most beautiful music. One Dementor drifted through the prison corridors of Azkaban. A prisoner had already been drained of all happiness and lay there like an empty shell, motionless. The Dementor wiped its mouth and moved toward the next cell. Suddenly, it stopped. Turning its head, it looked toward a certain direction. From there came the trace of happiness. Had a prisoner escaped? No matter. I will deal with it. Dementors loved situations like this, because it meant they could simply drain the foolish prisoner dry and give them a deadly kiss. The Dementor glided toward that place. Wherever it passed, frost formed on the ground, a mark of death. Circling around a cell, it followed the scent of emotion with greedy anticipation, entering the darkness untouched by moonlight. The next moment. Arg. Fear spread through the Dementor. It fled wildly from the darkness, but black threads wrapped around it, dragging it back bit by bit. In the darkness, a red and white sphere opened, and countless black threads extended from within, binding the Dementor and slowly pulling it inside. The space was small. The Dementor had to be folded in half to fit, if it even had bones. The night was silent. The Dementor's shrill scream was swallowed by the darkness. Even the prisoners who had long since lost their happiness did not dare to breathe. One after another, Dementors in Azkaban were seized by black threads emerging from the shadows. Like prey encountering their natural predator, the Dementors fled frantically throughout Azkaban. But the result was always the same. They could not escape the black thread's grasp and were eventually stuffed into the red and white spheres. After swallowing 13 Dementors, the red and white balls rolled out of the shadows one by one, heading back the way they had come. The clinking sounds echoed eerily through the silent prison. After that night, a rumor about mysterious clinking noises in Azkaban began to spread. But only within Azkaban itself. To outsiders, it sounded more like the ramblings of prisoners who had been drained by Dementors too many times and had gone mad. After the sun rose, John reopened the wall. A neat row of red and white spheres appeared there. He picked them up one by one. John tapped the button in the center of a sphere. The sphere opened again and spat out a Dementor. The Dementor thought it had been saved, only to see John's smiling face. Hello there, Dementor. Clearly, the Dementor didn't recognize this person. Kree. But it recognized the black threads that had unraveled it. The Dementor's body was taken apart, the black curse and the silvery white soul separated to either side. From the ship, John found some containers that could be used to store things and stuffed the Dementor souls inside them. Looking at the 13 pure silver white souls, John stroked his chin and said, "Seems like it's not quite enough. Then he might as well stay a little longer." When night fell again, another 13 Dementors were captured. For several days in a row. By the time the Dementors realized what was happening, John had already left Azkaban with 40 collected Dementor souls. There really are more Dementors in this era. He rode on a battered ghost ship, with a soul lantern he had crafted placed at the bow. Though worn and broken, the ship never sank beneath the seawater. John set the copper snake on the ship's wheel. The magic within it guided his direction. He planned to visit the pyramid that supposedly contained the sands of time. The ghost ship sank beneath the sea, avoiding all detection. So, in the canon, Dumbledore says that there is no way to kill a Dementor, yet he said that there were more Dementors in the past. Big brain time jack-o'-lantern. Chapter 524, Egypt. Near the coast of Khusir, a young man with curly brown hair and deep-set eyes embraced his girlfriend beneath the night sky. Did you know that Moses once led the Israelites from here, parting the Red Sea and reaching Canaan? The man showed off his knowledge, hoping to charm the woman. But when he spoke of the Red Sea being parted, the woman smiled brightly and said, like the legend of the Flying Dutchman. No, 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 the man immediately refuted firmly. That's just a vague legend, but Moses truly existed. As an Israeli, he firmly believed in the legend of the prophet Moses. This annoyed his girlfriend a little, because she had grown up listening to stories of the sea. The lovers began arguing over the matter. Neither would yield. Just as their quarrel grew heated, the girlfriend suddenly fell silent. Her eyes widened, and she covered her mouth while pointing toward the sea. The man was still feeling proud, thinking he had won the argument. Don't worry, baby. I won't despise you just because you're short-sighted. The confident man was about to continue their unfinished moment, but the woman suddenly slapped him across the face and pointed toward the sea in terror. "Look over there." The man looked confused as he turned his head. On the surface of the sea, a faint blue glow appeared. Then, a broken mast rose from the water. Next came the tattered sails, reduced to strips of cloth, and then the hull itself. A black ship slowly rose from the seabed and surfaced on the water. The faint blue glow came from a container lid at the bow. A young man stood on the deck, running a hand through his wet hair. A puff of steam from magic dried it instantly. He brushed the white salt crystals from his clothes. The couple on the shore were already stunned, their mouths hanging open. The men stammered, the Flying Dutchman. John noticed the two people on the shore as the ghost ship drifted closer to land. With a wave of his hand, the copper snake from the helm slithered down and crawled into his palm. He removed the soul lantern, and the ship returned to being nothing more than a broken vessel. The ghost ship sank beneath the water, and John walked across the deck and stepped onto the shore. Facing the two people who had been frightened senseless, he gave a graceful bow. "Excuse me, where is this place?" "Qqzir. Looks like I still have some distance to go." John raised his left hand, and the copper snake pointed toward a direction. This was a week after he had set out from Azkaban. Guided by the copper snake, he had traveled all the way to Qzir, a place in Egypt. The copper snake coiled around his wrist as John handed the soul lantern to the men and said, "Hold this for me." The men stiffly accepted the lantern. In his eyes, John was like the legendary Captain Davy Jones, a ferryman of the dead. But why would a foreign ferryman appear in Egypt? John took his wand from his pocket. Before the unfortunate couple could react, a flash of white light flickered from its tip. Their fear slowly turned into confusion. John took the soul lantern back and said, "Thank you for your cooperation." The men nodded blankly. When he came to his senses, he looked at his girlfriend and asked, "Were you just talking to me?" His girlfriend looked puzzled. "What are you talking about?" "All right then." "But the Flying Dutchman is just a legend, while Moses is real history." His girlfriend protested, parting the Red Sea. "I'd sooner believe my toes could bite people." The couple resumed their earlier argument. John had already waved his wand and disappeared. Qzir was a port in Egypt. Guided by the copper snake, John moved forward along a road filled with wind-blown sand and cold air. The faint blue flame of the soul lantern flickered in the dark. At night, it looked especially eerie. This was something John used to store souls. Inside were 32 Dementor souls. With his alchemy having reached the 7th level, John could now create various tools with ease. Something like the soul lantern could temporarily grant objects special functions, and it could also be regarded as a kind of soul vessel. For example, the ghost ship used it to travel along the seabed. Taking a bottle of soul potion from his small pouch, John drank it. His eyesight had now recovered considerably. At least it was no longer like before, when he couldn't tell man from beast beyond a meter. The copper snake's tail rattled like that of a rattlesnake, and John continued forward. At this time, many places in Egypt were still in a primitive state. And another empire, waging war everywhere, had also brought disaster to this land. He walked through the night. Even if someone saw him, the flame of the soul lantern would frighten them away. Perhaps I should try another method. After walking for some distance, John realized that relying on his legs alone was not the smartest approach. The copper snake coiled from his wrist onto his wand. John closed his eyes, searching for the faint guidance hidden within the copper snake. Soul lantern to guide the way, copper snake to track the trail. John waved his wand, and his entire figure vanished. When he reappeared, he had moved from one desert to another. The copper snake froze completely still. John used the world's most universal repair method. He slapped it twice, but the copper snake didn't react. Sighing helplessly, he said, "Looks like apparition scrambled it. It'll need some time to recover." Looking around, he couldn't see any end in sight. There was nothing but endless desert. The desert at night was full of danger, not only because of the wind and sand, but also because of the cold. Fortunately, John possessed the physique of a fire dragon and didn't fear the chill. For now, with his sense of direction lost, John had to wait for the copper snake to recover. I still don't know what kind of magical creature those two were hunting to come all the way here. John couldn't understand why poachers would come to a place like this. He grabbed a rattlesnake that tried to bite him. As John released his draconic aura, the rattlesnake's tail stopped rattling and it slumped weakly into the sand. Before the sky began to brighten, a vibration came from John's wrist. The copper snake was working again. Picking it up, John muttered, "One last test." This time, if he still couldn't find the location, John decided he wouldn't use apparition again. Closing his eyes to seek the guidance, he waved his wand. His entire body vanished, as if squeezed into a narrow pipe. Relaxing completely, he grabbed the copper snake's tail and let it lead the way through that passage. When he appeared again, John came out of the desert. This time, he had arrived in a forest. The copper snake fell silent again, but John felt that the pyramid was not far away now. His magic had been significantly drained, so he looked around. Heading in one direction, he passed through layers of trees and came upon a large river. The copper snake's rattling sound started again, and this time it recovered much faster than before. That meant they were getting closer to the pyramid. The copper snake's eyes glowed red. Seeing this, John opened his palm, and the snake coiled itself there. At the bottom of the river, a wooden raft that had been submerged for who knew how many years slowly rose to the surface. It was as if an invisible rope held the raft in place, preventing the river's current from carrying it away. Why does this feel like that cave? John's expression turned strange. The raft reminded him of the boat in the cave. Stepping onto the raft, it sank slightly under his weight. The small snake coiled in his palm slithered to the bow. The raft broke free from the rope binding it and began moving along the river. John held the soul lantern as the surrounding scenery rushed past. Though the raft seemed slow, it was actually faster than a flying broom. The one who set this up wasn't just an outstanding wizard, but also an excellent alchemist. The raft's speed continued to increase. John rode on it for nearly an hour. By then the sky had brightened, and the morning sunlight was dazzling. The raft slowly came to a stop. John stepped off it as the copper snake slithered away from the bow. The raft began to sink, and John picked up the copper snake. The snake pointed in a direction, likely indicating the final stretch. Following its guidance, John walked through the dense forest. But as he continued walking, John suddenly stopped. He finally understood why poachers would come to a place like this. A three-headed serpent hissed, its massive body coiled around an ancient tree tangled with vines. A runespore. It was a rare magical creature. It laid its eggs inside its mouth, and those eggs were extremely valuable, prized on the black market. A creature like this with 3 heads was enough to make anyone shudder. But John didn't, because he could understand what the three-headed creature was saying. Left head, look at that, a lost lamb. Oh. It's that stiff fellow again, bringing someone into that place where no one ever comes out alive. Middle head, I am a slippery snake. I am a slippery snake, wee. Right head, will you shut up already? That nonsense of yours really annoys me. Who are you even performing for? Stay in this dump long enough and you'll lose your mind. Keep babbling and I'll bite you to death in 3 days, scatter your bones and everything. A creature like this was rather hard to find frightening. Each of the Runspor's 3 heads had a different personality. The left head was the planner, responsible for deciding where the Runspor would go next. The middle head was a dreamer, prone to wandering thoughts and constant daydreaming. The right head was a critic, sharp-tongued and constantly attacking the other heads with insults. Because of these 3 conflicting minds, Runspors rarely lived long enough to die naturally. People often saw the right head hissing insults, only to be attacked and killed by the other 2 heads working together. At first John had thought it couldn't be that bad, but after hearing the right head speak, he fell silent. The right head really wouldn't be wronged if it got beaten up. However, it seemed they recognized the copper snake. Chapter 525, The Curious Runspor. As a parselmouth, John found it difficult to judge whether the creature before him counted as 1 snake or 3. Could you tell me where that place no one survives is? The heads on the left and in the middle were furiously ramming themselves against the head on the right. John had no choice but to interrupt the spectacle of beating up themselves. He noticed that the Runspor's fangs had been pulled out. No wonder the snake had been allowed to grow to such a size. Considering how foul the right head's mouth was, it clearly wasn't the first time it had been beaten up. Oh my God, stop hitting me. He can understand what we're saying. The right head wailed miserably. Hearing this, the middle head stopped attacking and said, I am a rogue snake. The left head slid down from the tree and approached John. Hiss, you can understand what we're saying. It was obvious that the left head was the one controlling the body. John nodded. The 3 snake heads circled around him. Left head, you're the first person in all these years who can understand us. Middle head, I am a rogue snake. Right head, well, that's rare. My neck itches. Hurry up and scratch it for me. The 3 heads seemed to have developed a strong interest in John. After circling him once, the left head spoke again. You want to know about that place? I can tell you, but you'll have to do something for me first. What is it? John was curious about what a Runspor could possibly need his help with. The left head knocked the right head, which was still yelling for John to scratch its neck. My stomach is hungry. Bring me enough food, and I'll tell you. John's expression turned strange. That's it. That's it. The left head coiled itself around the old tree and said, an old wizard trapped us here so we can't leave. He pulled out our fangs so we can't kill each other. Middle head, I am a rogue snake. Wah wah wah. The right head shouted loudly, if it weren't for that old geezer, I'd have scattered the ashes of the one on the left long ago. Unsurprisingly, the right head was beaten again. Seeing this, John couldn't help but admire the old wizard's method. By pulling out the fangs of the 3 snakes, none of them could harm the others. The request was simple, and John agreed. Food could be obtained from the large river he had passed on his way here. There were plenty of fish in the river to catch. He turned and headed toward the river. Using his wand, he controlled the vines and wove them into a massive fishing net, then sank it into the river. After waiting for a while, the net was filled with trapped fish. With a wave of his wand, he cast a levitation charm, letting the net float along behind him. When he returned beneath the old tree, John set the net down. The smell of fish filled the space beneath the old tree, and the runespore stopped arguing. It slithered over and surrounded the net, devouring the fish greedily. Having been trapped here for hundreds of years, the runespore had no real source of food. It had somehow survived by eating leaves and fruit. As one fish after another disappeared into its mouths, new fangs began to grow inside the runspore's jaws. By the time the entire net of fish had been eaten, all 3 heads had regrown their fangs. The runespore slid down from the old tree. The left head lowered itself and said, "Thank you, generous wizard." Its teeth gleamed like curved blades. The left head lifted itself, and before the right head could react, it bit down. The middle head joined in the attack as well. The 2 heads repeatedly tore into the right one. The right head let out a miserable scream before being bitten clean off. The bloody scene sent a chill down the spine. After the right head was torn off, it fell to the ground. The runespore, now missing 1 head, bled continuously. John's heart sank. What was the meaning of this? I've put up with it for a long time, the left head said. As repayment, I can tell you how to enter. The left head moved aside from the old tree and said, "This is the entrance. But you need a snake's eye to see it." A snake's eye. John's mind stirred. From his temporary handbag, he took out the snake eye gem. The left head said with some surprise, "Looks like you're quite lucky. Place that snake eye over your own eye, and you'll be able to find it." As it spoke, the runespore gradually lowered its body, its voice growing weaker and weaker. The left head said, "Remember, don't try to touch those treasures. They'll curse you." The middle head said, "I am a rogue snake. W.E." Having lost too much blood, the runespore finally lost all signs of life. John said quietly, "Mutual destruction, or release." 3 incompatible minds forced to exist together for hundreds of years. None of them could kill the others, and years of torment had never produced even the slightest trace of affection. John opened the middle head's mouth, and several pebble-sized snake eggs rolled out. Runespores were different from other creatures. They laid their eggs inside their mouths. Malnourished, the runespore hadn't been able to grow fangs. After finally eating enough food, it had used the last of its life to produce these eggs. John counted them. There were 6 in total. Runespore eggs could be used to brew potions that stimulated the brain's reactions. On the black market, 6 of them would be worth quite a fortune. After putting the eggs into his temporary handbag, John also pulled out the right head's fangs. Among the runspore's 3 heads, only the right one carried venomous fangs, making them a valuable ingredient as well. Once everything was done, John followed the left head's instructions and placed the snake eye gem over his eye. Through the gem, the vine-covered old tree began to change. A hollow that hadn't existed before appeared in the trunk. John stepped closer, set the gem down, and reached out to touch the old tree. His hand met nothing but rough bark. Picking the gem up again, his hand passed straight through the trunk. He stepped forward and walked inside. After John disappeared beneath the old tree, the runspore's body turned into white bones. They had long been dead. Because of some kind of magic, they had remained here all this time. Beyond the tree hollow lay a desert. John lowered the snake eye gem, and the copper snake on his wrist began to move again. This time it didn't stay on his wrist. It jumped straight into the sand. The copper snake moved swiftly, and John followed after it. There was no end in sight in this place. The copper snake kept moving forward. No one knew how long passed before it finally stopped. John looked up. In every direction there was nothing but endless wasteland. No pyramids could be seen anywhere. Are we there? He raised the snake eye gem. Through it, he saw a black pyramid standing in the desert. At least, that was what John saw. Outside the pyramid was not a sphinx, but a basilisk with a human face. John frowned. Setting the soul lamp down, he drew his wand. Specialis Revelio. His wand pointed toward the pyramid. The human-faced basilisk at the entrance began to move, its body twisting into the shape of an 8. At the same time, an entrance appeared at the base of the Black Pyramid. The only difference was that at the entrance stood a door that could not be touched. John walked over and reached out. His fingers passed straight through the door. He cast the revealing charm again, but this time there was no reaction. A tool is required. John immediately understood the reason. The copper snake was responsible for finding the place. The snake-eye gem was responsible for seeing it. That meant the final item was the key for entering. John took the empty hourglass out of his small handbag. This thing had been damaged, most likely broken by poachers. Now that he had reached the door, he still couldn't enter. John felt somewhat speechless. Good thing I'm an alchemist. Using materials he had obtained from the darkroom, John sat down cross-legged and began taking out one item after another. In his hands, the materials melted and transformed within golden flames. The body of the hourglass had originally been made from underground crystal. John didn't have underground crystal, but he could synthesize another material capable of carrying the power of time. John took a soul from the soul lamp and infused it into the hourglass. The soul was crushed and transformed into silver-white sand that flowed within the hourglass. Holding his wand in his left hand, John traced a Mobius ring and engraved it onto the hourglass. The power of time circulated through the soul, constantly amplifying itself. With a clap of both hands, John completed the final step of repairing the hourglass. The copper snake extended its tail and hooked onto the soul lamp. John held the snake-eye gem in his right hand and flipped the hourglass with his left. As the sand inside the hourglass began to fall, the illusory door slowly started to change. Using time as the key to open it, this was a wizard proficient in forbidden magic. John's eyes widened in realization. Anyone else would have been stopped at the step where the hourglass was broken. Only someone equally skilled in forbidden magic would have a chance to qualify for entry. Time, alchemy. I'm getting more and more curious about what I'll find inside. Excitement flickered in John's eyes. As a wizard, he possessed not only the cunning of Slytherin but also an adventurous spirit no less than that of Gryffindor. Things that could be solved easily did not count as adventure to him. Only challenges that demanded his complete focus could truly excite him. As the sand in the hourglass gradually ran out, the illusory door slowly became solid. Outside, the eyes of the human-faced serpent statue turned, as if secretly observing the newcomer. John felt the gaze fall upon him. When he turned back to look, the statue's eyes shifted away again, as though nothing had happened. Chapter 526, 526, The Human-Faced Snake. A door that existed between reality and illusion. The hourglass was the key that opened it, allowing the existence of this door to trace back to a specific domain. John knew that whoever had left behind such an alchemical device must have been extraordinarily powerful. A wizard as strong as Dumbledore. Several names flashed through his mind. In the history John knew, there were very few wizards capable of something like this. Ambrosius was one of them. John's time magic had benefited greatly from Ambrosius. However, this place didn't seem like somewhere Ambrosius would appear. Even though he was a Merlin, he wouldn't cross the ocean just to settle here. Besides, John couldn't be certain how many Merlins there actually were. It was also possible that another Merlin had once been here. Merlin was like a kind of rule. Wherever magic was born, the presence of Merlin would follow. No matter who it was, he would only know after entering. The door finally became completely solid, and John reached out to touch it. This time his fingers didn't pass through. Pushing harder, the door slowly opened. A passage appeared behind it. It was a pyramid from a certain point in time. Setting a temporal anchor so that people from any era can return time to a precise period. Seeing how it worked, John thought it was a brilliant idea. He stepped inside. Beyond the entrance was a wall covered with murals depicting many different eras. John stared at the image of a wizard wearing a pharaoh's headdress and holding a serpent staff. When he placed the snake-eye gem before his eye, the mural disappeared, replaced by a stone door. The stone door was carved with numerous snakes coiled together. John stepped forward and pushed it, but it was locked. Drawing his wand, he cast the unlocking charm. Alohomora. A series of gear-like sounds echoed from within the stone door. The intertwined snakes began to unwind their bodies and bite their own tails. When the sound stopped, every snake had become an Ouroboros, each biting its own tail. The symbol represented endless infinity. The stone door slowly opened, revealing a steep staircase behind it. Each step was extremely narrow, barely enough for half a foot to stand on. John descended along the stairs, keeping the snake-eye gem in place the entire time. The soul lamp hooked onto the tail of the copper snake, casting light through the tunnel. After walking for nearly an hour, a glow appeared ahead. John held his wand in his left hand and placed the snake-eye gem over his right eye with his right hand. Stepping into the light, he found only a long corridor. Looking up within the space, he saw a passage above that resembled the body of a serpent. It seemed to be a space with no distinction between up and down. When John lowered the snake-eye gem, the passage above instantly turned into a ceiling. As expected, this place is filled with illusions and reality everywhere. John tapped the corridor he was standing in with his wand. It was no different from the inside of an ordinary pyramid. He continued forward along the passage. The roads and doors that hadn't existed before now appeared before his eyes. He walked into a room with a half-open door. Inside were many burial items belonging to Egyptian culture. If I want to reach the true burial chamber, I'll probably have to keep switching between illusion and reality. John understood immediately. Whoever the wizard was who built this place had a very interesting personality. John smiled faintly. Since you want to play, then I'll play along. Inside the burial room, he found several golden scarabs and stuffed them into his pocket before raising the snake-eye gem to look again. The room instantly transformed into a dangerous narrow log bridge. John stood on the log while the soul lamp on his tail illuminated the depths below. Below was a deadly pit covered with sharp spikes. John lowered the snake-eye gem and walked toward another door inside the room. When he pushed it open, the dust from the paint turned into powder and released a choking smell. Covering his nose, he stepped inside and placed the snake-eye gem over his eye. The scene changed. He silently memorized the position, crossed from that side, and then lowered the snake-eye gem again. By repeating this process over and over, John gradually drew closer to the real chamber. Because of the constant switching between illusion and reality, he sometimes nearly stepped out of the passage altogether. Lowering the snake-eye gem once more, John arrived at a place where a stone bridge stood. At the end of the bridge was a stone structure formed by many pillars. Inside the structure lay countless treasures. Through the perspective of the snake-eye gem, the bridge had turned into a long tunnel. Whether with the naked eye or the snake-eye gem, the path pointed toward the stone structure. John walked forward. The inside of the tunnel was smooth, as though something had been crawling through it for years. The scene felt strangely familiar to him. The sewers of Hogwarts. Could it be that something large is kept here as well? John fell into thought. Passing through the tunnel, he arrived at the stone chamber supported by pillars. Inside, piles of gold coins were stacked like small mountains, gleaming with an enticing shine. When John saw them, he didn't approach immediately. Instead, he tapped the ground lightly with his wand. The supersensory charm activated. The entire stone chamber instantly entered John's field of perception. His gaze sharpened. This place truly was layer upon layer of traps. Behind the treasure were countless mechanisms. The gold coins on top acted as counterweights. If too many coins were removed, the mechanisms would be triggered. Beside the coins was a line of text. Greedy one, you should learn to let go. However, John was certain that very few people, upon seeing such an enormous amount of wealth, would choose to heed the warning of someone who had died who knew how long ago. Walking past the mountain of coins, John arrived at the center surrounded by pillars. Raising the snake-eye gem, he saw that a passage leading downward had appeared on the smooth floor. At the same time, many doors appeared within the surrounding pillars. The writing beside the coins changed. Choose to face it, or to flee. John jumped straight down through the floor. His body continued to fall. He landed on something that felt like a cushion made from hundreds of stacked quilts. Looking down, John saw that the ground was covered with layer upon layer of enormous snake sheds. It made walking extremely difficult. When he stood up and lowered the snake-eye gem, the ground beneath his feet turned into scattered white bones. Every one of those bones had been shattered to pieces, likely belonging to those who had let go of the snake-eye gem during their fall. Stepping over a skull, a path appeared before John. Through the snake-eye gem, however, it was a dead end, with a bottomless cliff in the middle. On the far side of the cliff stood a statue. John continued along the real path. Along the way, several traps were triggered, as if merely greeting him. The constant presence of traps might lull someone into complacency, but these sudden mechanisms were exactly what had created the bones scattered along both sides of the path. As a wizard, John had his own way of dealing with traps. As long as he destroyed them all, it was the same as if there were no traps at all. His wand dragged arcs of white lightning through the air. With a flick of his wrist, every trap was triggered at once. White light shattered every mechanism, and the path became safe. Passing beneath a decapitation trap that now had only the axe handle remaining, John reached the other side of the cliff. Raising the snake-eye gem, he saw that the statue ahead resembled the human-faced serpent outside the pyramid. The statue's human face belonged to an old man with a long beard and a purple hat. The wrinkles on his face had all been carved into the surface of the statue. It was a human-faced serpent standing upright. Unlike the 8 shape outside, this one resembled a straight wand planted firmly before him. Behind the statue stood a massive hourglass. But just like the one in John's hand, this giant hourglass was badly damaged. The sand of time within it had long since disappeared. After studying the giant hourglass for a while, John noticed something else. It was the skeleton of a massive snake. Its flesh had long vanished, but judging by the situation, the creature had once been a guardian here. Time had simply passed too long, and the snake's lifespan had run out, leaving behind nothing but bones. Judging by the bones, it seems to be a basilisk. John stroked his chin as he circled the skeleton. A basilisk of this size had likely lived even longer than the one beneath Hogwarts. But if even the basilisk had died of old age, just how many years ago had the master of this place existed? As far as I know, among the wizards who kept basilisks, aside from Salazar Slytherin, there was only one other. John murmured to himself and looked up at the human-faced serpent. On the list of the 10 most notorious dark wizards in the world, there was someone as evil as Acristes. One could even say he was more evil than Acristes, because he had created a form of magic that everyone considered utterly vile. Horcruxes. Pure slaughter, splitting the soul apart as a method of attempting to achieve immortality. In John's view, that wizard was essentially an upgraded version of Voldemort. Even someone as powerful as Voldemort had needed to pick up the scraps of his knowledge in order to prolong his existence. At the same time, he was also the oldest dark wizard. The man who used a toad to hatch a chicken's egg, thereby creating the basilisk. The first to forge a Horcrux, and even in John's era, no one could say for certain whether he had truly died. He created many evil curses that still continue to influence the magical world to this day. This was not an Egyptian pyramid. It belonged to an ancient Greek wizard. A man ranked first among the world's 10 most infamous dark wizards. His era of activity came even before the time of the 4 founders of Hogwarts and the 3 brothers. Herpo the Foul, John said slowly as he looked at the statue. If Herpo the Foul's Horcrux had not been destroyed, he would have almost achieved immortality. Chapter 527, Descendant of the Great Herpo. Now the hourglass needs to be used again. John's tail hooked the soul lamp, and a silver-white soul flew out from it. After he infused it into the hourglass, the golden Mobius ring began to flow. John flipped the hourglass, and the surrounding scene began to change rapidly. The place that had been a ruin returned to how it had looked 1,000 years ago. Fragments that had fallen from the human-faced serpent statue began returning to their places. The damaged giant hourglass slowly repaired itself bit by bit. As time passed, the hourglass was fully restored, and golden sand gathered at the bottom. John's own hourglass shimmered faintly as he stared at the giant one, now filled with sand of time. All he had to do was turn it once, and this ancient tomb that had slept for 1,000 years would return to that era. A large-scale time-turner like this affects enough space to cover the entire pyramid. John circled the hourglass and reached its base. He tapped it lightly with his wand. Flip. A trace of magic pulled at the bottom. The enormous hourglass creaked with a long, grinding sound. The structure supporting its middle seemed barely able to bear the strain as it slowly began to turn. John kept his eyes fixed on the hourglass. The turning process took 10 minutes. At last it fully flipped over, and the golden sand began flowing from the inverted top to the bottom. When the first grain of sand fell into the lower chamber, a golden pulse spread out from the hourglass. The wave quickly covered the entire pyramid. At the same time, the surroundings began to change. First, the human-faced serpent statue, whose color had faded over the years. Now, its colors began to return. The uneven stones on the ground gradually smoothed out. Gold spread across the floor, filling the entire space with a dazzling golden glow. A rumbling sound rose from the bottom of the cliff. From the lowest point, a streak of gold appeared, followed by a geyser-like surge rising upward. John looked over. It was an immeasurable mass of treasure. The jagged stones above turned golden, while sand poured downward like a waterfall. The sand of time. The entire pyramid was changing. In the corridors stretching through it, figures appeared like scenes played in reverse, flashing by one after another. Rewinding at a rate of 1 year per second. John's expression turned serious. The scale of this undertaking was immense. To reshape the entire pyramid, this design is incredibly ambitious. A time-turner usually sends someone back to a specific moment in time, but this had transported the pyramid itself from a particular moment to the present time anchor. Such mastery over time magic was something even John had to admire. The reconstruction was still continuing. Judging by the time it had taken so far, John reached a startling conclusion. This place had existed for more than 1,000 years. What an ancient creation. As the final sharp golden pinnacle settled upside down onto the vault above, John was finally able to glimpse the pyramid's true form. A pyramid built from endless treasure and the sand of time had reappeared in the world as time continued to turn. The human-faced serpent statue slowly bent its body, forming the shape of a question mark. John no longer lacked the sand of time. The amount stored here far exceeded what the Ministry of Magic possessed. An immense quantity of time sand gathered together, forming a special domain. John lowered the snake-eye gem, yet the scene before him did not change. Within this special domain, time had been fixed in place. There was no longer any need for the snake-eye gem to see the scene from 1,000 years ago. The grains of time sand, pushing against one another, flowed through the air like a river. John tossed the worn time-turner into the flowing sand. Like dipping a bucket into water, when he pulled the time-turner back out, it was now filled with the sand of time. John had achieved his goal. He looked up at the human-faced serpent and began walking toward it. The bent human-faced serpent appeared even more eerie than before. A strange thought formed in John's mind. It's moving. The moment the thought appeared, John heard a sound. A hissing noise came from behind the human-faced serpent. John understood what it meant. Hungry. Then a basilisk even larger than the one in the Chamber of Secrets at Hogwarts slowly extended its head. This was a basilisk from 1,000 years ago. After countless cycles of shedding its skin, it had grown more than twice the size of its kind. Its terrifying body slid across the ground, the hissing sound it produced enough to inspire fear. John stared at the basilisk as it emerged and remembered the snake skins he had stepped on earlier when he fell. It seemed they had all been shed by this very serpent. This serpent was even older than the one beneath Hogwarts. John guessed the reason for its death was that every living thing inside the pyramid had eventually been eaten. Earlier, he had noticed parts of the basilisk skeleton that had turned golden. It was probably because the creature had accidentally swallowed some of the treasure. Catching the scent of food, the basilisk slowly turned its head. Its movements were sluggish, giving the impression that it posed little threat. But basilisks didn't rely on speed. Their eyes alone were enough to kill their prey. In that instant, the basilisk's orange-yellow eyes met John's. Under normal circumstances, the prey would collapse dead, and the basilisk would feast. But the reality was different. The basilisk widened its eyes and asked in confusion, "Strange, why is he fine?" Its enormous body gradually slid forward as it emerged fully, still unable to understand why John was unaffected. This living creature looked even more imposing than the skeleton John had seen earlier. Calling it the King of Serpents would not be an exaggeration. At that moment, John raised his head. In his eyes appeared a pair of narrow vertical pupils, different from dragon eyes, giving him an additional cold and sinister aura. He spoke, "Hello there, Basilisk." His voice had turned cold and hoarse, like the hiss of a serpent. "Basilisk, tell me. Who is your master?" With basilisk blood flowing through his veins, John had no fear of the basilisk's gaze. The basilisk froze in place when it heard Parseltongue. It spoke uncertainly, asking, "Are you the master's descendant?" Clearly, the basilisk's master had also been a Parselmouth. It was a talent that required inheritance. The basilisk didn't think too deeply about it and simply assumed that a Parselmouth must be the master's descendant. "Descendant of the great Herpo, the basilisk bows before you." With that, the basilisk lowered its massive head to the ground. Its large orange-yellow eyes, like lanterns, stared directly at John. The great Herpo. If John's guess was correct, then this Herpo must be Herpo the Foul. Yet in the basilisk's words, his foulness had become greatness. John felt even more certain of his earlier guess. He said, "Tell me, where is Herpo's most precious treasure?" John did not deny the basilisk's assumption, allowing it to guide him instead. This basilisk had lived inside the pyramid until its death and had even been Herpo's pet. If anyone understood the pyramid better than Herpo himself, it could only be the basilisk. "I obey the command of the great Herpo's descendant," the basilisk said without the slightest suspicion. Or rather, its mind was simply too straightforward. Just like Slytherin's basilisk, though 1,000 years had passed, it still obeyed the commands of any Parselmouth. You could call it loyalty, or you could call it stupidity. Suppressing its urge to swallow the little creature in front of it, the basilisk turned and moved behind the human-faced serpent statue. As expected, those treasures piled up like garbage along the cliff weren't the real treasure. John, confident in his abilities, followed the basilisk that could swallow him in a single bite. As he passed the human-faced serpent statue, John paused. He looked up at it, feeling as though the statue's posture had changed slightly. Specialis Revelio. He used magic to test it. With a point of his wand, the human-faced serpent showed no reaction at all. Seeing this, John dismissed the thought and continued in the direction the basilisk was leading him. After he walked past, the human-faced serpent statue's previously closed eyes slowly opened, a pair of lifelike eyes staring directly at John's back. The basilisk arrived at the base of the giant hourglass, where a pit appeared beneath it. The pit connected to a tunnel whose interior was unbelievably smooth. The basilisk's massive head slid inside. John grabbed hold of the basilisk's tail, and the downward force of the serpent's movement pulled him into the passage. The basilisk moved swiftly through the tunnel. The tunnel branched in every direction, forming a network that ran throughout the entire pyramid. John guessed that this had been part of Herpo's defensive system, designed to allow the basilisk to move freely. Herpo had intended for the basilisk to use these tunnels to deal with intruders, but he could never have expected that John would use the same passages to reach Herpo's own lair. The basilisk traveled through the tunnels for who knew how long. When it finally emerged again, the grand scene of the enormous statue from earlier was gone. The place before them now was not large. It seemed to be some kind of vault. Only a few items were stored here. The space itself was small. After the basilisk entered, it was so narrow that only John could pass through. Stepping into what looked like a study, John saw a black leather-wrapped book placed in the most prominent position, radiating a sinister aura. Greek. John didn't touch it directly. Instead, he carefully opened it with his wand. Inside were records of many evil curses created by Herpo, and John also saw the dreadful spell. The method for creating a Horcrux. Staring at the method written there, John scoffed at Herpo's practice of splitting the soul, though he couldn't help admiring the wizard's imagination and intelligence. In the fields of time and the soul, he could truly be called unprecedented. This wizard, active around 100 BC, possessed astonishing intelligence. In many ways, he was a fully enhanced version of Voldemort. Chapter 528, 528, Hello, Soul Weapon. John continued walking through the treasury. He had also entered the alchemy room next door. A muddy smell drifted out from inside. In the cauldrons were potions that had been left there for who knew how long, now clinging to the bottom like layers of caked mud. Even John couldn't tell what kind of potion they had once been. Too much time had passed. There were also various other materials, but unlike gold, those materials couldn't endure the passage of time. At the slightest touch, they crumbled into dust. Herpo carried out experiments here. John stared at the platform stained with blood that could no longer be removed. More than 100 magical creatures had been dissected upon it. He picked up a tooth. From the shape of its sharp fang, he deduced that it had belonged to a vampire. Was he researching the blood curse? John's eyes narrowed. He had to admit that Herpo's research direction was surprisingly similar to his own. However, Herpo's purpose seemed to be using the blood curse to conduct biological modification. Their goals were different. A Greek wizard settling down in Egypt. John still found Herpo's actions puzzling. When he left the alchemy room, he saw the basilisk curled up tightly, starving. Inside the treasury, aside from the black leather book, there were also a golden scale, a key-shaped golden scepter, and a mask. A golden mask. John picked it up. This was the kind of object Egyptian pharaohs wore after death. It was set with gemstones and colored glass, the mask's features clearly defined. It suited Herpo's pyramid theme quite well. There were only these 4 items stored in the treasury. John picked them up one by one. When he reached the black leather book, he felt a sense of familiarity from it. Using his wand, he flipped open a page and stared at the evil curses recorded within. A force of magic tempted John to learn the knowledge inside. Like a Pandora's box capable of bringing disaster, it carried deadly danger. Unfortunately, you don't know that I'm the same as you. A faint curve appeared at the corner of John's lips as he looked at the black leather book and said, My understanding of the soul is no worse than yours, Herpo. He raised his head and looked at the basilisk, ordering in Parseltongue, Leave this room. As you command, great descendant of Herpo. The basilisk turned and slithered back into the tunnel. The soul above is even weaker than Voldemort's. John held his palm a short distance above the black leather book and slowly moved it across the surface. This was a book that contained a soul, much like Voldemort's diary. That was also why the book had been preserved until now. The fragment of soul within it had protected the book from decay. John waved his wand. Let's see. A flash of red light exploded across the black leather book. The next second, the book remained completely unharmed. John tapped his wand lightly and remarked with admiration, Even after 1,000 years, it still has this level of defense. You truly deserve your place as the number 1 among the world's 10 dark wizards. The black leather book was immune to magical damage. But what interested John wasn't only its identity as a Horcrux. More importantly, this book recorded the wisdom of Herpo's entire life. Fair. With a flick of his wand, the book was quickly bound up like a tightly wrapped bundle. John picked it up and cast several isolation spells in succession. Herpo's plan had been clever. Anyone who wasn't an exceptional wizard would never have been able to reach this room. The more exceptional the wizard, the less they would be able to abandon the knowledge recorded in the book. It would inevitably be taken out. I wonder how many Horcruxes Herpo made. Wings grew from John's back. With a light beat, he flew up through the tunnel the basilisk had entered. Moving through the tunnel, John left the treasury and reappeared beneath the giant hourglass. The basilisk was curled up weakly with hunger. It had not eaten for who knew how many years. After landing, John glanced at the basilisk. The huge creature was loyal indeed. No wonder both Herpo the Foul and Slytherin liked to use basilisks as guardians. Basilisks had long lifespans and unwavering loyalty. It's time to take the potion. John took a vial of soul potion from his temporary handbag. He opened the bottle, but that action alerted another presence in the chamber. John was about to drink the soul potion in one gulp when he noticed something wrong with the position of the bent human-faced serpent. It seems closer. The question mark shape had changed slightly. The face that had originally been facing outward had now turned to face John. Bringing the soul potion to his lips, John saw the human-faced serpent's body completely twist around, staring at him without moving. John drank the soul potion in one swift motion, and the old face of the human-faced serpent appeared right in front of him. Reducto. Boom. White light struck the upper half of the human-faced serpent, and its enormous body began to collapse. The next moment, time reversed across the serpent's body. The shattered form restored itself to its original state within a second. The human-faced serpent opened its eyes, living eyeballs staring directly at John. It seems this place isn't so simple. John fired several more blasting curses in quick succession. The white light split into three and exploded across different parts of the serpent's body. But before long, the serpent repaired itself rapidly under the effect of the sand of time. Even John's advanced blasting curse couldn't completely destroy it. The human-faced serpent became active. Its body was no longer stiff, instead moving like a living creature. Its long tail swept across the platform, smashing a decorative lamp stand to pieces. There was no retreat on this platform. The solidified domain meant the path he had come through could no longer be used. Hiss. A sound came from the human-faced serpent's mouth. The basilisk, which had been languishing in hunger, immediately became alert. It lunged toward John as well. Its deadly fangs, curved like scimitars, easily sliced through the ground. Stop, basilisk. John spoke in Parseltongue, forcing the basilisk to halt. The human-faced serpent hissed, urging the basilisk into motion. Looks like another soul is living inside it. John's expression hardened. Since he couldn't destroy it, he would have to trap the human-faced serpent first. His wand spun, and the golden treasure on both sides rose into the air. A puño. The gold surged forward, burying the human-faced serpent. The serpent opened its mouth wide, and flames burst from its jaws. The gold touched by the flames melted instantly into liquid, dripping to the ground like a cascading waterfall before rushing toward John. John was swept into the torrent, the blazing heat of the molten gold setting his clothes alight. The human-faced serpent continued spewing flames, driving John toward the edge of the cliff. Then. Roar. Golden fire exploded outward. John's skin was coated in the molten gold, yet he remained unharmed. He stepped out of the flowing metal, his body gradually growing larger. A golden fire dragon emerged from the molten gold. Taking a deep breath, it unleashed a torrent of golden flames from its mouth. The golden flames collided with the crimson fire, and the heat produced between them caused the ground itself to begin melting into magma. The dragon advanced toward the human-faced serpent step by step. Golden flames burned against the crimson fire, steadily suppressing it. The human-faced serpent retreated again and again. Until the flames ignited its head. The eternally burning fire forced its body to constantly shift between melting and restoration. John returned to human form, his wand sweeping through the air. Golden cage charm. The molten gold was drawn together, wrapping itself around the human-faced serpent's body. Layer after layer formed until a massive golden sphere quickly took shape. Glacius. Cold breath flowed from the wand, causing the golden sphere to solidify rapidly. The human-faced serpent was sealed inside the great golden sphere. John stepped forward. The flames from before had left him without a single thread of clothing. Beneath what appeared to be a lean frame was a body of tightly honed muscle. Raising his hand, he pressed it against the golden sphere and used the supersensory charm to probe the situation inside. After the gold solidified, it formed a massive prison that encased every inch of the human-faced serpent. The basilisk still tried to attack John, but he barked, "Stop, basilisk." The basilisk hesitated, uncertain whose command it should obey. The small handbag had been damaged during the battle, and the items inside were scattered across the ground. Among them were the golden mask, the golden scale, the golden scepter, and the black leather book. The restraints on the black book had vanished, and it now lay quietly on the floor. Leaving time magic on the human-faced serpent, that's more sophisticated than Voldemort. Compared to Voldemort's Horcruxes, Herpo's human-faced serpent was more in line with the work of an alchemist. Trying to repair the soul through soul potions. John saw the scattered soul potions. Including the one he had just drunk, there had been 3 in total. With a snap of his fingers, the scattered items returned to their places. John picked out some materials from them. Clapping his hands together, he created a new, simple handbag. He also made himself a robe while he was at it. Just as he was about to deal with the remaining items, the massive golden sphere behind him began to move again. The once solid sphere was gradually returning to a molten state. Time reversal. John's gaze passed over the great golden sphere and landed on the giant hourglass behind it. It seemed the hourglass was the cause. The golden sphere burst apart like a balloon. The human-faced serpent shot out from inside, rushing straight toward the soul potion. Just as it was about to reach it, John drew his wand, his eyes turning into vertical pupils. An ancient whisper echoed. "Radi, O anima erans." A pulling force came from the wand. When the human-faced serpent was only a step away from the soul potion, thick white smoke began to rise from its body. Within the smoke, a figure was forcibly dragged out. Unfortunately for it, John had always been quite skilled at dealing with Horcruxes. The human-faced serpent statue lost its vitality and crashed heavily onto the ground, causing the earth to tremble. John stared at the soul he had pulled out. Herpo the Foul. Chapter 529. Hello, Herpo the Foul. It was the soul of an old man, one who inspired no sense of respect for the elderly in John. The man before him was the number one among the world's 10 dark wizards. Even Voldemort, who came later, had to rank behind him. Yet it had to be said, he had the qualifications for it. Whether it was the Horcrux, which established Voldemort's near-unkillable reputation, or the basilisk he had cultivated, both were achievements without precedent. Before the creation of Horcruxes, no wizard had ever thought of tearing their own soul apart in order to achieve immortality. He had been the pioneer who accomplished it. Of course, the side effects were obvious. John looked at the illusory, withered soul and greeted it. "Hello there, the infamous Herpo the Foul." "It is Herpo the Great." He wore a purple wizard's hat, yet oddly enough, his body was dressed in pharaoh's garments. Herpo's beard was long, much like Dumbledore's in his old age. John showed clear interest. "Then I must apologize. In the history I learned, the name associated with you has always been the Foul." His wand drew Herpo's soul into 9 chains that wrapped around it. John said, "You built this pyramid and conducted research on time magic here. Were you searching for another path to immortality?" Herpo's soul floated silently in the air. Black hair, and a nose so large it curved like an eagle's beak. The deep sockets of his eyes were hollow. This wizard had placed his eyes within the human-faced serpent. The loose skin on his face suggested that when this fragment of soul had been split off, he had already been close to death. Though the Horcrux had remained undisturbed, the passage of time had worn away at it, leaving the soul fragment on the verge of fading entirely. If John had not taken out the soul potion, he likely would not have attacked him at all. "Your magic is impressive," Herpo said, speaking from a lofty position like an elder. "Perhaps we could make a trade. What do you think?" As both a dark wizard and an alchemist, Herpo had weighed the advantages and disadvantages and chosen the path most beneficial to himself. "I can pass on all the magical knowledge of my lifetime to you. In exchange, you will contribute to my resurrection." Herpo was undeniably a master. For any wizard, his knowledge was a treasure more valuable than any amount of gold. Because of that, Herpo was confident his offer would be tempting. The more talented the young wizard, the harder it would be to resist. John's first-year teacher, Quirrell, had pursued magic so obsessively that he encountered Voldemort and eventually became his vessel. John asked in return, "Help you resurrect?" "Yes. I have prepared everything for it." Believing that John was tempted, Herpo continued, "I discovered this place, a region where time itself is chaotic. Using the knowledge I possessed, I constructed this pyramid." When speaking of magic, even Herpo's sinister, unpleasant face seemed to glow with the brilliance of a master. Ancient Egyptian magic, the scale that symbolizes judgment, and the key that symbolizes resurrection. John immediately thought of the other 3 objects he had found in the treasury. "You escaped death and returned after 1,000 years. What kind of path are you trying to pursue?" John asked. Herpo was the first wizard to create a Horcrux. If John had never come here, Herpo might have achieved a different kind of immortality. His soul was trapped inside the Horcrux, and after a long time, he realized that this was not true immortality. "I want freedom," Herpo roared in a voice close to collapse. True immortality should not mean being trapped here. He was merely a fragment of the soul of Herpo the Foul, left in this place for more than 1,000 years. His original self had long since fallen, yet he was condemned to remain here forever in torment. "Do you know this? Even the basilisk has died. I have stayed in this place for 1,000 years without speaking a single word," Herpo said bitterly. "He split me apart to pursue his own immortality, while I am doomed to remain trapped here forever. Is that fair?" He was full of treachery, Herpo the Foul. There was something almost schizophrenic about him. 1,000 years of solitude was enough to destroy even a powerful wizard. This fragment of soul had been split off after Herpo built the pyramid. No matter how strong a soul was, 1,000 years would make it fragile. And this fragment had developed hatred toward its original self. That was why he sought a deal with John, hoping to use what Herpo had left behind in the pyramid to resurrect himself. For that reason, he extended an olive branch to John, offering conditions that were irresistibly tempting. Herpo's face twitched as he said, "Help me, and I will grant you any wish. Whether it is wealth or power, the great Herpo can make it happen for you." Indeed, very tempting, John said, applauding lightly. But I do have one question. If Herpo prepared everything needed for resurrection, why didn't he carry it out himself? Everything required for resurrection had been placed in the treasury, and Herpo had once lived in this place. There were even traces of daily life left behind. Yet Herpo had not revived himself. Instead, he had chosen death. The soul of Herpo froze for a moment. He realized his own flaws, but within the limited time he had left, he couldn't perfect the solution. John recalled the experiments he had seen involving the blood curse and continued. He understood that the Horcrux was a mistake, so in his later years he kept trying to refine his work. In the end, even at death, he hadn't succeeded. Lifting the black leather book in his hand, John said calmly, "The soul inside this should have been split off later than you. Yet the power within it is weaker than yours." John guessed that Herpo had realized death was approaching, which was why he built the pyramid in search of true immortality. He placed his hopes in his Horcruxes. Each division weakened the soul further and further, so he didn't resurrect himself immediately. Instead, he hoped his Horcruxes would think, solve the problem he couldn't, and only then bring him back. But unfortunately, as a Horcrux of Herpo, the soul within the human-faced serpent had spent its days resenting Herpo, never once attempting to think about the problem at all. 2 Horcruxes. One meant to conquer the curse, the other meant to study time magic. John stared at the soul of the human-faced serpent and said, "Unfortunately, you don't seem to understand his intentions." Splitting the soul made a person increasingly foolish. That had already been proven by Voldemort. After John's explanation, the Herpo within the human-faced serpent found it difficult to accept. He had longed for resurrection for so long, only to be told that the resurrection he pursued had already been an abandoned plan. Herpo's soul became even more faint, almost on the verge of collapse. John stroked his chin and said, "A fragmented soul cannot achieve immortality." In a way, the moment Herpo split his soul, he had already stepped onto the wrong path. "What do you know? This is great magic." Herpo roared. "Even after 1,000 years, I am still alive. That is magic." It seemed that having his achievement questioned made Herpo even angrier. "Well then, if you say so." John shrugged and said, "I'm actually quite interested in your magic." Slowly and calmly, he picked up the soul potion and casually placed it into his small handbag. Staring at Herpo's soul, John gave a faint smile. "Compared to your knowledge, I'm more interested in your soul." Soul lamp, Accio. Using a summoning charm, John called back the soul lamp that had fallen into the cliff. The soul lamp, which contained numerous stored souls, flew into John's hand. Herpo stared blankly at the lamp. As someone equally skilled in soul magic, he began to doubt everything he knew. What kind of person could turn souls into a lamp that would never extinguish? Wasn't that essentially another form of Horcrux? The difference was that John's Horcrux held other people's souls. John's smile was bright as he said to Herpo, "How about I give you a new home?" "What do, NNNU?" Herpo's soul was pulled toward the soul lamp, causing him to scream. The cries stabbed at the soul itself, though to John they meant nothing. "Let's make some space for you." John tapped the soul lamp, and the souls inside scattered apart. Silver-white threads stretched out toward Herpo's soul and dragged it inside. The ghostly blue flame flickered. After a while, all movement ceased. Herpo's soul should be quite valuable. Staring at the soul lamp, John began calculating how to use that soul for the greatest possible benefit. This man's crimes were even worse than Voldemort's, but simply handing him over to death felt like a waste. As Herpo's soul disappeared, the human-faced serpent statue crumbled into dust and scattered away. Crack! The sound of something breaking reached his ears. John froze for a moment, and then a series of sharp cracking noises followed. His expression changed as he looked up. A fracture had appeared on the giant hourglass, spreading outward from a single crack. With a thunderous boom, boom, the hourglass exploded. Golden ripples spread outward, and the river-like sand of time lost its balance and collapsed. Like water bursting through a broken dam, the sand of time surged toward John. Fuck. So you used the human-faced serpent as the core. Herpo, you really planned this well. John's face darkened as he cursed under his breath and turned to run. The basilisk was still standing there foolishly. There was no other way out, but John quickly came up with an idea. Leave the pyramid. John gave the command to the basilisk. As you command, great descendant of Herpo. The basilisk dove into the tunnel beneath the hourglass. Taking the opportunity, John grabbed onto its body and pressed himself against it. The basilisk raced through the tunnels while the sand of time behind them turned everything it touched into twisted fragments of time and space. The winding passages slowed the advance of the sand. The basilisk knew the tunnels perfectly, always turning into the correct path just before being overtaken. At the same time, the outer structure of the pyramid began to collapse. Chapter 530, 530, using magic and soul to collide with time. The pyramid was collapsing rapidly, the sands of time surging close behind. John rode the basilisk, speeding through the maze-like passages that branched in every direction. Before long, he reached the exit to the upper level. The moment he emerged, cracks spread across the surrounding pillars. Then, the sands of time burst forth, gathering into a massive face. "Leave my things behind." It was magic left behind by Herpo. Wherever the sands of time passed, space twisted, and fleeting silhouettes flickered endlessly through the flow of time. Relentless, the pursuing sand sought to swallow John whole. Suddenly, the passage ahead vanished, and the basilisk's massive body dropped sharply. John drew his wand. With a loud crack, he and the basilisk reappeared where they had just been. Even apparition is distorted. Turning around, John traced a Mobius loop in the air. As the sands of time approached, they were forced back to their previous position. Sweat beaded on John's forehead as he gave the basilisk a command. "Keep moving out." The basilisk shifted direction and rushed toward another path. The Mobius loop grew brighter and brighter, until it suddenly snapped apart. A massive surge of sands of time flooded toward John, while the path ahead of the basilisk collapsed, completely blocking the way. John's wand burst with light, a brilliant white glow forming an arc of electricity that shattered the obstacles in front of him. "Go up." The basilisk plunged into another passage, its massive body surging upward. John lowered himself, pressing tightly against the basilisk's back. Since they were climbing, the sands of time slowed considerably. Seeing the sands still pursuing them, John gathered power and cast a blasting curse. It struck the sands of time, which sank into a mire of time itself, suspended in midair. Time really is impossible to deal with. John switched tactics, attacking the passage and causing it to collapse, blocking the sands of time. In the next instant, the shattered tunnel reversed itself, returning to normal. The basilisk burst out of the passage and entered an upper corridor. Even its enormous body seemed to sense the danger, and it sped up. At the edge of the corridor, John saw the massive face formed by the sands of time completely devour the passage, advancing like an unstoppable catastrophe. "Herpo, you're truly extravagant." Even John couldn't help but feel envious of such an abundance of sands of time. Within the chaotic distortion of spacetime, a swooping evil flew out. It was likely some magical creature caught in the distortion. The swooping evil flew straight toward John. Severing charm. Invisible blades cut down the approaching swooping evil. At the same time, John saw bottles and jars within the corridor shatter. The dead creatures inside began to regrow flesh and lunged at him. His death gaze dropped the charging graphorn, and John drew ever closer to the apex of the pyramid. If this continues, it'll still end in a dead end. The basilisk's tail was touched by the sands of time, its flesh rapidly stripping away. This basilisk, which had been starving since the moment it appeared, quickly turned into bare white bones. Using the basilisk's head as a foothold, John leapt into the air. Wings sprouted from his back as he accelerated into flight. The sands of time sped up as well. The entire pyramid was collapsing, a horrifying vision of the end of the world. John burst into a burial chamber and traced a Mobius loop at the entrance. Then he reversed his grip on the wand and drove it forcefully into the ground. Epsilon Epsilon L G Sigma Upsilon Del. Golden light spread across the floor, and a massive Mobius loop sealed the place shut. John had no way left to retreat. Outside, the sands of time gradually encircled the burial chamber. The corrosive power of time caused the surrounding structures to weather and decay at a rapid pace. Rumble. Time itself shattered the corridor connected to the chamber, sending it collapsing. It began to fall swiftly. From the bottom of the pyramid, the entire burial chamber plummeted downward. The sands of time pursued John just as quickly, descending alongside him. After crashing through more than a dozen passageways, the impact made John cough up blood. Bracing himself, he gripped the wand embedded in the ground and cast a levitation charm. The rapidly falling chamber came to an abrupt halt. In the next instant, the sands of time closed in. John was completely surrounded. Some of the sand seeped through the gaps, slipping inside. With this much sands of time, it's either you die or I do. John's expression darkened as he made up his mind. Lifting the soul lamp, he muttered, "I was planning to save this for later, looks like I have no choice but to use it now." He set the soul lamp in place. John placed his left hand on the wand and his right hand on the soul lamp. His eyes turned into vertical pupils, and from his right hand, countless strands of black threads burrowed into the lamp. One soul after another was extracted. He took out a vial of soul potion and poured it into his mouth. Clapping his hands together, he instantly liquefied a runic serpent egg. He swallowed it in one gulp, and his brain's processing speed surged. Magic power flooded into the wand, cracks appearing along the surface of the linden wood. Time combined with soul, immense magic, and the soul-devouring curse. John suddenly lifted the soul lamp and pulled out his wand. Without the support of the Mobius loop, the burial chamber was instantly eroded by the sands of time. The swirling sand dispersed, leaving John completely exposed within the encroaching sands of time. Without hesitation, he hurled the soul lamp into the sands. The ghostly blue flame within the lamp flared violently. From inside came a wail. It was Herpo's scream. John aimed his wand at the soul lamp. His magic surged forth, transforming into a torrent of violet lightning that collided with it. Cracks spread across the soul lamp, and in the next moment, an immense surge of soul power poured out from within, expanding into a domain. John let out a low roar, increasing the output of his magic. The sands of time, the soul lamp, and his magic, the three forces collided. John raised his right hand, and a black curse surged forth, enveloping the three clashing powers. The collision of the four forces created a vacuum. Black mist drifted from his eyes, and centered on John, a vortex of magic formed. The vortex expanded, transforming into a black hole that devoured everything. The massive pyramid was rapidly pulled, compressed, and shattered, drawn into the black hole. Soon, everything within the pyramid was swallowed. The sands of time surrounded John, burrowing toward his left hand. Fine grains of sand drilled into his flesh, and John endured the searing pain. The sands of time traveled up his arm, invading every part of his body. They passed through his blood vessels, entering his organs. His liver turned golden. John could feel his body changing under the influence of the sands of time. New colors appeared in his vision, and scenes that did not belong to this era flickered before his eyes. Muggle warfare. Wizarding conflicts. In his vision, a group of Aurors appeared at Hogwarts. He saw it again, the black veil rising over the skies of Paris. A deafening explosion followed, and a blue fire dragon soared into the air. He saw his aged teacher, and then a plump Muggle. Stop! John roared, and the visions in his eyes abruptly ceased. He pushed his magic output even further, not leaving a single drop of his level 6 magic unused. He broke through his own limitations, turning all his emotions into pure magical power. The violet lightning of his magic thickened, crashing toward the soul lamp. The cracks on the lamp grew wider and wider. Herpo's soul let out a terrified scream. No, you madman, what are you trying to do? This will destroy everything, you'll die as well, you fool. Well-traveled and knowledgeable, Herpo could see that what John was doing, using magic and soul to collide with time, was sheer madness. The effects of this forbidden collision slipped beyond Herpo's control. The sands of time gathered into a mountain of gold, and the soul lamp shattered apart. Aya. The souls extracted from the Dementors poured out at this moment. In less than a single breath, Herpo's consciousness was erased by the clash of forces from all sides. The sands of time transformed into golden radiance, merging with silver, black, and violet, four colors gathering before John. Without a magic crystal, my magic can't maintain the balance of the four-way collision. The skin on John's arm peeled away, exposing the flesh beneath. The flesh regrew, only to be stripped away again. The cycle repeated, like being flayed alive. John turned the pain into a source of power, channeling his emotions to drive his magic into eruption. Cracks spread further across his wand, glowing red like heated metal. He bit open another runespore egg in his mouth. Unrefined, the egg carried a hallucinogenic toxin capable of plunging a person into sleep. The liquid from the shattered egg flowed into John's stomach. In an instant, his mind entered an extraordinarily lucid state, and the surrounding space began to distort. Break! John roared. His body hovered in midair as his magic surged outward, finally shattering the soul lamp completely. The four forces reached equilibrium, colliding and grinding against one another, generating a power of temporal leap. Wrapped in that force, John's body vanished into the air. The residual power rapidly contracted, shrinking into a point of light no larger than an egg. Where the pyramid had once stood, only a bronze serpent remained. After an unknown length of time, the bronze serpent twitched. That single movement shattered the balance of power. In the next instant, the point of light expanded infinitely. A force capable of destroying everything surged outward, bursting past the ancient tree and devouring everything nearby. A perfectly smooth, massive crater appeared on the land of Egypt. And the one who had caused it all had already vanished without a trace. Having fled Godric's Hollow, Gale distanced himself from that country. He found work in a wand shop. The owner of the shop was very fond of this employee. Well done, Gellert. You may have the talent to become a wand maker one day, of course, that will take a long time. Thank you for your praise, Mr. Gregorovitch. A friend of mine is a wand maker, I've merely picked up a few things from being around him. Wearing a perfectly measured smile that inspired neither dislike nor suspicion, Gellert Grindelwald let his gaze fall upon a display cabinet where Gregorovitch kept his prized collection. Inside lay a wand unlike any other. Ural, it seems I've found the Elder Wand first. Chapter 531, Hello, Newt. Whoosh. Whoosh. Crash. Boom. Crash. Whoosh. Time flickered endlessly. Space twisted without cease. One moment, a vast plain appeared before John's eyes. The next, a battlefield of slaughter. Then, an aircraft roared overhead, dropping a bomb toward the ground below. Before the bomb could reach him, John vanished once more. Smoke curled from his wand as violet magic continued to pour out. The black haze in his eyes grew denser, and in a short span of time, he had already jumped hundreds of times. Huff. If this continues, I'll be drained dry and die. Realizing he couldn't allow the jumps to continue, John made a desperate gamble. His left hand clenched. The already fragile wand, under the force of his grip, compressed until the magic within erupted in a massive explosion. The soul dispersed. Time vanished. John was thrown out of that specific space, his entire body appearing high in midair. URG. Wings spread from his back. Using all his strength, he adjusted his posture, and just before crashing into the ground, he twisted and beat his wings. His descent did not slow. Before hitting the ground, John transformed himself into a fire dragon. His massive body plunged downward. Boom. The force of the impact was immense, the shock carrying far into the distance. The massive disturbance alerted a small camp far away. It was a group of magical creature poachers. The wizards were haggling, gesturing animatedly as they argued over prices. The sudden loud crash startled them all. A bearded magical creature dealer stood up, letting out an uncertain shout. What was that? Sounds like something fell. Amid the rising noise, a young man with a timid demeanor and freckles cautiously approached the tent. Taking advantage of the chaos, he quietly slipped it open. Inside, a large golden bird lay weakly in a cage, bound by multiple chains. It lifted its head with great effort. This was a thunderbird, a magical creature capable of controlling storms. Its natural habitat was in Arizona, in the United States, but it had been captured by poachers and brought to Egypt. He had only discovered this group by chance, and after learning of their deal, had secretly followed them here. Shoo. The young man placed a finger to his lips, carefully stepping inside. Glancing at the dealers who hadn't noticed him, he whispered, "I'm here to save you." He quietly moved to the iron cage, pulling out a hawthorn wand and pointing it at the bars. Alohamara. Click. The lock on the iron cage gave a soft sound. As a magizoologist, the young man could tell the thunderbird's condition at a glance. There was no time for communication. After unlocking the chains binding the thunderbird, he opened the case he carried with him. "Please, hurry and get inside," the young man urged anxiously as he heard movement approaching from outside. The thunderbird forced itself up, staggering step by step toward the case. From within came the scent of food it liked. By the time the dealers finished negotiating the price and brought the wizard into the tent, they were stunned. The thunderbird that had been locked there was gone. Having finished everything, the young man slipped out of the tent and hid along a narrow path. The noise of apparition would alert the poachers, so he could only move carefully away from them. There he is. Unfortunately, despite his caution, he was still discovered. The poachers were all desperate men. The moment they spotted him, they immediately launched an attack. The young man had no choice but to abandon stealth and used apparition to reach a patch of forest. But it wasn't long before they tracked him down and followed. He weaved and dodged as he ran, a spell from the poachers striking the case. Fortunately, the case wasn't seriously damaged. Fleeing all the way, he unknowingly drew closer and closer to where the earlier impact had occurred. At last, after another apparition, he managed to shake off his pursuers. The intense chase left his heart pounding. Click. I think I'll need to fix the case. The earlier attack had damaged it. Hearing movement from inside, the young man leaned closer and said, "Dougal, please behave." He fastened the latch again. After confirming no one was chasing him, he waited a while before moving on. It looks like this place was hit by something. The devastation before him was alarming. As he advanced, a massive crater came into view. There were clear signs of something having fallen on both sides of it. He stepped closer, standing at the edge of the enormous pit, his eyes fixed downward. At the bottom lay a black dragon. It had an astonishingly massive body. "It looks like it's injured." The young man murmured, "If it stays here, those poachers won't let something this big go." He took a deep breath. Fire dragons were dangerous magical creatures. Compared to a thunderbird, a fire dragon was a far more dangerous existence. Since he had encountered it, the young man couldn't just stand by and watch it fall into the hands of poachers. "All right, big guy, you're making things difficult for me." When dealing with magical creatures, he showed far more patience than he ever did with people. Using a levitation charm to lift the dragon, he exerted tremendous effort before finally managing to get it into his case. It was a case enchanted with an advanced undetectable extension charm, its interior serving as a sanctuary for protecting endangered magical creatures. The fire dragon was placed inside. The young man left the area. That fall was pretty bad. Having been knocked unconscious by the impact, John groggily pushed himself up. He reached up and scratched his head, then looked at his hand. Black dragon claws gleamed with a metallic sheen. After a moment of daze, John finally remembered that he had transformed into a dragon just before hitting the ground. The temporal flash explosion caused by the forbidden collision had been astonishing. Combined with the toxin from the runic serpent egg, even with his fire dragon physique, John had slept for a long time. After waking, John prepared to figure out where he was. From the scene he had glimpsed before escaping the temporal distortion, he should still be in Egypt. How long was I out? This time, he had been unconscious for quite a while. John noticed traces of ointment applied to his body. He froze. Who was bold enough? Facing a dragon like me and daring not only to approach, but even to apply medicine. He scraped a bit with his claw and sniffed it. Dittany, looks like a wizard's work. A creature that walked with a heavy thumping gait passed in front of him. It was a graphorn, resembling a rhinoceros. Inside the pyramid, John had even encountered a time-displaced unicorn. Above him, the sound of a storm rumbled. A thunderbird flew overhead. Then mooncalves emerged to bask in the moonlight. Their bodies were pale gray and smooth, with 2 large, bulging eyes on their heads. They had 4 thin, spindly legs and 4 flat, broad feet. A buzzing sound rang by his ears, and John turned to look. A billywig, with its 6 wings, flew past beside him. At the end of its body was a long, thin stinger. Anyone stung by it would become dizzy, then begin to float, sometimes drifting in the air for several days. A murtlap, with an anemone-like growth on its back, scurried past beneath his feet. Besides that, a puffskein, a niffler, an occamy, a erumpent. He seemed to hear the voices of 3 heads conversing. Was that a runespore? Is this some kind of ecological reserve built according to a textbook? John fell into thought. All these creatures were listed in the official Hogwarts textbook for care of magical creatures, fantastic beasts, and where to find them. It was hard not to suspect that this place had been constructed based on that very book. Where exactly am I? Magical creatures from all over the world gathered in one place. Either this was some kind of circus tent, or the home of a mad magizoologist. John shifted slightly, startling a group of mooncalves, who immediately abandoned their moonbathing and fled into their burrows. His body was enormous, an 80-foot behemoth. Even a thunderbird looked like a small bird in comparison. My tongue's still a bit numb. Smacking his lips, John said helplessly, eating a runic serpent egg raw causes hallucinations, unconsciousness, and tongue paralysis. He figured he could take note of that and maybe write a book someday. He was just about to transform back into human form. You're awake, a voice filled with surprise called out. Curly brown hair, gray-blue eyes, and a light scattering of freckles across his face. The young man who had entered stared wide-eyed in astonishment. He wore a white shirt with a brown vest over it. The young man slowly approached John. He tried to keep John from reacting aggressively. If an 80-foot dragon were to become enraged, it would be a catastrophic disaster. John looked at him speechlessly as the young man fidgeted, even attempting to tuck in his arms and imitate a dragon's wings. He's treating me like a wild dragon. John didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He hadn't expected to be treated as a magical creature and raised like one. Watching the young man flail about with great interest for quite a while, John finally spoke. Aren't you tired? A little. The young man replied instinctively, then suddenly froze as he realized something was wrong. His eyes widened as he looked toward the source of the voice. He stared at John in shock. You can talk. Of course. John lowered his head, his dark green scales gleaming like steel. The young man could clearly see the dragon's brown eyes. Thank you for saving me. Because of the numbness in his tongue, John's speech was slightly slurred. No need to thank me. Sorry, I just... The young man stumbled over his words. A talking dragon completely overturned his understanding of things. Not knowing what to say, his mind blanked, and he introduced himself. Hello, my name is Newt Scamander. Hello, Newt. Hiya folks. Looks like he time-traveled again. Sorry for not posting for 3 days. My dog died, bro. May his soul rest in peace. I already knew his time was near, but it still took me 3 days to come back to my senses. I'll start uploading every day from tomorrow. Chapter 532, Illegal Entry in. Wait. Newt Scamander. John stared at the young man with a strange expression. He remembered correctly, that was the name of the author of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. And that book had first been published in 1927. After a moment of silence, John asked, Has your book been published yet? A book? Newt asked in confusion. How do you know I'm writing one? A book that will help more wizards understand magical creatures. I haven't officially published it yet. Not published yet. That meant, this was before 1927. John took a deep breath. Seeing his posture, Newt had the impression that the next second, the dragon might breathe fire and set everything ablaze. John calmed himself and thought for a moment. It seemed his temporal jump had both succeeded and failed. He had indeed traveled through time into the future, but the problem was that the future he had reached was only a little over 20 years ahead. There were still 70 years separating him from the world he originally came from. John felt a headache coming on. After finally managing to use the temporal jump to travel through time, it still wasn't enough. I'll have to seize the next opportunity, he muttered to himself. Temporal jumps were full of randomness, and accurately returning to his own year wouldn't be easy. He would need some kind of assistance. For example, like that despicable Herpo, setting an anchor point. He looked up at the young Newt. In John's time, Newt was already an old man. The young author of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, the most authoritative magizoologist. If Hagrid knew who he was with right now, he would probably be overjoyed. After all, Hagrid also loved magical creatures dearly. Where am I? John glanced around. If Hagrid were brought here, he'd probably be willing to spend his entire life as a half-giant keeper. Everything here was completely modeled after Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. A niffler climbed onto John's body, seemingly attracted to his gleaming scales. Oh, this is my case. I'm on my way to America, Newt said, still not quite used to a dragon that could talk. I'm taking Frank to Arizona. As Newt spoke, he saw the dragon staring at him in stunned silence. John was dumbfounded. He had taken a nap and gone from Egypt to America. It wasn't really Newt's fault, John had been asleep for far too long. Frank, the Thunderbird rescued alongside John, had nearly recovered under Newt's care, while John had only just woken up. They were aboard a ship. After exchanging a few words with John, Newt left to prepare to disembark. Putting on his peacock blue coat, Newt climbed up the ladder and departed. After he left, John reached out and grabbed the niffler that had climbed onto him. Gore. The niffler stared at him, its round little eyes full of pitiful pleading. Then, John's body began to shrink. From an 80-foot behemoth, he gradually returned to human form. The niffler was so startled that the gold necklace in its pouch fell out. Holding the niffler in one hand, John took out his wand with the other. When an animagus transforms, their clothing changes along with them. Thanks to that, after transforming into a dragon, John's newly made satchel had been preserved. The linden wand was completely ruined now, the broken shaft covered in dense cracks. It looked even worse than Ron's old wand, just holding it caused bits to flake off. John's gaze swept over the magical creatures around him. Isn't this just a field full of materials? His eyes shifted to the niffler, still frozen in shock from his transformation, and a smile appeared on John's face. As expected, magizoologists were rich without even realizing it. These magical creatures alone would be enough to buy countless wands if taken outside. The dragon boy sell me to shop. The niffler trembled at John's smile, but John couldn't be bothered to argue with a little creature that loved shiny things. He set the niffler down and let it leave, then turned his attention to the Thunderbird. His first wand had been made with Thunderbird materials. Now that he had encountered one again, he didn't mind using it once more. It was a clear day in New York. Seagulls circled overhead. A large passenger ship passed by the Statue of Liberty, the massive statue gifted by France drawing the attention of tourists on board. Sitting on a bench, Newt wore that worn blue coat, his case resting on his lap as he whispered softly, "Dougal, behave yourself. Take care of the big one, he's injured." He muttered quietly, like an odd fellow. A protesting whine came from the case. "That dragon, you expect an erumpent to take care of it. I can't even provide it with a full meal." Soon, the ship docked at the harbor. Amid the crowded throng, Newt walked down the gangplank. The American customs officers carefully and seriously checked every passenger's passport. Newt also took out his rather worn passport, causing the officer to frown as he inspected it. British, the officer scrutinized the photograph in the passport and compared it to Newt. Newt avoided the officer's gaze. As someone socially anxious, he found it difficult to handle situations like this. "Yes," Newt replied. "First time in New York?" the customs officer asked again. "Yes." Newt continued to avert his eyes, as if that was the only answer he could manage. The officer glanced at Newt's case, growing suspicious. "Any food inside?" Newt placed a hand over the pocket on his chest, clearly uncomfortable with the conversation. "No." "Any livestock?" The officer was becoming increasingly suspicious of him. Newt tried his best to appear natural, but at that moment, his case made a noise. Click. The latch popped open again. Ever since it had been struck by that spell, it had been acting like this. Newt quickly snapped it shut, saying awkwardly, I really need to fix this case, no. The officer's suspicious gaze fixed firmly on the case. Let me take a look. Left with no choice, Newt placed the case on the table. However, he made a subtle move, adjusting the brass dial on the case to muggle mode. When the customs officer opened the case, inside were simple pajamas and various maps. A Hufflepuff scarf lay quietly within. Finding nothing else during the inspection, the officer returned the case and said the line he gave to everyone. Welcome to New York. Thank you. Newt took back his case and passport. John approached the Thunderbird. This Thunderbird, rescued by Newt from poachers, was quite wary of strangers. John raised one hand and activated his mental magic. Don't worry, I won't harm you. I only need a feather. His gaze swept over the Thunderbird's tail feathers. Perhaps because John himself possessed the ability to control lightning, the Thunderbird gradually lowered its guard. John walked over and gently stroked its feathers. Give me one of your tail feathers, all right? John's mental magic eased the Thunderbird's emotions. The Thunderbird shook its body slightly and led John to where it rested. Newt had divided this ecological space into different areas according to each magical creature's nature. The Thunderbird's domain was a stretch of open wilderness, where several broken feathers lay scattered. These had all fallen off naturally during the healing process. John stepped forward and picked up 2 of them, then patted the Thunderbird's head. With nothing else to do, he began wandering around the place. This place is truly remarkable, excellent spatial magic. It was a high-grade alchemical creation. He didn't know whether Newt had made it himself or bought it. To open up a space the size of a valley required an extremely advanced undetectable extension charm, not to mention the various spells maintaining the ecosystem within. Stopping beside a tree, John looked at the bowtruckles clinging to it. These creatures were highly sought after on the black market. Thanks to their exceptional lockpicking ability, they were even more effective than the unlocking charm. He reached out a hand. The bowtruckles were extremely wary, sticking out their tongues at him. John shrugged and continued exploring. The area where the mooncalves lived was cloaked in night. Under the moonlight, they basked quietly. Graphorns were a rare species. Watching a pair of them with their young, John couldn't help but marvel. Newt truly lived up to his reputation. Even a species on the brink of extinction had been successfully bred into a new generation. As he kept walking, John found himself increasingly fascinated by the place. Suddenly, he sensed a familiar presence. John changed direction and walked toward where the aura was coming from. It was beside the mooncalves area. From behind a curtain that separated the spaces, a cold aura drifted out. John moved closer and saw it. A domain covered in ice and snow. There were no other magical creatures here. Only one. A mass of blackness, contained like a bubble. An obscurus. John stepped inside. Black mist drifted from his eyes, as if reaching out to touch the obscurus. A pitiful obscurial, after death, turned into an obscurus. An obscurus was not a magical creature, it was more like a manifestation of dark, repressed emotion. When a young wizard failed to control their power and experienced severe trauma, they could become an obscurial. Just like Ariana. John himself was also an obscurial, and he was likely the only one capable of fully controlling his own power. Great power always comes with consequences. An equivalent exchange. Standing before the obscurus, John's eyes flickered as he slowly extended his hand. The obscurus drifted toward him, but just before it could make contact, John withdrew his hand. He turned and left the place. I need to make myself a wand first. Although wandless magic was possible, going without a wand was still inconvenient. He took out a vial of soul potion from his satchel, and a black-covered book fell out along with it. John picked it up and glanced at it. You really are hard to get rid of. After drinking the soul potion, his eyes recovered for the most part. Thank you all so much for the incredibly kind words and support on the last chapter. It really helped me get through some stuff. I'm happy to be back, and we're returning to the daily upload schedule starting today. Hope you enjoy the chapter, Heartsuit. Chapter 533, What Can a Tiny Niffler Do? Upon arriving in New York, Newt was like a country bumpkin entering a grand city, curious about everything. For example, right now, on the steps of the city bank, a woman dressed in Puritan attire was delivering an impassioned speech. Behind her stood a man holding a flag bearing the organization's emblem. Amid striking yellow and red flames, a pair of hands snapped a wand in two. Naive Newt stopped in front of the bank, listening intently to the speech inviting everyone to join the Second Salem. The Second Salem was a fanatical anti-witch organization. Yet Newt, a wizard himself, listened with great interest, his eyes filled with innocent fascination. He accidentally bumped into a tall woman. I'm terribly sorry. Newt didn't pay much attention, and the tall woman merely glanced at him before continuing to eat her hot dog. She turned her attention back to the fervent speech of the Second Salem when a voice came from behind. "Excuse me, miss, I need to get to the bank." A somewhat chubby man carrying a case walked past her. As he passed Newt, he tripped over the case Newt had placed on the ground. "I'm terribly sorry, my case," Newt said apologetically as he helped him up. Starting off on the wrong foot, Jacob Kowalski had originally intended to get angry. But seeing Newt's sincere attitude, he generously let it go. "It's nothing." Jacob picked up his case and quickly walked up the bank steps. The woman delivering the impassioned speech was drawn by the disturbance between the two and shifted her gaze to Newt, calling on him directly. "You, my friend, why have you come to join us today?" For someone socially anxious like Newt, being singled out by someone so outgoing was overwhelming. He didn't dare meet her eyes and stammered, "I just happened to be passing by." But she had no intention of letting him off, continuing, "Are you a seeker, searching for the truth?" Newt replied awkwardly, "Actually, I'm more of a chaser." A well-dressed man walked out of the bank. His gaze flicked to a beggar sitting by the steps, and with a flick of his finger, he tossed a coin. The coin gleamed in the sunlight, striking the steps with a crisp sound. From the narrow gap of Newt's case, a pair of small claws reached out, struggling to get free. By the time Newt noticed, the niffler had already run out. He hurried after it and rushed into the bank. Inside, he ran into Jacob again. Inside the case, John couldn't help but marvel once more at how well-stocked Newt's case was. The interior was divided into many different areas, with the entrance located in the house at the center. John tossed the troublesome niffler aside and snapped a branch from the tree where the bowtruckles lived. The bowtruckles were furious, waving their twig-like arms as they tried to settle the score with him. John shot them a single glance, and the little green creatures immediately wilted. Akamis, their eggshells are also excellent materials. Compared to common silver, these eggshells are purer and carry magical properties. He walked to the Akami nest, where several newly hatched ones were inside. Their silver eggshells were scattered nearby, and John reached out to take them. Not far away, a pair of eyes watched him, hesitant to step forward and stop him. "Don't worry, I'll only take a little." Seemingly noticing the other presence, John chuckled softly. "Even a demiguise is being raised here. No wonder he's Hagrid's idol." Picking up a piece of Akami eggshell, John turned and walked toward a woven nest on a tree that appeared empty. What had seemed like an empty nest gradually revealed the shape of a small, ape-like demiguise. "Your fur is quite a good material." John spoke casually, as if already familiar, while the demiguise grew visibly uneasy. It could sense the danger emanating from him. Demiguises were intelligent magical creatures with gentle temperaments. After satisfying himself by stroking the demiguise, John headed toward the central house to look for more materials. Acting completely at home, he rummaged through Newt's workshop. He found a bottle of oak sap, something magical creatures sometimes used as an adhesive when building nests. Newt keeping some on hand didn't surprise John at all. With all the materials ready, John simply borrowed Newt's workshop to make a wand. The sneaky niffler quietly slipped inside. Noticing everything, John ignored it and focused on cleaning the birchwood in his hand. The bark needed to be stripped away, and since it was taken from a branch, it had considerable flexibility. "If you dare touch my things, I'll eat you in one bite." Glancing at the niffler inching toward the golden scales peeking out of his satchel, John said flatly, "You wouldn't even be enough to get stuck between my teeth." The niffler shrank back in fright, its small eyes welling with tears. Care of magical creatures was one of John's electives, and he knew this kind of creature well. Completely unmoved, he ignored the little fellow. Seeing that its pitiful act gained no sympathy, the niffler reluctantly withdrew its hand. Just as it was about to leave, it felt something. A call from something shiny. The niffler climbed up the ladder, using its head to push open a small gap in the closed case. As a niffler, it was capable of squeezing through extremely narrow openings. Through that gap, it slipped out. John cleaned the birchwood, then crafted the thunderbird feather into a core and set it inside. He didn't pay any attention to what the niffler was doing. After all, no matter how reckless a single niffler was, it couldn't cause much trouble. This kind of birch is often inhabited by bowtruckles, so it's already been nourished by magic. John flicked his fingers, summoning the oak sap to fly over. He evenly coated the prepared birch wand with the thick sap. Because it had long existed alongside magical creatures, the time required for crafting the wand was greatly reduced. He found a well-lit spot within the different areas and hung up the sap-coated birch wand. It should be ready in a few hours. Didn't expect to find creatures like fire crabs here too. After hanging it up, John looked up at the sun, in reality, a series of light bulbs containing luminous larvae. I could probably make something like this myself, though those magical creatures would need to be tamed first before being placed inside. Thinking about it, John found the case incredibly convenient. Not only did it serve as a portable workshop, it could also sustain an entire ecosystem. With that thought, John returned to the place where he had first woken up. It was a rocky area designed according to the habits of fire dragons. Newt probably didn't know what kind of dragon John was, so he had chosen the safest option. Nearby, the Thunderbird flew back and forth, its habitat was similar to John's. Did that Graphorn just? Sitting cross-legged on a rock, John watched a Graphorn in another open plain area. The rhino-like creature was currently giving off strong mating signals. Inside Newt's little house, the niffler that had slipped out was thrown back in again. Last warning, you little thief, if it's not yours, don't grab it and refuse to let go. Newt's annoyed voice came from above as the niffler dropped down like a black furball. The niffler stood up, waving its claws upward in dissatisfaction, as if declaring it would sneak out again. Having suffered heavy impact, John's body had yet to recover. He simply moved behind a rock, closed his eyes, and prepared to rest for a while. There's no need to worry. It's just that you know too much, so please stand still. It will be over soon. A disturbance broke out at the city bank, and among those caught up in it, more precisely, the one who caused it, was Newt. To be exact, Newt searching for the niffler. A single niffler might not do much, but it could rob a bank. He was currently trying to comfort Jacob, the World War I veteran, whose mind was in complete disarray. Who could explain to Jacob why one moment he had been in the bank vault, and the next he was outside the bank? The police quickly arrived at the scene, but none of them noticed the two people in the alley outside. Except for the tall woman. The two cases were placed together, and Newt prepared to erase Jacob's memory. Jacob was a muggle, and Newt had used magic in front of him. Jacob stood still obediently, but just as Newt turned to draw his wand and cast the spell, Jacob quickly picked up a case from the ground and struck back. Caught off guard, Newt was hit squarely by the case. Faced with someone of unknown origin, Jacob chose not to sit and wait for death. Stunned, physically. Sorry. Jacob hurriedly ran off in a panic. Newt wanted to stop him, but the crowd outside made him hesitate. Flustered, Jacob pushed his way into the crowd. The events of the day left his head spinning. Only after returning to his small, cramped home did he finally sit down in relief. As for Newt, he wasn't so fortunate, he was captured by the tall woman. That woman was a member of the American Ministry of Magic, and unfortunately for Newt, he had just committed an illegal act. He was taken away, escorted to the Magical Congress. Jacob sat at the table, needing a moment to calm himself. The case placed on the bed suddenly let out a click. He turned his head in confusion and walked over to it. Staring at the case, he looked completely puzzled. The case began to shake, then soon fell still again. He cautiously approached. The moment he got close, something suddenly jumped out, and he grabbed it instinctively. He struggled with all his strength. The ceiling seemed to be struck and shattered by something. Then the wall exploded open. Chapter 534, The Goldsteins. When John woke up, he was a little stunned. I just took a nap, and this place got torn apart. The curtains dividing the areas had been smashed through. John looked at the now empty plane next door and fell into thought. He went to where he had left his wand to dry, staring at the spot where it had vanished, speechless. So this is for real. The wand he had painstakingly crafted, gone the moment he turned his back. John took a deep breath, calming himself. With mixed emotions, he tried to figure out what had happened. Judging by the scene, there doesn't seem to be any human interference. After checking the different areas, aside from the Graphorn, several magical creatures had also escaped. And the door was still open, which meant those creatures could leave freely. John noticed the Nundu, restless and eager to move. This was an extremely dangerous magical creature, only someone like Newt, a dangerously bold magizoologist, would dare carry it around. Just as the Nundu prepared to leap away, John fixed his gaze on it. Back. A surge of draconic pressure swept over it, causing the Nundu's fur to bristle as the venom sac at its throat swelled. If that thing got out, Newt would probably be hunted down by Aurors across the entire United States in no time. The Nundu was the deadliest of predators, even its breath could cause fatal disease. If such a biological weapon escaped, killing hundreds would be effortless. After a brief standoff with John, the Nundu obediently retreated. John's brows furrowed as draconic pressure spread outward, forcing all the magical creatures to collapse to the ground in fear. Stay where you are. The overwhelming dominance of a dragon left the weaker magical creatures unable to move. John strode toward the exit, intending to find out what had happened. Surely some deranged wizard hadn't knocked Newt out and run off with the case. Jacob lay collapsed in a corner of the room. The large hole blasted through the house had already caused a commotion outside. People gathered and began discussing it. Some believed it was a gas explosion, just like the last time. A drunken vagrant joined in, shouting, "Not gas. Hey, officer, I saw it, it was a huge hippopotamus, gas, it was gas." The vagrant abruptly changed his story, and those around him found it strangely convincing, all shouting that it was gas. Behind him, Newt lowered the wand he had used to cast a Confundus charm. Taking advantage of the female officer's distraction as she inspected the damaged building, he quickly ran toward the metal staircase, heading for the room where the explosion had occurred. The opened case lay quietly on the bed. Suddenly, the lid slowly lifted. A hand pushed up the lid of the case, and John slowly poked his head out. Sneaky John. He looked at the blown-open wall, more accurately, smashed open. Then he glanced at the unconscious Fatman lying nearby. John. Newt, your place got robbed, do you know that? Great. And Newt wasn't even here. Not knowing where Newt had gone, John stepped out of the case and walked over to the man. There was a bite wound on the man's neck, bleeding slightly. After examining it, John came to a conclusion. Looks like a murtlap bite, but this guy, haven't I seen him before? The man looked somewhat familiar. After observing him for a moment, John heard footsteps approaching. Without a wand, he had no choice but to retreat back into the case for now. The moment he closed the case, Newt pushed the door open and walked in. At first glance, Newt saw the blasted open wall. Then he quickly moved to Jacob's side to check on him. After confirming Jacob's condition, he cast a precise repairing charm, restoring the wall to its original state. Sitting on the bed, Newt quickly picked up the case to check it. John had already returned to his spot. Newt took a glance and swiftly shut it. The female officer, noticing that Newt had disappeared, hurried upstairs. Before she arrived, Newt closed the case. The case was open, the officer asked. Just a small gap. Newt gave a polite smile. Yes, just a tiny gap, just enough for something larger than a rhinoceros to get out. How much of that was true, only he knew. Hearing this, the officer let out a breath of relief and complained, that crazy Niffler escaped again. She knew there was a Niffler in the case that had run into a bank vault and assumed it was nothing serious. Perhaps. Newt felt extremely guilty. The Niffler had indeed escaped, but it wasn't the only one. Then hurry up and find it. The officer felt like she was about to lose her mind because of that Niffler. At that moment, she also noticed the unconscious muggle, Jacob. Well, in America, they called them no-majas. His neck is bleeding, he's injured. Trouble kept piling up. The officer had never heard of a Niffler biting people. Wake up, sir. Just as the female officer anxiously called out to Jacob, a murtlap suddenly darted out. She let out a startled scream. The murtlap clung tightly to her arm. Reacting quickly, Newt turned, grabbed it by the tail, and stuffed it back into the case. The officer was badly shaken. Newt gestured for her to calm down, it was just a murtlap. At that moment, Jacob slowly regained consciousness. The first thing he saw was that strange man who had dragged him into robbing a bank. You. Hello. Newt gave him a smile in greeting. With a swift motion, Newt drew his wand, preparing to erase his memory. This time, the officer objected. The no-maj was injured, and they still needed him as a witness. Seeing that he couldn't proceed with the memory charm, Newt complained, who was it that kept shouting at me along the way, saying I should have used a memory charm earlier? He's injured. He doesn't look well at all. The officer stood in front of Jacob, arguing firmly. Newt said, he'll be fine. A murtlap bite isn't that serious. But Jacob's condition didn't look good. While the two argued, he retched in the corner by the cabinet. The officer rolled her eyes and looked at Newt skeptically. This is what you call not serious? Well, even Newt was starting to lose confidence. In the end, the female officer decided to take both of them back to her home for supervision, asking Newt to help her support the injured no-maj. The three of them disapparated and left. Because of John, the remaining magical creatures hadn't escaped. Well, I think Newt really needs to fix that lock. Leaning against the ladder, John could hear the conversation outside through the loosely fastened case. I seriously suspect he's actually a Gryffindor. Carrying around a case full of dangerous magical creatures and then getting caught by an American official. No matter how you looked at it, that was pure Gryffindor behavior. But where did my wand go? John searched through the case but couldn't find it. It was likely taken by one of the magical creatures. Originally planning to leave, he now had no choice but to stay. When Newt found the escaped creatures, he would probably recover the wand as well. I'm getting a bit hungry, is there nothing to eat here? Newt and Jacob were taken to the female officer's home. The officer's name was Tina Goldstein. She worked in the Wand Permit Office of the Magical Congress of the United States. She also had a younger sister named Queenie Goldstein. Yes. A beautiful, kind-hearted blonde girl. Like her sister, she also worked at the Magical Congress of the United States. She was highly skilled in kitchen magic. Their parents had died of dragonpox. Queenie was somewhat different from Tina, she was a natural legilimens. It was an ability that could be quite troubling, as it allowed her to hear the secrets hidden deep in people's minds, along with their darker thoughts. The moment Jacob saw Queenie, he was captivated, and Queenie herself had rarely interacted with no-majas. As dinner began, two hearts slowly drew closer. With two strangers in their home, Tina and Newt sat facing each other, awkwardly listening as her sister chatted with the no-maj. After dinner, Jacob sat on the bed, holding the hot cocoa Tina had brought in, smiling as he said, "Hey, Scamander, look, it's hot cocoa." Unlike him, Newt had turned sideways, wrapping himself tightly in the blanket. Tina glanced at him, set down the cocoa, and left. The moment the door closed, Newt sprang up as if jolted back to life, quickly opening the case and stepping inside. Jacob stared in shock at the bizarre scene unfolding before him. Not until Newt had completely stepped inside did a hand reach out from within, gesturing for him to follow. Jacob's eyes darted around as he wondered if he was still dreaming. "Come on." Newt's voice came from inside the case, but Jacob still looked like his entire worldview had shattered. He widened his eyes, breathing heavily, desperately trying to make sense of it all. After hesitating for a long moment, he slowly set down his cup. Summoning his courage, he got off the bed, walked to the case, and climbed the ladder inside. His body didn't cooperate well with the case, he got stuck. He struggled to squeeze himself in, causing the case to bounce up and down. "No way." Jacob wailed in despair. Finally, with a desperate push, his body slipped through in an instant. The case snapped shut. Jacob tumbled through a chaotic fall, knocking over bottles and containers along the way. When he looked up, everything had changed. He found himself inside a small room. Inside were a camp bed and tropical clothing, with various tools hanging on the walls. There were potted plants he didn't recognize, along with cabinets filled with pills, tablets, and bottles of potions. On a hook hung a dried animal carcass. Newt was already inside, glancing at Jacob and gesturing for him to sit down. Chapter 535, Hello, Jacob. Newt checked Jacob's wound. After confirming it was a murtlap bite, he plucked a few leaves from a nearby plant, crushed them, and applied the paste to the injury. He poured out several tablets from a bottle and handed them to Jacob. Jacob stared at the medicine suspiciously for a moment. After thinking it over, he figured he had nothing to lose anyway. Resigned, he swallowed the tablets and watched as Newt took some meat from a rack and chopped it into large pieces on the cutting board. Newt was preparing to check on the magical creatures that had gone missing, and at the same time feed the animals. He had brought Jacob down because he felt Jacob wasn't a bad person. That proved to be true. Faced with all sorts of strange and unusual things, Jacob showed no disgust, only amazement. In the neighboring open plain, the Thunderbird stirred up a heavy rain. John, in dragon form, leaned against a rock, half closing his eyes as he read a small newspaper. Grindelwald. Staring at the familiar name, John murmured thoughtfully, "Looks like the future hasn't changed. Grindelwald is still the same Grindelwald, stirring up revolution in Europe." His earlier concern had been unnecessary. He had originally intended to erase the memories of 3 people, yet Grindelwald had escaped. Newt's back. He saw the Thunderbird slowly descend. Newt had probably come down to check on the missing magical creatures. The one who can handle an Obscurus. Newt Scamander is more capable than I thought. Recalling the Obscurus Newt had contained, John knew it was a form of dark energy within young wizards. The Obscurus in Newt's possession was extremely weak, likely because its host had already died. Another Obscurial dead. John stared at the newspaper, then blew lightly. The paper floated back toward Newt's little house. Newt's voice calling out to the Graphorn echoed in the distance. John propped his head up with one hand, idly scraping at the rock beneath him with the other. He guessed that Newt would definitely come looking for him. After all, as a fire dragon capable of understanding human language, the intelligence he had displayed would surely prompt Newt to ask questions. Jacob was feeding the mooncalves on Newt's behalf. Looking at the adorable little creatures, he was certain now that he wasn't dreaming. His imagination simply couldn't come up with things like this. Eat up, little ones, go on, eat. He genuinely loved the moment. Just then, a cold voice echoed nearby. "Did you hear that?" Jacob instinctively turned to ask Newt. But Newt was already gone. He saw the curtain separating the areas flutter open, revealing a snow-covered landscape beyond. Drawn in, Jacob stepped into the snowy scene. He stared intently at the mass of black substance, which continuously emitted an unstable, turbulent energy. Jacob slowly reached out his hand. Just as he was about to touch it, Newt abruptly stopped him. "Step back," Newt said sharply. Startled by Newt's sudden appearance, Jacob jumped. Newt repeated firmly, "Step back." "What is that thing?" Jacob asked, unsettled. "I said, step back." "What exactly is it?" Jacob retreated, still shaken. Newt looked toward it and said, "That's an Obscurus." Jacob keenly noticed something off in Newt's expression, a pained, contemplative look. "I need to go." Newt suddenly turned and strode toward another area. "We have to find the escaped creatures before they get hurt." Jacob followed behind him, confused. Before they get hurt? He recalled his house being smashed apart, and the bite wound on his neck. The light-hearted atmosphere vanished completely. Yes, Mr. Kowalski. Newt led Jacob through a forest. You must understand, they're in unfamiliar territory, surrounded by millions of the most ruthless creatures. They arrived at a rocky area. A vast expanse of black filled their view. Newt said, humans. He let out a breath of relief. The most dangerous one hadn't escaped, what incredible luck. Jacob hurried after him, about to catch his breath, only for it to catch in his throat. His eyes widened as he stared fixedly at the mass of black before him. In a shocked tone, he asked, "What is that?" "A dragon," Newt replied. Standing below it, the black presence seemed as though it could swallow everything. Newt walked forward. He had dealt with dragons on the Eastern Front during the war. But this dragon surpassed everything he knew. Its massive size was unparalleled. And it possessed an astonishing level of intelligence. Jacob quickly followed. Seeing Newt stop, he stopped as well. The two of them stood before the black dragon like ants. "Hey!" Newt waved his hand, calling out loudly to get John's attention. The massive rock shifted slightly as the black dragon responded to the call, sitting upright. Jacob slowed his breathing, whispering as quietly as possible, "Are you sure it won't eat us?" "Probably not," Newt replied softly, then raised his voice, "It's me, Newt Scamander." "Of course I remember you, Newt." John looked down at the two of them from above and chuckled. "We haven't been apart for long." That put Newt at ease. This didn't seem to be an ill-tempered dragon. Jacob, on the other hand, was completely stunned. It was already terrifyingly large, and it could talk. John looked at the frozen Jacob with interest, his voice rumbling as he spoke, "And you, gentleman, what's your name?" "Me." Jacob pointed at himself, swallowed hard, and said nervously, "My name is Jacob Kowalski." Kowalski. The name sounded familiar to John. "Nice to meet you, Jacob." "Nice to meet you, sir." Jacob instinctively responded as if greeting a superior officer. "No need to call me sir." John shifted a rock casually and said, "Just call me the Shadow of Destruction." The Shadow of Destruction. Jacob wasn't sure that name sounded friendly at all. "Ah. Shadow of Destruction, I wanted to ask, have you seen any animals escape?" As the owner of the case, Newt naturally knew which creatures were missing. But he still wanted to confirm. Quite a few tried to run. "I stopped most of them." Resting his chin on a dragon claw, John thought for a moment and said, "That Graphorn got away, along with the demiguise, and of course, that troublesome Niffler." "Sorry, I was asleep when it happened." "My God, I like him," Jacob declared. In his eyes, this was no longer a terrifying black dragon, but a refined British gentleman. Newt smiled and said gratefully, "Thank you for your help, Shadow of Destruction." Though the name was a bit strange, John's manner and conduct made him easy to like. By preventing a greater disaster, he had earned Newt's gratitude. Now that he knew which creatures had escaped, he had a direction. Turning to Jacob, the local, Newt asked, "In your opinion, a medium-sized creature that prefers open plains, trees, and water, where would it go?" "In New York?" Jacob asked. "Yes." Newt nodded. "Plains." Jacob thought for a moment, concentrating. Then he suddenly brightened. "Ah, Central Park." Bringing this nomage along was clearly the right decision for Newt. "Where exactly is that place?" "Where's Central Park?" Jacob paused, as if he had just heard a very funny joke. Then he remembered, this man wasn't from New York. "Look, I'd be happy to take you there," Jacob spread his hands. "But don't you think that's a bit two-faced?" He said with some agitation, "Those ladies took us in, and even made hot cocoa." Newt glanced at him and snapped the love-struck soldier out of his daze. "The moment they see you stop sweating, they'll use a memory charm on you." "What's a memory charm?" "Like waking up from a dream, every memory of magic in that dream will vanish completely." The words didn't come from Newt, but from above them. John watched their conversation. Seeing people from this angle was rather interesting. Jacob looked around blankly and said, "I won't remember any of this." He glanced around again. This incredibly strange world, he couldn't even dream up a place like this. Newt nodded. "That's right." The answer, both cruel and honest, left Jacob stunned. "All right, fine. I'll help you," Jacob said, changing his tone. Newt picked up the bucket used for feeding the Graphorn and turned to leave with Jacob. "Hey, Jacob." John's voice made him stop. "I rather like you too." John rested his head on the rock and said meaningfully, "If you need help, you can come find me." Thank you, Mr. Shadow of Destruction." Jacob still found the name a bit hard to say, hurrying off afterward. John waved at him. That chubby fellow was quite likable. He kinda reminded John of his father. If he were a wizard, he'd definitely be a Gryffindor. Just like his old men, both of them had that Gryffindor streak. Chapter 536, the H*RNY Erumpent. In the middle of Central Park lay a large frozen pond. Quite a few children were skating there. Falling over was inevitable when skating. After one boy slipped and fell, another hurried over to help him up. At that moment, a streak of light appeared beneath the ice, leaving the children staring in shock. Before they reached Central Park, Newt walked side by side with Jacob, carrying his case. The shops around them displayed expensive jewelry, gleaming from behind glass cases, each piece flaunting its irresistible allure. Neither of them paid any attention to it, chatting as they walked. They talked about Jacob's job at the cannery, and how his attempt to open a bakery with a loan had failed. Newt learned that, like his own brother, Jacob had once fought in the First World War. Jacob, in turn, learned that while he had been serving, Newt had been dealing with dragons on the Eastern Front, the kind everyone talked about, except the one Newt encountered was even bigger. That was the largest dragon I've ever seen. I still don't know what species it was, Newt remarked. As they talked, they grew closer, like friends. Suddenly, Newt stopped. He noticed a glittering earring lying on the hood of a car. His gaze shifted downward. On the pavement leading to a diamond shop window, numerous diamonds were scattered across the ground. He exchanged a glance with Jacob. Carefully following the trail of diamonds, Newt tiptoed past the display window. He suddenly froze, then slowly stepped back on his toes. His gaze shifted toward the window, more precisely, inside it. Where a necklace should have been displayed, a niffler stood with its arms raised, several diamond necklaces draped over them. It had disguised itself as a jewelry stand. A necklace slipped from its arm, hitting the surface below with a crisp clink. Staring at the poorly disguised niffler, Newt's eyes widened in disbelief. Sensing his gaze, the niffler slowly turned its head. Their eyes met. They stared at each other for a few seconds. Then the niffler decisively turned and ran. Newt pulled out his wand, shattered the glass, and rushed inside, grappling with the niffler. Jacob was startled, left standing outside in a panic, anxiously looking around. He wanted to remind Newt that this was illegal. Inside the diamond shop, the struggle grew intense, even the chandelier crashing down with a loud shatter. The niffler scrambled up and darted across several display shelves. In the end, both men and niffler climbed onto a jewelry case. Unable to bear the weight, the case toppled over and slammed into the glass. The clasp of Newt's case sprang open, and from within came a bone-chilling roar. "Shut up!" Another voice rang out, and the terrifying sound from before vanished instantly. Inside the case, the Nunda tried once again to break free. But this time, John didn't indulge it. He fixed his gaze on the creature. A crushing pressure pinned the Nunda in place, a lethal thread hanging over it like the sword of Damocles. With two apex beings confronting each other, the other magical creatures didn't dare act out. The Nunda paced back and forth, its eyes locked onto John. A dangerous growl rumbled from its throat. "Shut up!" A surge of draconic pressure burst forth like a breaking dam, crashing down upon the Nundu. John's eyes turned into vertical slits, but they were not those of a dragon. They were those of a serpent. The Serpent King, to be exact. Petrification. The Nunda's body stiffened, then slowly collapsed. John blinked, and his eyes returned to normal. He walked up to the Nundu and poked its body. Not dead, John let out a sigh of relief. Paralyzed by the serpent's gaze, the Nunda lay completely immobile. John lifted his head and glanced at the sky. The commotion outside was getting rather loud. He shifted back into his dragon form, his towering body looking down over everything. Jacob stepped forward nervously and carefully fastened the latch. The moment it clicked shut, the already fragile glass shattered, and both men and niffler tumbled out onto the street. The niffler reacted faster, scrambling away at once. Achio. Newt immediately cast a summoning charm, pulling both the niffler and all the jewelry it had stuffed into itself toward him. Just before being caught, the niffler grabbed onto a street lamp, swung around it, and launched itself toward another pane of glass. This time, Newt wasn't about to let it escape. He cast a spell that turned the glass into a jelly-like substance, causing the niffler to stick to it. Panting, Newt said, "There. Happy now." The niffler had left the place in complete chaos, and the sound of sirens rang out. Police cars screeched to a halt, leaving skid marks as armed officers jumped out. "They ran that way, officers." Jacob tried to draw the police away. The officers looked at the two of them, both covered in gemstone necklaces, with expressions that clearly said, "Are you kidding me?" At that moment, a lion appeared at the end of the street. Newt glanced over, stuffed the niffler into his coat, and said with a smile, "You know, New York really is interesting. Much more than I expected." Taking advantage of the officer's distraction, he grabbed his case, seized Jacob's hand, and the two disapparated. When the police turned back, there was no one left. Shaking off the pursuit, the two hurried towards Central Park. With the Niffler caught, they still had two magical creatures left. As they passed a bridge, a sprinting ostrich nearly crashed into them. A deep rumbling sound echoed from the distance. Newt handed Jacob a Quidditch keeper's helmet. "Put this on." "Why do I need to wear this?" Newt looked at him and said something that sent chills down his spine. "Because under strong external force, your skull can be very easily cracked open." Jacob nervously put on the helmet. The deeper they went into Central Park, the more certain they became that magical creatures were nearby. The zoo in Central Park was already half empty, with many sections of its outer walls destroyed. Rubble was piled up at the entrance. The lion from earlier had most likely escaped from here. A deafening roar echoed through the air. Not taking any chances, Newt pulled out another piece of protective clothing and handed it to Jacob. "Here, put this on as well." Clearly, when facing an erumpent in must, even a slight graze could be fatal for such a fragile muggle. Jacob didn't refuse. He had already spotted the massive creature cornering a poor hippopotamus against the wall. "With this, you absolutely won't need to worry about anything anymore. Tell me, when you say people don't need to worry, has anyone ever actually believed you?" Jacob looked at the huge beast, then down at his own small frame. "You're sure this thing works?" Newt shrugged. "My philosophy is that worrying just means suffering twice." Strangely convincing. Jacob found himself unable to argue. An erumpent in must was extremely dangerous. The creature, with a massive horn on its head and a body like an oversized, rotund rhinoceros, was currently attempting to mate with a hippopotamus barely a fifth of its size. The hippopotamus was terrified, too frightened to move. This was a female erumpent. Newt took out his secret weapon, a vial of erumpent musk. He dabbed a bit of the pungent liquid onto his hands, preparing to begin his performance. Jacob only needed to stay outside and watch. Newt set the case down and opened it beside him. The problem was that Newt's imitation of the erumpent's courtship dance was rather difficult to watch, making Jacob avert his eyes. But it was effective. The erumpent abandoned the poor hippopotamus. Turning around, it began rolling in imitation of Newt's movements. And this rolling was exactly what Newt had hoped for, bringing it closer and closer to the open case. Jacob brought the erumpent musk closer to his nose and gave it a sniff. He didn't notice that behind him, a seal tossed a fish into the air. Unfortunately, the fish struck Jacob. The uncapped vial of erumpent musk jerked, spilling all over him. The wind shifted. Just as the erumpent was about to enter the case, it caught the scent and immediately turned, fixing its gaze on Jacob. Compared to Newt's scrawny frame, Jacob's rounder build was far more appealing to the erumpent's tastes. Jacob turned to glare at the guilty seal. The seal slapped its body against the ground and shamelessly scurried away. Well. Turning back, Jacob saw the aroused erumpent and realized what was about to happen. Newt also inwardly cursed, sensing trouble. The erumpent charged straight at Jacob. Years of experience on the battlefield kicked in, and he reacted instantly. Turning around, he let out a scream and ran in the opposite direction. Newt hurried after him, only to see the two of them dash onto the frozen pond. But the erumpent's massive weight was far more than the ice could bear, causing it to crack beneath them. Newt had just taken out his wand when it was snatched away by a baboon that came out of nowhere. He had no choice but to go after it and retrieve his wand first. Meanwhile, Jacob was driven up a tree, clinging to it for dear life. Below him, the aroused erumpent rolled over, kicking its legs in the air in a bizarre attempt to entice him. When Jacob refused to come down, the erumpent stood up again and charged at the tree, driving its horn into the trunk. Scalding liquid churned inside the tree, blasting the thick trunk apart. Jacob fell, rolling down a steep slope before landing on the frozen lake. The erumpent chased after him. Jacob scrambled to his feet and ran across the ice. The erumpent kept slipping as it pursued him. Newt finally managed to retrieve his wand and caught up. Unfortunately, he fared no better, slipping repeatedly on the ice. He disapparated onto the lake's surface and opened his case. The erumpent slid forward, its legs flailing wildly, and its not-so-small tail lashed out, striking Newt. The case flew out of his hands, and Newt was sent sliding across the ice, his wand dropping onto the frozen surface. Looking up, he saw the case slide to a stop near the erumpent, while he himself was far away. And the erumpent, relentless as ever, continued its pursuit of Jacob. Jacob slipped and fell with a scream, about to be crushed under the erumpent's massive body. Chapter 537, a massive claw, time corridor. Damn. Newt scrambled desperately toward his wand. But the ice was too slippery, in his leather shoes, he looked like he was tap dancing. At this rate, someone was going to die. Just then, a terrifying pressure emanated from the open case nearby. The erumpent's aroused frenzy was instantly replaced by fear. But it was already sliding forward from inertia, unable to stop. Run. Newt finally grabbed his wand and shouted. Well, Jacob wanted to, but the ice was too slick. Just as that crushing impact was about to land, a massive claw covered in black scales burst out from the open case beside them. With a single grip, it seized the erumpent. Under the dragon's claw, which radiated an overwhelming aura, the erumpent trembled uncontrollably. The next moment, it was forcibly dragged into the case. Newt disapparated over a second too late. He snapped the case shut and stared at Jacob, the two of them wide-eyed. The intense scene left both of them gasping for breath. Well done, Mr. Kowalski. Newt admired Jacob's willingness to take risks. Jacob extended his hand in friendship. Just call me Jacob. Newt took his hand. Jacob knocked on the case and said to it, Thank you, Mr. Big Claw. Newt smiled knowingly. The two exchanged a smile and made their way across the frozen lake, slipping with every step. On the bridge above, a head cautiously peeked over, spying on them. It was Tina, who had been looking for them. In Tina's eyes, Newt was now a criminal, carrying a case full of dangerous magical creatures, openly using magic to cause chaos, and violating the laws of the Ministry of Magic. All right, that's two caught. One left. They arrived beneath the bridge. Newt opened the case, intending to check on the magical creatures inside. Go on, jump in. He urged Jacob to enter, while Tina continued watching them in secret. Once Newt stepped inside as well, the case shut itself. Tina quickly stepped out from behind the bridge pillar, rushed over, sat on the case, and snapped the latch shut. After confirming both of them were locked inside, her expression was a mix of fear and resolve. Jacob inside the case didn't notice anything, but Newt sensed something was wrong. Oh no. He looked toward the entrance and cried out. What? Jacob clearly hadn't caught on yet. Newt said worriedly, We're trapped. Trapped? You mean we've been locked in? Jacob still couldn't grasp the situation. In this situation, Newt had no choice but to remain shut inside. He went to check on the erumpent that had been forcibly dragged in by John. He and Jacob arrived at the rocky area and saw John there, squinting at his palm. Is it all right? Newt asked. John used magic to flip through a black leather book in his hand. His palm was large enough that Newt and the others couldn't see what was written. Hearing the question, John flicked his tail, pointing toward the plains. Newt hurried over and saw the erumpent that had been dragged in was completely unharmed. It just looked shaken, clearly frightened. Relieved, Newt sincerely said to John, Thank you, Shadow of Destruction. No need, John replied casually, turning to the next page. Hey, Newt, you've got to see this. Jacob's voice came from nearby, and Newt walked over. The Nunda lay there completely motionless. Jacob asked worriedly, What's wrong with it? It looks like it's been frightened. Newt hurried closer to examine it. If not for the faint sound of its breathing, he might have thought the Nunda was dead. It looks like it's been hit by a petrification spell. What's that? A spell that renders someone unable to move, Newt said, puzzled. But there aren't any other wizards here. Aside from himself, there wasn't a second wizard present. Newt was confused about how the Nunda had been affected by a spell. But the priority now was to deal with the problem. He returned to his hut, picking and selecting from the plants there, then crushing a few pills together. He made a simple bowl of green concoction. Help me lift its head. Be careful, the spikes on its neck are highly venomous. Use this. He tossed a pair of dragon hide gloves to Jacob. After putting them on, Jacob strained to lift the Nunda's head, and the green liquid was poured into its mouth. John continued flipping through the black leather book. This book recorded the lifetime of wisdom of Herpo. The records within remained just as valuable, even after nearly 2,000 years. Some unpublished curses, and notes on bloodborne curses. John studied the writing on the pages. This book documented not only Horcruxes, but other curses as well. Bloodborne curses were among them. In his later years, Herpo changed direction. After discovering that immortality gained through a fragmented soul came with heavy burdens, he shifted his approach. He sought a new path from ancient bloodborne curses, such as those afflicting vampires and werewolves. His idea was to transfer the curse onto himself, then remove it again, using the process to reshape the body and preserve everlasting vitality. Something like Nagini, who, even after decades, retained her youthful appearance. By further incorporating time magic, he could remain perpetually at his peak, avoiding the erosion of external time. Thus achieving a new form of immortality. Without the emotional erosion caused by the Philosopher's Stone, and without the burden of a damaged soul. It was, in a way, a brilliant idea. And a mad one. In his later years, Herpo grew increasingly insane. He captured numerous vampires and werewolves, and even dissected a victim of a blood curse. Everything he discovered was recorded. This black leather book was named by Herpo as the Book of Dark Arts. He was close to succeeding, but in the end, he reached a dead end. John focused on the section about the blood curse. Herpo had completely documented the entire process of a human transforming into a snake under the curse. He deduced that the curse existed on the level of the soul, yet he had never managed to determine the stage of performing surgery on the soul. Soul surgery was extremely dangerous, not only for the afflicted but for the caster as well. That was why, when John performed such procedures, he would reinforce the patient's soul with soul potions, to ensure the patient wouldn't be erased along with the curse. Herpo had been limited by his era, and by working alone. Pure souls were something only a rare few could possess. At that time, there were no dementors to serve as a means of soul purification, so he had no choice but to abandon this line of research. Instead, he turned his attention to other victims. Well, that works out nicely for me. John chuckled. Everything in this book was a treasure. There were still 2 blood-borne curses around him that needed solving, and this knowledge could also be applied to werewolves. Not only was Herpo an exceptional dark wizard, he was also an equally outstanding master of defense against the dark arts. Ranked first among the world's top 10 dark wizards, this villain's mastery of dark magic was naturally terrifying. Even after all these years, it remained far ahead. Don't even think about influencing me. Did you forget what happened to the last Horcrux? There was a seductive influence emanating from the black leather book, but with a single offhand remark from John, it vanished. As one of Herpo's Horcruxes, the book had intended to slowly erode the mind of its holder. But from the moment it appeared, it had been utterly suppressed. Not only had it failed to exert any influence, it was constantly under threat instead. It didn't even dare to try deceiving John. It couldn't even manage deception, let alone temptation. This magic. The reason it was called the Book of Dark Arts was because it recorded even the most forbidden knowledge without reservation. On matters of time and the soul, John saw within it a form of time magic found in the pyramids. By continuously reversing time on the body, one can ensure they never die in battle. It was a powerful form of time magic, the same kind Herpo had placed on the human-faced serpent. An ultimate form of restoration magic. Other restorative spells merely repaired damage, but this one directly rewound an object to the state it was in before being damaged. Of course, it was limited to things that could be seen and touched. Time could wear away the soul, but it could not reverse it. Time corridor. An Ouroboros mark appeared on John's left hand. He used a sharp dragon fang to tear open the scales there. As the scales shattered, just before they hit the ground, they reversed as if time itself had rewound, returning to the dragon claw. The scales were exactly the same, the wound completely healed, with no trace of injury. Even the blood that had flowed out returned to his body. As if nothing had ever happened. Use it carelessly, and it will leave permanent scars. John closed the black leather book, while Newt had also finished treating the Nundu. After recovering from the petrification, the Nundu let out a wary roar in John's direction before quickly retreating back to its territory. Newt was puzzled by its reaction and turned to look at John. He was just about to ask if John had done something when a sound came from the case. Newt straightened his clothes and headed toward the exit. Jacob had gotten along quite well with the magical creatures inside and waved at John. Goodbye, Shadow of the Apocalypse. Was it destruction? I mean no disrespect. John waved back. Hey, good luck, Mr. Kowalski. Jacob froze for a moment, confused by what John meant. But he would soon understand. New York was in an unusually chaotic state today. Inside the hall of the Magical Congress, a massive dial displayed the threat level of magical exposure. The needle had shifted from severe to emergency. Ever since Grindelwald became active, the authority of the Statute of Secrecy had been under constant threat, putting wizards at risk of exposure. But never had it been this serious. Chapter 538, Percival Graves seizes the suitcase. This night was destined to be anything but peaceful. Someone, no one knew from where, charged into City Hall in full view of the public and attacked a Muggle senator who was expected to run for president. Senator Shaw was killed on the spot, and the posters behind him were torn to shreds. All of this was witnessed by the social elite present, further accelerating the risk of exposure for the magical world. Tina carried the case containing Newt and Jacob, hurrying up the steps of the hall. She didn't notice the witches and wizards gathered in small groups around her, whispering anxiously as they discussed something. Her emotions were running high. Ever since she had used magic on a Muggle over a certain incident, she had been transferred out of the Aura office to another department. For someone as career-driven as Tina, it had been a disaster. She had always wanted to return to the Aura office and prove her worth. Our American friends have actually allowed the Statute of Secrecy to be compromised, putting all of us at risk of exposure. Someone who let Gellert Grindelwald slip through their fingers has no right to lecture me here. Wizards from all over the world argued fiercely inside the Pentagonal office. The atmosphere was extremely tense, on the verge of open confrontation. Madam President, I'm very sorry to interrupt, but the situation is urgent. Tina, eager to make up for her past mistakes, rushed in at that moment. She had no idea that this timing coincided with representatives from various countries gathering to discuss the major attack. All eyes turned toward her, including those of her superior. The President of the Magical Congress of the United States, Serafina Pickquery. A brilliant witch who had graduated from Ilvermorny, she had once received invitations from all four houses. In the end, she chose the Horned Serpent, the House of Wisdom. After graduating, she entered politics and steadily rose to her current position. There was no doubt about her capability. When faced with Tina's abrupt intrusion, she radiated authority and irritation. "You barged in like this. You'd better have a very good reason, Miss Goldstein." Tina glanced around and realized how rash her actions had been. But there was no turning back now. "Yes, I do," she stepped forward to face President Pickquery. "Madam President, a wizard arrived in New York yesterday. His case is full of magical creatures, and unfortunately, some of them escaped." In truth, Tina had already tried to report this yesterday after capturing Newt, but at the time, Pickquery had dismissed her without even listening, on the grounds that she was no longer an Auror. But now, upon hearing Tina's words, Pickquery said coolly, "He arrived yesterday. It's already been 24 hours. An unregistered wizard released magical creatures in New York." She stared at Tina, her tone sharp with accusation and interrogation. "And you only thought to report it after someone was killed?" With those words, it seemed the culprit for today's incident had already been decided. Under Pickquery's piercing gaze, Tina felt a chill run down her spine, completely thrown off. This was not how she had expected things to unfold. Confused, her voice trembling, she asked, "Who was killed?" Only then did she realize she might have made a grave mistake. Reduced to someone else's scapegoat. Pickquery did not answer her. Instead, she said, "Where is that wizard?" She stared at Tina with relentless pressure. Tina glanced at the case, struggling internally, but in the end chose to comply. She slowly set the case down on the floor, opened the latch, and knocked on the lid with her fist. Originally, Newt had only violated Clause 3, Section 1. Now, he would have to bear the charge of murder. A few seconds passed. The case opened. Under the gaze of everyone present, a head slowly and somewhat stiffly emerged from inside. He looked extremely nervous, visibly uneasy. Then another followed. Jacob was still immersed in the thrill of his recent adventure with magical creatures, the smile on his face lingering, but the moment he saw the crowd, it vanished. In the silent room, a voice sounded, filled with surprise. "Scamander." Newt looked toward the voice and saw a familiar face. "Ah, good day, Minister," he greeted awkwardly. That man was the current Minister for Magic of Britain. Meeting a fellow countryman in a foreign land should have been a happy occasion. But neither Newt nor the Minister could feel any joy. Because Newt had been implicated in a murder case, and what made it even more troublesome was that his brother, Theseus Scamander, was the head Auror and chief of the Auror office. Most importantly, everyone in the ministry knew just how protective Theseus was of his younger brother. By incomplete statistics, out of every 10 times Theseus saw his brother, he would hug him 9.5 times. The remaining half was when Newt managed to stop him. This hug-obsessed man was also a powerful official. If anything happened to his brother, no one would doubt he might storm a prison to break him out. Tina had brought in 2 people, a wizard carrying magical creatures, and a muggle. Although Tina explained that the muggle had been injured by a magical creature, it still angered those present. How dare they openly bring a muggle into the most important place of magic? A pair of eyes had already locked onto Newt the moment the name Newt Scamander was spoken. Percival Graves, the director of magical security for Makusa. His gaze was focused and unreadable, a hidden anger buried deep within his eyes. Newt noticed none of this. He was still carefully observing the floating projection within the room. At a glance, he recognized that this was not the work of a magical creature. It was an obscurus. This conclusion stunned everyone present and made Pickquery even more furious. "Don't go too far, Mr. Scamander. There are no obscurials in America." Pickquery could neither acknowledge nor allow such a claim. Because this was not just about the death of a muggle. It would mean that America had to take responsibility for this crisis of the statute of secrecy, and it would also be a severe blow to its magical education system. Obscurials were born from the negative emotions of young witches and wizards, whose powers became uncontrollable after being suppressed for too long. The very purpose of magical schools was to ensure that young witches and wizards would not become obscurials. Since the establishment of magical education, no obscurial had appeared for centuries. For one to be discovered in America would be a failure of education, a humiliation to Ilvermorny. She denied it vehemently, shouting, "Confiscate that case, Graves." Graves raised his hand and, without a wand, seized Newt's case. Newt tried to resist. "Arrest them," Pickquery ordered. An invisible force seized Newt, lifting him into the air before slamming him down, forcing him to his knees and binding him. With his powerful wandless magic, Graves easily subdued all three of them. "No, don't hurt those creatures, please," Newt cried out in despair as the Aurors who had entered seized him. "You don't understand, they won't cause any harm, they won't." The only response he received was Pickery's indifferent reply. "We will make that judgment ourselves. Take them to the cells." What awaited Newt would be interrogation and sentencing. The commotion is quite something. After Newt left, John returned to human form. He sat comfortably inside Newt's small house. He reached out and gently brushed over an apple tree that Newt had transplanted and cultivated. A bright red fruit quickly formed on the tree. He picked it, wiped it, and took a bite. But Newt should be able to get through this safely. His gaze swept over a photograph on the table, showing a woman. "You're hungry." A beautiful Akami approached John, coiling around his ankle. Perhaps it was because John could speak Parseltongue, or perhaps because of his connection to the Thunderbird, but the Akami was quite close to him. He himself held no aversion to snakes, which was, in a way, a defining trait of a Slytherin. John reached out his hand toward the Akami, and it coiled around his wrist. "Let me think. I remember you like to eat insects." He handed it the apple, and the Akami took a small bite. John glanced at a giant dung beetle rolling its ball past, and the Akami turned its head as well, staring at it eagerly. "No, don't even think about it." John quickly shut down the idea for the young Akami, which had only recently hatched. "Looks like someone's coming. We should change locations." Sensing someone about to enter, John set the Akami down, letting it return to its nest. He rubbed his hands together and said, "It should be about time now." With that, he snapped his fingers, as if cracking an egg over his head. His body gradually faded from view. Thanks to the treatment from the soul potion, he had mostly recovered. Successfully casting wandless magic, the lid of the case above opened. He stepped out of the small house, just in time to see several people entering Newt's case. Aurors. John watched them. From their sharp movements and constant vigilance, he recognized their identity. Soon after, the Aurors let out exclamations of surprise. "Minister Graves, you need to see this." Someone walked in, and the searching Aurors hurried over to report. When John saw that person, his pupils contracted into vertical slits. Impressive transfiguration. Much more convenient than Polyjuice potion. Graves stepped into the snowy area, and the Aurors immediately went on high alert. They surrounded a mass of black substance. "An obscurus," Graves murmured softly. Suddenly, he sensed something and turned to look. From the Mooncalves' cave, one of the creatures stepped out to bask in the moonlight. Graves stared in that direction for a moment. Seeing the Mooncalves gathered in groups, he eventually turned back. Inside the cave, John concealed himself within the darkness, watching as they took the obscurus away. "Looks like Newt's in trouble." After everyone had left, John stepped out of the cave. Chapter 539, Newt and Tina were sentenced to death. Graves went to interrogate Newt, and the case was left in the office. Suddenly, the case began to move. The unreliable latch popped open, and the lid flew up. He really should fix that latch. Roar. "Don't make me petrify you again, none do." Whimper. John stepped out of the case and stretched. Although it's quite interesting inside, the air outside seems better, John sniffed carefully. "I take that back. The air here isn't very good. There's an unpleasant smell." With a hint of distaste, he walked to the door. Crackle. The moment his hand touched the handle, sparks burst out. He paused, then snapped his fingers, cloaking himself with a disillusionment charm. Stepping back 2 paces, he kicked the door open. In the corridor. After rescuing Jacob from having a memory charm cast on him, Queenie brought him along to find Newt's case. After several failed attempts to unlock the door with Alohamara, Queenie said in frustration, he must have used some advanced spell to seal it. Ahem. Jacob shifted, walked up to the door, and glanced around to make sure no one was there. Then he raised his foot and kicked the door open. Nearly getting hit by it, John shrugged and said, "Sometimes brute force works better than magic." "Who's there?" Queenie suddenly said, alert. Jacob frowned. "There's no one here." But Queenie had definitely heard something, a voice just now. There was no time to think. They quickly grabbed the case and ran out. They still had to rescue someone. Well, now how am I supposed to get back into the case? Because of Jacob kicking the door open, John hadn't had time to return inside. If Newt discovered that an 80-foot dragon was missing, he would probably go mad. And without a wand, John didn't dare cast spells recklessly. If something went wrong like before, and a simple repair charm turned into a blasting curse, he might blow the place apart. Looks like I'll have to rely on my own abilities. John sighed. Fortunately, he himself possessed a variety of powers. I just hope I can get back before they open the case. A piercing alarm rang out through the magical congress. Perhaps every Hogwarts student had an innate talent for causing trouble. Accused of carrying an obscurus and attacking muggles, Newt and Tina were sentenced to death. Newt had the habit of carrying two magical creatures with him. One was a bowtruckle, which helped him unlock the chains. The other was a swooping evil, darting out like a yo-yo to save Tina just as she was about to be consumed by the death potion. The two of them clasped hands and hurried out of the execution chamber. In the corridor, Aurors who had received the alarm rushed after them. Newt released the swooping evil, knocking several of them down. This kind of attack was extremely troublesome, but the Aurors were no pushovers. Newt and Tina were pursued relentlessly. One Auror, seeing that the two refused to surrender, raised his wand. Stoop. Thud. The Auror lost consciousness and collapsed. Then a second. A third. Tina glanced back and asked Newt in alarm, "What did you do?" "I didn't do anything," Newt replied, looking over as the last Auror's head tilted and he dropped straight to the ground. As they turned the corner, they ran into Queenie and Jacob. The four of them stared at each other, all extremely tense. Three of them were fugitives. Looking at the case in her hands, Queenie came up with an idea. "Get in." She opened the case, letting the three of them hide inside so she could take them out. It was a very good plan. Just as Jacob was about to step in, he felt something bump his shoulder. "Hey, don't rush me," he said. "We're not rushing you, Jacob," Newt replied innocently. Jacob looked confused. "Not you." "All right, Jacob, hurry up and get in." Urged on by Newt, Jacob stepped into the case. Inside the case, in the small house. As John landed, he knocked over a metal bucket. Without caring, he vaulted over it and dashed out the door. As he ran, scales began to grow across his body. By the time Newt and the others entered, John was already leaning against a rock, looking as though he were asleep. In the hall of the Magical Congress, Queenie walked quickly, carrying the case, doing her best to appear natural. "All right, I know I look a bit tired." John leaned against the rock and said to the Thunderbird beside him, "But nothing happened, right?" The Thunderbird flapped its wings. John waved a hand, then turned to look at the three people inside the small house. "Ah." Tina turned her head and was startled by those large reddish-brown eyes. Don't be afraid," Newt reassured her. "That's the Shadow of Destruction, a very good dragon." "The Shadow of Destruction." Tina wanted to say that the name didn't sound very friendly. "Hi, Shadow of Destruction," Jacob greeted John. "You must have run quite a bit today," John said. "You've slimmed down a little." "Really?" Jacob skeptically patted his round belly, clearly doubtful. "It can talk?" Tina stammered. "Yes, he can," Newt said as he led Tina over. "This is Miss Goldstein." Tina Goldstein. As a former Auror, Tina was braver than most wizards. Seeing that John didn't attack her, she gradually relaxed and grew bolder. "Hello, Tina Goldstein." John extended his massive dragon claw and held it out in front of her. Summoning her courage, Tina carefully reached out and shook the sharp claw. "Nice to meet you." Tina let out a breath of relief. At that moment, the case was opened, and her sister Queenie's voice called out. "It's safe." The three of them were called out. John shrank down, returning to human form, and rubbed his neck. "If I keep sleeping on rocks, my neck's going to break. Hopefully, Newt finds my wand soon." He had no intention of being kept as a dragon for the rest of his life. While it was amusing to bully the Nundu, it would get boring. Recreating the collision. Taking out 4 runespore eggs from a small bag, John fell into thought. The effect triggered by the previous forbidden collision had been successful. But under his current conditions, recreating it would require sufficient magic power and soul strength. Going back to Azkaban wasn't impossible, but it would take too much time. Taking out the black leather book, John said, "You can serve your final purpose now." The soul was ready, and so was time. John glanced at the hourglass filled with sands of time. It was something he had obtained earlier in the pyramid. What remained now was sufficient magical power. A powerful magical collision could work as well. John stroked his chin, thinking about how he should proceed. An idea surfaced in his mind. "An obscurus," John murmured. On a New York street, in an alley beside the Second Salem Church, a person was putting up posters for the next gathering. Percival Graves, director of magical security from Akusa, disapparated there. He walked straight toward the person, his tone and demeanor urgent. "Credence, have you found that child?" The one called Credence replied fearfully, "I can't." Facing the timid squib, Graves felt a trace of impatience, but he still put on a calm front. His voice carried a false sense of concern and kindness as he said, "Show me." Credence whimpered, trembling. He was afraid, painful memories flooding his mind. He nearly ran. Graves took his hand and examined it carefully. Fresh red wounds marked it, left by his adoptive mother's beatings. His adoptive mother was an extreme anti-witch activist, tirelessly spreading the dangers of witches and inviting others to join their cause. Credence was her adopted son, yet he had never received any love. She despised him and abused him. Graves spoke in a gentle tone Credence had never heard before. "Shoo, good boy." His thumb brushed over those wounds, his voice carrying a seductive quality. "The sooner we find that child, the sooner you can leave all this pain where it belongs." He was like poison, slowly corroding Credence's mind. From his pocket, he took out a necklace bearing a symbol of a circle, a vertical line, and a triangle, and handed it to Credence. His low, hoarse voice tempted him. "I want you to wear this, Credence. I rarely place my trust in others." As he personally put the necklace around Credence's neck, he whispered meaningfully, "Very rarely. But you're different." As Credence hesitated, Graves placed his hands on his neck and drew him closer. Little by little, Credence succumbed, pulled step by step into the beautiful illusion Graves had woven. "When this is done, you'll be respected. Wizards will respect you," Graves said, his warmth breaking down Credence's defenses as he pulled him into an embrace, leaving him unable to pull away from that closeness. Respected forever. The familiar symbol of the Deathly Hallows hung at Credence's neck, swaying, emitting an allure that drew one deeper in. Chapter 540, Fairness, Resurrection, and Wisdom. Dusk. On a rooftop overlooking the entire city, 3 wizards stood with a muggle. There was a pigeon loft here, which stirred a sense of nostalgia in Jacob. His grandfather had kept pigeons. As a child, he had grown up in that environment, eating his grandmother's baked bread while feeding pigeons alongside his grandfather. Queenie walked in. As a natural legilimens, she sensed Jacob's thoughts. "Your grandfather kept pigeons. Mine kept owls. I used to love feeding them." They found common ground, bringing the two closer together. Tina stood on a platform with Newt. Looking out over the city below, Tina voiced her concern. "Graves keeps insisting that all the disturbances were caused by magical creatures. We need to recover all your animals. That way, he won't be able to use them as scapegoats anymore." Graves' behavior today was unsettling. Especially his attitude toward the Obscurus, which had made Newt suspicious. Hearing Tina's concern, Newt said, "There's only one left to find. Dougal, my demiguise." Dougal. Newt's swooping evil had saved her life, and Tina had begun to feel fond of those little creatures. The way Newt named his animals, his attitude toward them wasn't like that of an owner toward pets, but more like friends, or even family. Tina smiled at the big boy. From initially seeing him as a suspect, to witnessing his gentleness toward magical creatures, the former Aura found herself feeling something more. Catching sight of those beautiful eyes, Newt turned his head awkwardly and said with a hint of humor, "There's just one small problem. Well, we can't see it." "Can't see it?" Tina couldn't help but laugh, which only made Newt even more reluctant to look at her. "That's right. Most of the time, it's invisible. Then how are we supposed to catch an invisible animal?" Tina found it absurd. Newt chuckled at his own explanation. "It's practically impossible." Tina let out a strange sound, caught between despair and amusement. The two exchanged smiles, their distance noticeably closing. Watching Tina smile, Newt found it hard to look away. Suddenly, Tina thought of something and said seriously, "Narlac." Newt looked confused. "What? Narlac?" Tina said excitedly. "When I was still an Aura, I used him as an informant. He used to deal in magical creatures on the black market." Newt stared at her in disbelief. "You don't think he might have information on their whereabouts, do you? He's interested in anything that can be sold." Tina stepped closer to Newt, hands on her hips, wearing a smug little expression. With that, their next destination became clear. Tina led them through a grimy alley, the ground littered with garbage. The alley led to a place that would still exist far into the future. The Blind Pig. Yes, the very place where John had once met with the boss of District 13. "What is that black dragon in your case?" Tina asked, bringing up the talking giant dragon. "I've never seen a dragon that can speak." "To be honest, neither have I," Newt said, his tone always carrying a certain glow whenever he spoke about magical creatures. "I found him in Egypt, together with Frank." "Frank?" "The Thunderbird." Tina said, "He feels like a person. A very intelligent one." As they talked, the group arrived at the Blind Pig. A staircase led down to the basement. After descending, they found a dead end, the doorway sealed with bricks, and a poster of a socialite in an evening gown posing in front of a mirror pasted over it. The two sisters stepped up to the poster and used their wands to change into elegant dresses. Jacob stared, somewhat entranced. Newt took out his wand and conjured a small bow tie for himself. Inside the case, John had the Niffler massage his feet while he lay on Newt's camp bed, holding the Book of Dark Arts as he read. Time. Staring at the contents, John let out a long sigh. Setting an anchor point, one that the past cannot access in the future. A time-turner could only go back into the past. What John wanted to do was leap from the past into the future. That was something not permitted. The Niffler blinked its eyes and eagerly continued massaging John's feet. John glanced at it and flicked a gold coin toward it with his finger. The Niffler happily stuffed it into its pouch. No need to thank me. After all, it was taken from your nest. John didn't say that last part. The Niffler had no idea it was its own property and thought it had found a wealthy master. It immediately worked even harder. The Book of Dark Arts no longer tried to influence John, as if it had accepted its fate. John's body had been soaked in the sands of time, causing certain changes to his liver. He raised his left hand and stared at the serpent coiling around it. The small golden snake slithered to his wrist, turning as it bit its own tail, forming an Ouroboros. Magic power. I need enough magic power to stabilize it. If John reached the 7th tier of magic, this problem could be easily resolved. But for now, he couldn't achieve it. Even with his current magic and his status as an obscurial, it still wasn't enough. Last time, he had only managed it by detonating his wand along with the soul lamp and a curse. With a snap of his fingers, the Ouroboros shattered into golden fragments that scattered. A gold coin reversed from the Niffler's pouch and swiftly returned to John's fingers. The Niffler didn't notice, still diligently massaging John's feet. John flicked the coin again. It spun through the air with a ringing sound, catching the Niffler's attention. Delighted, it caught the coin and stuffed it into its pouch. One coin just now, and now another. What a generous person. Niffler, you're really a good guy. An Obscurus. Before being arrested by Makusa, Newt had mentioned an Obscurus attack. There was an Obscurus in New York. One Obscurus wasn't enough, but what about two? Sometimes, the past isn't about changing things. It can also be about filling in the gaps, as long as the result is the same. John narrowed his eyes, calculating his plans regarding the Obscurus. From his time with Gale and the others, John had come to understand one thing. As long as the outcome remained unchanged, the future would not be disturbed. Once something had already been determined, as long as the result was carried forward, it wouldn't be affected. Another gold coin appeared in John's hand, and he tossed it to the Niffler. The Niffler had already accepted John as its boss, giving out gold coins without hesitation. You're basically my sworn brother now. Getting up from the camp bed, John gestured for the Niffler to leave. The Niffler happily returned to its nest, carefully taking out the dozen or so gold coins it had received. The first one. The second. Wait. Where's the second one? The Niffler refused to believe it, frantically rummaging through its pouch with both hands. But no matter how much it searched, there was only one coin. The hard-working Niffler froze on the spot. Where's my money? Call the police. There's a thief here. And John, who had only ever given out a single gold coin, ended up enjoying the service of more than a dozen coins worth. He returned to the rocky area and laid out the golden trio. Aside from the Book of Dark Arts, these were the only things left from the pyramid. The golden scales, the golden staff, and the golden mask. Fairness, resurrection, and... His gaze shifted to the golden mask as he picked it up. Wisdom. Herpo had intended to use these items to revive himself, or more precisely, to reconstruct his body. Even after the passage of time, the three items remained completely intact. After a soul splits, does it still belong to the whole? The human-faced serpent Herpo harbored resentment toward his original self, which made John fall into thought. When a soul possessed two consciousnesses, would one willingly accept being a mere supporting role, enduring eternal loneliness for the sake of immortality? Or would it choose to kill the original, seizing control of the body for itself? Perhaps Herpo had realized this possibility, which was why he entrusted the true treasury to the Book of Dark Arts, something incapable of acting on its own, rather than leaving it to the more ambitious human-faced serpent. Just as he was about to continue examining it, he sensed that those who had gone out had returned. John put away the three items, scales growing across his body as he transformed back into the shadow of the apocalypse. He lay on the rock, watching the small house. Every time Newt and the others left and came back, there would be more people. This time was no exception. 3 had left. Now 4 returned. Jacob held the demiguise, smiling brightly. Tina was also carrying the baby Akemi. Under Newt's guidance, she stepped inside. Although they had been tricked by that goblin, Narlak, today, they had still managed to obtain the demiguise's whereabouts. Newt discovered that the demiguise had stayed outside to take care of the baby Akemi that had run off. I don't understand, Newt said, holding a wand in his hand, puzzled. Where did you get this wand? The department store where they found the demiguise was a muggle shop, so how could a wizard's wand have appeared there? When they found the demiguise, it was feeding the Akami chick, yet it had carefully protected the wand. When the baby Akami left, it had accidentally carried the wand away. The demiguise knew it belonged to someone important, so it had kept it safe. Just as Newt was puzzling over it. Having been brought back to its nest, the demiguise was about to climb up when it suddenly clung tightly to Jacob. Jacob thought it was reluctant to part with him and said with an affectionate smile, "Happy to be home." "Yeah, you must be exhausted, buddy. I like you too." A shadow fell over him, and Jacob froze. Chapter 541, an obscurial gone out of control. Jacob turned his head, saw the giant dragon, and greeted it cheerfully, "Hey, Shadow of the Destruction, we meet again." After a couple of encounters, Jacob no longer felt any awkwardness. Queenie, on the other hand, was startled. This was her first time inside. Jacob reassured her, "It's fine. That's the Shadow of Destruction, a dragon that likes to help." He still remembered the favor from John's claw. Without it, he would have been crushed to death by the Erumpent. The Shadow of Destruction. Queenie was both curious and amazed, murmuring, "This is the largest dragon I've ever seen." "All right, little guy, time to come down," Jacob coaxed the demiguise clinging tightly to him, then turned back to John with a grin. "I think you scared it a bit." "That's not just a little scared," John said, staring at the demiguise. The demiguise burrowed into its nest and refused to come out. Queenie, full of curiosity, stepped closer to John. "All right, who's going to introduce me to this lovely lady?" John's gaze swept over the wand in Newt's hand. Newt placed the unfamiliar wand on the platform. He still needed to deal with a small dispute with his bowtruckle. "Looks like my wand worked." John stared at the wand. Queenie, who had been approaching John, suddenly stopped, looking up at him in surprise. Jacob walked over to her side, already used to it. "It's pretty strange, right? A dragon that can talk. Is that rare where you're from too?" "Yes, but..." Queenie's expression shifted slightly. She had heard a voice. "I'll take the wand and leave after they're gone." Queenie was certain that wasn't Newt or the others, nor anyone else present. That voice had come from the giant dragon in front of her. Jacob whispered, "He's looking at you." Queenie snapped out of it, forcing a slightly unnatural smile. "Hello, my name is Queenie Goldstein." "Hello, Queenie." John greeted her. After watching her for a few seconds, John said, "Has no one ever told you that entering someone else's mind without permission is rude?" Queenie had been found out. John himself had let his guard down a little. He hadn't expected anyone to try to enter a dragon's mind. Legilimency. "Sorry," Queenie stepped back, shrugging her shoulders awkwardly. "I can't control it." "Unnatural legilimens," John said in surprise. "That's quite a gift." Seeing that he was easy to talk to, Queenie relaxed and smiled sweetly. "Sometimes it can be a bit troublesome. I imagine your school has books on that." "Wait, school?" Jacob perked up at the mention of it. "There's a school. A magic school. Here in America." "Of course there is, Ilvermorny," Queenie said proudly when mentioning her alma mater. "It's the best magical school in the world." "No, it isn't. The best magical school in the world is Hogwarts," Newt said, having temporarily made peace with the bowtruckle as he sorted through some plants nearby. Queenie crossed her arms. "Nonsense." Tina couldn't help but laugh. The group was getting along quite well here. "Can I ask you something?" Queenie hesitated for a moment, then finally decided to speak, looking at John. "Your wand, what did you mean?" "And leaving." "Wand? What wand?" Jacob was confused, and Newt looked equally puzzled. John let out a sigh. "I thought you'd hold back from asking." "That would have saved some trouble, my dear Queenie." "What do you mean?" Newt turned to John. John's massive body rose as he said, exactly what it sounds like. "I think it's time for us to part ways, Newt." "Wait, Shadow of Destruction." John lifted a hand, and the wand on the platform flew into his palm. He looked at it thoughtfully. "It's time for me to leave." Mirage. The next second, mist filled the case. John was completely concealed within it. "Shadow of Destruction." Newt cried out in alarm and rushed forward. Only to see that the massive figure had vanished into thin air. "How is that possible?" Tina's eyes widened. "How did he do that? A dragon disappearing right before their eyes? Magic." "Newt." Jacob looked toward the plains and said, "Something's not right." A thunderous crash split the air. The Thunderbird, Frank, shrieked as it shot into the sky, flapping its wings wildly. Its body turned black and gold, lightning flashing through its eyes. Danger, Newt said, watching the Thunderbird closely, his expression troubled. It senses danger. Night fell over Brooklyn. A mass of black, twisted substance moved through the city's towering buildings, leaving destruction in its wake. Cars were sent flying, sidewalks shattered, buildings reduced to rubble. It was an obscurus. An obscurial had gone out of control. At the top of a building, a white-haired wizard stood atop the building, idly twirling a newly made wand in his hand. The white wand spun between his fingers as a breeze brushed past his hair. John looked at the raging black mass and said in surprise, an adult. It was rare for an obscurial to live to that age. The power it displayed was astonishing. A car was struck and sent flying, crashing toward where John stood. John raised a hand and casually waved it, sending the car flying off in another direction. An 8-year-old boy stood with his friend. The rampaging obscurial shattered a building, and debris came crashing down, threatening to bury them. Just as it was about to hit the two children, the car John had deflected smashed into the falling rubble, knocking it aside. Run, Steve. Bucky, someone over there needs help. The skinny boy spotted an injured woman and ran over to help her. The other, sturdier boy, worried about his friend, hurried after him. John had no idea that his casual motion had just saved lives that were to die in this world. With a light flick of his wand, he appeared on the rooftop of another building. He looked up toward the opposite side. Beneath a large sign reading Squires, Newt and the others had also come out, witnessing the chaos caused by the obscurial. Sirens blared, the entire city of New York already in an uproar. Newt's expression turned grave. This is stronger than any obscurial I've ever known. The situation was far from optimistic. The statute of secrecy was on the verge of collapse, wizards exposed in the heart of the city. A thunderous explosion echoed in the distance, and flames began to spread across the city. Newt couldn't stand by and do nothing. He knew obscurials were born out of desperation. He wanted to save that child. Entrusting the case to Tina as if leaving behind something precious, he pulled out his notebook from his pocket. If I don't come back, take care of my creatures, Newt said, not daring to meet Tina's eyes. Everything you need to know is in here. What? Tina said. Newt looked toward the obscurus, then turned back to those beautiful eyes, holding her gaze for a long moment. Everything was left unsaid. He leapt from the rooftop and disapparated. Newt. Tina hurried after him, shoving the case into her sister's hands. Queenie turned and passed it to Jacob, but Jacob grabbed her hand tightly, refusing to let go. She read the thoughts in Jacob's mind. And hesitated. Jacob's past in the war left Queenie deeply shaken. What a pair of star-crossed lovers. John had seen enough of the scene. He casually stepped forward. His body plummeted rapidly, then vanished. When he reappeared, he was already in Times Square. The obscurus churned at one end of the square, its power growing even more violent. Born from loneliness and abuse, layers upon layers of accumulated pain and suffering erupted all at once. Flashes of red light roared within it. Amid the writhing mass, Credence's face could be faintly seen. Twisted, anguished, isolated, sorrowful. Countless emotions churned together, greatly amplifying the obscurial's power. A wizard's strength was rooted in the mind. The more sensitive a person was, the greater their power tended to be. It's inside you, and you've survived this long. Credence, this is a miracle. Graves appeared on the street, shouting, "You are a miracle. Come with me, just think of what we could achieve together." He was still trying to recruit Credence, but unfortunately, Credence's heart had already been shattered by Graves' earlier abandonment. Why does that guy look so much like a charlatan? John appeared atop a street lamp, looking toward the men who had been knocked down by the obscurial. He had to admit, there was something about him that he found particularly unpleasant. Behind an overturned car, Newt cautiously peeked out and spotted the mysterious wizard standing on the street lamp. Tina followed and hid behind a burning car, exchanging a glance with Newt. "It's the boy from the Second Salem group." "He's the obscurial," Newt said to Tina. Tina had once been punished by Makusa for helping that boy. Newt had seen that memory of hers through the pool during the execution. But he's not a child. He should have died already. Tina said, confused. Yeah. His power must be incredibly strong for him to have survived this long, Newt said with a sigh. It's extraordinary. The obscurus screamed again. Tina made her decision. Newt. Save that child. With that, Tina rushed toward Graves. She intended to stop him. Just as Graves was about to subdue the obscurial, Tina interrupted him. Seizing the opportunity, the obscurus surged down the street. Newt was about to follow when he looked up at the street lamp. The white-haired wizard was gone. Chapter 542, the subway station. The obscurus rampaged through the city. Newt chased after it. Credence. Newt shouted. I can help you. He hoped to make Credence stop attacking. But it had no effect. If anything, it only provoked the Obscurus further. Newt disapparated just in time to avoid the attack, then continued the pursuit. Wherever the Obscurus passed, its magic tore buildings apart. Several auras appeared and launched spells at it. The spells missed the Obscurus and nearly struck Newt instead. The Obscurus desperately dodged the attacks, but was still grazed, leaving behind fragments like black snow. Hovering above the rooftops, it shrieked as it recoiled, then veered off toward another district. The Aurus attacks pressed on relentlessly. In a violent burst, the Obscurus staggered toward the entrance of a subway station. Outside the station, a line of armed police stood waiting. Facing the roaring, supernatural force charging toward them, their expressions shifted from confusion to tension, then to fear. Without needing orders, they opened fire. But it was useless. Instead, it only enraged the Obscurus further as it surged toward them. The police could no longer suppress their fear. They scattered in panic, fleeing in all directions. The Obscurus continued its charge toward the subway station. At that moment, John appeared outside the station, seemingly out of nowhere. John calmly watched the Obscurus rushing toward him, black mist seeping from his eyes. Just as the Obscurus was about to reach him, an even larger mass of black exploded outward. Your emotions aren't strong enough. Where black met black, the violent clash shattered the ground instantly. Terrifying cracks spread across the street outside the subway station. Newt disapparated onto a rooftop, staring in shock at the two masses of black entangled together. That's... He watched with his own eyes as the white-haired wizard transformed into an Obscurus and intercepted Credence. Another Obscurial. You're grieving. The tangled black masses pulsed, and with a single ripple, nearby buildings were torn apart. The black mist around John coiled around the Obscurus, dragging it into the subway station. Once inside, the black mass was flung violently, crashing against the tracks, and John's body reformed from the darkness. On the other side, Credence gradually returned to human form. He looked at John, his timid expression now carrying a hint of surprise at meeting someone like himself. You're the same as me. No, not the same, John shook his head. I've learned to control my power. What's your name? C.R. Credence Barebone. Perhaps because he had met someone like himself, Credence was far less guarded toward John. John stepped closer. With a flick of his wand behind him. Newt, who had just disapparated into the subway station, collided with an invisible barrier. He reached out to touch it. Anti-disapparition. John stopped in front of Credence and held out the wand in his hand. Credence, do you know what this is? As someone from the Second Salem group, Credence knew what it was. He reached out, carefully taking it, gently tracing the patterns along its surface. The white wand was etched with delicate designs. A wand, something wizards use to control their power. With a slight gesture from John, the wand flew back into his hand. However, some powerful wizards can control their magic without a wand. With the wand in hand, John casually tapped it against his palm. You want me to control my power, but I can't do it. No, you've misunderstood. John slowly crouched down, meeting Credence's eyes as he huddled on the subway tracks. I want you to release your power, Credence. In exchange, I'm willing to do something for you, like teaching you how to control it. John's body exploded into a mass of black mist that spread across the entire subway station, then abruptly contracted back into human form. The entire process didn't damage the subway in the slightest. See. Complete control. His tone was calm, yet carried unquestionable certainty. Blocked by the barrier, Newt witnessed everything. This defied everything he knew, leaving him in disbelief. How did he do that? To manipulate an Obscurial's power so freely? Who exactly is that wizard? Can you tell me who my family is? Credence asked John cautiously, his voice filled with hope. In his eyes, John was like him. Perhaps he was even family. I'm sorry. Even though you feel familiar to me, John shook his head, I don't know anything about your identity. Credence lowered his head in disappointment. But, John looked at him, is that really so important? If you can't find your family, then find one you can accept as your own. John extended his hand toward Credence. When your name and power resound throughout the magical world, your family will come looking for you. Credence slowly raised his head, looking at that young yet convincing face, murmuring to himself, a family I accept. Can I really do that? You can, John said without hesitation. Make yourself stronger, Credence. Something stirred deep within Credence. Slowly, he reached out and took John's hand. Then let's complete the exchange, Credence, John said seriously. Release your power. No. Newt shouted from beyond the barrier. Credence, don't do it. He said urgently, you'll die. No, you won't. Credence's expression turned wary, but John spoke calmly, let me tell you a spell. He whispered it into Credence's ear. Newt couldn't hear it clearly, but he was certain that this white-haired wizard had his own agenda. Credence was already on the verge of losing control. Continuing to use his power would only allow the Obscurus to consume him further. Newt pulled out his wand and began attacking the barrier, trying to break through. Outside the subway station, Aurors had surrounded the entrance. With their wands pointed toward the ground and the sky, they cast an invisible energy field. More Aurors were arriving. They had already confirmed that the Obscurus causing chaos throughout the city was here. Graves, who had just fought Tina, also arrived at the scene. Assessing the situation, he quickly took control. Seal this area. Graves ordered the Aurors. No one is to go down there. After giving the command, Graves headed toward the subway. Just as the barrier was about to be completed, a figure took advantage of the moment, slipping through with a swift roll into the tunnel. She was worried about Newt, and also concerned for Credence. Please don't let anything happen, Newt. She moved stealthily into the subway. Others from Makusa were also rushing over. At the forefront was President Serafina Piquiri. This crisis had already become a serious threat to the Statute of Secrecy. They even had to prepare for the possibility of the wizarding world being exposed to Muggle society. Outside, many Muggles had gathered, including the father of Senator Shaw, who had been killed by the Obscurus. Camera flashes from reporters captured everything unfolding in that moment. This incident would be recorded in history, the hidden magical forces brought into the light. Just as the Second Salem group had claimed, those people were hiding among them, threatening their lives. Piquiri glanced at the dense crowd of Muggles, a deep sense of helplessness rising within her. Since taking office, she had worked tirelessly to uphold the Statute of Secrecy, yet in the end, she had failed to protect wizardkind. After tonight, wizards might have to live even more cautiously, and Makusa might have to relocate once again. And all of it would fall on her shoulders as president. The public would need someone to blame. Whether it was Newt or herself, they would both become targets. Inside the subway station, John extended his hand, the rhythm of mind magic flowing into Credence's body. A bolt of lightning shot out from the barrier. The barrier shattered. Then John saw Newt being repeatedly struck by a whip of electricity. Graves had momentarily forgotten about the Obscurus, focusing entirely on attacking Newt. Graves was so focused that he completely ignored John's presence. John's lips twitched slightly. Just how deep was that grudge? Well then, you can take that person as an example. Using mind magic to stir Credence's emotions, John gestured for him to look at Newt being struck. But the moment Credence saw Graves, the calm he had regained shattered. His body trembled, convulsing uncontrollably. That's it. Whatever it is, anger, sorrow, let it out. John whispered in his ear, release your emotions. Let yourself go, just this once. You don't need to suppress yourself. That's what the weak do. What you need to do is unleash all your hatred and anger. With his wand, he traced a circle, connecting it to Credence. Drawing in the immense power belonging to the Obscurus. Light gradually began to glow along the wand as John slowly stepped back. Release it, Credence. Just as I told you. Credence no longer suppressed himself. His body exploded into a mass of black mist, radiating a crimson glow. Whoosh. In an instant, it engulfed the entire subway station. Graves no longer cared about attacking Newt. He was overwhelmed by the sheer force of it. Under the immense black mass, he dropped to his knees, pleading in shock. Credence. The Obscurus let out a strange, piercing scream. Under John's guidance, Credence completely unleashed his power. Even Graves had to retreat before it. Chapter 543, Hello, Gale. Graves temporarily let Newt go, and the two of them operated rapidly through different parts of the subway. They desperately dodged the Obscurus's attacks, but this only caused the station to collapse even faster. The Obscurus suddenly accelerated, forming a towering wave that swallowed the station before bursting through the tunnel ceiling and surging upward. John watched as the patterns on his wand gradually lit up, charging at an astonishing speed, like an oversized power bank. Good work, Credence. John estimated that it wouldn't be long before it was fully charged. The Obscurus surged out onto the streets, wreaking havoc along the pavement. Whether wizard or nomage, everyone could only stare in stunned disbelief. This supernatural force was utterly terrifying. A half-constructed skyscraper was struck by the Obscurus. The glass on every floor shattered violently, and the skeletal scaffolding twisted and collapsed under its crushing force, teetering on the brink of total ruin. Beyond the magical barricade, the crowd panicked, no longer caring about taking pictures as they scattered to escape. The Obscurus spread out again into a massive disk that blanketed the sky, then suddenly contracted into a dense mass and plunged back into the subway through the opening. Screaming. Diving. The Obscurus's terrifying power ran rampant. Newt and Graves were on the brink of death, lying together, trembling beneath the oppressive darkness. Within the black mist, Credence was in agony. John had amplified his emotions. A cloud-like mass of black energy enveloped the subway dome, surging toward the two fallen men. Credence, don't. Tina rushed over, her voice making the Obscurus halt. Credence recognized that voice. When he had been beaten and abused by his adoptive mother, it was Tina who had defied the law to help him. Those who have suffered the most remember kindness the deepest. The black mist slowly, gently swirled as Credence stared at Tina. Tina met the eerie eyes within the darkness. She pleaded, "Don't do this, please." Seeing that it was working, Newt urged, "Keep talking, Tina. Keep talking to him. He's listening to you. He is." Inside the black mist, Credence reached out both hands toward Tina. She was the only one who had ever treated him with simple, genuine kindness. His expression was filled with urgency, but also fear. John's fingers brushed along his wand. It was fully charged. Under its full rampage, the energy stored in the wand had already reached the level of a super magic crystal. Since that was the case, John flicked his wand, and the threads entwined around Credence were severed. The influence of the mental magic vanished, and Credence gradually began to stabilize. Tina looked at Credence with sorrow and pity. "I know what that woman did to you. I know you've suffered a lot, but you can't keep going like this." She appealed to both his emotions and reason. "Newt and I will protect you." Graves caught his breath and got back to his feet. He had no intention of giving up on the Obscurus. Tina stepped forward slowly. "This man, he's using you." Graves immediately retorted, "Don't listen to her, Credence. I want you to be free." He tried to soothe him, his voice gentle. "It's all right." Suddenly, something white appeared in Graves' line of sight, behind the black mass of the Obscurus. His pupils shrank. Because John had stopped using mental magic, Credence's influence was gradually diminishing. The Obscurus was also beginning to contract. At that moment, Aurors flooded into the subway, charging into the tunnel. More Aurors appeared behind Tina as well, launching their attack. They raised their wands, pressing forward aggressively. "No." Tina tried to make them lower their wands. "You'll scare him." "Credence." John's voice rang out. Credence turned his head, and John said softly, "Remember that spell." Credence let out a dreadful groan as the Obscurus began to swell once more. Tina and Newt tried to protect him, while Graves reacted even more sharply, raising his wand. "Lower your wands." Graves roared. "Whoever dares touch him will answer to me." Credence. Credence. Graves and Tina had different goals, but for this brief moment, they stood on the same side, both trying to protect Credence. But the Aurors began firing spells. Flashes of magic struck the Obscurus, drawing a pained scream from Credence. His face twisted as he reached out toward John. He wanted to grasp this kindred spirit, to understand how to find his own family. John looked at him and slowly raised his wand. Time corridor. An Ouroboros coiled around Credence's wrist. Under the relentless attacks, the Obscurus's magical energy began to dissipate. A sphere of white magic replaced the black mass. Then, the sphere exploded. The shockwave sent Newt, the others, and the Aurors flying. All power subsided. Fragments of black matter drifted outward like feathers. Among the fallen, John remained standing. He began to walk forward slowly. A pair of eyes followed him the entire time. John looked toward their owner. Graves' expression was unreadable. John gave a faint smile, his lips moving. "Long time no see, Gale." In that instant, the men who had been hiding his identity understood that he had been exposed. What surprised him, and set his thoughts racing, was why this old acquaintance still looked exactly the same as before. In the years after he left Godric's Hollow, the men had searched many times for any trace of that white-haired wizard, yet found nothing. It was as if he had never existed in this world at all, with no origin, no past. Extraordinarily gifted, shrouded in mystery. And now, he had finally seen that unchanged white-haired wizard again. A man equally sharp-minded, he arrived at a possibility. John waved a hand at him, then stepped forward. His figure vanished without a trace. With John gone, Graves turned his attention back to the fools who had ruined his plans. A bunch of idiots. Do you even know what you've just done? Graves was furious. Pickquery stepped out from behind the Aurors, her tone firm as she openly questioned Graves' actions. "It was I who ordered the Obscurial to be killed, Mr. Graves." Graves was furious at their actions. He had been so close to obtaining the Obscurial. Just a little more, and he could have carried out his plan. Just like before, when he had tried to take Elle away. So close. Always just a step away. He took a deep breath, then spoke in a tone heavy with mockery. "Yes, history will record this, Madam President. What happened here was neither just nor merciful. Pick shot back. He should be held responsible for the death of a nomage, nearly exposing all of wizard kind, and violating our sacred laws. That law makes me no better than a rat in the gutter. That law forces us to hide who we truly are. That law makes those under its rule cower in fear, terrified that we might be exposed. Madam President, Graves' sharp gaze swept across everyone present. Ask yourselves, who is that law meant to protect? Us. Or them? His questioning left the Aurors speechless. Graves turned and walked away, sneering. I refuse to bow any longer. Such thoughts, such words. They were no different from the rhetoric of Grindelwald rampaging across Europe. Sensing something was wrong, Pick immediately ordered the Aurors to arrest Graves. As Graves reached the depths of the platform, a wall of white light blocked his path. Irritation and restlessness surfaced on his face. After a brief moment of thought, he let out a sinister laugh and turned around. The battle began. The Aurors of the Magical Congress fired spell after spell, but against a powerful wizard, their attacks were little more than childish play. With a mere flick of his wand, Graves sent several Aurors crashing to the ground. Sensing the situation, Newt immediately released his swooping evil to block Graves' spells, then cast a glowing rope of supernatural light from behind, binding him tightly. Tina acted as well, summoning the fallen wand into her hand. Disarmed and restrained, hatred burned in Graves' eyes. Newt had long suspected his identity. A revealing charm exposed Graves' true face. Platinum blonde hair. Heterochromatic eyes. A face that appeared on wanted posters across every ministry of magic. Gellert Grindelwald. Even after returning to his original form, Grindelwald remained arrogant, sneering, "Do you really think you can hold me?" Pick understood just how dangerous this man was. "We will do everything in our power, Mr. Grindelwald." With that, the battle came to an end. Queenie and Jacob arrived, carrying Newt's case with them. Newt gazed at the brightening sky outside, where the last remnants of the Obscurus drifted away. Outside. On top of a high-rise building near the subway station. John stood there, one hand in his pocket. "Where do you want to go?" He looked at Credence, who was curled up on the rooftop. The Ouroboros around his wrist had saved his life. Credence's body trembled, the scene of being blasted apart lingering in his mind. Hearing the question, he lifted his head. "I'm going to France." The Thunderbird rose from the shattered subway, flying into the clouds. Lightning flashed, and heavy rain began to fall. A gust of wind from John's wand shielded him from the rain. A potion that can make people forget unpleasant things. "Newt, your potions must have been excellent." After tasting the rainwater's composition, John said casually, "Then go to France." Chapter 544, even a Niffler could be robbed. The fundamental principle of alchemy, equivalent exchange. To gain something, a price must be paid. Credence survived, and John kept his promise. As the cost, however, Credence had nearly been drained dry. The glowing wand was like an intensely bright glow stick, in John's hand. It shone so strongly that his face was almost impossible to see clearly. Credence curled up in a corner, looking like someone who had been worked to the bone, with not a drop left to give. "Do you remember that feeling?" John casually tossed the wand in his hand before slipping it into his pocket. "That's magic flowing through your body. If an ordinary wizard's control is like a faucet, then you're a ruptured opening." He walked over, grabbed Credence with one hand, and Apparat. When they reappeared, they were inside an empty church. The exhausted Credence was tossed aside by John. "You need to learn control. For your own sake, and for your family's, too. I can't be by your side to supervise you every time." A cauldron sat nearby. John walked over, drew his wand, and tapped it against the cauldron. The magic stored within the wand was released, and the previously calm cauldron instantly began to boil. The churning liquid splashed violently, a single drop was enough to trigger a massive explosion. He took out a runic serpent egg and tossed it in. The crude, forceful method caused a foul stench to rise from the cauldron. As the magic was absorbed, the glowing wand gradually returned to normal. "What exactly are you trying to do?" Credence pushed himself up, looking at John, who was brewing a potion. "You've already absorbed magic 3 times. "Yes, and it also prevents you from going out of control." "That's good, isn't it?" John didn't even turn his head as he stirred the cauldron, speaking casually. "If your magic isn't released, you'll die. If you release too much, you'll die. You're destined for death." Credence's expression dimmed. "Isn't there a third option? Control yourself. Keep your emotions within a threshold, and you might live a little longer." John chanted an incomprehensible incantation toward the cauldron, something like an elven song, ethereal and melodic. The boiling cauldron gradually calmed, and the potion inside began to solidify. The congealed potion resembled a crystal, with a single drop of transparent liquid gently trembling at its center. Only after finishing did John turn back to face the dejected Credence. "You're going to France. We can leave tomorrow." Credence's birthplace was written on his birth record, which was why he wanted to go to France. He wanted to understand his identity and find his family. To John, this held little meaning. After all, he hadn't been found and taken in. He had been sent away. His family had already abandoned him. Seeing Credence's despondency, strands of black mist began to seep from his body. John walked over and handed him his wand. "Is it worth it?" "Yes." Giving up might let him live longer, but Credence chose his family. Given Credence's current condition, the excitement of seeing his family might very well cost him his life. After multiple emotional outbursts, Credence had gradually shed his earlier timid and submissive nature. Hearing John's words, he lowered his gaze and took the wand. The moment it touched his hand, the wand began absorbing his power, the black mist shifting direction and flowing into it. He was like a massive power bank, and the wand was the battery. John had made a slight modification to the wand, allowing it to store magical energy. During the days they stayed here, whenever the obscurus within Credence threatened to go out of control, John used this method to suppress it. Not every obscurial was John Wick. Their fates were usually far more tragic. "I knew a girl." John sat beside Credence, looking up at the colorful image of the Madonna holding an infant. She was hurt when she was 6, and it turned her into an obscurial. Her mother was killed by her power, and she could only rely on her 2 brothers. Her eldest brother was very intelligent, a highly gifted wizard. Her second brother was slightly inferior, hot-tempered. In the end, she died as well, caught in her brother's childish dispute, John said calmly. The elder brother wanted to take her away and hide her, like hiding a secret, a shameful secret. This way, her elder brother wouldn't have to live in constant fear of when his sister might lose control and kill innocent people around her. He could truly be free, freed from those restraints. Hearing this, Credence slowly raised his head and looked at John. Did her brother not love her? He did, but she was a burden, a shackle. John shook his head slightly. Her very existence was like a bomb, and her elder brother was a saint. He loved her, but he loved the world even more. His love for her came from a brother's duty, from moral restraint. As he spoke, a complicated expression flickered across John's face. To wizards, an obscurial is something to fear. Even family members tremble at that uncertainty. "What about you?" Credence stared at John. This wizard was even younger than him. "You're an obscurial too." "Me. I'm different." John let out a quiet laugh, his tone carrying both pride and an undeniable sense of certainty. "I'm stronger than all of them. Wizards are outliers among no-mages, and obscurials are outliers among wizards, Credence." John turned to meet his gaze and said softly, "You can be strong and cruel, but you cannot be weak and kind. Because that kindness would often become the very thing that tormented you." His words tore apart Credence's illusions about his family, forcing him to think. If his family truly loved him, why had they abandoned him? Why had they sent him to that hell, the second Salem? A wizard had sent his own child into a place that hunted witches. Half of Credence's life had been spent under his adoptive mother's abuse, a cruelty that never changed until he finally snapped and killed her. Toward his family, he felt both longing and uncertainty, along with fear. He was a fragile child. When he encountered Grindelwald disguised as Graves, that kind of warmth, even with its hidden purpose, was enough to make him fall. A person starved of love, suddenly touched by a flicker of light. But it wasn't light. It was exploitation, a far crueler punishment. What was her name? Credence asked about the girl who was like him. Ariana. Ariana Dumbledore. John stood up. Credence suddenly spoke, "Are you going to use me too?" "Yes." John nodded honestly. "I need your power. The power within you is incredibly strong, Credence." Credence looked like a child afraid of being abandoned. In a small voice, he asked, "If you find me useless, will you abandon me too?" He feared that John might become another Grindelwald. The joy of finding someone like himself was overshadowed by fear. He lacked love. Whether it was family or friendship, he didn't want to lose it. By John's side, he felt something like having an older brother. Although John looked younger than him, his maturity made Credence see him as one. Over these past days, John's use of him had all been to help suppress the obscurus. John glanced at him and said calmly, "Then become strong enough that I can't abandon you. The choice is yours, not mine, Credence. I will keep my promise. After we reach France, I'll need to leave for a while." The wand in Credence's hand lit up instantly. His emotions were too intense. "Don't worry," John shrugged. "I'm just going to find something." His words steadied Credence's emotions, and the wand in his hand dimmed to half its glow. Thinking of what John had said, he tried to push himself further, to prove his worth. His face turned pale as he forced more magic into the wand, but John stepped forward and snatched it away. I need your power, not your life. After reprimanding him, John turned and left. Credence watched his back. His curled-up body slowly relaxed on the bench. A gentle yet powerful king. To board the ocean liner, John had practically emptied the Niffler's entire stash. Yes, that's right. Newt's Niffler stared at its half-empty nest and broke down in tears, the kind that even Newt couldn't soothe. A hunter who spends all day catching geese will one day be pecked by one. Who would have thought that even a Niffler could be robbed? It was said that afterward, Newt replaced the Niffler's nest with a safe, and the Niffler's main duty became guarding against bowtruckles. After all, among all magical creatures, only bowtruckles could pick locks. Chapter 545, Bowsbaton's new resident. On the ocean liner, John stood in the sea breeze, with several diamond necklaces and galleons he had taken from the Niffler's nest still in his pocket. After selling the diamond necklaces for cash, John pulled out a dollar bill and handed it to the attendant beside him. The attendant's smile brightened instantly. Glancing at Credence's somewhat worn clothes, John suddenly asked, "What do you think of deep purple?" "What?" "Your clothes." John stroked his chin. "You don't want your family to pity you when you meet them, do you? You should carry yourself with pride, not beg for their sympathy." Credence was momentarily stunned. John continued on his own, "Paris is the capital of fashion. I'm sure you'll find something suitable there. A piece of advice. Don't take clothing suggestions from other wizards too seriously." He glanced at a strangely dressed fat man and recognized him as a wizard. Wizards of this era were still relatively integrated into society, but in John's time, they had become completely disconnected from muggles. Seeing that the fat wizard had several people following him, John seemed to think of something. "I need to find you a place to stay," he said to Credence. "You need a temporary place, and you'll have to hide your identity." Credence felt that made sense. Then John abruptly changed the subject. "What do you think of a circus?" "Huh." Credence didn't understand the sudden shift before he saw John walking toward the fat wizard. He watched as John approached and began speaking with him. He watched as John had the attendant bring over 2 glasses of wine. John and the fat wizard chatted pleasantly, and in the end, they clinked glasses as if they had just struck a deal. When John returned, Credence asked nervously, "What did you say to him?" "Oh, nothing much. I just introduced you to the circus as a handyman. Of course, it's paid work." With a smile on his face, John raised his glass toward the fat wizard. The fat wizard also lifted his glass with a cheerful grin. Only Credence was left processing John's words. Had he just been sold? Ah, fresh air. The air in the Pyrenees was crisp, morning mist drifting across the highlands. John had come to look up some information. Hogwarts wasn't very convenient for that. From what he knew, Hogwarts currently had a defense against the dark arts professor named Dumbledore. He couldn't beat the older Dumbledore, and he couldn't beat this younger one either. This really doesn't feel great, John clicked his tongue. If he had leveled up normally, dealing with Dumbledore wouldn't have been a problem for him. But he had skipped more than 20 years, jumping straight into Dumbledore's middle age. At this point, Dumbledore was in his prime. Whether he was stronger than his older self wielding the Elder Wand was still an unknown. To avoid him remembering that I broke his nose, I'd better go somewhere else. When it came to the 3 oldest magical schools in Europe, there was no doubt they were Hogwarts, Bowsbatons, and Durmstrang. Hogwarts was out of the question, so he would go to Bowsbatons, where he had once studied. As for Durmstrang, John wasn't very familiar with it. His only connection there had been using its fireplace after getting lost. As for Credence, he would be working at the circus for the time being. After getting off the ship, Credence had been happily taken away by the fat wizard. John had his own plans for him. This was a transaction. Neither side needed to take responsibility for the other. There might have been a trace of sympathy between fellow Obscurials, but John was making far more use of him. Bowsbatons followed the same holiday schedule as Hogwarts. When John arrived, it was during the Christmas break. He conjured the uniform Madame Maxime had once given him. Inside the European-style classical library, John flipped through a book titled The Power of the Patronus. The protagonist of this book was said to be able to summon a Patronus the size of a giant. Even during the holidays, quite a few students remained at the school. For example, right now. Hi. A girl in Bowsbaton's blue satin uniform walked over and sat down in front of John with an open, confident manner. I'm Cedrina Stewart. Hello, Stewart. John gave a faint smile. And you? I don't think I've seen you before. The girl boldly struck up a conversation, blinking her long-lashed eyes. Without changing expression, John replied, You're Delacour. I usually spend my time reading alone in the Jardin Enchanté. No wonder. Stewart nodded in realization. It had to be said that in this regard, Bowsbaton's girls were far more forward than those at Hogwarts. This was already the 6th time John had been approached. As dinner time approached, John had a bowl of the fish stew Fleur liked most. Their dining hall was different from Hogwarts. It felt more like a place steeped in French romantic charm. Golden candlesticks flickered on the tables, and even if oil accidentally stained the pristine white tablecloths, they would clean themselves almost instantly. For several days in a row, John stayed at Beauxbatons. No one even noticed this outsider. During the day, he stayed in the library. At night, he went to the hidden chamber beneath Beauxbatons' Nicholas Flamel fountain statue. The Book of the Dark was set aside as John discreetly flipped through its contents. Time, soul, curse. 3 paths to immortality, the 3 directions Herpo the Foul had set for himself. John focused mainly on time and the soul. His fingers traced along the pages as he pondered how to establish an anchor point. If he truly wanted to return to his own point in time, he needed an anchor to rely on. Relying on temporal flashes alone was far too unstable. The gate of objects in this era is even more uncertain. John felt a bit helpless. In the past, whenever he was unsure, he could summon the gate of objects. Now, that was no longer an option. His teacher was still alive, which meant the gate of objects had no keeper. Such a gate was more terrifying than 10 Voldemorts combined. John had once nearly been torn apart by the gate of objects. He had no desire to experience that again. At Beauxbatons, John stayed for nearly a month. During this time, he had almost finished reading every book related to time and the soul in the school. And gradually, he began to attract attention. For example, right now, a boy who had been watching John for quite some time approached him. "Hello, you're old Delacour." John looked up. The boy was about the same age as him, with bright blue eyes and smooth hair. He was very handsome, the kind girls would whisper about behind his back. John said calmly, "Hi. What is it?" "Of course." The boy sat down, staring at John. "My name is Dominique Delacour. I just want to ask, since when did I have an older brother?" Dominique looked confused. After returning from Christmas break, he had inexplicably gained an extra brother. Wasn't he the only Delacour in this year? Where had a second one come from? His gaze swept over John's hair, then his eyes. Was he really from the Delacour family? John felt a bit awkward. He had borrowed someone else's surname, and now the real one had come knocking. He let out a faint sigh, a complicated expression appearing on his face. "It's normal that you wouldn't know, after all, I made it up on the spot." Perhaps John's hesitation looked too genuine, because Dominique's voice trembled as he said, You can't be my father's." He didn't say the words, illegitimate child, but Dominique was already in disbelief. His loving parents, could they really have had such a crisis in their relationship? He needed time to process this. Staggering to his feet, he went off to write a letter to his father. Seeing him spiral off on his own assumptions, John immediately packed up his things and slipped away. "I can't stay here any longer." Grabbing the Book of the Dark, John ran into Stuart, the girl who had approached him before. "Yorl, let's go." "Sorry, I have something urgent." John hurried past, cutting her off before she could finish inviting him to the Jardin Enchanté. She smiled and said, "Then we'll go next time." After Dominique received a letter from his father filled with fatherly love, he went to confront John, only to find that he was already gone. Not only that, Earl Delacour had seemingly vanished into thin air. Dominique was left with an unsolved mystery, and Stuart with an invitation she would never get to voice again. Grindelwald's capture in New York shook all of Europe. Pickquery did as she said she would, mobilizing the highest level of security to imprison him. On the day he was taken into the prison, the entire place echoed with Grindelwald's name. The imprisoned wizards shouted in fanatic fervor, as if they had seen hope for the future. It left the Aurors deeply on edge. Chapter 546, Oh so poor Dementors. Pickquery gazed at Grindelwald. She saw neither fear nor tension on that man's face. Instead, there was a strange sense of ease, as if he had returned home. "Keep a close watch on him." Pickquery gave the order to the Aurors. Ministers of magic from various countries, having learned of Grindelwald's capture, began negotiating with her, hoping to have him transferred to prisons in their own nations. Pickquery would have to engage in negotiations with them for days on end. The significance Grindelwald carried made her want to extract every last bit of value from him. Newspapers filled the skies. Whether they were Grindelwald's followers or those opposing him, all were watching this event closely. Including John. Spending the Niffler's money, he was shopping at a high-end clothing store. "Sir, according to your request, the clothes will take half a month to complete." The attendant spoke beside John. John nodded. "I'll come to pick them up in half a month, but I'd like a few adjustments. Add some decoration around the collar." Custom tailoring in this era burned through money. After settling the details with the shop, John left the clothing store. A week had passed since he left Beauxbatons, and Credence had already been working odd jobs at the circus for over a month. John wasn't in a hurry to bring Credence back. Instead, he went to the French wizarding district. This place was similar to Diagon Alley, serving as the main trading hub for French wizards. Thanks to the Niffler, John had gained the means to spend freely overnight. Yes, many thanks for the Niffler's generosity. Sitting in an open-air cafe along the street, John sipped his tea with quiet elegance. Opening the newspaper, he read the reports about Grindelwald. This was the influence of a Dark Lord. Even more than a month after his capture, the topic still carried immense attention and discussion. The head of the British Department of Magical Law Enforcement sharply criticized Grindelwald's threat and the events in New York. The matter of the Obscurus had also made the headlines. At this point, everyone believed the Obscurus had already died, leaving Credence temporarily safe. But how long that could remain hidden was another question. After all, the ministries of magic in this era were still quite competent, unlike the later days under Fudge. Using gold, John indulged in a spree of purchases throughout the district, his small bag gradually filling up. Newt's pet, a hidden tycoon belonging to a hidden tycoon. There had been no shortage of gold in that Niffler's nest. No wonder some people believed that if you let a Niffler into your home, you'd be bankrupt by the next day. A natural master of amassing wealth, though whether it was legal was another matter. He opened his palm. Resting there was a crystal-clear drop, like a tear. This was something he had refined after repeatedly drawing magic from Credence, a single drop of highly concentrated, pure magical energy. Just one drop was enough to overload 10 wizards, yet an entire cauldron of condensed material had only produced this much. Unlike magical crystals, its magic was far purer. And it required a special constitution to absorb it. Otherwise, it was nothing more than a potent poison. In other words, those who could use it were either extremely powerful wizards, or obscurials like John. He stored away the pure magic. It wasn't yet time for him to use temporal flashes. The clothes will take some time to finish. In the meantime, I can go there. There was another place John needed to visit. Azkaban. His supply of souls was running low. He needed to restock. Even though he already possessed a 1,000-year-old soul, when it came to souls, there was no such thing as too many, only too few. As the first to discover the uses of Dementors, John used the sins of others to fuel his magic. I probably can't take too many this time, he murmured to himself. As he set about dealing with the Dementors. That would be too ruthless. If he went that far, the Dementors in his own era might end up affected as well. He found a person near an alley by the square in the hidden district, someone holding a shepherd's staff and wearing a fur hat. He needed to smuggle his way back. Azkaban. After the terrifying disappearance, a rumor had begun circulating among the Dementors. A legend about something that could drag Dementors into darkness. Of course, it only spread within a small circle, limited to the Dementors themselves. The Aurors didn't believe that anything could capture Dementors. After all, the only known spell capable of affecting them was the Patronus charm. And even that could only drive them away. The Ministry's lack of concern left the Dementors furious, but they had no other options. They could only become more cautious. Yet one Dementor was particularly bold. Come on, that's way too lame. We're Dementors, you know. Oh. So you're really that brave? Of course. I, Credo Falmoy, am extremely brave. After saying that, the Dementor suddenly realized something. It was patrolling alone, where had that second voice come from? Then, a sharp clinking sound rang out. The Dementor turned around and saw a magical net woven from black threads spreading open. Credo Falmoy was gone. Credence was working under the table. Exactly what it sounded like. Since he was officially supposed to be dead, someone who couldn't be seen in the open, he received the lowest wages in the entire circus. After deducting food expenses, his pay was even less than that of a Hogwarts house elf. He did the dirtiest and most exhausting work, cleaning up after the Kappa and shoveling the droppings of the young fire dragon. The fat wizard owner had completely dropped the friendliness he'd shown on the ship. Now he shot vicious looks at Credence whenever he got close to his money-making asset. Go clean the Kappa. Credence took a deep breath, his fists clenching as he watched the fat owner lead away the cash cow. A flicker of black mist passed through his eyes, but he restrained it. John's training was beginning to show results. He could control his power. He kept waiting for John to come back for him. But John never came. A voice deep within him told him that he had been abandoned. Just like what Grindelwald had done. Once he was no longer useful, he was cast aside. But Credence resisted that voice, telling himself, he's not the same as Grindelwald. The voice inside him replied, what's different? He already told you, it was a transaction. No, he wouldn't. He wouldn't abandon me. Stop lying to yourself, Credence. You're someone destined to be abandoned over and over again. Shut up. Face reality. Your parents abandoned you. Grindelwald used you. He's no different. He's an obscurial. He's my kind. You're going to die. To them, something without value is nothing but trash. He argued with the voice inside his head, the black mist around him growing thicker. He trembled where he stood, black energy seeping from his eyes. Credence. A gentle voice pulled him back. He looked over. A beautiful Asian woman in blue. She softly called his name, warmth in her eyes. Nagini. Credence walked over and saw her. Separated by iron bars, the two reached out and touched hands. He made you turn into a snake again. Nagini was the main attraction of the circus. Many people came here just to see the legendary Maledictus. In the month since his arrival, it was Nagini who had first brought solace to Credence's lonely soul. It's always been like this, Nagini said gently. I'm used to it. I'll take you away from here, Credence said firmly, gripping her hand. I promise. Nagini smiled faintly. Both of them were outcasts, abandoned. They relied on each other, like birds that had each lost a wing. Azkaban. For this should be enough. Visiting once again, John tossed the red and white sphere into his small bag. After storing away the bottle that emitted a sacred white glow, he absorbed the dark, murky curse into his right hand. It had taken John several days to reach Azkaban, and several more to capture the Dementors. Half a month had nearly passed, and he had obtained everything he needed. Just as he was about to leave, John paused. Herpo the Foul left behind the Book of the Dark. Then did Acristes, who was just as wicked, leave something behind as well. He had once seen the inhumane experiments Acristes conducted on sailors. If there were experiments, there might be original records left behind. Acristes was different from Herpo. His application of the soul could be glimpsed through the Dementors. He had even gone so far as to survive among Dementors, turning himself into a curse. Like Herpo, it was another form of immortality. Chapter 547, Acristes' knowledge. Let me think, where did he conduct his experiments? This island had originally belonged to Acristes. Only after his death was it discovered and officially turned into Azkaban prison. The Ministry of Magic must have thoroughly inspected this dangerous, curse-filled place. If anything had been found, it would have already been taken away or destroyed. It seemed, at first glance, that Acristes had left nothing behind. But John stared at the seawater crashing into the cavern. I remember seeing water. A thought flashed through his mind, and he walked toward the sea. If there truly was a place the Ministry wouldn't search, then the seabed was the only possibility. Transforming his lungs into those of a dragon, John dove several hundred meters in a single breath. Finally, when half the air in his lungs had been used up, he saw a ship resting on the ocean floor. Strangely, it had no sails and no rudder. Rather than a ship, it looked more like a sealed container. He brushed aside a fish that swam too close and found an entrance. It was a broken door, the interior completely flooded with seawater. Scattered bones and various silver objects lay sunken within. Shackles used for restraint and hooks rusted from long exposure to seawater lay scattered around. There had once been all kinds of magic here, but with the passage of time, it had all faded. Fish and parasites had taken over, settling in freely. After searching for a while, John found a cabinet. Inside were parchment records filled with writing. But the seawater had done significant damage. Some had even been washed away. John tapped it with his wand, making the cabinet follow him as he swam out. Once he surfaced, he began examining its contents. Experimental records. He stared at the parchments. An entire cabinet full of records. Just how many people had Acristes harmed? Using magic, he dried the parchments. Fortunately, parchment was far more durable than ordinary paper. The writing on them had also been made with special ink. Every dark wizard is a mad scientist. These records documented horrifying experiments, but they also contained the crystallization of Acristes' knowledge. I once encountered a dream demon, John murmured softly, reading the contents of one parchment. Dream demon. The first time John had come face to face with Acristes, he had taken on the appearance of Ambrosius. He met Ambrosius. No, it should be Merlin. In the entire wizarding world, the only one who could be called a god was Merlin. Legend said that Merlin was the son of a dream demon. A being capable of entering the dreams of others, and Merlin was born of such a creature. There were also tales that Merlin was the child of an elf and a dream demon. If there truly was an immortal wizard, then there could only be one. Merlin. The Ambrosius I knew stayed in the dragon grounds for 1,000 years and eventually exhausted his soul, he murmured. Then who did he encounter? The one John had met was his senior, the one who had told him that Merlin was not just a single person. And there's also the Witcher world, John pondered. Which Merlin was that one? Whether it was Dumbledore or Grindelwald, neither of them came close to Merlin in terms of mystery. The god of magic in the wizarding world. John pulled his thoughts back and snapped his fingers. The parchments inside the cabinet rose neatly, scattering to fill the entire cavern. With another wave of his wand, they rapidly gathered before him. Thousands of sheets stacked together, their volume shrinking until they formed a single book. John looked at the blank cover and thought for a moment. Let's call it A Christie's, Ravings of a Madman. The title appeared on the cover. The cabinet burst apart, its fragments sinking back into the seabed. John picked up A Christie's, Ravings of a Madman and placed it into his small bag. He had already delayed long enough. Perhaps Diagon Alley will get me to Paris faster. Wings spread from his back. John had no intention of flying for days again. He headed toward London. London. Rainy days were far more common here than clear skies. The streets were still lined with unmelted snow. John operated back here. He appeared in Diagon Alley, beside a wizarding post office. John glanced at it, then suddenly stopped. Watching the owls flying out, a thought suddenly surfaced in his mind. If I can't set an anchor in the past, then I'll let the future set it instead. The idea took root and began to grow rapidly. John murmured to himself, once I'm done with Credence's matter, I'll try it. For now, the conditions weren't sufficient. He took a long look at the owl post office. Then he headed toward a portkey, encountering someone from the Malfoy family along the way. What? How could he be sure it was a Malfoy? That signature platinum blonde hair, the arrogant, punchable expression, and the preference for wearing all black. All the signs were enough for John to confirm it was a member of the Malfoy family. After all, Malfoy genes were strong. Generation after generation looked like they were carved from the same mold. He just didn't know which elder of Draco's family this Malfoy was. Beside that Malfoy stood a man in his 20s with black hair, speaking quietly with him. A pale face and dark golden eyes. The man leaned in, whispering. You should continue to exert your influence. I'm already taking a considerable risk by doing this, Malfoy replied. The man let out a soft laugh, his tone carrying a deeper meaning. Why do I feel like you're deceiving me? Malfoy forced an awkward smile, a hint of wariness flashing in his eyes. How could that be? Grindelwald will change this world. The Malfoy family needs to choose the right side. The man stood and placed his hat on his head. To Malfoy, it sounded like a warning. Malfoy gave a cold snort. Grindelwald's ideology was not the same as pureblood supremacy. What he sought was revolution, a reform that would change the way wizards lived. But what families like the Malfoys wanted was for purebloods to reign supreme. Their ideals were different, and Grindelwald had killed purebloods as well. Grindelwald cannot give purebloods their rightful status. You'll be scorned by them, Edgar, Malfoy said, offering his own advice to this relative of his. Grindelwald is the light I pursue, the man said, lowering the brim of his hat slightly, a faint smile at the corner of his lips. I am willing to die for him. A man who did not fear death, why would he fear the scorn of purebloods? Paris. At some point, this place had become synonymous with romance. Those who came here for holidays all hoped for a chance encounter with love. John had his own encounter as well, though it wasn't a romantic one, but being driven along by others. After picking up the clothes he had ordered from the tailor, John looked at the 3 stars on the collar and nodded in satisfaction. Please come again. The shop owner personally escorted John to the door, his face full of smiles. This customer spent generously and gave clear, precise instructions, unlike others who were vague and abstract. He was exactly the kind of client a tailor loved. John gave a slight nod and left. Reaching a secluded corner, he tucked the neatly packaged box of clothes into his small bag. Heading to the hidden district, he went looking for the circus. The circus? They've already left, a beautiful florist owner told John. John fell into thought, uncertain. You mean the circus has gone on tour? Yes, they've left. They'll be touring Europe for several months. Perhaps because of John's looks, the shop owner told him this for free. As a return, when John left the flower shop, he was holding a bouquet of daisies. So. I have to wait until they come back. Plans couldn't keep up with changes. John had originally intended to drain Credence a bit more, but the circus had already gone on tour. It was also his own oversight. When he had sent Credence to the circus as cheap labor, he hadn't looked into their schedule. More than anything, he had just needed a place for Credence to hide his identity. Even he couldn't arrange everything perfectly. As a result, Credence had unknowingly left Paris again, heading to another country. Fine. I might as well use this time to prepare. John felt a bit helpless. The first thing he needed was a place to stay. The wizarding world wasn't suitable for him to remain hidden, so he would have to find a residence in the Muggle world instead. Chapter 548, Hello, Edgar, Rosier. The money I got from the Niffler is almost gone. No matter how much the Niffler had, it couldn't withstand John's spending habits. Originally, John had planned to carry out his second temporal flash within 2 months, but the circus tour had delayed things. He weaved through the hidden district's winding streets before stopping in an alley and slowly turning around. You've been following me for quite a while. You should at least explain your purpose. Not far behind him stood a tall man with a pale face, smiling faintly. The man lifted his head, revealing dark golden eyes beneath the brim of his hat. Let me guess, you didn't take a liking to my flowers, did you? John said, seeing those eyes reminded him of Heinrich. Just a joke, Mr. Ural. The man bowed slightly, removing his hat to reveal smooth black hair. Wolfgang Edgar. You may not know me, but among those I follow, you are of great importance. That's quite the compliment. John shrugged. I'm just an ordinary wizard passing by. For the great Grindelwald to remember someone as insignificant as me is truly an honor. When he spoke the word great, there was neither fear nor reverence in his tone, only a calm indifference. Wolfgang looked at John deeply. When he had heard this name from Grindelwald, he had been surprised by the light he followed. He knew Grindelwald too well. A wizard of immense pride, the only person he truly regarded was the one serving as the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts, Dumbledore. And yet, Ural was a name Grindelwald had mentioned many times after Wolfgang began following him. That name had always appeared alongside Dumbledore. Only someone as trusted as Wolfgang was allowed to know. Grindelwald's fixation on Ural was no less than his fixation on Dumbledore. It could even be said that it had reached the point where Wolfgang had once considered counting which name appeared more often. With Grindelwald's arrest, Wolfgang, as his confidant, was not worried at all. He even knew that after this, new members would join Grindelwald's revolutionary cause. This was Grindelwald's charisma. Anyone who came into contact with him would, without realizing it, be drawn into his fold. Wolfgang had assumed his leader would reach out only after expanding his followers. But unexpectedly, within the first week of his imprisonment, Grindelwald had already found a way to contact him. Wolfgang learned one piece of information. The person named Ural had reappeared after more than 20 years. And Wolfgang's task was to find him. A fleeting glimpse in Diagon Alley had led Wolfgang to follow John. Mr. Ural, would I have the honor of inviting you for a drink? Wolfgang extended the invitation. John smiled faintly. My appearance fee is quite expensive. I believe Edgar can afford it, Wolfgang replied with a confident smile. As the head of the ancient pureblood Edgar family, he had the means to back it up. All right, I suppose I need to go, don't I? John glanced behind him. A beautiful woman had appeared there at some point, wand in hand. Bright eyes, red lips, like a black rose in full bloom, proud and cold. First time meeting you, Mr. Ural. Vinda Rogier. Vinda stared at John, her wand ready at any moment to prevent him from escaping. Grindelwald's right and left hands, John was being treated with no small importance. Unlike in America, where Grindelwald had been alone, Europe was his true stronghold. Wolfgang stepped aside, making way and extending his right hand in invitation. John knew the chances of leaving now were slim. He walked toward Wolfgang, making no move to resist, and accepted the invitation. They entered a small tavern with only a few patrons. Wolfgang sat across from John, while behind him, Vinda observed John with a scrutinizing gaze. An 1882 Austrian wine. Wolfgang gently swirled the crimson liquid in his glass, speaking with admiration. Wine is a fascinating thing. With time, it only grows richer and more refined. People are the same. Through the glass of wine, his gaze settled on John. And you, Mr. Ural? Wolfgang leaned forward slightly, his hands loosely clasped. Your age doesn't seem like that of a man in his 40s. Grindelwald searched for you many times, yet you never appeared. So why have you suddenly returned now, and at the very moment he's been captured? Wolfgang stared at John, his mind full of questions. These weren't just his questions, but Grindelwald's as well. This was an interrogation. Facing two wizards, John remained completely composed. He picked up the wine glass and gently swirled it. The aroma of the wine spread as it moved, and John let out a soft laugh. You're asking too many questions, Edgar. Leaning back against the chair, John looked entirely at ease. There are things you should know. But what price can you offer? A price. Wolfgang echoed, surprised. John spoke as if it were only natural. Equivalent exchange. I think you're mistaken, Mr. Ural, Wolfgang said with a quiet chuckle. Do you perhaps misunderstand your current situation? He gestured toward Vinda. We're the ones who have you under control. A misunderstanding. No, you're wrong. John shook his head and said calmly, it's not you controlling me. It's me controlling you. John hadn't even drawn his wand, Yet his arrogant tone made Wolfgang find it almost laughable. John returned the smile. The next second, badump. A crushing pressure surged outward from him, rushing straight toward the two in front of him. Wolfgang's smile vanished instantly. Vinda shot to her feet, her wand firmly aimed at John. "No need to be nervous," John said calmly. "Just a demonstration." Glancing at the wand that hadn't moved, he added flatly, "Your magic can't kill me. You can try." "Vinda." Wolfgang raised his hand, stopping her from making another move. Staring at John, Wolfgang had a feeling that this man wasn't joking. As one of Grindelwald's closest aides, Vinda listened to Wolfgang, then looked at John again. Slowly, she lowered her wand. John tilted his head slightly. "I've met someone who uses the killing curse like popping candies. That guy isn't very bright, but I can guarantee he's stronger than you." Vinda's expression turned serious. John let out a light chuckle. "No need to be tense. I'm not like you. I don't kill easily," John said with a faint smile. Wolfgang was beginning to understand why Grindelwald couldn't let this man go. Powerful, confident, elegant. So then, what is the price? Wolfgang wanted to see what this man, who traded in information, was after. John smiled. Compromise was the first step toward losing a negotiation. With a meaningful tone, he said, "Perhaps the Deathly Hallows would be a good choice." Wolfgang's expression changed. Instinctively, he grabbed the pendant at his collar, the one formed by a line, a circle, and a triangle. "How did you?" He stopped mid-sentence, realizing he had revealed something, and closed his mouth, staring at John. "No need to be so surprised." John shrugged. "Do you still want the answer?" "To trade the Elder Wand." Wolfgang was not that extravagant. He looked at John for a long moment, then slowly shook his head. "Then we can change the terms." John straightened up, lightly tapping the wine glass with one finger. A layer of frost spread across the glass, faint cold seeping out. "I'll kill Dumbledore for you." That should be sincere enough. The atmosphere froze. Wolfgang tried to read something from John's face, but all he saw was calm indifference. Kill Dumbledore. Leaving aside whether Grindelwald would even want that, Dumbledore's strength was not something anyone could boast about lightly. "We need time to consider," Wolfgang said cautiously. John shrugged. The moment his finger left the glass, the frozen wine returned to its normal state. "I hope you'll think it through carefully." He stood and walked toward the door. Vinda moved as if to stop him. John said flatly, "In a place full of innocent wizards like this, do you really want to start a fight with me?" Ignoring the wand pointed at him, he walked out. In the end, Vinda did not make a move. For now, they were fugitives. Until Grindelwald was freed, they needed to keep a low profile. If the three of them fought, it would undoubtedly draw the attention of the French Aurors. And then, they would have no way to answer to Grindelwald. Chapter 549, Troubles in the Ministry of Magic. Champelasis. John stood by the window, his fingers brushing along the white wand. The scent of elm drifted in from outside, sunlight falling just right across the windowsill and onto the side of the white-haired wizard's face. This was the apartment he had found, rented for a considerable price. The landlady was a kind old woman. Her husband had passed away 2 years ago, and she now lived alone. 3 tightly sealed envelopes lay on the table. He looked at them intently. Whether it would succeed depended on these 3 letters. Each envelope bore the mark of an Ouroboros. John needed to send them to 3 different places. Credence should be returning from the tour soon. John placed a white lily into a vase. Beside it, on a chair, rested a gift box tied with a ribbon. The custom-made clothes should be given to Credence as well. A parting gift. With a snap of his fingers, the 3 letters flew into his pocket. Perhaps I should find an old post office. Picking up the gift box, John stepped out of the house. As he went down the stairs, he ran into a French lady with silver-white hair. "My dear, where are you going?" the woman greeted him kindly. Madame Shiraz was John's landlady. Seeing that he was still young, she had reduced his rent by half. It was a losing deal, and John was someone who repaid kindness. He bowed slightly and said with a smile, "I'm going to a grand banquet, Madame Shiraz." "A banquet? I do love banquets." "I wish you a wonderful time," Madame Shiraz said, waving warmly at him. "I believe I will. I've left you a small gift. Thank you for taking care of me these past months." John waved goodbye. When Madame Shiraz opened the door, she saw a beautiful diamond necklace hanging from the white lily in the vase on the table. "You truly are an exceedingly elegant gentleman, Mr. Wick." When the cruel war of the future arrived, that necklace would become the lifeline of Madame Shiraz's family. Ministry of Magic. The familiar dark tones remained the signature style of this place. In the interrogation room, Newt had been brought in by his brother, Theseus. The three people already seated inside exchanged glances when they saw them enter. They all knew this was Theseus's way of protecting his younger brother. And today's arrangement had also been proposed by Theseus. Whether as a pureblood or as head Auror, his words carried considerable weight. Torquil Travers spoke. He was the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. The hearing will now begin. Aquil was rapidly recording their conversation. Travers opened the file in front of him. It displayed Newt's wanted poster, along with photographs of the destruction in New York. You're applying to have your travel ban lifted? Travers said. Why? Newt, allow me to argue. No, allow me to reconsider. Because I like to travel, Newt said. The subject is being uncooperative and evasive regarding the reasons for his previous departure. Another man, Spellman, stared at Newt, waiting for his answer. The others wore similar expressions. The Ministry of Magic had always been wary of a certain individual. And unfortunately, they all believed Newt was connected to that person. Field research, sir, Newt explained. To gather material for the book I'm writing on magical creatures. Travers watched Newt in silence, glanced at the file, and said flatly, you destroyed half of New York. Go on, explain. Explain how your research material involves efficiently destroying a city. That's not right, Newt said, a bit flustered. There are two errors in that accusation. Newt, Theseus said quietly. Newt slowly fell silent, frowning. Another man, a dark-skinned wizard from America named Guzman, spoke up. Mr. Scamander, it's obvious you're frustrated. To be honest, so are we. Guzman glanced at Theseus, who was staring at him in a way that made it seem like he might draw his wand at any moment. In the spirit of compromise, we're willing to propose a motion. Newt cast a wary look at his brother. Theseus gave a slight nod, signaling him to hear it out. Newt had no choice but to ask, what motion? Travers picked up the thread. The committee is willing to lift your travel ban, on one condition. Newt waited for the condition. Spellman leaned forward, a smile on his face. You join the Ministry of Magic and be assigned to your brother's department. The corner of Theseus's mouth lifted slightly as he gave his younger brother a look. Newt, message read, no reply, thanks. That won't do, Newt said with a forced smile. In my opinion, Theseus is an Auror. My talents lie elsewhere. He refused without a second thought. Theseus's expression returned to its usual blankness. Mr. Scamander, the magical and non-magical worlds have coexisted peacefully for over a century, said Guzman, the official from a country that had suffered under Grindelwald. Grindelwald wants to destroy all of that. For a certain portion of our kind, that ambition is extremely tempting. Many pureblood wizards believe that the right to rule is something they are born with, that they are natural rulers. Not only over our world, but over the non-magical one as well. They see Grindelwald as a hero. In the pool of water at the center of the round table, Credence's face appeared, and Grindelwald sees this boy as the key to achieving everything. I'm sorry, Newt frowned, a smile that suggested he had just heard something absurd appearing on his face. The way you're saying it makes it sound like Credence is still alive. Theseus finally spoke for the second time. He survived, Newt. Newt froze, his eyes locking onto Theseus's. Theseus gave a small nod. That reminded Newt of the Obscurus he had seen drifting away. He's still alive, Theseus said. He left New York months ago and is somewhere in Europe, moving constantly. We don't know exactly where. But, him. The image on the table shifted, a vague white figure appearing within it. You want me to track down Credence and kill him? The moment Newt saw the white figure, he immediately thought of the Obscurial who had been speaking with Credence. Still as stubborn as ever, Scamander. From the shadows, a man stepped out. He was covered in scars, his features fierce and menacing. Grimson, a hired hunter. He dealt with dangerous magical creatures on behalf of the ministry when they went out of control. The moment Newt saw him, anger surged within him. What is he doing here? To Newt, who protected magical creatures, Grimson was nothing more than a cold-blooded executioner. Grimson sneered. You're too soft. The work you can't handle, I'll take over. The image on the table shifted back to Credence. Grimson glanced at it and said with disdain, that's him. Newt had no desire to stay in the same room as this executioner for even a second. He stood up and strode out. Travers rejected his request to lift the travel ban. Theseus took a deep breath, glanced at Grimson, who had taken Newt's place, and then moved with practiced ease to follow his brother. The two brothers met in the corridor. Newt angrily insisted that he was not like Grimson, that kind of hunter. But Theseus had his own difficulties. Only by doing this could he lessen his brother's charges. Moreover, in the eyes of the ministry, Newt had already aligned himself with someone else, which made him dangerous. The Ministry's dirty methods were no better than Grindelwald's. He needed to choose a side. I won't choose. Newt growled. Newt, Theseus looked at him deeply and opened his arms, give me a hug. Newt didn't respond, nor did he pull away, allowing Theseus to embrace him. Leaning close, Theseus whispered in his ear, they're watching you. Between the Ministry and his brother, he chose his brother without hesitation. Just as Theseus had said, not long after Newt left the Ministry, he realized he was being followed. He used a swirling wind spell to shake them off. In a narrow London alley, he saw a floating glove. Following the direction indicated by the glove, Newt looked up and saw someone on the dome of St. Paul's Cathedral, waving at him. The glove made a handshake gesture. Newt grasped it, and was immediately operated away. When he reappeared, he was already on the dome. Dumbledore, have all the inconspicuous rooftops been taken? At 45, Dumbledore's reddish-brown hair and beard were already streaked with grey. Newt returned the glove to him. This Dumbledore no longer had the youthful restlessness of his younger days, nor the frailty and long beard of old age. At the height of his prime, he carried the composed confidence of a British gentleman. I do enjoy a good view, Dumbledore said, gazing at the crowd below. The place was indeed quite conspicuous. He raised his wand. A layer of fog rose across London, obscuring prying eyes. Chapter 550, The Circus Arcanus. They operated once more, reappearing within the square. Advancing through the thick fog, Dumbledore asked Newt about the Ministry situation. They still believe it was you, Newt said. They sent me to New York. Dumbledore smiled. And you told them it wasn't me? Yes. Even though it really was you. It was only because Newt had followed Dumbledore's message to Egypt that everything afterward had happened. Although Dumbledore had told him it was due to the Dumbledore family's unusual affinity with magical birds. According to the family's lore, whenever a Dumbledore was in desperate need of help, a phoenix would come. Dumbledore had even given an example. It was said that his great-grandfather once had a phoenix, but after his death, the phoenix flew away as well. Forgive my boldness, Professor, but I absolutely don't believe that's why you told me about the Thunderbird. Newt was no longer the same easily fooled student he had once been. He asked, then what about the fire dragon? Was that your arrangement too? Of course not. The two walked as they talked. I was quite surprised myself. A talking fire dragon. Dumbledore glanced behind them. Someone was following. He grabbed Newt's arm, and the two of them disapparated. They reappeared at Victoria Coach Station. Credence is in Paris, Newt, Dumbledore said, skipping over the topic of the fire dragon. He's searching for his true family. I imagine you've heard the rumors about his real identity as well. His true identity? Newt answered honestly, no. Dumbledore and Newt boarded a stationary bus. After they sat down, Dumbledore said, pureblood wizards speculate that he is the last surviving bloodline of an important French family. The baby people believed had gone missing. Hearing this, Newt was greatly shocked. An important French family? A raven crest surfaced in his mind. Lestrange. Lita's younger brother. Lita Lestrange. A classmate from Newt's school days, and once the person he had admired. Of course, that was all in the past. Now, Lita was engaged to another Scamander, and Newt's heart had long since wandered to someone else. That's what they believe. Dumbledore did not deny his guess and continued, as for whether he is pureblood or not, what I know is that an obscurus thrives where there is a lack of love. Like a dark twin, it sees the host as its only companion, Dumbledore advised Newt. If Credence has a biological brother or sister who can replace the obscurus, he might still be saved. Dumbledore paused slightly as he spoke, another figure surfacing in his mind. His own sister, Ariana Dumbledore. There was more than guilt in his heart. There was regret. If he had understood this back then, the tragedy would never have come to pass. No matter where he is in Paris, either he is in danger, or he poses a danger to others. Though his origins remain unclear, he must be found. And I would rather it be you who finds him. Credence reminded him of his sister. He wanted to make amends, and at the same time, to stop Grindelwald. Dumbledore conjured a business card out of thin air. It was Nicholas Flamel's card. He handed it to Newt. Newt examined the card with suspicion. With everything arranged, Dumbledore disapparated. Newt chased after him, and after a brief sequence of pursuit and evasion. Newt shouted, Dumbledore, one more question. Dumbledore halted mid-apparition. Newt hurried forward and asked, do you know a white-haired wizard? An old man. No, a young man, Newt said. He's an obscurial, one who has completely mastered his obscurus. Dumbledore looked surprised. He may be connected to Credence, Newt said, staring at Dumbledore. And Grindelwald as well. I'm sorry, but I've never encountered such a person in my memory. Dumbledore thought to himself that if he had known someone like that in his youth, Ariana's tragedy might never have happened. A white-haired wizard. Dumbledore's calculated restraint, along with his precise grasp of Newt's psychology, led Newt to finally concede. However, once Newt returned home, more matters urged him toward Paris. Paris. A hidden location. The circus had returned here once more. Stubble had grown on Credence's face. Inside the monster tent, Nagini knelt beside a large chest, gently stroking her costume. It was time for her to perform on stage again. Credence seemed to have given up on the possibility of being taken away by John. He quickly walked toward Nagini. From behind the bars, he called out in a low voice, "Nagini." "Credence." Nagini turned and walked over. The two faced each other through the barrier. "I know where she is," Credence said. "We'll escape tonight." Nagini was just about to reply when the fat wizard entered her tent and hurried forward. "I told you to stay away from her, boy," the fat wizard snarled with disgust. "Did I say you could rest? Go clean up Kaaba." With that, he pulled the curtain shut between them. Credence lifted his head and looked toward the small fire dragon locked inside a cage. That night, the circus held a grand performance. The circular stage was itself a giant cage, and around it stood crowds of drunken spectators and wizards seeking strange amusements. The fat wizard Skender, acting as the host, shouted loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, in our showcase of monsters and curiosities, I present to you the Maledictus." He yanked open the curtain. Nagini stood there, dressed in a snakeskin costume. At the sight of such a beautiful woman, the men in the crowd whistled and jeered loudly. The drunkards hurled crude insults, as if it could bring them some twisted thrill. Among the crowd, a white-haired wizard watched with a hint of excitement in his eyes. "Nagini." John stepped forward slightly so he could see more clearly. But the moment he heard Skender's words, the surprise in his eyes turned into boundless killing intent. Once trapped in the jungles of Indonesia, she carries a blood curse. Skender loudly humiliated the woman who had no control over her fate. A lowly creature like this deserves to spend eternity in the form of a beast. A lowly creature. The killing intent in the white-haired wizard's eyes surged, bringing with it a bone-chilling cold that made everyone shudder. Even the fat wizard Skender felt it. The drunken spectators trembled. The noise vanished, and an unspoken understanding made everyone fall silent. An indescribable tension spread through the tent. John took a deep breath, a low growl escaping his mouth. Golden flames spread like smoke along his breath. A dark-skinned man wearing a feathered hat noticed him. Another person also noticed that striking white hair. "Is it him?" Tina spotted John. She immediately recalled the white-haired wizard who had appeared at the subway station. Tina had followed Credence to the circus. The moment she saw John, she knew her suspicions had been correct. She tried to push her way through the crowd. At that moment, flames suddenly erupted within the tent. "It's on fire!" Panicked shouts rang out. They interrupted Credence just as he was about to release the small fire dragon, and also caused Nagini to halt her transformation. Both of them were taken by surprise. The crowd scattered in terror as the flames coiled around the tent like a living devil. Anyone who came into contact with them screamed, their arms left with fresh burns. John suppressed the urge to burn alive everyone who had witnessed Nagini's humiliation. The black haze at the corners of his eyes faded, and an opening appeared within the golden flames. Those trapped inside immediately rushed toward the opening. Stamping, screaming, chaos. Skender tried to do something, but the cane in his hand transformed into a black serpent and bit into him. His blood spilled out like water from a punctured balloon. "Nagini." Credence rushed forward and grabbed her hand. Nagini asked in confusion, "Was this you, Credence?" "No, it wasn't me." Credence hadn't even had the chance to act. They intended to escape amid the chaos. John steadied his racing emotions. The flames automatically parted before touching him. A passage of fire formed. The cage melted rapidly upon contact. Credence shielded Nagini, staring fixedly at the burning flames. Suddenly, the fire opened. With a smile, John said, "Credence, I believe I'm a little late." His gaze shifted to Nagini, and he greeted her in a soft, gentle voice, "Hello, Nagini." Chapter 551, We Meet Again, Gale. "Is it you?" Credence's eyes widened. For months, he had believed he'd been abandoned. John shrugged and let out a soft chuckle. "A custom-made gift for you delayed me a bit." Holding a gift box in his hand, he sent it flying toward Credence. Credence caught it and opened it. Inside was a dark crimson suit. "We should leave." John tilted his head slightly, sensing someone outside putting out the fire. He waved his wand. The golden flames transformed into a fiery tornado, enveloping the entire tent. John walked toward the two of them and slowly extended his hand. "Come with me, Nagini, Credence." His gaze was focused and gentle. Nagini didn't know why, but those eyes stirred in her an instinctive urge to trust him. Credence stared at John blankly. "You didn't abandon me." "I keep my promises," John said. Credence tightened his grip on Nagini's hand. His fingers trembled for a moment, but in the end, he reached out and took John's hand. John smiled faintly, and the golden flames suddenly contracted, enveloping them. Outside. Tina apparat outside and waved her wand, trying to extinguish the flames. But the fire was as terrifying as fiend fire. Anything it touched was instantly reduced to ash. The circus crates burst open, and a malnourished Zowu, its body covered in signs of abuse, ran out. The house elves were driven out, the flames refusing to harm them. Instead, they burned away every chain and cage that had bound the magical creatures. A hippogriff broke free, beating its wings as it shot up into the air and out through the flames. Skender was still bleeding, forced to watch helplessly as everything belonging to the circus was destroyed. He ordered his workers to salvage what they could, but before they could even get close, the flames drove them back. At last, the fire rapidly contracted. In the end, it shrank into a tiny point and vanished. The vast circus was left with nothing but a kappa soaking in a bathtub. The flames that hadn't yet died out burned a line of words into the ground. "Lowly wizard." The sight nearly made Skender faint. Tina stood there in a daze as she walked over. Seeing the line of words, she asked Skender, "How much do you know about the person who was with the Maledictus?" "He's looking for his mother." "All of my monsters think they can go home," Skender said blankly, unable to accept the blow. "It was him. He destroyed my circus." Unable to bear it any longer, he fainted. The employees hurriedly carried him away. Tina remained where she was, watching as the words slowly faded, leaving the mark of "lowly wizard" scorched into the ground. A dark-skinned man appeared behind her. Tina reacted at once. Inside an abandoned building, 3 figures appeared. John frowned, his gaze toward Credence filled with dissatisfaction. "This is the safe house you found?" Credence replied meekly, "Yes. There isn't even a proper bed here, just a pile of crates. How is Nagini supposed to sleep?" John shot Credence a glare. Nagini and Credence exchanged looks, and she said softly, "I don't need a bed." "You do." John left no room for refusal and waved his wand. With masterful transfiguration, the crates turned into a soft bed. Then came a table, chairs. Like a grand magic show, items appeared one after another. "He's the one you were talking about," Nagini whispered to Credence. "Didn't you say he was cold?" "I don't know." Credence wasn't sure either. After a few months, had John changed? He didn't know that a king never treated his friends poorly. This sudden kindness made Credence uneasy. He said, "We can go find her. I found the one who sent me to Second Salem." "Tomorrow," John said calmly, leaning by the window. "No need to rush." After speaking, John sniffed the air and frowned in distaste. "You smell worse than a niffler. How many days has it been since you last bathed?" Credence sniffed himself as well, confused. "Is it really that bad?" "Of course. Remember this," John said as he walked toward Credence. "You're going to find someone, not beg on the streets. Pity won't help you. Take a bath, shave, and get yourself in proper shape. Besides." Tilting his head toward Nagini, John added, "This lady needs a new dress. Wouldn't you agree, Credence?" Credence looked at Nagini, and Nagini looked back at him. Their eyes met, with missing a white-haired figure in between. John stared at Credence and said, "Don't you think you should step aside when a lady is bathing?" "But there's no place to bathe here." Credence had just begun to protest when John waved his wand. A bathtub appeared, followed by several wooden boards that dropped down and formed a screen. "All right then." Credence suppressed the strange feeling in his heart. It felt like Nagini was the one who had truly made a deal with John. A night passed. Nagini had never imagined that one day she would wake up on a soft bed. It all felt unreal. She reached out and touched the mattress, soft as cotton. "That's made of feathers." John appeared by the window and greeted her, "Good morning, Nagini." "Where's Credence?" "He's downstairs, shaving in front of a mirror." Jumping in through the window, John asked, "What would you like to eat?" "Do we know each other?" Nagini hesitated for a moment before asking her question. John paused, unsure how to answer. After thinking for a moment, he asked, "Do you really want to know?" It seemed to be something very important. Nagini could sense the weight in his tone. She nodded. "If I can." "There's a price," John said, walking over and placing a dress down. Sitting on the bed, he looked into Nagini's eyes and said seriously, "A very heavy price." "A heavy price?" Nagini hesitated. "As serious as burning down the circus?" I can tell you this. I won't harm you, Nagini. John spoke in a low voice. I burned the circus because they insulted you. You are my friend, and my friend should not be humiliated. There was a conviction in his voice that made it easy to believe him. I've never been a good person. I won't hide it from you. Yesterday, what I wanted to burn wasn't just the tent. Smile a little more, Nagini. John stood up and walked toward the stairs. Credence, who had been eavesdropping there, was caught on the spot. He avoided John's gaze in a fluster. Credence, John called out to him, haven't your family always been by your side? Credence looked upstairs. Nagini, who was about to change into her dress, seemed to sense something and turned to look down. Are the family you acknowledge yourself really worth less than that bit of blood relation? John said calmly. Credence fell into confusion as well. Just as he was about to go upstairs, John pulled him back down. Don't peek. A small bird chirped noisily. Credence fed it crushed birdseed. Nagini walked down after changing into her dress. Her snakeskin outfit had been replaced with a light blue long dress. The hem fell just right, revealing a glimpse of her pale ankle. Credence had also changed into that dark crimson outfit. At the collar, 3 stars were embroidered. A handsome man and a beautiful woman. Credence, I hope you find your family, John said as he handed over his wand. You're not coming with me. Credence paused for a moment before taking the wand. John shook his head. This is your family. In truth, he was still wary that his involvement might cause something to go wrong. From the visions he had seen in the time flash, Jacob would also appear in Paris. Keep your emotions under control. With that final reminder, John watched the two of them leave. As they disappeared into the distance, a figure slowly emerged from behind. Handing over your wand, you're unexpectedly bold, Ural. A low, heavy voice, carrying a sense of remembrance for someone familiar. Grindelwald gazed deeply at John. At this moment, with a simple wave of his wand, John would not be able to escape the grasp of this dark lord of a generation. Is that so? You think you can control me? A faint smile curved at John's lips. Gale. More than 20 years had passed. He had grown old, yet the old acquaintance before him remained as young as ever. A trace of amazement appeared in Grindelwald's eyes. How did you do it, Ural? Do what? Remain ageless. The mysterious Ural, the ability to resist aging. Either of those was enough to stir Grindelwald's curiosity. Magic. Just a kind of magic, Gale, John said, glancing toward Wolfgang, who had appeared outside. It seems you have other plans for Credence. They had been here before Credence left, yet they hadn't made a move. John was already speculating about Grindelwald's true intentions. Chapter 552, I think I've seen far enough, Ural. You said you're willing to kill Al for me. Grindelwald clasped his hands behind his back, his eyes equally filled with scrutiny. Of course, as long as you can afford the price, Gale. John met his gaze without avoidance. You two were once inseparable. We were, Ural. Grindelwald walked toward John. He was taller now, and he had aged as well. Staring at that youthful face, Grindelwald said, power above all. Now it's about equivalent exchange. John reached out and lightly tapped the blood pact hanging on Grindelwald's chest, a faint smile on his lips. You can't do it yourself, can you? Grindelwald lowered his eyes briefly to the blood pact without a change in expression. He looked at John for a long moment, then smiled. The you I know wouldn't do that, Ural. What you want isn't just the Elder Wand, is it? Grindelwald's gaze deepened. Who exactly are you? I'm just a passerby, John said. You want to obtain Credence. Why? Don't tell me you expect him to kill Dumbledore. John's mocking tone made Wolfgang frown. He glanced at Grindelwald but did not act. Grindelwald chuckled. Why not? And you, what is your purpose in approaching that boy? Kill Dumbledore, ha. John let out a vague chuckle. Unless Dumbledore walks up and offers his neck to him. I don't deny Credence's power, but a wizard's duel isn't just about magic, John said calmly. Skill and combat experience are just as essential. Using a massive block of copper and a small bullet produces the same result. Both kill. But lifting the copper block exhausts your strength, while firing a bullet only requires a slight pull of the trigger. John stared at Grindelwald. Tell me, why? Indeed, he cannot kill Dumbledore in a direct confrontation, Grindelwald said. But his potential. His potential. That's a pleasant joke, John scoffed. How long do you think he can live? 3 years? 5 years? Or 10? Do you think he'll live long enough to face Dumbledore head-on? John fixed his gaze on Grindelwald and said seriously, stop speaking in riddles with me, Gale. His lineage. Grindelwald fell silent for a moment before speaking. You should have noticed the little bird by his side. A little bird? John took a deep breath. Don't tell me he's Dumbledore's son. Grindelwald said nothing. John tilted his head back and sighed. Why do you always have to drag the unfortunate children of the Dumbledore family into this? Those words brought back unpleasant memories for Grindelwald. He looked at John in silence, then asked, in 1899, if I hadn't left, what would you have done? You won't have an answer. History has no what-ifs. John walked to the door, opened it, and said bluntly, if you're not here to make a deal, then please leave. Grindelwald left without a word. Wolfgang said in surprise, we're not making a move. No need. He won't interfere with us, Grindelwald said, turning back to look from downstairs. He's just a passerby. In that moment, he understood many things. Wolfgang had long grown used to his leader's riddling manner. As long as he didn't speak, no one would know he didn't understand. I think I've seen far enough, Jarl. Grindelwald stepped forward. We should go and see whether that boy can withstand the test. The two figures disappeared into the street. Upstairs, John watched them intently. Dumbledore. He closed his eyes, pondering the answer. Clearly, Albus Dumbledore could not have a son. If it were Albus Dumbledore's son, then Grindelwald would be attacking Hogwarts right now. Which meant it had to be another member of the Dumbledore family. At this age, Dumbledore's father would have long been dead. That leaves only one, the goat boy. John opened his eyes. At the Hog's Head, he had never seen anything like a landlady. Have you figured it out, Grindelwald? Grindelwald's guess was correct. Even if John knew that Grindelwald was plotting against Credence, he neither would nor could stop it. That was a clever man. He had already seen that John did not belong to this world. That was why he acted without restraint. Letting John witness how he would accomplish his grand design. Nagini, is this how you gradually turn into a snake? John could already roughly guess what would happen next. Credence had been targeted by Grindelwald and Nagini. He recalled that when he had first seen Nagini, she had already become a snake. She had lost her beloved, her only family. And the cause of it all likely came from the abandoned child of the Dumbledore family. A dark haze flickered in John's eyes as he said coldly, you truly disgust me, Dumbledore. First Ariana, and now Credence. This was the first time he had fully laid bare his disgust for that headmaster. Beneath the image of greatness and light was his avoidance of his obscurial sister. All that talk of love had been given only to Grindelwald, or perhaps to the Grindelwald of his youth. Credence came face to face with the one who had sent him to marry Lou Irma Duggard. When he saw her, confusion filled his eyes. She was a half-elf woman. And she was not Credence's mother. I'm not your mother. I was only a servant, Irma said with a smile, looking Credence up and down. You were a beautiful baby back then, and now you've grown into a handsome young man. I've always missed you. Credence's heart trembled, and the wand in his pocket glowed faintly. Then, why didn't they want me? As he asked this, Nagini sensed the turmoil within him and tightened her grip on his hand. Why was your name on the adoption papers? There were too many questions. Credence wanted to know why he had been abandoned. What had he done wrong to be cast aside by his family? Nagini sensed danger and grew uneasy. As a maledictus, while she had lost much, she had also gained a heightened sense for danger. A hunter was quietly watching the prey within the scene. Credence and Irma were unaware. Irma said, I entrusted you to Mrs. Barebone because she should have been able to take care of you. Credence was about to ask more. But fate did not allow him to speak. From the black wall, a figure emerged. Grimson, a hunter hired by the British Ministry of Magic. Without hesitation, he fired a green beam from his wand, tearing through sheets and clothing. A body hit the ground. Credence vanished, and Nagini let out a scream. Grimson had thought victory was certain. But when he looked up, dense black smoke was swirling across the ceiling. The one who had fallen was Irma, the servant. Consumed by rage, Credence transformed into the Obscurus and plunged downward. Grimson had every reason to be disliked. His shield charm formed a hemispherical barrier around him. No matter how the Obscurus unleashed its barrage of bullet-like attacks, it could not break through. Credence smashed straight through the attic. Just as he was about to strike Grimson, the man smiled and disapparated. Returning from the Obscurus to his human form, Credence stared at the corpse in grief. He took out the glowing wand from his pocket, his sorrow assaulting his already fragile heart. Nagini slowly wrapped her arms around him. After completing his task, Grimson waited in a dark alley. Grindelwald appeared before him. What the British Ministry of Magic believed to be a clever decision was, in truth, utterly foolish. Grimson had long since become one of Grindelwald's people. For the greater good. Carrying their grief and dejection, Credence and Nagini returned to the safe house. Without turning around, John raised his hand, and the wand in Credence's pocket flew into his grasp. What happened to you? John was once again brewing a potion. With a light tap of his wand, magic surged within, bringing the cauldron to a boil. Family? Or enemies? John asked casually. Credence said in a low voice, I was so close to learning the truth. John gave no clear response. Like a child seeking comfort from an adult, Credence curled up in a corner and spoke about what had happened that day. Nagini stayed by his side, comforting him. Chapter 553, Hello, Hogwarts. John leaned against the table and glanced at Credence. Seeing him in tears, John let out a sigh. Credence. Credence slowly raised his head. What are you really pursuing, family or the truth? Family or the truth? Credence couldn't answer. What had happened today had brought him within a step of the truth. If your family's condition for taking you back is that you leave Nagini, John walked over, staring into Credence's eyes, would you accept it? No, it wouldn't be like that. John said calmly, Maledictus. Listen to that name. They won't even call her a witch. A Maledictus was treated as an exhibit, displayed alongside magical creatures in the circus. Credence couldn't respond, because over these past months, he had come to understand that John was telling the truth. Family, or Nagini? Credence looked up at Nagini. Seeing the worry on her face, he fell into hesitation. John didn't urge him. He wanted to see whether this was someone worth sympathizing with, or helping. At first, his relationship with Credence had been nothing more than a transaction. He could have completed the deal and left. But now he couldn't. John glanced at Nagini, who was watching Credence with complete devotion. John knew how much suffering Nagini would endure in the future. He wouldn't allow his friends to be left with regrets. But the premise was that Credence was someone worth saving. You could say Slytherin was selfish, lacking the self-sacrificing spirit of Gryffindor. But if you had a friend, you would want them to be a Slytherin. Because their selfishness and narrowness were reserved for the people they truly cared about. John would never be a saint in this lifetime. He possessed all the qualities of a Slytherin. If one day his friend became an obscurial, he wouldn't lock them away out of fear of harming others. He would do everything in his power to save them. He waited quietly for Credence's answer. He had expected to wait a long time, but to his surprise, after breaking eye contact, Credence said without hesitation, I choose Nagini. What you said is right, but I also don't want to give up searching for my family. Credence no longer curled up. He slowly stood. My family has already become my obsession. I want to know why they abandoned me. I only need an answer. His words were firm and resolute, so much so that Nagini even grew shy, something rare for her. John smiled and handed the wand back to Credence. In that case, from now on, every drop of your magic belongs to me. Credence took it in confusion, not understanding why. But John gave no explanation, only telling him to do as instructed. Noticing that Credence's release of magic was somewhat slow, John simply used mental magic to accelerate it. As a result, in a single night, Credence became utterly exhausted. Nagini felt heartbroken for him, but John did not. He placed the wand, now glowing again, into the cauldron. As magic poured into it, the contents rapidly boiled. At last, the liquid inside solidified, leaving behind a single drop of colorless fluid within the crystal. Reducto. The solid cracked and burst apart, leaving only that single drop of colorless liquid floating in midair. With a flick of his wand, Credence cried out in pain as a cut appeared on the back of his hand. The blood flew toward John. Under the guidance of his wand, it gradually began to change. John cut open his own palm, merging it with the blood. Golden blood coiled around it, finally forming a pendant. At the center of the figure-8 Ouroboros pendant, the red blood and the colorless liquid circled each other, revolving endlessly, yet never touching. John tossed it to Credence. Even if you die, you're to wear it in your grave. Glancing at the bewildered Credence catching the pendant, John said calmly, our deal is complete. You're leaving? Credence asked anxiously. No. Just as Credence was about to smile, John added flatly, no need to rush it today. So he was still going to leave. Credence felt a deep sense of loss, but he held onto a sliver of hope and asked, will we meet again? I told you, Credence. John tapped the table with his wand, and everything on it quickly packed itself away, the choice is yours. I'm just not strong enough. Credence understood what John meant. At that moment, his feelings were even heavier than the day before. When he looked up again, John was already gone. Rumors spread that Credence was the last bloodline of that ancient French pureblood family. Not only did others believe it, even Dumbledore was somewhat convinced. Travers, the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, led a group of Aurors to find Dumbledore. In the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, Dumbledore was teaching a lesson. There was an open space in the middle of the room, surrounded by students. They watched the scene before them with great interest. A large-built boy in Gryffindor robes stood ready to engage. His appearance and build closely resembled Cormac McLaggen, likely a relative. Circling him was their teacher, Dumbledore. Although the boy was full of confidence, the wizard he faced was the only one in the world capable of standing against Grindelwald. In almost a single exchange, the boy was sent flying, landing on a soft sofa conjured by Dumbledore. The boy's stunned expression was so comical that the entire class burst into laughter. Suddenly, the door opened. Travers entered the classroom with Theseus, Leta, and several Aurors. A female professor followed behind, scolding him for barging in. Already displeased with the school accepting ministry funding while maintaining autonomy, Travers said, "I am the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. I have the authority to go wherever I wish." He glanced at the students and ordered, "Everyone out." In another place, that command might have worked. But this was the school, Dumbledore's domain. The students didn't move until Dumbledore spoke, "Please follow the professor outside." Only one person remained, the McLaggen boy. He said to Travers, "He's our best teacher." Dumbledore said, "Thank you, McLaggen." Out. Whatever McLaggen meant, it only made Travers more irritated. McLaggen left. The way Travers looked at Dumbledore was filled with wariness. A mere teacher, yet the students defended him on their own, even to the point of ignoring the ministry's orders. Thinking of his purpose today, Travers suppressed his dissatisfaction. He got straight to the point. "Newt Scamander is in Paris." Dumbledore feigned ignorance. "Is he?" "Stop pretending," Travers snorted coldly. "I know you're the one who sent him." "If you had the privilege of teaching him," Dumbledore shrugged, "you would know that Newt isn't one to follow orders." That attitude irritated Travers to no end. He disliked people who played dumb like this. He tossed a small book to Dumbledore, signaling him to open it. "Have you read the predictions of Tycho Dodanus? Many years ago. The son is cruelly exiled, the daughter sinks into deep despair," Travers recited from the book. "Yes, I know." Dumbledore flipped through it casually. "It's rumored that this prophecy refers to an obscurial. They say Grindelwald wants a follower of noble birth." "I've heard that rumor," Dumbledore said, his eyes deepening. He seemed intent on maintaining his act of feigned ignorance. Travers said irritably, "Wherever an obscurial appears, Scamander shows up, to protect her. And you've even built a rather small international network of contacts." He was practically tearing open all of Dumbledore's arrangements. Only then did Dumbledore finally stop pretending. "No matter how long you've been monitoring me and my friends, you won't find even the slightest trace of a fabricated rebellion, Travers." Dumbledore spoke calmly and firmly. "Because our goal is the same. To defeat Grindelwald. But let me warn you. Political suppression and forceful sanctions like this will only drive more supporters into his arms." Travers snapped, "I'm not interested in your warnings. Did you think I wanted to keep pressing you like this? Who was it that claimed to want no power, yet built an international network? Who was it that claimed ignorance, yet had Newt Scamander turn New York upside down? Who was it that pretended not to know while carrying out actions that changed everything?" Travers said bluntly, "Listen, I didn't even want to bring this up, because I don't like you." Chapter 554, A Letter to the Future. "But among wizards, only you can match him. I want you to stand against him. Weren't you the one who said your goals were the same? Fine then. You go deal with Grindelwald and let me see whether you truly practice what you preach." Travers stared at Dumbledore, and the Aurors fixed their eyes on him as well. Under the gaze of so many, Dumbledore slowly shook his head. "I can't." Travers nearly laughed. "You claim everything you've done is to oppose Grindelwald, yet when asked to face him, you refuse. Then tell me, aren't these forces you've gathered meant for rebellion? You're so arrogant you won't even prove yourself, yet expect me to believe you humbly." Travers raised his wand expressionlessly. A moving photograph appeared, showing a young Dumbledore and a young Grindelwald. The Aurors, including Theseus, were stunned. In the photo, the two gazed at each other. Travers said, "You and Grindelwald were once as close as brothers." Dumbledore looked at the image, his voice carrying hidden regret and memory. "We were far closer than brothers. It was a painful memory, like honey laced with bitterness." Seeing the photograph, he thought of his sister, and his heart filled with remorse. But worse still, he missed it. He missed the one time in his life when he had been completely understood. Travers ground his teeth. "Are you willing to stand against him or not?" This was the final ultimatum. A trace of pain flashed in Dumbledore's eyes as he gave his answer. "I can't." Travers was completely disappointed in this wizard. "Then you've already chosen your side." With a wave of his wand, a metal band appeared around Dumbledore's wrist. It was a monitoring shackle. From this moment on, every spell Dumbledore cast would be known to the Ministry of Magic. At the same time, the number of people watching him would double. Travers left in anger. Theseus was still processing the fact that his former teacher and Grindelwald had once been closer than brothers. He was called to a stop by Dumbledore. If Grindelwald gathers people, don't try to interfere, Dumbledore said sincerely. Don't let Travers send you, if you still trust me. Theseus. Travers shouted. Did you take silence for stupidity? I just stepped out, and you're already trying to win over my subordinate. Isn't that going too far? Theseus's expression was complicated. Can you tell me what kind of relationship could be closer than brothers? As someone who adored his brother to an obsessive degree, Theseus simply couldn't understand. What in the world could be better than brothers? Lita also arrived at Hogwarts, but she didn't go with the others. Instead, she came alone to that corridor filled with memories of her student days. She stopped at the entrance to the Great Hall, tilting her head up to look at the floating candles. No matter how much time passed, this place never changed. Continuing forward, she arrived at a classroom she had once used. Back then, she had been ostracized at this school. The girls spoke ill of her, and the teachers grew distrustful because of the rumors. Certain matters related to the Lestrange family had become the very reason others targeted her. Only Newt had given her some good memories in this place. A little Slytherin snake meeting a warm-hearted Hufflepuff. Sitting at an old desk, her thoughts were pulled back. Hello, Lita, Dumbledore appeared at some point. What a pleasant surprise. Lita responded to his presence with clear indifference. Because you saw me in a classroom. Was I such a bad student? Dumbledore smiled. On the contrary, you were my most brilliant student. I said bad, not stupid. Lita stood up, letting out a self-mocking laugh. Don't bother trying to come up with an answer. You never liked me. You're wrong, Dumbledore said, frowning. I never thought you were bad. Then you're truly different. Lita didn't seem convinced. Everyone else thought I was bad. And they were right. I am wicked. Dumbledore studied his former student and said, I understand. Those rumors about your brother Corvus have caused you a great deal of pain. No, you don't understand. Lita remained cold, though her tone carried a hint of mockery toward others' concern. Unless your brother died too. Aberforth, thanks for that. Dumbledore paused slightly. It was my sister who died. Lita looked at him in surprise. There was hostility between them, yet also a mutual curiosity about each other's past. Lita's voice softened a little. Did you love her? At those words, regret and pain appeared in Dumbledore's expression. He took a deep breath and walked toward Lita. I regret that I didn't love her enough. Looking into her eyes, Dumbledore said, it's never too late to let go. Being honest is a kind of release. It can lift a great weight from your heart. Lita did not feel relieved by his words, only guarded. I've spent my life accompanied by regret. Don't let it consume you, Dumbledore said patiently. Lita said nothing and left. Dumbledore stared at the old desk, and in the end, remained silent. As evening approached, John was handling business at the post office. Sir, I need to confirm this once more. The courier widened his eyes. These 3 letters are to be sent in 1997. Mail to be delivered 70 years later. The post office had never received such an absurd request. John placed a gold coin on the counter. The courier said, this isn't about money. A second coin. Well, I should remind you, no one has ever done something this crazy. A third coin. No, don't push me. A fourth coin. A fifth coin. I need to discuss this with the post office. A sixth coin. The courier said, I'll arrange it for you right away. John set down a bag, and the courier opened it with trembling hands. Inside were gold and diamonds, so dazzling he could barely keep his eyes open. With a solemn expression, the courier declared, I'll carve the date onto my body. Even if I die, I'll deliver it. At that moment, his face was filled with a sense of devotion. John nodded in satisfaction and gestured for the courier to come closer. He lowered his voice. Remember, you must deliver it. If it's lost, this money will be used to buy your head. The courier shuddered and gave an awkward smile. You're joking, sir. You think someone who can produce this much money would joke with you? John looked at him with a half-smile, making the courier swallow hard. He silently swore to himself that even if his legs were broken, he would deliver the letters. Taking out a sealed box, the courier carefully placed the 3 letters inside. He set the box on the highest shelf in the post office as a reminder to himself. John nodded in satisfaction. He wasn't worried the courier would forget. He had already placed a spell on the post office. The bag of jewels was the same. If the letters weren't delivered on time, they would all be finished. Call him ruthless if you wanted. He was ensuring there would be no mistakes, and he had provided more than enough incentive. One who breaks their word does not deserve to live. As he walked out of the post office, he saw the black veils drifting through the skies of Paris. Grindelwald, John murmured softly. Having finished everything, John headed back toward the safe house. When he reached the building, he stopped. Looking up, he saw Credence and Nagini standing on the rooftop. The one facing them was another person. Grindelwald. What do you want? Credence growled, full of vigilance. What do I want from you? Nothing at all. Grindelwald sat on the rooftop, not even taking out his wand. But what I can give you is everything I never had. He looked at Credence. But what do you want, my child? Drawn in by his words, Credence said, I want to know who I am. Seeing that Credence had taken the bait, Grindelwald smiled faintly and pulled a piece of parchment from his pocket. The parchment floated from his hand toward Credence. From this, you can find proof of your identity. Come to Père Lachaise cemetery tonight, and you'll find the truth. Grindelwald had no fear that he wouldn't come. He gave a slight bow and disapparated. Credence remained where he was, holding a map of Père Lachaise cemetery. He wasn't sure whether he should go. Looks like you found a lead. John's voice sounded from behind. Credence turned back in surprise. What should I do? John walked across the rooftop, glancing casually at the map. Follow your heart, Credence. Will you come with us? Credence looked at John with great expectation. No. I came to say goodbye. John shook his head. It's time for me to leave, Credence. He gave a slight nod to the two of them. I hope things turn out as you wish. This time, I'll be gone longer. Wait, no. Credence reached out, calling after him. John's figure vanished. Chapter 555, no matter the era, the Lestranges are always detestable. John had left. But not completely. He stood atop the Eiffel Tower, looking down at Credence kneeling on the ground. Though it was cruel, it would preserve the future as much as possible. John shifted his gaze elsewhere. His eyes turned into slit pupils, zooming in on the shadow below. That is Newt. Seeing Newt with Tina, John said helplessly, Hogwarts tradition. Wherever it's dangerous, that's where you go. Are you sure you're a Hufflepuff? The wind stirred John's hair. He reached out, pinching a strand between his fingers and rubbing it lightly. Feels like it's been a while since I last bathed, he muttered. So Grindelwald had you keep an eye on me. John turned his head. On the other side of the tower stood a tall, upright figure. Wolfgang neither confirmed nor denied it. Holding his wand, he said calmly, he told me you're dangerous. You didn't cast a spell at my back just now. Is that confidence? John chuckled softly. You should listen to him. Perhaps. Wolfgang leaned against the tower. As long as you don't leave this place, we're not enemies. Is that so? It's a bit cold here. John rubbed his hands together. Don't you think? Wolfgang faithfully carried out Grindelwald's orders. John looked up and muttered to himself, it's about to rain. Standing this high up in a storm isn't a wise choice. Wolfgang raised his head. At some point, the sky had already darkened. Fierce wind swept through the heights, blowing Wolfgang's head clean off. John stood across from him, a faint smile on his lips. Watch out for lightning. He gave his wand a light flick. The next second, boom. As thunder roared from the sky, a bolt of white light struck the Eiffel Tower. Boom. The flash split the night, illuminating Jacob's hurried steps through the cemetery. He had come to France with Newt. But after Newt and Tina went to the ministry, he had seen traces of Queenie from a prophecy sphere belonging to Nicholas Flamel, the 600-year-old man at the safe house. He couldn't wait any longer and came here alone. Damn it, is it going to rain today? The thunder startled Jacob. The cemetery was already eerie, and now there was lightning on top of it. Pulling his coat tighter, he headed toward the Lestrange mausoleum, marked with a raven crest. He softly called out Queenie's name. Queenie. He didn't know that Nicholas Flamel's prophecy sphere had shown the future. Receiving no reply, he continued forward. He stepped into a narrow space filled with shadows and stone coffins, a single lamp standing there alone. Queenie, honey. He took 2 steps forward, sensing someone approaching from behind. He spun around sharply, only to find a wand already pressed against his cheek. Don't move. Easy there, buddy. Jacob slowly turned his head, and upon seeing the men, said in surprise, You. The person was Yusuf Kama, who had previously kidnapped Tina. He had been parasitized by a creature, and it was Newt who had helped remove it. Holding Jacob at one point, Kama slowly led him into the shadows in the corner. Jacob wanted to fight back, but had no chance. After a while, Credence slowly walked in. Nagini stood beside him as they followed the directions to the Lestrange mausoleum. Inside the magnificent tomb, statues of the deceased members of the Lestrange family lay in silent repose. This is where. Credence's eyes were fixed ahead, unblinking. The answer to the origins he had long sought, would he finally find it here? Careful. Nagini sensed danger at once. She transformed into a snake and hissed toward the shadows. From within the darkness, Yusuf raised his wand, preparing to kill Credence. He had once been forced to make a vow, to kill the thing most precious to the Lestrange who had taken his mother. Move. Get out of the way. Yusuf shouted as Nagini blocked him, making it impossible to aim. Then I'll have to kill you first, and then Corvus. At that moment, those who had escaped the ministry with the Zowu also arrived. Lita had encountered Newt at the ministry. While Newt and Tina were calming the Zowu, she slipped inside. The instant she saw Yusuf, her thoughts fell into chaos. Stop. Hearing the voice, Yusuf turned back, as if seeing his mother step forward. It was Lita, his half-sister. That face looked so much like their mother's. Is it really you, my little sister? Newt and Tina stepped inside, having noticed the disturbance here as well. And Credence, seeing the scene, fell into confusion. He's your brother? Then who am I? Even though he had chosen Nagini, he still clung to the question of his origins. Lita looked at the boy everyone had mistaken for the last bloodline of the Lestrange family and shook her head with pity. I don't know. I'm tired of being nameless, without an identity. Credence stepped closer to Yusuf. Tell me where I come from, and then you can finish it. No. Credence. Nagini transformed back into her human form and blocked him, speaking earnestly. Have you forgotten what he told you? Credence paused. Seeing this, Yusuf also lowered his wand. Your origins lie in our past, Yusuf said, looking at Lita. Our fates are intertwined. This was a story that belonged to two families. Kama and Lestrange. A story spanning 2 generations, centered around one woman. It was also the feud between their fathers, Mustafa Kama and Corvus Lestrange Sr. They became bound by an unending hatred because of Yusuf and Lita's shared mother, Lorena. The grievance of having his wife taken, the vengeance for his mother's death. On his deathbed, his father forced Yusuf to make an unbreakable vow. One by one, the past was laid bare. And the filth and ugliness of a great family were revealed when Lita opened that family tree. The tree recorded only the males, while the females were marked as flowers. Yusuf sought revenge, but Lita told him that Corvus Lestrange had long since died. He had died in that shipwreck, caused by a single action of the young Lita. She had swapped young Corvus with another baby. Then the disaster struck. 2 lifeboats, one carrying Lita, the other carrying the switched Corvus. The waves crashed down, swallowing that lifeboat. Everyone on that lifeboat perished, including the infant. On the family tree, the branch marked for Corvus Lestrange was entwined with orchids, before ultimately withering and dying. Credence had never expected the answer he sought to turn out like this. He was utterly despondent. Tina asked, Lita, do you know Credence's real identity? Did you know when you switched the babies? I didn't. Lita looked at Credence with deep regret. Credence stood there, lost and shaken. Nagini held his hand tightly, worried. At that moment, an opening appeared in the wall of the mausoleum. Everyone present stared at the staircase leading underground. From below came the rumbling voices of a large crowd. Jacob walked over. Queenie. He ran down the steps, with Newt and Tina following after him. Lita glanced at Yusuf, then ran after Newt. Yusuf hurried to follow. We should go down, Credence said. Grindelwald had gone to great lengths to bring them here. The obsession with his origins drove Credence forward. Nagini stayed by his side. Below them lay an underground amphitheater. Thousands of witches and wizards gathered in one place, a sea of people. Statues bearing the raven motif stood all around. Grindelwald's followers maintained order. The 2 of them could only be swept along by the crowd, carried forward step by step. These were purebloods, and it showed just how far Grindelwald's influence reached. Even if some purebloods did not support him, he could still gather thousands of them here. Everyone here is a pureblood wizard. They treat killing people like us as a game. Nagini sensed the danger and tried to pull Credence away. But Credence kept moving forward, leaving Nagini no choice but to follow. The 2 of them stood out completely among these wizards. Despite her fear, she still refused to leave him behind. Jacob had found Queenie, but now that Queenie had come into contact with Grindelwald, she was stubbornly determined to stay and listen. As an Auror, Tina immediately realized it was a trap. Newt understood as well. Everything had been arranged to lure them here. The surroundings were sealed off by Grindelwald's followers. There was no way out. The lights dimmed, and the crowd began to cheer. Grindelwald appeared. Lestrange Mausoleum. A figure stepped inside. So delaying me was your goal. John glanced around. Lestrange. He had arrived earlier. But since he had ostensibly already left, he had not shown himself. When he saw Yusuf Kama about to make a move against Nagini, he had already taken out his wand. Fortunately, he hadn't needed to act. With such a grand scene unfolding, he didn't believe the important Lestrange family had nothing to do with it. No matter the era, the Lestranges are always detestable. Frowning slightly, he headed down the stairs. Chapter 556, the famous speech. As John walked, his hair gradually turned black. It made him far less conspicuous. Some people, however, were destined to draw every eye. When Gellert Grindelwald stepped onto the stage, thousands of wizards erupted into cheers, shouting his name. They were ecstatic. Under constant fervent rhetoric, many wizards in parts of Europe had come to see Grindelwald as a savior, the very embodiment of wizarding supremacy. He stood upon the stage, at once a demagogue and a rock star. The scene teetered on the edge of chaos. There was no doubt these frenzied admirers could lose control at any moment. Yet with a single gesture from Grindelwald, the crowd gradually fell silent. "My brothers, my sisters, my friends," he said, strolling leisurely across the stage. "Such thunderous applause should not be for me. No." He stopped at the edge of the stage and looked out over the gathered wizards. "It should be for yourselves." Queenie listened, utterly entranced. Jacob sat rigidly in his seat, uneasy, forced to listen to a follower of Grindelwald speak of how people like him, muggles, would be subjugated. Yusuf Kama remained skeptical. Credence gazed at the radiant Grindelwald, while Nagini tightened her hold on his arm. Lita stood among the crowd. She did not clap, yet she could not help but be drawn in by Grindelwald's charisma. She failed to notice the young black-haired wizard beside her, studying her with a scrutinizing gaze. "You are here today because of a desire within your hearts, and a realization," Grindelwald continued. He was a masterful speaker, his eyes filled with restrained intensity and emotion that drew people in. "The old, decaying past must be cast aside. You have gathered here today in pursuit of something new, something different." A pause. "They say I hate non-magical people. Muggles, no majas." His voice rose. "Those who cannot cast spells." At the mention of muggles, the crowd broke into jeers and mocking laughter. Just as Newt had learned at the Ministry of Magic, many purebloods believed they were born to rule the world. A sharp cry of "vermin" made Jacob uneasy. Queenie grew anxious and quickly grasped his hand. "I do not hate them," Grindelwald said, and with a single sentence the jeers faded. His voice softened. "I do not hate them. I do not fight for hatred. In my eyes, muggles are not inferior, only different from us." Tears welled in Queenie's eyes as she listened. In America, wizards were forbidden to marry muggles. "They are not without worth. They simply possess a different kind of value," he said earnestly. "They should not be discarded, but treated differently. Magic flourishes only within a rare few souls. Wisdom is granted to those who pursue higher callings. Imagine the kind of world we could create. What we seek is freedom. It is truth." What captivated people most about Grindelwald was not only his words, but his every movement and the depth in his gaze. His eyes met Queenie's, and in a voice filled with both temptation and compassion, he spoke the words she had longed to hear. "And it is love." The moment Queenie met those eyes, filled with a strange pity for wizardkind, she was drawn into the world of illusion that was Grindelwald. That was quite well said. I almost feel like applauding. Lita had been immersed in the world Grindelwald was constructing, but the remark beside her snapped her back to reality. John clicked his tongue. Grindelwald was truly a master of manipulation. "The Aurors are here," John muttered. They were approaching. He glanced at Lita beside him, then returned his gaze to the stage. Lita felt something was off. There was a trace of mockery in John's tone. It was not how a follower of Grindelwald should sound. "The time has come. It is time for you all to witness my prophecy. If we do not rise now, reclaim what is rightfully ours, then this will be the consequence." At Grindelwald's call, Vinda Rogier stepped forward, presenting the skull hookah to him. Grindelwald inhaled deeply through the pipe, his eyes rolling back to reveal the whites. Then he exhaled. A vast, brilliantly colored veil seemed to pour from his lips. John took one look and frowned. Wasn't this just a cheap imitation of his own? So the little one had listened back then, only to copy him. The mist he released began to form images. Booted feet marching forward in heavy strides. Explosions. People running, guns in their hands. This was war, a display of Muggle power. A deafening roar followed, and then a terrifying nuclear explosion lit up the amphitheater. The sheer destructive force was chilling. It was something magic could not achieve. Seeing this, Jacob murmured to himself, "There can't be another war." Only those who had witnessed war could understand what he felt. It was a brutality one would never wish to experience again. The proud purebloods screamed. When the vision faded, they muttered in fear and unease. Then their gazes returned to Grindelwald. They became even more fervent. The end of the world was approaching, and their savior was Grindelwald. That is what we must stand against. That is the enemy. Their arrogance, their hunger for power, their barbarity. Grindelwald held them all in his grasp as he asked, how long before they turn those weapons on us? The anti-Muggle sentiment had already been stirred. Now, Grindelwald needed only one final step. The arrival of the Aurors completed it. Amid anxiety and anticipation, he spoke gently, preparing them all. There are Aurors among us. Theseus, who had just led the Aurors inside, was exposed, and hostility surged from all around him. This was exactly what Grindelwald wanted. He spread his arms and said generously, come closer, my wizarding brothers. Join us. Recruiting Aurors right in front of the Ministry of Magic. Laughter and jeers rose from the crowd. The Aurors had no choice. They could not keep hiding. They had to reveal themselves before everyone. With just this handful of Aurors, what do they think they can do? John clicked his tongue. Setting aside whether these wizards would act because of Grindelwald, his followers alone are enough to deal with this lot. Perhaps Aurors could intimidate ordinary wizards, but that only applied before they were stirred up by Grindelwald. Now the crowd was fired up. Sending people in like this was practically asking for trouble. Lita glanced at the nearby wizards. Her fiancé was the leader of those Aurors. We should move a little closer. I don't want Nagini getting caught up in this. John started forward. Lita finally lost her patience and demanded, how can you be so sure it will turn violent? It's obvious. If Grindelwald didn't intend to escalate things, he wouldn't have singled out the Aurors, he replied flatly as he walked ahead. Sure enough, just as Grindelwald began describing the suffering he had endured in New York, a red-haired witch raised her wand. It was neither the Imperious Curse nor one of Grindelwald's people. It was simply an impulsive act, driven by emotion stirred by his words. However, the person her wand was pointed at was an Auror who had recently lost a close friend. Without a second thought, he reacted on instinct. A deadly green flash shot out in retaliation. No. Grindelwald cried out to stop it, yet he made no move to draw his own wand. The green light flared, and the witch collapsed. Screams erupted. Grindelwald stepped forward and lifted her up, speaking in a voice filled with deep pity. Return this young warrior to her family. As he played his part, he failed to notice a niffler slipping past his feet. His objective achieved, Grindelwald stood and announced, apparate. Go. Leave at once and spread the word. We are not the ones seeking violence. From this moment on, Grindelwald would ensure all of Europe believed he was the victim. That it was the Aurors, the Ministry of Magic, who were brutal and oppressive, striking down their own kind. At his command, the pureblood wizards began to disapparate one after another. Soon, the amphitheater was left with only Grindelwald and his followers. Used as a pawn, Theseus was in no mood to hold back. Through clenched teeth, he gave the order, arrest him. Grindelwald stood with his back to the advancing Aurors. At the center of the stage, he drew his wand and turned in place. A ring of blue flames sprang up, sealing off the exits. His followers stepped into the circle, and the flames did them no harm. One wizard hesitated for a moment, then gathered his courage and ran into the fire, only to be burned to ashes. Aurors, step through the flames and join me. Swear an unbreakable vow to me, or you will die. Even now, Grindelwald continued to sway hearts. Only here will you understand freedom. Only here will you understand yourselves. Some Aurors attempted to disapparate and escape, only to be intercepted by the wall of fire and burned to death. Their numbers dwindled further. With so few people left, John, who should have blended into the background, no longer seemed so inconspicuous. What a massive stove. He sat to one side, commenting casually as he watched Grindelwald with interest. Grindelwald noticed him as well. And you, my friend, will you stand against me? Chapter 557, Goodbye, may you have no regrets this time. Grindelwald's words drew everyone's attention to the men who remained calm even in the face of death. His black hair gradually turned white again. John sat there without moving, the flames creeping closer. He studied the fire for a moment, then asked curiously, an impressive spell. Protego Diabolica, Grindelwald said, meeting John's gaze through the flames with a smile. I am willing to teach it to you. I'm truly honored. John smiled faintly, his eyes shifting to the wand in Grindelwald's hand as he said in a low voice, the Elder Wand. Yes. I was one step ahead of you, Grindelwald said, stroking the wand. You cannot go back. Why not join me? He glanced at the excited Cretans and added, he would wish for that as well. I do not object to that, John said, also looking at Credence before turning back to Grindelwald. You may continue what you're doing, but on one condition. Do not harm innocent people. You are still as proud as ever, Grindelwald said with a smile. Are you so confident he will not submit to me? Do not deceive him, Grindelwald, John said, fixing him with a steady gaze. You know what he is. Grindelwald did not respond. Newt noticed the white-haired wizard and moved to stop Credence from joining. Nagini did the same, but Credence took her hand and said, Wait for me. I will come back to find you once I discover who I am. Credence. In the end, Credence stepped through the flames, and Grindelwald revealed a victorious smile. The fire surged, forcing the Aurors back step by step. On the other side, Queenie also moved to cross the flames. Jacob knew how terrible war was, and he tried to stop Queenie. Queenie, he's the answer. What he wants is the same as us. No, no, no. Jacob called out to her in pain. Come with me, Queenie said, trying to take him with her. Please, don't go. Come with me. Queenie cried. Tears filled Jacob's eyes. You've lost your mind. But Queenie still stepped into the flames. No. Queenie, don't go. She walked onto the stage and disapparated. The blue flames spread and raged. Credence was gently embraced by Grindelwald, who whispered in his ear, All of this is for you. I only want to know who I am, Credence said, glancing toward John, who stood outside the flames with an unreadable expression, as he reached out to grasp the pendant. Grindelwald only smiled faintly. No one could remain indifferent under his influence. The Elder Wand became his conductor's baton, the flames his orchestra, and death the notes of his composition. The blue fire struck down the Aurors who tried to disapparate. 6 or 7 Aurors, panicking, rushed through the flames toward Grindelwald. This was a slaughter, and also a display of power. The flames wove through the space, yet never touched John. He seemed like the only spectator within the fire, watching this elegy of death unfold. Mr. Scamander, do you think Dumbledore will mourn for you? Grindelwald focused his attention on the 2 Scamanders. Help them. Tina shouted toward John, who stood watching. John shrugged. Sorry, Tina. They can handle it themselves. You know me. Tina was taken aback. John had let it slip. That voice. It sounded familiar to Tina. Everything happening now was something John had already glimpsed in a flash of foresight. To protect the 2 Scamanders, Lita pretended to join Grindelwald. Grindelwald personally welcomed her, yet. Lita looked resolutely toward the 2 Scamanders. I love you. Who did she love? No one knew, and there would be no answer. One was the boy who had saved her in her school days, the other the fiancé who had always cared for her afterward. Perhaps she loved them both. As a Slytherin, being a little greedy was not a fault. Lita raised her wand and aimed at the skull in Vinda Rogier's hand. A spell struck, shattering the skull and knocking Vinda down. The blue flames lost control, surging toward Lita. John watched the scene coldly. Theseus, like a man possessed, tried to rush through the fire and nearly got consumed. John slowly closed his eyes as cries of anguish rang endlessly in his ears. I should be leaving, Grindelwald said to John. This place is no longer under my control. With that, he took Credence with him. Casting one last glance around, he said with distaste, I hate Paris. They disapparated, leaving chaos behind. John rose slowly, his figure vanishing before reappearing beside Nagini. As the blue flames were about to reach her, they were driven back by a golden light. John put an arm around Nagini's shoulder and whispered, He will see you again. Nagini was overcome with sorrow. Tears filled her eyes, and with a trace of hatred she stared at him. Who are you? John, he said in a low voice. John Wick. Do not forget me, Nagini. I will be leaving, and this is a secret between us. Keep it buried in your soul. Do not forget. His fingers gently wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes, tender to the extreme. After this departure, Nagini would endure years of suffering, until that day in Albania when a reckless boy would stumble in and bring her salvation once more. Nagini sensed the sadness within John. He was full of contradictions. He could remain indifferent to the deaths around him, yet show sorrow when saying farewell to her. Grindelwald's flames had already spiraled out of control. John shielded Nagini and, in passing, saved the muggle nearby. Père Lachaise Cemetery. Not long after John led the 2 of them out, Newt, Theseus, and the others disapparated out one after another. The blue flames pursued them. It was a massive disaster. Every grave seemed to spew fire outward. The cemetery stood on the brink of destruction as Grindelwald's flames took the form of a dragon-like monster, bent on annihilating everything. Watching the end of Paris draw near, John said softly, Now it is your turn to appear, Professor. The creature burst out of the cemetery, wreaking havoc. The Aurus attacks had no effect. An old man arrived, moving with unsteady steps. When John saw him, a flicker of emotion passed through his eyes. He could only suppress it, forcing himself not to step forward. Nicholas Flamel arrived and directed everyone to gather, forming a circle and planting their wands into the ground. Only the countercharm could oppose such a terrifying spell. At the old man's instruction, everyone spread out around the cemetery. Finite. Wands were driven into the ground, and a golden barrier rose. The fire of purification clashed against the dark flames. They stood united, and then the purifying fire was bitten apart by the dark flames, its head torn away. Everyone coughed blood and staggered back. John was stunned. This was not how things were supposed to go. "Child, our strength is not enough." Nicholas Flamel's voice rang out as he called to John. "Huh." John's body trembled. He turned his head in disbelief. There was a questioning look in his eyes. Nicholas Flamel's voice carried a gentle warmth, confirming John's suspicion. "Child, do what you are best at. But you. Sometimes, one must be a little willful to live up to the power in one's hands." Nicholas Flamel blinked at him. "Care for your own child. Borrow that power. You will need it." So it was him. His teacher. This old man, by some unknown means, had come to know. Perhaps he had seen the future, or perhaps it was the will of the one guarding behind the door. John smiled helplessly. "Hey, you're far more willful now than you will be in the future." "I'm younger. My state of mind is different," Nicholas Flamel said. John looked at the dragon that was about to destroy the city and said, "All right." Tina could not fully understand their conversation, but she could tell that this white-haired wizard might be able to save the city. "Please, whoever you are," Tina pleaded. John looked into her eyes and suddenly asked, "Has anyone ever told you your eyes look like those of a salamander?" Tina's eyes were the same as his. After speaking, John drew out a white wand. "It's useless. Even finite can't end it." Newt was forced back by the flames. "Playing with fire?" John shook his head with a faint smile. "Newt, have you forgotten who rules the flames?" "You are." Newt did not recall having such familiarity with him. John simply bared his teeth in a grin. Golden flames ignited from his body. John murmured to himself, "It's close. It's coming." He turned to look at Nagini, his voice gentle. "May you have no regrets this time, Nagini." The golden fire completely engulfed him as he raised his right hand. Time seemed to respond. A terrifying force tore open the sky. A sword, wreathed in eternal flame, appeared in his hand. Its radiant brilliance shone like the sun, too bright to look at directly. John looked at the sword and knew he had succeeded. He had heard the call of his friend. A wand in his left hand, a sword in his right. John uttered words too faint to be heard. "Draco Ignis Sum." Flames engulfed his body. Roar. A golden fire dragon carrying eternal flame devoured the blue fire. Gold and flame collided, merging into a blinding white. A ringing filled everyone's ears, and the dazzling light stole their sight. When the terrifying brilliance faded, the devastated Père Lachaise cemetery bore no trace of either gold or blue. Chapter 558, 1997, Mr. Wick's Collection. It had been a week since they returned from Hogwarts. Thrilling battles and dragon riding had done nothing but excite the heart of a man edging into middle age. His wife, Mrs. Wick, had some opinions about that. "What do you think about me riding Kiki to work?" The middle-aged Watson Wick wrapped an arm around his wife's slender waist and whispered this terrible idea into her ear. He completely ignored Mrs. Wick's eye roll. "That would definitely be cool, right?" Watson smacked his lips and muttered to himself. "I just wonder how fast Kiki can fly." He kept rambling in her ear until Mrs. Wick, unable to bear it any longer, brought her hand down and gave him the kind of sleep a baby would envy. When he woke the next day, he was full of energy. Mrs. Wick was brewing the magical tea sent by one of their son's classmates. As someone who had been through it before, Watson knew that beautiful little girl was definitely interested in their son. "Do you think John is so popular that lots of people are after him?" As a cool father, Watson was quite open-minded. In his view, his son was almost 17. Having a girlfriend was perfectly normal. Mrs. Wick was reading the letter the girl had sent. Every word on it had clearly been written with the utmost care, without a single correction or smudge. "The post has arrived." Watson saw a letter dropped into their mailbox. He set down the bread he was about to eat and went outside. When he came back and sat down, he saw his son coming downstairs. He placed the envelope aside for the moment and said to John with a hint of regret, "I had 20 men stationed at the school gates, all carrying Chicago typewriters, plus 3 Gatling guns and a tank I acquired." He secretly took a bite of bread. It was a bit dry, so he drank some milk and smacked his lips. There was also an armed helicopter. Your grandfather borrowed it from the Soviets. Didn't even get a chance to use it. John looked at his father in silence. Setting aside how the helicopter would even get in, where exactly did you buy a tank? Clearly, John had doubts about the origins of Watson's equipment. There's an American immigrant named Yuri Orlov. They call him the Lord of War. There's nothing he can't get, Watson said casually, holding bread in one hand and glancing at the envelope in the other. I have some business dealings with him. He noticed an emblem on the envelope, an Ouroboros shaped like the number 8, and frowned slightly. Among the people he knew, none used such a mark as a seal. John smiled, sat down across from him and said in surprise, "Aren't you in the hotel business now?" It seemed his precious son knew nothing about his father's real dealings. If one was going to do business, one might as well go all the way. Watson was a businessman, and he understood that whether they were underground kingpins or hidden investors, the same rules applied. They all needed order, a place like a financial exchange to unify them. At the same time, what Watson was doing earned him government support. Those underground forces could never be completely eradicated. New ones would always emerge. Watson's role was to establish rules where chaos once reigned, forcing them to follow order. That was exactly what the authorities wanted to see. As a result, the hotel's establishment, permits, and approvals faced no obstacles. Those who failed to recognize the situation could also serve as examples, building his influence after its founding. Since he intended to make examples of others, having his own armed force was essential. A hotel needs some security measures, Watson said, though it was far more than that. He had set up legitimate mercenary and security companies. Unlike the underground bosses, most of his recruits were veterans who had retired from the military. There was also an element of goodwill toward the military. This plan helped solve employment and retirement issues for former soldiers. Thinking of the hotel he had spent so long planning and building, Watson sighed. Magic really is incredible. I thought the house was blown up, but it turned out perfectly fine. If only constructing his hotel could be as simple as waving a wand. John paid no attention to his father's daydreaming and went to have breakfast. Only then did Watson have time to take a closer look at the envelope. To his surprise, the Ouroboros shaped like the number 8 on it seemed to stretch and move. 1997, Little Whinging, Surrey, 6 Privet Drive. To Watson Wick. Sender, 1927, John Wick. Watson froze when he saw the words appear. Then the handwriting changed. Do not let me discover it. He hesitated. He remembered his son saying that magical items of unknown origin were often dangerous. What if this was some kind of trap? That could be a serious problem. As he wavered, the words shifted again. Ask me for strawberry jam, and I will give you blueberry jam. Watson glanced at the blueberry and strawberry jam on the table. John, pass me the strawberry jam, he said casually. A few seconds later, he stared at the envelope, wondering whose prank this was. His son was not an idiot. He must have passed the strawberry jam. Treating it as a prank, Watson did not even bother to check. He opened the jar, scooped up a spoonful, and spread it on his bread. Just as he was about to tell John about it, he realized something was wrong the moment he took a bite. He lowered his head and saw the blue jam. Staring at John's expression, which did not seem like a joke, he probed, "Did you do that on purpose, or by accident?" By accident. John's answer only made Watson more suspicious. At that moment, the writing on the letter shifted again. Open it after I leave. Wanting to get to the bottom of it, Watson looked at his son, who was eating bread with plain water, and asked, "Are you going to that magic company today?" Even saying magic company made Watson feel conflicted. He had worked so hard to build his own business, only to find that his son had already gotten ahead years ago. Holding the envelope, Watson examined it repeatedly, occasionally glancing at his son. That brief breakfast felt unusually long. At last, John finished eating and headed down to the basement. Mrs. Wick brought over a cup of freshly brewed jasmine tea and set it down beside Watson. Watson tiptoed to the basement door and pressed his ear against it to listen. After confirming that John had left, he hurried back upstairs. Instead of opening the envelope, he locked all the doors and windows and drew the curtains. He looked extremely secretive. "What's wrong with you?" Mrs. Wick asked, amused by her husband's behavior. At his age, he was still acting like a child who had not grown up. Watson took a deep breath and opened the envelope. If this was real, how could his son have sent him a letter from 1927? It sounded absurd, but what had just happened made him take it seriously. Even Mrs. Wick was drawn in by his actions, curious about what could make him act this way. Watson opened the envelope. Inside was a sheet of parchment. And a beetle, a golden beetle. The beetle fluttered its wings. When it opened, a black octahedral stone was revealed inside. The first line he saw made Watson's heart sink. "Take the stone and confirm whether I am dead." This is the resurrection stone. If I am dead, you will be able to see my soul. Watson felt dizzy. He had to grip the table to steady himself. If the resurrection stone could reveal the souls of the dead, then if John had died, the Wick family, as those closest to him, would see his spirit. What's wrong? Mrs. Wick noticed something was off with her husband. She moved to come over. Don't come any closer. Watson shouted. Mrs. Wick stopped in her tracks, staring at him in shock. Watson's fingers trembled as he slowly reached out to touch the resurrection stone. He did not dare let his wife come closer. If this was real, the shock would be enough to break a mother. He picked it up and slowly raised his head. Seeing no sign of any soul, Watson let out a long breath of relief and continued reading. If I am alive, follow the beetle's guidance and find my sword. This sword was forged with my blood. Only those closest to me can locate it. Bring Basil and Riddle. The owls possess guiding magic. They can lead you to my house in the magical world. After Watson read the final word, the parchment began to fold itself, shrinking into a card the size of a business card. An Ouroboros symbol glowed faintly with a golden light upon it. The golden beetle flew into Watson's palm. A sharp pain followed as the beetle bit into his finger, drawing his blood. After taking enough, it lifted off again. Quick, follow it. Watson urged. Mrs. Wick set down her cup and hurried out with him. They got into the car and chased after the golden beetle. The beetle moved incredibly fast. Déjà vu. Winky face, hee hee. Chapter 559, Letters to the Followers. Relations between Fleur and the Weasley family were strained, and after the Battle of Hogwarts, she chose to return home for a while. Originally from France, she stayed with her younger sister, who was preparing to enroll at Beauxbatons. The Delacour family was an old and distinguished French lineage. Though not listed among the Sacred 28, they still held considerable influence in France. I hate social gatherings, Gabrielle Delacour muttered, tugging at her dress. Like her sister, Gabrielle, despite her young age, already showed the makings of a beauty. As she grew, standing beside Fleur, the two were like a pair of blooming flowers. Because of her participation in the Battle of Hogwarts, Fleur had been recognized as a war hero. As soon as she returned to France, the Ministry of Magic awarded her a medal for bravery. Her father, Monsieur Delacour, considered this a cause for celebration and, at the same time, a way to retaliate against the Weasley family, who did not know how to appreciate her. He organized a grand banquet. Among the invited guests were not only prominent figures from the wizarding world but also many outstanding young wizards of similar age to Fleur. He intended to prove through his actions that his exceptional daughter had no need to seek anyone's approval. What did the Weasley family amount to? Faced with such an occasion, Fleur effortlessly became the most dazzling socialite. Amidst a gathering of handsome men and beautiful women, she still stood out as the most radiant of them all. The French Minister for Magic attended the banquet and spoke with Monsieur Delacour. Delacour, your daughter grows more beautiful by the day, just like her mother. I truly wonder what kind of person could be fortunate enough to take such a beautiful and brave young lady on a date. Haha, Minister Roland, my daughter is not as exceptional as you think, Monsieur Delacour replied, though anyone could see he was on the verge of floating with pride. The Minister for Magic, Charles Roland, naturally understood his old friend's mood. His intention was also to draw the head of the Delacour family closer. After all, the Delacours were not only prominent figures in France but also a family closely connected to that man, Johnny Silverhand, no. John Wick. John Wick, the young wizard who had killed Voldemort. Since he acknowledged the identity of Johnny Silverhand, the information that came to light had already made the ministries of magic across various countries uneasy. Not yet 17, he had slain the once dominant Voldemort, built a vast commercial empire, and established order among the dark wizards of a nation. A person like that was feared by all. One country had already suffered an attack from this young second king. After the Japanese Ministry of Magic was exposed for human experimentation, it had fractured into several factions. Their magical society was now in turmoil. How could someone like this not draw attention? For wizards, their peak was not at 17 or 18, but much later, around their 40s or 50s. That was the height of magical power. After that period, it might begin to decline. But John still had at least 30 years ahead of him. If he already stood at the peak at 17, what kind of terrifying figure would he become in 30 years? Different countries had different attitudes toward the second king. The French Ministry of Magic intended to build friendly relations with him. He was not only a deterrent comparable to a nuclear weapon but also a source of immense benefits and profit. Take Barty Crouch Sr., for example. Once pushed out of contention for Minister for Magic, after coming into contact with John Wick, he had risen to become the most successful minister in a century. Charles Roland could not deny his envy. The immense profits behind the Silverhand Group were enough to tempt anyone. Most importantly, Minister Roland did not have many years left in office. If he did not seize the opportunity to achieve something now, he might not even have the chance to leave his name behind in history. By building ties with the Delacour family, even if he could not directly approach John Wick, information about the group known as the Constellation Society was already on his desk. The Constellation Society. 10 members. 8 purebloods. 5 from the top 5 families among the Sacred 28. 2 families with the potential to fill vacant positions among the 28. The combined influence behind them was enough to launch a coup and overthrow a nation's Ministry of Magic. Among the 2 who were not purebloods, one was Kim Led Isley, known as the Son of Ilvermorny in America. The other was John Wick. Such an organization, filled with monsters, even with its small number, was destined to shape the future of the magical world. And their leader was none other than John Wick. Minister Roland could not help but wonder if they intended to rule the wizarding world. I must win over the Delacours, he resolved silently. On the surface, he continued chatting and laughing with Monsieur Delacour. Gabrielle swung her legs in boredom. Unlike her sister, she was not suited for such occasions and was far more interested in stories of adventure. She wished her sister would tell her once more about the awesome big bro Wick. At that moment, she noticed a confused-looking courier outside. It immediately piqued her curiosity. Among wizards, letters were always delivered by owls. She had never seen someone deliver a letter in person. Seeing that her family was not paying attention to her, she lifted her skirt and ran outside. The courier looked nearly 80 years old, unsteady on his feet as he repeatedly checked the address. "Is there anything I can help you with?" Gabrielle asked as she approached him. The courier coughed a few times. Getting here had clearly taken him considerable effort. "Is this the residence of Fleur Delacour?" "Yes." "What do you need?" "Please deliver this letter to her." He handed Gabrielle an envelope bearing an Ouroboros shaped like the number 8. His expression turned blank as he muttered to himself, "How did I end up here?" With that, he shook his head and walked away as if he could not even see Gabrielle. Gabrielle picked up the envelope. The moment she saw the name on it, she ran into the banquet in excitement. "Gabrielle, mind your manners." Madame Delacour was chatting with the other ladies. Noticing her daughter's improper behavior, she immediately spoke up to stop her. Gabrielle had no choice but to slow down and make her way over to her sister. Fleur, who was being pestered by the Minister for Magic's son, maintained a polite smile. "Fleur, Big Bro Wick sent you a letter." "John." Fleur's face lit up with surprise. She excused herself to the others and left with graceful composure. Reaching Gabrielle, she kissed her on the cheek. "You are truly my savior." Fleur took the envelope from Gabrielle. Seeing the name on it, she frowned slightly. Why didn't he send it by owl? John's owl, Basil, usually delivered letters in the most direct way possible, barging straight into people's homes. Since this one had been brought in from outside, it clearly was not delivered by Basil. The Ouroboros on the envelope began to rotate, forming a complete ring. Fleur opened the letter, her expression shifting from confusion to seriousness. When it came to explaining things to an intelligent witch, John did not bother with unnecessary words. The message was simple and direct. John told Fleur that he was trapped in the past due to time magic and asked her to gather people and head to the Silverhand Manor. The parchment quickly folded itself into a card. "Father, I'm returning to Britain." Fleur called out loudly. Monsieur Delacour, who had been receiving praise from the Minister for Magic, froze. She had just returned and was already leaving. But Fleur no longer cared about appearances. She broke into a run, tore away the cumbersome part of her dress, and drew her wand, sending a streak of blue light into the fireplace. The flames turned blue, and she hurried inside. Her decisive manner made the minister swallow the word lady that had been on the tip of his tongue. "Your daughter is quite decisive," the minister said with an awkward laugh. Monsieur Delacour could only smile just as awkwardly. The courier carried the third letter into Godric's Hollow. The young courier carefully checked the address. He had already walked around the area several times but still could not find it. Scratching his head, he muttered, "Strange, it should be here." Just as he was wondering whether the letter sent from France was even real, an old voice spoke. "I suppose that letter is for me." The courier jumped in fright. An old man had appeared before him without him noticing. His appearance was rather peculiar, with a white beard that seemed slightly singed, as if it had been accidentally burned. The sudden appearance of the old man left the courier confused. He cautiously asked, "Are you Dumbledore?" Chapter 560, 560, The Father Wielded the Son's Sword. Have you ever seen The Fast and the Furious? Yes, that one, with the man who talks about family and hits the nitro without hesitation. Right now in London, there was someone just like that. Though there was no nitro, the speed had already blown past 2 speed cameras. The Canary Wharf driving God's car. Truly terrifying. Watson sat in the car, his expression grave. His hands gripped the seatbelt tightly as he carefully said to his wife, who was driving, "We could slow down a little." "Shut up." Mrs. Wick, the Canary Wharf driving goddess, slammed the accelerator, and the intense force pressed Watson back into his seat, silencing him. They left the GTR trying to keep up far behind. Watson regretted ever modifying the car behind his wife's back. This kind of speed was clearly beyond his control. Mrs. Wick's eyes darkened, allowing her to track the Golden Beetle more clearly. In the back seat, the two owls narrowed their eyes. The white one cast Watson a look of pure disdain, as if mocking him. Ever since learning that her son was trapped, Mrs. Wick had become completely reckless. The car raced wildly, drawing the attention of more than a dozen police cars in pursuit. Heart pounding, Watson received a phone call. Yes, Mr. Mycroft, it's me, Watson. This is for a reason. I know it looks suspicious, but it's not a chase and there's no bomb. The hotel matter will proceed as scheduled. Could you have those police officers pull back? All right, I'm mainly worried they'll crash. No sooner had he said that than Watson saw Mrs. Wick yank the handbrake and spin the wheel, executing a perfect drain-style drift through the corner. The police cars behind them, carrying too much speed into the turn, crashed into one another in a chain reaction, blocking the entire road. A confused voice came from the other end of the call. "Mr. Wick, what was that noise?" Nothing." He had barely finished speaking when an explosion sounded. He swallowed hard, turned his head back, and repeated as if nothing had happened, nothing at all. On the other end, the man looked at the phone with suspicion. He had clearly heard an explosion. The Golden Beetle flew at incredible speed. Aside from Mrs. Wick, no one could keep their eyes on it without losing track. They sped across Tower Bridge and reached the Tower of London. The Golden Beetle flew upward toward the tower. There was northwest need to drive any further. The smoking car was abandoned without a second thought as the couple hurried after it on foot. The Golden Beetle had already stopped, hovering in midair. Above, a black owl and a white owl circled over the White Tower. They rushed inside, searching along the way, until they reached St. John's Chapel, where they saw a hole broken open above. Sunlight streamed through the opening, and the Golden Beetle hovered in place. No, something was wrong. Looking closer, beneath the brown prayer desk, the faint outline of a sword appeared under the sunlight. "Is this John's sword?" The Golden Beetle crouched on the hilt, and the red gem gleamed with a strange, mystical light. Watson and Mrs. Wick exchanged a glance. Then they stepped forward. The couple stopped before the silver Wick sword, and Watson took a deep breath. He slowly reached out, but just as he was about to grasp the hilt, his hand passed straight through it. "What's going on?" Watson was baffled and tried several more times. The sword was clearly there, yet it could not be touched. Mrs. Wick reached out as well, but she could not touch it either. Magic. A thought flashed through Watson's mind as he remembered his son's words. He murmured John's words, "This sword was forged with my blood. Only those closest to me can locate it." Looking at the beetle crouched on the hilt, the idea in Watson's mind grew clearer and clearer. Just then, a gunshot interrupted his thoughts. Bang. Haha, Watson Wick, even you make mistakes. Dozens of vicious-looking men stood with weapons in hand. The leader was a dark-skinned man. He wore a thick gold chain, a gold ring set with a red gem on his left hand, and held a revolver in his right. "It's you. CJ." Watson frowned. The Grove Street gang was already exiled. "Fuck," the leader, CJ, roared in fury. "Only fools let you control them. The Lions of Grove Street are not afraid." This had originally been the territory of the Grove Street gang. The ones who had caused trouble for the hotel last time were also these people. Watson had driven them out with the support of both the authorities and the entire underground network, yet he had not expected them to be this persistent. The situation was dire. They were deep in the Grove Street gang's territory, with no support. Mrs. Wick quietly turned around. She kicked off her high heels and flicked her fingers, revealing 2 teaspoons she had brought in haste. Taking a fighting stance, she said coldly, "Anyone who gets in the way of saving my son will die." Spoons. The leader burst into laughter at the sight of what she held. With a mocking tone, he said, "Are you going to use those to make me a cup of coffee?" Still laughing, he did not take her seriously at all. Without warning, he raised his gun and pulled the trigger. Bang. The bullet moved too fast to be seen, rushing toward Mrs. Wick. Her black hair swept aside as the bullet tore a hole through it. In an instant, she lowered her body, preparing to charge. The teaspoon in her hand flashed into a streak of gold, piercing straight through the skull of another man who was about to raise his gun. Like a phantom, she appeared among the crowd. Fists, fingers, palms, elbows, knees, legs, shoulders. Anything that could be moved became a deadly weapon. Even the fiercest lion had to bow before a witcher. Especially a witcher searching for her son. The alpha of the Jovanovic family. Silver light flashed as gunfire erupted. Mrs. Wick charged through them like a tiger among sheep, unleashing a massacre. Someone tried to attack from behind. Her hair snapped straight, slicing across the man's throat like steel wire. Blood sprayed, blooming across her pale skin. What kind of monster is this? CJ watched as his men were slaughtered like vegetables by a woman wielding nothing but a teaspoon. In Grove Street, where he came from, there were many people with strange abilities. Not to mention the legendary barber who could give a long hairstyle to a bald man. He had even seen an old man who could barely walk make someone jump off a building with just a stick. But this kind of human-killing machine defied all imagination. Before today, he had never known that a strand of hair could kill. More men. Get more men. Shoot her, he shouted in panic. The reinforcements who rushed in were all armed, pouring out a barrage of bullets. Even a witcher had to avoid such dense firepower. Mrs. Wick moved at incredible speed, taking cover behind a wall. Bullets struck it, sending fragments of stone flying. Watson grew increasingly anxious. His own people would not arrive in time, and the leader had already set his sights on him. Grinning viciously, he took a hand axe from one of his men and stepped toward Watson. Watson Wick, the underground king of London. You may be useless, but you've got yourself a beautiful and competent woman, he said, licking his lips with a sinister smile, the blade reflecting his twisted face. My men are all well equipped. After I cut off your limbs, I'll make you watch. With that, he brought the axe down. Watson did not dodge. He suddenly lunged forward, crashing into the man's chest. They grappled, and Watson drove a punch into his molars. The axe cut across Watson's arm. But Watson seized both of the man's arms and used the most primal weapon given to humanity. He bit into the man's throat. The metallic scent of blood filled his nose. Watson's eyes turned red as his teeth tore through flesh and pressed against the windpipe. With a savage tear, he bit a chunk of flesh straight from the man's neck. Blood splattered everywhere. Watson spat out the flesh and stared unblinkingly at the man as he slowly died. He reached out, thrusting his fingers toward the man's eyes. A ragged, leaking scream escaped. Wasted. Watson dug into the eyes and crushed them in his grip. You can touch me, but you should never have touched my family. You will never see the path to heaven. You will fall into hell for eternity. He turned his head. The gunfire had stopped. The men were shaken by the brutality of what they had just witnessed, especially the sight of him tearing out their leader's throat with his teeth. He looked like a demon from hell. Don't be afraid of him. Kill him. The second-in-command shouted, he's alone. Kill him. Mrs. Wick was still pinned down by gunfire. Watson took the hand axe from the fallen man. Swaying as he stood, he faced the group. They raised their guns. He raised the axe. Blood of the father, blade of the son. His left hand pressed against the sharp edge of the axe. With a sharp rip, blood flowed freely. The members of the Grove Street gang thought he had gone mad, injuring himself at such a moment. Yet Watson moved his hand toward the illusory blade beneath the sunlight. Blood dripped from his palm. Touched by the blood of kin, the silver wick sword gradually became solid. Watson released the hand axe. He reached out and grasped the hilt. This time, his hand did not pass through. With a low roar, he drew the sword. The blade shone with a noble silver luster, set with gemstones. It was not merely a sword, but a work of art. Holding it in his left hand, Watson leveled it toward the Grove Street gang. Let me see what you can do, he muttered. What was that line John used? I am the fire dragon. Draco ignis sum. Flames ignited along the blade, and a dragon's roar echoed within, shaking the chapel. The father wielded the son's sword. Chapter 561, this time, it's our turn to save our king. Tourists at the Tower of London were evacuated. A man had just stepped out of his car when he heard a violent explosion. Moments later, thick smoke billowed from the White Tower, a structure with nearly 1,000 years of history. The glass in the windows melted rapidly. Terrifying cracks spread densely across the tower. The man stared in shock at the historic building, now on the verge of collapse, and ground his teeth. This is what you meant by nothing happening, Watson Wick. A roar echoed. A golden fire dragon shattered the outer wall. The pressure of the blast swept outward, knocking several police officers off their feet. Sir, we cannot yet determine whether there will be a third explosion. A police officer ran over to report, still shaken as he glanced at his colleagues who had been blown away. Mycroft's expression darkened as he stared at the scene. No one remained standing before Watson. One charred corpse after another was frozen in the posture of its final moment. He stared blankly at the sword in his hand. The golden fire dragon that burned along it split into 3 smaller dragons, each 8 feet long, circling around him. Is this John's power? Facing magic so directly for the first time, Watson was deeply shaken. He immediately thought of his wife and ran through the ruins to find her. Mrs. Wick looked at him with suspicion, making him smile awkwardly. If the flames had not shifted away, she might have suspected that her unreliable husband was trying to take the chance to find their son a new mother. "Are you all right?" Watson asked. "I'm fine. My dear." The couple gazed at each other affectionately. The intense, heart-pounding ordeal seemed to deepen their bond. Watson slowly leaned closer, and Mrs. Wick gently closed her eyes. Just as they were about to share a passionate kiss amidst the flames, two furry heads, one black and one white, stared at them from the side. Ahem. Watson forced himself to remain composed under the owl's gaze. Mrs. Wick also blushed at her own uncharacteristic behavior. They quickly stepped apart. Covering her flushed cheeks, she said, "What about the fire?" "A good question." The firefighters outside were asking the same question. Golden flames spread along the ancient structure, continuing to expand. They used high-pressure hoses, only to find it had no effect. The fire simply could not be extinguished. Watson said uncertainly, "Since this was caused by John's sword, it should be able to handle it, right?" He tried swinging the silver Wick sword and gave an order. "Withdraw the flames." The three fire dragons behind him roared at the command, spreading their wings and taking flight. Wherever they passed, the eternal fire was drawn back into their bodies. The thick smoke also vanished. When the three dragons returned, they had grown from 8 feet to 10 feet in length. What was John's next instruction? Mrs. Wick asked as she got to her feet. "Right, our son." Watson froze for a moment, then hurriedly recalled the next step. "We need to go to his house in the magical world." He looked at the two owls and quickly asked, "Do you know how to get there?" Riddle nodded and spread his wings, taking flight. Watson grabbed Mrs. Wick and hurried after it. Passing the charred remains of the Grove Street gang, they rushed down from the White Tower. Outside, the area was already crowded. Armed forces, police, firefighters, bomb disposal experts. Watson was momentarily stunned as he ran out. "Watson." Mycroft glared at him with anger. Mycroft. Unlike him, Watson's eyes were filled with surprise. He noticed his car, still smoking, being put out by firefighters, and quickly led Mrs. Wick over. "Do you have anything to explain?" "Give me the car keys." "I need them urgently." They spoke at the same time. Mycroft was taken aback. So not only had he blown up a historic building of the British Empire, he was now asking for car keys. Did he think running the Continental Hotel meant he could do whatever he wanted? Mycroft's expression darkened as he told the driver beside him, "Give him the keys." He fixed his gaze on Watson. "You had better give me an explanation by 4:45 this afternoon." "I will." Watson took the keys and hurried into the car, naturally sitting in the passenger seat. Watching the black SUV drift and slam through two police cars as it sped away, Mycroft could not help rubbing his forehead. What a mess. If not for the fact that Watson's operations benefited the entire country, he would have already issued a warrant for his arrest. Now. Mycroft covered his nose with a handkerchief and stepped into the heavily damaged St. John's Chapel. He examined the charred bodies and muttered, "Just what did you do, Watson?" "An agent from MI6 accidentally touched one of the corpses, and it crumbled instantly. The temperature here must have reached at least 1,000 degrees, said a man with a receding hairline as he conducted his analysis. Mycroft shook his head. Staring at the bodies frozen in their final postures, he said, "Over 5,000. Only that kind of heat could carbonize them completely from the outside and within an instant." "To produce 5,000 degrees in an instant, what exactly did you do here, Watson?" Mycroft murmured. "Could the Underground King have detonated a small nuclear device here? If that were the case, this place would have been completely leveled." Gazing at the remains, Mycroft gave his orders to the MI6 agents. "Seal this area. Update Watson Wick's file. Suspected of possessing weapons of mass destruction. Classify at the highest level. Someone call Ethan Hunt and James Bond, I want them on this case." This time, the agents of MI6 were thrown into a frenzy of activity. The last time they had been this busy was during the bloody reshuffling of London's underground forces. A financial manager once regarded as a strategist by Finn Wallace had, after that funeral, brought about a complete transformation of the entire underground kingdom. "Watson Wick, just how much are you hiding from me?" Mycroft's thoughts churned. A suspected connection with the Soviets, and a wife who might be the daughter of a powerful family. A son who attended school yet could not be traced even by MI6. A man who appeared ordinary, yet was called the Underground King, possessed the strength to cleanse the entire underworld, and had ties to the so-called Lord of War. What kind of family was this? The black SUV followed Riddle's guidance and made its way to the outskirts of London. Basil flew out of the car, and as if pulling back a curtain, a grand manner gradually revealed itself where it passed. "If I had known, I wouldn't have worked so hard." Watson felt his heart tighten. He had struggled his whole life for money, yet his son already owned a luxurious estate, the kind that came with sprawling grounds. I feel like I've just stepped into Downton Abbey. Watson's mouth twitched slightly as he tried to maintain his dignity as a father. He was still living in a 5,000 square feet mansion, while his son already owned an entire 10,000 to 12,000 square feet grand manor. Along the way, security personnel appeared throughout the estate, watching the unfamiliar vehicle. Some wizards did not recognize the car, but they recognized the Black Owl. They drove all the way into the manor grounds. Riddle and Basil flew toward the house. Watson and Mrs. Wick got out and followed. Pushing open the doors, they saw their son's friends. Mr. and Mrs. Wick, Percy said. He had abandoned his duties at the Ministry of Magic to come here. As a rising star in the ministry, it was the first time he had left everything behind in front of everyone. This time, it's our turn to help John, Percy said. Malfoy had cut short his planned trip to Germany with his parents and spoke bluntly, we can't keep letting our king take risks alone. Yeah, Heinrich drew his wand. Kim smiled faintly and did the same. Daphne stepped forward to greet the Wicks, her expression resolute as she said, please trust us, uncle, aunt. Her younger sister Astoria found it a little strange. Percy called him Mr. Wick, while Daphne called him uncle. Had her sister finally come to her senses? Shaking her head, Astoria patted her face, reminding herself to stay fully focused. She could not afford any mistakes. Malfoy noticed Astoria's actions and silently gave a thumbs up. My Asto is truly the cutest. Fleur looked at Malfoy with quiet disdain. Did he really think no one could see through his little thoughts? She immediately pulled Astoria slightly, guiding her to stand just behind her. Malfoy cursed inwardly. Mrs. Wick was deeply moved. Tears gathered at the corners of her eyes. Before the tear could fall, a force drew it toward the center. Watson felt heat in his pocket. When he took it out, it was the card. The blood that had flowed was absorbed into it. At the same time, Watson stepped forward with the sword and drove it into the ground. Fleur also took out her card and watched as it flew toward the center. The two cards overlapped and vanished. The Ouroboros within them released its tail and emerged, forming an 8-shaped loop as it coiled around the gemstone on the hilt of the silver Wick sword. The members of the Constellation Society raised their wands in unison. Brilliant beams of magic shot toward the silver Wick sword at the same moment. A vast surge of magic gathered, amplified by the Philosopher's Stone and touching upon the anchor of time. In an instant, a golden portal burst open. Chapter 562, Journey Through Time and Space. 9 prodigious young witches and wizards stood together. Though young, their magical power was no less than that of Aurors. Astoria was the first to falter. Sweat drenched her as she gripped her wand tightly. With John as the benchmark at level 6 magical power, none of the others could reach that height. Astoria was the youngest, and even reaching level 4 was a struggle for her. As the connection of magic broke, she was blasted backward by the force. Asto! Malfoy roared, wand raised. What is this thing? It won't fill no matter how much we give it. According to John, we need to use immense magical power to imprint the anchor, Heinrich said. Though he had lost 2 years, Durmstrang, where he studied, specialized in the study of dark magic and forbidden arts. Our power is not enough to force it open. We need something stronger to intervene. Percy swallowed a mouthful of blood. In terms of magical power, he was undoubtedly the strongest present, and the pressure on him was the greatest. They roared as they poured more magic into it. The golden portal widened slightly. But their reserves were running dry. Malfoy pulled out a bottle of emerald potion from his pocket. All in. He downed the entire bottle and crushed it in his hand. With a roar, he shouted, "For John." Percy did the same. The emerald potion, once consumed, could temporarily boost magical power. Everyone drank the potion, and their magic surged. One more push. Heinrich commanded. In perfect coordination, they swung their wands, sending an even stronger torrent of magic into the golden portal. It was torn open by another third. But the backlash grew just as terrifying. They were trying to anchor it. The last person to do something like this had been Herpo. Malfoy felt his magical connection weakening. He glanced around in frustration. He was the first to show signs of exhaustion. No. At the very least, he had to last longer than Neville. I refuse to be the last one. Malfoy forced more magic out, his cheeks visibly thinning. What he did not know was that Neville was already on the verge of collapse as well. Seeing Malfoy push himself further, Neville forced out the last of his magic and poured it in as well. The golden portal expanded, and the serpent coiled upon itself gradually loosened from the shape of an 8. Just as it was about to form a complete circle, everyone was nearing total exhaustion. The backlash from the forbidden force was so intense that Malfoy's recently cut hair began to grow out again. Is this the limit? Heinrich said unwillingly. Our king is still waiting for us. Malfoy was finally about to collapse. Darkness filled his vision as his wand slowly lowered. At the moment it was about to fall, a hand grasped it. The scent of soil and flowers filled his nose. Malfoy snapped awake and looked back. A gardener dressed in work clothes stood behind him. It was Barty Jr. Through Malfoy's wand, that surge of magic poured into the golden portal. With his addition, the portal was forced wider. It was now almost a perfect circle. Yet it was still lacking that final bit, like an insurmountable gap. Open! Neville roared as his wand flew from his hand. He drew the sword he carried, muscles bulging in his arms, and struck toward the golden portal. At the moment the blade made contact, it felt as though 100 elephants were dancing on its tip. Neville's entire body trembled, sweat pouring down and soaking his clothes. This sword, granted the power to slay evil by John, would be meaningless if it cannot be wielded for him. The pride of the Longbottom family, Neville Longbottom's round face was lined with bulging veins as the blade bent into an arc under the opposing forces. Yet under that strain, the golden portal was torn open even wider. Neville roared like a lion. Just as the Ouroboros was about to complete its circle, a force from the void descended upon him. In that instant, Neville saw death. Neville. He was blasted away, at least half his bones broken. The sword lodged within the golden portal trembled violently before being flung out as well. Had they failed? No. The backlash was about to strike. Then, at the doorway, a massive surge of magic, as thick as a barrel, flashed like lightning. That final point, which could not be shaken no matter what, was torn open by the overwhelming surge of magic. The Ouroboros completed its loop, and the anchor was imprinted upon this space. They looked over and saw the person who had arrived, and it took them by surprise. Even without the Elder Wand, he remained the greatest wizard. Dumbledore. White smoke rose from his wand. It was merely the release of magic, yet it had nearly burned the wand itself. Within that aged body was magical power close to level 8, perhaps even reaching it. Did we succeed? Watson stared uncertainly at the golden anchor. The silver wick sword began to tremble. In the next moment, a line extended from the golden beetle, connecting into the anchor. The silver wick sword burst into flames, transforming into a massive fire dragon that shot toward the sky. It surged into the anchor and vanished. Paris. Through the space-time anchor, John used the power of time to summon the silver wick sword. A vast surge of magic descended through the anchor. John drew out the pure magic he had sealed away. As the magic merged into his body, purple arcs of electricity flashed in his eyes. He took a deep breath and stared at the raging blue fiend fire. This power is just right as a reserve to open the time flash. Without hesitation, John transformed into a fire dragon and soared into the sky, throwing out an hourglass filled with sand of time. A silvery white, pure soul emerged, shaped like a sphere. All his magic surged, combined with the silver wick sword. This strike surpassed even the explosion within the pyramid. The terrifying clash of forces turned into a blinding white light, engulfing numerous graves, including the Lestrange mausoleum. The white light contracted into a speck no larger than dust, until it vanished completely. Newt and the others stared at the massive crater that had been carved out, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Just as John had predicted, he successfully stepped into the time flash. The scene before his eyes shifted rapidly, like a slideshow played at extreme speed, changing too fast to follow. John grasped the golden beetle flying toward him, and the images froze in an instant. At last, it's time to go back. Within the time flash, a single second stretched into infinity. In that state, John saw Nagini weeping in grief, and he saw Credence closing his eyes. John slowly closed his own eyes. Send me back. He pulled on the golden beetle. The marked time anchor caused everything to begin reversing. His body rose higher and higher, until beneath him lay a blue planet. But he did not stop. What is this? John gripped the golden beetle tightly, his brow furrowing. In the next moment, all around him were chaotic, overlapping scenes. Distance, space, and direction lost all meaning in this abstract landscape of shifting realities. A terrifying force of magic began to erode his body. Dark energy surfaced on his face, his skin twitching. This is not the original dimension. With his vast knowledge of magic, John realized the anomaly instantly. A consciousness was invading his mind. John immediately activated occlumency to block it out. A dimension of magic. His thoughts settled at once as the Philosopher's Stone in the silver wick sword glowed red. John looked up. Frost had nearly covered the entire magical dimension. Then the white wolf appeared. Unaffected by time, without spatial boundaries, filled with dark magic. Cold sweat ran down John's back. What kind of place was this? Seeing the white wolf, he used the same method as before. His wand traced a Mobius loop in the air. He had expected it to hold for only a moment, yet this time the Mobius loop was unprecedentedly powerful. A magical dimension, does that mean I can draw upon the magic here as well? John froze. A steady stream of magic was flowing into his body. At that moment, he could feel his power rising rapidly. The magic he could unleash now might even surpass Dumbledore. He looked up in disbelief, drawing the attention of the master of this place. Who are you? A pair of eyes, enormous beyond measure. They radiated a twisted violet light. Those eyes were filled with wariness. A being larger than a planet, a master of a dimension unbound by time, revealed itself. As the ruler of this realm, it had never seen anyone enter and absorb its magic. John felt the power within him surge wildly. This place was a paradise for a wizard. Though only for John. He looked up as the dark power closed in around him. His body died in an instant, then revived in the next. John glanced at the time loop on his wrist. Without the limitation of magic, he was effectively unable to die. This place pulled me here, John said, looking around at the terrifying master of the dimension. Then the next jump should return me to the original timeline. For John, who could continuously absorb magic, this place was nothing short of a sanctuary. His indifference enraged the master of the dimension. John died nearly 100 times. Yet each time, he recovered instantly, leaving the dimension's master at a loss. John glanced at the white wolf, then smiled faintly at the ruler of the dimension. I'll leave this gift to you. It's too dark here for my taste. With that, he tugged on the golden beetle. His body vanished. For some reason, the master of the dimension felt a trace of relief. That wizard was too strange. If he had remained, even its position might have been threatened. Absorbing the power of the dark dimension, who is he? Suddenly, the white wolf broke free. A calamity that marked the end of an era manifested within the dimension. Chapter 563, I'm back. Inside Silverhand Manor, everyone waited in tense anticipation. After the golden light aperture was imprinted, the Ouroboros that had been biting its own tail seemed almost completely frozen. It was a bizarre sight. The radiance spreading outward was fixed in place at the same time. As if someone had pressed a shutter, sealing everything in this place into stillness. Malfoy slowed his breathing and asked cautiously, did it succeed? Heinrich focused his gaze, unable to determine whether it had succeeded or not. Among everyone present, the most powerful was undoubtedly Albus Dumbledore. The old man, who had only just managed to get some time off, had also suffered backlash from the forbidden magic. You still chose this path in the end, John, Dumbledore said, looking at the temporal anchor with a complicated expression. The forbidden will lead one to ruin. This was the most brilliant person he had ever seen, surpassing everyone else. In matters of the forbidden, Dumbledore was certain that not even the most senior unspeakables of the Ministry of Magic could reach John's level. His knowledge, experience, and intellect were far beyond ordinary people. This became even clearer when Dumbledore recalled that white-haired boy from the past. It made him realize just how powerful the John who had returned this time would be. Back when Dumbledore was still headmaster, whenever Severus Snape tirelessly brought up John, he would always find himself overlapping two different figures in his mind. Now that he thought about it, it was not that John resembled Lord Voldemort, but that in his subconscious, Dumbledore had taken Voldemort to be John. After the overlap, was that figure not the very same white-haired wizard he had seen in his youth? So it was you all along, Ural. Dumbledore subconsciously touched his nose. Now that the memory had surfaced, he also recalled who had punched him there. As expected, Aberforth didn't have that kind of strength. Dumbledore could not help but laugh. Suddenly, the time frozen at the anchor began to move again. The Ouroboros, biting their own tails, started devouring one another. Until the two serpents consumed each other up to their heads, continuously shrinking. The contracting light burst forth in that instant. The blinding golden radiance forced everyone to shut their eyes. A figure stepped out from within. His fingers idly twisted a strand of hair, black energy roiling around his body. Noticing where he was, the figure paused, a faint smile appearing on his face. I'm back. As the golden light faded, the familiar voice echoed. Everyone's gaze locked onto the figure that had appeared. Then, Malfoy locked his gaze onto him, stuck his backside out, and sprinted forward. Just as he was about to tackle John, his body suddenly flipped upside down, completely out of his control. A soft figure crashed into John's arms. He instinctively steadied the person and looked down, letting out a light chuckle. For you all, I should have been gone for less than 2 hours. Daphne rolled her eyes at his words. The next second, John was pinned to the ground as members of the Constellation Society piled onto him one after another. This was their punishment for his reckless adventure. Malfoy wailed loudly, still hanging from the chandelier. Why do you still have the magic to use the Levi Corpus spell? He was indignant. He was already nearly drained, yet Daphne still had magic left. Surrounded by the crowd, John burst into laughter. Then Malfoy noticed something off and said in shock, "John, your hair has changed back." Everyone hurried to look. John's white hair had returned to black. One by one, they broke into delighted smiles. "An unexpected gain," John said with a shrug. The dark power of that dimension had simply dyed his hair for him. Still smiling, John lifted his head. When he saw the white-bearded old man, he froze. "How is it you?" Dumbledore did not join in the young people's revelry. Instead, he seemed somewhat surprised by John's words. "You wrote me a letter, John." "No, no, no." John shook his head repeatedly, a look of astonishment on his face. "I wrote to someone else." "Someone else?" Dumbledore fell into thought. John had already calculated that the combined magic of the group might not be enough to successfully establish the anchor. So he had written 3 letters. One to his old man, asking him to find the Sword of Silverwick. The second to Fleur, asking her to gather the members. The third, and most important, was to request help from someone with immense magical power. Among those he knew, there were 3 who met that requirement. Gellert Grindelwald, Albus Dumbledore, and another Dumbledore. Well, even John could not account for everything. Fortunately, the result was that another Dumbledore had arrived. Heinrich pulled John to his feet. Looking at the old man, John said, "You helped me, Dumbledore. I need to repay you." "You have already helped me, John." Dumbledore shook his head slightly. The fact that he was still alive was due to the Holy Grail. Moreover, given Dumbledore's saintly nature, helping a Hogwarts student who had gone astray was not something he did in expectation of reward. John looked at him and said firmly, "This is an equivalent exchange. There is no need for you to refuse so quickly." In the United States, Nagini's soul had already been restored. By all logic, her legs should now be able to walk. For some reason, however, she seemed to have forgotten how to walk. She remained unable to rise from the wheelchair. Gently, she stroked the wand John had given her. 11¼ inches, with dense grain and excellent flexibility. The handle bore a spiral pattern, set with a sapphire. You would, with a thestral tail hair core. It was a wand that belonged to one reborn, and the most treasured possession Nagini had. In the first half of her life, she had once loved a boy deeply. Yet until the day she completely turned into a snake, she never had the chance to see him again. But she always remembered that promise. The promise that he would find her. On the beautiful wand, there was a line of text. Her fingers traced over it as she softly read, "To celebrate Nagini's rebirth with this gift." She pressed the wand lightly against her chest and whispered the name of someone long gone. Credence. That reckless boy had given her a second life. Nagini felt that she should let go, and not disappoint John. She tried to stand, just as she once had. As she steadied herself against the wheelchair, trembling. Gently, as if afraid she might shatter, someone supported her. Nagini froze. A black substance passed through her body, and the familiar sensation made her eyes widen. "Is it you?" The Snake Lady, revered in District 13, spoke with a trembling voice. Credence. The black substance slowly gathered, forming a human shape before her. That familiar face, though his hair had grown longer. He wore the deep purple suit John had given him that day, coming here as if to keep a long-awaited appointment. Nagini. Even Credence was not certain. He had fallen into a deep slumber, only to awaken again. After finding his family, he had come to know his origins. He had gained his own name. Yet he could not find the one he cherished most. The Obscurus had eroded his body, and not long after he returned to his father's home in Godric's Hollow, he died. Along with the pendant he had never removed, he was buried in Godric's Hollow. The one who should have slept forever, had awakened once more after many years. The pendant that had held the parting gift had vanished. Relying on the fragmented memories in his mind, he found his way here. Nagini covered her mouth as tears streamed down her face. John. The memories missing from her soul surged back like a tide. "May you have no regrets this time." The words spoken at parting echoed in her ears. She moved. Her legs, which should have been unable to take even a step, broke into a run, carrying her toward the embrace from years ago. "You're back, Credence. Our king, gentle and powerful. Our king, selfish and domineering. Even regrets, he would overturn for his friends. He saved the latter half of Nagini's life, filling the regrets of her first. They should have been fated, one to die in the past, the other to become an evil vessel and die in the future. Until that death by the sword, when she turned into a wisp of smoke and reunited with him once more. Now. 2 birds, each with a broken wing, had finally found each other again. She ran toward the boy she loved so deeply. To touch him, to hold him, to love him. So real, so warm. No boy taken too soon, no great serpent that had lost its humanity. Nor any existence seen as a monster. There was only a pair of lovers, bound together. She should have become a wisp of smoke and rushed toward the boy she loved, but the domineering yet gentle king refused to allow such a tragedy. John Wick, a selfish Slytherin. His love was so selfish that it was only enough for those he cared about. He was an alchemist who pursued equivalent exchange, yet he mended all his friends' regrets without asking for anything in return. He was a king beloved by his subjects, but one who could never become a saint revered by all. Chapter 564, Dumbledore, Dumbledore, Dumbledore. Godric's Hollow. An old man and a young man walked side by side. How should I address you, John, or Yorl? Like an old friend returning after many years, Dumbledore stepped once more into this place of pain. He should have found peace, yet John would not allow him that. That is your choice, John said calmly as he stepped into the graveyard where the three of them had once adventured, then stopped. Use the destiny you favor most to find the name you need. Dumbledore, what you once avoided, what filled you with guilt? Blooming white flowers had already covered the entire gravestone. John slowly crouched down and brushed them aside with his hand. The wreath beneath the gravestone had already grown into a whole patch. How long has it been since you last came back? Hearing this question, Dumbledore's gaze grew distant as he murmured, a long time. You should have noticed. Your avoidance has made you lose once again. John's eyes were gentle as he stood up again and extended his left hand. The sealed earth split apart. The coffin, lifted by blooming white flowers, slowly rose upward. I don't understand, Dumbledore said, his eyes never leaving it for even a moment as the white coffin ascended. Why are you doing this? And how did you do it? Dumbledore's expression was complicated, but after John mentioned equivalent exchange, he understood that he could not refuse. In fact, he was willing to beg, to plead with the boy who had touched the forbidden. Beneath this coffin lay the guilt that had followed Dumbledore for his entire life. A single moment of turning away from his true heart, a single moment of shirking responsibility. It had caused the one he loved most to fall into eternal sleep. He never learned who was responsible for that accident. But from that moment on, his heart was never whole again. Saint Dumbledore, Dumbledore who loved all people, had never been a good brother. How did you do it? Hearing the question, John shook his head with a faint laugh. Dumbledore, magic is like alchemy. It always requires a price. He looked straight into Dumbledore's eyes, his expression cold. You are wondering what kind of forbidden magic that Slytherin has used this time. Yes, that is what I was thinking, Dumbledore sighed and admitted honestly. You have always surprised me, and you have always been able to see through my thoughts. Seeing him admit it, John spoke in an extremely indifferent tone. My soul, great Dumbledore. Your soul. Yes, my soul. John ran his finger across his chest and bared his teeth in a faint smile. There is a piece missing here. If you have read Secrets of the Darkest Art, you would understand that the creation of a Horcrux requires the sacrifice of the soul. Even for me, bringing someone back from the dead is not a simple matter. But Voldemort gave me a reminder. A method to keep someone alive even after the destruction of the body. Under Dumbledore's shaken gaze, John spoke with remarkable ease. So I split my soul and made a Horcrux for her. My soul is no longer whole, Dumbledore. His words struck like thunder. Dumbledore took 2 steps back, murmuring, why would you divide your own soul, John? Perhaps it was that flower, or perhaps it was her chaotic yet sincere kindness, willing to become my eyes, John said. Equivalent exchange. I made a deal with her. Now. The coffin slowly opened. Inside, the girl in the bloom of youth had already become bones. Yet that pure, flawless white flower still remained. John lifted the flower and murmured, ironic, isn't it? The purest flower, nurtured by the most evil dark magic. No, Dumbledore shook his head and said guiltily, that flower is pure and flawless. A willing sacrifice. John, who understood soul magic better than anyone, knew the consequences of a damaged soul, yet his method was different from Voldemort, who had also created Horcruxes. Voldemort took the lives of others to create his Horcruxes. John chose to divide his own soul, using it to make a Horcrux for Ariana Dumbledore. Do you still remember Tom's spell? John said to himself. The blood of the enemy, the bone of the father, the flesh of the servant. But Ariana was different. She bore no hatred toward anyone. Even at the moment of her death, what she did was still to love you, to love the brothers who killed her. John took out a golden scale from his small bag and set it down. Then we'll use a different kind of magic. He looked up at Dumbledore, whose face was already streaked with tears, and raised his hand. A tear clinging to Dumbledore's beard lifted and flew into John's palm. The tear fell onto one side of the golden scale, tilting it. Guilt. A moving portrait forcibly taken from the hog's head. Regret. John pointed to his head and slowly drew out a strand of silvery memory. Attachment. The 3 items were placed onto the scale. Then John set the white flower on the other side. The already tilted scale displayed a wondrous sight. The weight of a single flower began to sway against the side holding the 3 items. John watched silently until the scale stopped moving, the 2 sides perfectly balanced. Taking out the wand that symbolized resurrection, John held it level and uttered ancient, obscure sounds. The golden wand gradually melted, its molten gold flowing into the coffin. A miraculous scene unfolded. The withered bones rapidly dissolved, merging with the wand. John took out a bottle, opened it, and poured the soil inside into the coffin. Soil of one's birthplace. He then plucked another flower from the white blossom surrounding the grave and tossed it in. Flower of one's final resting place. A body identical to Ariana's appeared within the coffin. This had originally been the ritual and preparation used by Herpo the Foul for resurrection, but it had been taken by John. It saved him the trouble of devising another method. And finally, John said as he looked at Ariana's body. He picked up the white flower that served as the Horcrux and gently blew on it, the soul. The white flower turned into countless petals and drifted toward Ariana. After a long silence, the girl's eyelashes trembled slightly. Under the glow of the setting sun, she opened eyes as blue as the sky. After such a long passage of time, nearly a century of regret, even the greatest wizard could no longer restrain his emotions. Dumbledore's body trembled. His aged eyes were clouded with tears, unable to clearly see the girl's expression. But he knew that his sister had returned. The regret and guilt of a century burst forth all at once. Like an old man who had lost all restraint, he wept uncontrollably. After loving the world for so long, Dumbledore finally allowed himself to be unrestrained for the sake of his family. The newly awakened Ariana looked curiously at the old man. Then, she saw the boy. Just like before, she reached out her hand. John paused for a moment, then handed his wand to her for her to hold. "Good afternoon, Ariana." Ariana seemed different. Gathering her courage, she said, "Good afternoon, Yorl." The orange glow of dusk fell across John's profile. "We should get to know each other again," John said with a smile, extending his hand. John Wick. "Hello, Ariana." Ariana's life had halted at 6, and her existence had ended at 14. At 112, she was reborn. John turned his head, and what entered his sight was deep crimson and blue. Just like in that empty safe house, the 2 of them leaned against each other, relying on one another. Nagini released Credence's hand and ran toward John, pulling him into an embrace. "What a gentle king." Nagini's tears fell onto John's shoulder. Her voice was filled with heartache. "Are you tired, my king?" 3 turns of time, a king who had calculated everything. "Rest in my arms for a while, and sleep lightly." "You're too tired." "In that case, perhaps I am." John smiled faintly. With that reminder, he suddenly felt an overwhelming heaviness crash down on him. John had no sister. Yet from Nagini, he felt a kind of care different from a mother's love. He could let everything go. And fall asleep in peace. Dumbledore. Who cared? That old rogue could cry and make a scene all he liked. It had nothing to do with him. His gaze passed over Nagini and settled on Credence. In a tone that felt familiar to Credence, he said, "Credence, it seems I'm a little late. Perhaps I should call you Dumbledore." "Haha, 3 Dumbledores. Dumbledore and Dumbledore, it's hard to tell them apart." He muttered as his eyes slowly closed, leaning against Nagini's embrace. Credence slowly dropped to one knee and spoke with utmost devotion to the king who murmured in his sleep, "Yes, I have found my origins. My king, please allow me to follow you. This time, I am strong enough." He lowered his head, the same head he had never bowed while standing beside Gellert Grindelwald, beneath the golden light of dusk. Dumbledore, Dumbledore, Dumbledore. One had found peace by mending regret, one had found faith upon discovering his place, and one, reborn, clung to his newfound bond. Chapter 565, Sleepyhead, Adopted Daughter. John could recover with just 2 hours of sleep, but this time, with rare free time, he simply gave himself a break. He kicked out his old man, who kept pestering him with questions about which of those pretty girls was his girlfriend. Lying on the bed, John heard Basil and Riddle hoot twice. Tom wagged her tail and, through sheer persistence, chewed through the cabinet, leaving the 2 owls without a place to perch. Basil puffed up in anger, flapping his wings as he chased Tom down several streets. In the end, Mrs. Wick had to step in to save Tom from being beaten into a concussion by Basil. Watson quietly opened a slit in the blinds and looked outside at the several cars parked there. He saw his wife returning, holding a dog in one hand and an owl in the other. "What is that?" After catching the 2 little troublemakers, Mrs. Wick also noticed those cars. Government people, Watson said awkwardly. I can handle it. That little sleepyhead still hasn't woken up. The moment Watson spoke, he was met with a sharp glare from Mrs. Wick. He sheepishly closed his mouth. Their once harmonious married life had once again returned to his position at the bottom of the household. It was not Mrs. Wick's fault. After all, it might sound like a long time when written out, but in reality, it had not even been a month since John's disappearance at Hogwarts. In less than a month, their son had nearly died twice. Any mother would find it impossible to accept. At this point, even if John wanted to assassinate the president, Mrs. Wick would buy a plane ticket overnight and go handle it first. The sound of the television carried over. Watson immediately plastered a smile on his face and walked over. A girl clutching a teddy bear stared intently at the cat and mouse on the screen. From time to time, she moved the bear's little paw, as if letting it join in. Mrs. Wick walked over and leaned against her husband's shoulder, watching the girl with a gentle, maternal smile. I actually thought about giving John a younger sister. As a Witcher, having even one unexpected child was already a miracle. When John was 3, Mrs. Wick had tried with great enthusiasm, leaving Watson going to work clutching his waist and letting out despairing groans. The second miracle never came. Her efforts bore no result, and she gradually gave up on the idea of raising a daughter. But Ariana's arrival stirred that desire once more. Her eyes lit up as she looked at Ariana and whispered, "Look at her. So beautiful, just like a princess." Understanding his wife's thoughts, Watson wrapped an arm around her waist and smiled. Let's give John a surprise. Why was Ariana here? Do you really think that an old man over 100 years old, who could leave a baby on someone's doorstep in the middle of the night without a second thought, was capable of taking care of Ariana? If the Dursleys had not discovered it in time, Harry might have frozen to death outside. So Ariana naturally came back with John. And Dumbledore had his own considerations. In this world, those most familiar with obscurials were obscurials themselves. And the only perfect obscurial was John. There was no place more suitable for Ariana than by John's side. Dumbledore's guilt toward Ariana made it impossible for him to properly raise her, so he tacitly allowed his sister to leave. When John finally came downstairs on the third day, he was immediately startled by his dear parents. Let me introduce you. This is your younger sister, Ariana Dumbledore Wick. John looked at the adoption papers in his hands, then up at his parents, who were beaming with smiles. You're serious? After confirming that the documents were real, John covered his head with both hands, needing a moment to calm down. Watson said in dissatisfaction, "What do you mean by that? Weren't you the one who brought this poor child back?" His expression was full of reproach. Your parents finally gathered the courage to do something. Don't let us fail so completely, all right? John silently turned his head to look at Ariana, who had come closer because of his presence. He was left speechless. The problem is, she's older than you, Dad. What? Watson's expression stiffened. He examined Ariana carefully, then said with certainty, "You must be messing with me. You forged her birth certificate." John glanced at the document in the adoption papers. 1982. Watson coughed twice. The paperwork is absolutely real, don't talk nonsense. Besides, even if it's wrong, it can't be off by much. Given John's understanding of his father, he did not need to think to know that Watson had used his own connections to obtain it. John let out a cold laugh. 1884, what do you think? 1884. Watson swallowed hard, his face awkward. Are you serious? In the wizarding world, anything is possible, John said expressionlessly. Watson was completely dumbfounded. No matter how he looked at it, he could not connect the girl in front of him with someone over 100 years old. Ariana lowered her head, her mood falling. Because of her death, the once naive girl had gradually recovered, no longer completely ignorant of the outside world. Noticing her emotions, John sighed and said, "I'm not abandoning you, Ariana." Ariana looked up in delight. John then glanced at his muddle-headed parents. Adopting her was not a bad thing. John had never intended for Dumbledore to take care of Ariana anyway. Whether it was for future considerations or his lack of trust in Dumbledore. To put it bluntly, even Grindelwald would seek to recruit the kind of power an obscurial could bring. Leaving such strength at Dumbledore's side, who was already a potential enemy, would bring John no benefit. After careful thought, John decided to respect Ariana's wishes. He looked at her seriously and asked, "Are you truly willing to become part of our family?" Unlike his parents, who had acted on impulse, he chose to listen to Ariana. Ariana lifted her head, her lips moving slightly. A soft, gentle voice sounded. "Brother." John saw his parents clutching their chests in exaggerated emotion. He smiled gently. "You've made your choice. Now you must be prepared." He placed his hand on Ariana's soft hair. As a sister, and as a daughter. Watson finally understood. After all that talk, the boy had accepted the adoption. Thinking of this, Watson lifted his chin proudly at his own cleverness. He was immensely pleased with himself. John stroked his chin in thought. Ariana was already showing signs of recovery. That was good news. He said thoughtfully, "It's time you learned to control the power of the Obscurus." As a perfect Obscurial, what set John apart from the others was that his consciousness dominated the Obscurus. In simple terms, the Obscurus was a dark force that eroded a person. But John could control that power, directly absorbing the dark consciousness within it. Aside from his strong will, he had also endured multiple magical outbursts and the tempering of soul potions, making his mind terrifyingly strong. Obscurials were usually born from those with sensitive emotions. Suffering was fertile ground for the Obscurus. Adopting Ariana had been the right choice. His parents would give her a different kind of childhood. No one understood that better than John. As for the power of the Obscurus, John also had ways to deal with it. He possessed items that could enhance the mind. Ravenclaw's diadem and the golden mask of wisdom. Both could help Ariana suppress the consciousness of the Obscurus. With that in mind, he decided to strengthen her mind first. "As a gift for becoming my sister, I think I know what to give you." John smiled faintly as he took out an exquisite diadem. The diadem gradually shrank, finally turning into a beautiful bracelet. "You will keep recovering. Health is the gift I give you." After placing the bracelet on Ariana's wrist, she felt something different, yet at the same time, nothing seemed to have changed. John did not notice that, upon hearing the word gift, his father revealed a thoughtful expression. Watson and Mrs. Wick exchanged a glance, the couple instantly understanding each other. John needed to prepare some soul potions. The reason he had dared to use his own soul as the sacrifice to create the Horcrux was because he could restore it. It could be said that, if he wished, he could keep splitting his soul indefinitely. He had already healed Nagini's fractured soul, so restoring his own was even less of a problem. Ariana would also require the support of soul potions. After being strapped for cash for months in the past, now that he had returned to his own time, John decided to indulge in a bout of spending. "I'll need to make a trip to Silverhand Manor." The Dementor breeding ground should have yielded quite a bit. John had already achieved fully automated harvesting of Dementors, and he knew that exhausting a resource was not a wise approach. So he had reduced the frequency of harvesting, occasionally tossing in an unlucky dark wizard to feed them. Not bad at all. After returning from Silverhand Manor, John discovered something significant. Ariana was gone. Seeing that his parents and Tom were also missing, John did not worry. As expected, when night fell, he heard the sound of a car pulling up outside, followed by cheerful laughter. John saw Watson carrying bags upon bags of things from the car, along with an enormous stuffed bear. Ariana hugged the bear, staring at it without blinking. The excited couple seemed to have bought far too much. They had gone to a department store. If the Ministry of Magic knew that an Obscurial had just walked into a Muggle department store, it would probably be terrified. A feeling of joy radiated from Ariana. Sensing it, John smiled faintly. Chapter 566, Silverhand Branch, showing goodwill. Having a younger sister did not have much impact on John. During these 3 days, he had not been idle. Aside from repairing a cabinet, he also had to open and read through stacks of letters. France. John stared at the letter from the French Minister of Magic. His original plan had been to open a branch there. If death had not schemed against him, his shop would already be running. Still, this period of travel had not been without its benefits. His hair had returned to black, and his eyesight had also been restored. What exactly was that dimension? John stroked his chin, recalling the dark dimension. That place had been like a paradise for him. But crossing dimensions was something most people would never encounter in their entire lives. John could only feel a hint of regret. At the time, he had been threatened by the White Wolf, something that could bring about the end of the world. Let alone John, even the Witcher world would not dare face it. Charles Roland. Since he has sincerely invited me, I should accept his goodwill. John rubbed the ring on his finger. If the French Ministry of Magic had extended an invitation, they would certainly be prepared to make concessions. It seems the Delacour family and a few others have contributed quite a bit to this matter. Since they have shown goodwill, I should return the favor. Charles Roland alone, a minister of magic nearing the end of his term, would not have had such influence. The Delacour family and Madame Maxime had both provided support behind the scenes. The Delacours did so because their relationship with John meant they were bound to the same ship. As for Madame Maxime, aside from John having studied there, the more important reason was that he was a disciple of Nicolas Flamel. Speaking of legitimacy, John was the student of a legendary French alchemist. He could be considered half a part of France's magical orthodoxy. The situation in America is stable. Next, it's time to expand influence across Europe. John fell into thought as he opened the remaining letters. As for Germany, Ludovic is willing to offer assistance and mediate with the Ministry of Magic. That will also be the most troublesome place. Grindelwald's main forces are entrenched there. The path had to be taken step by step. John decided to begin with France. Heinrich and Kim should be on their way to France by now, right? John had considered sending Heinrich back to school. With Durmstrang now effectively under the Edgar name, such a request would have been easy. But Heinrich had no desire to return. With his level of magical attainment, he had long since surpassed the need for formal schooling. So John could only let him be. The matter of sending the two dropouts to France to prepare for opening a branch was also part of John's plan to cultivate them. There was no need to mention Heinrich. He was John's right-hand man. Kim Ladisley already had a talent for such matters, having handled various affairs for the American branch. John's arrangement was for Kim to oversee the Silverhand shops across different countries in the future. Once the establishment in France was complete, Kim would remain there for a period of time. Just like in America, John intended to place his own people in various locations. Closing the letter from France, John murmured to himself, since Minister Roland is interested in cooperation, I don't mind letting others see the benefits of working with me. He picked up a quill and began writing on parchment. After finishing the invitation, he handed it to Riddle, then took out some dried fish and fed it to him. Deliver this to Charles Roland. If anyone gets in your way, peck them. Riddle nodded. The moment Basil heard that pecking people was allowed, his eyes lit up as he strutted over proudly. You can forget it. Last time you beat up Barty Crouch Sr.'s owl, I had to cover the medical expenses. John poked Basil's head helplessly. He had no idea where this domineering temperament of the owl came from. Basil, dissatisfied, swatted John's hand away with his wing. Turning his head, he saw Kiki quietly pulling open a drawer, preparing to steal some dried fish. Kiki froze. Trouble. No, not trouble. A heart attack waiting to happen. Feathers flew everywhere as John turned his head aside, pretending he saw nothing. Kiki was seized by the throat by one of Basil's claws and slammed onto the table. Basil stood over him, one foot planted firmly, utterly domineering. His wings came down again and again on that big head, beating Kiki until stars danced in his eyes. After Tom, a second unfortunate victim of Basil had appeared. As for Tom, she made it clear that it had nothing to do with her. At that moment, Tom lay sprawled on the floor. Ariana, now dressed in casual girl's clothing, cautiously reached out and poked her belly. Tom flashed a fawning grin, her tongue hanging out, which delighted Ariana. Silver Hand Manor. John was hosting Barty Crouch Sr. You should try this. A drink from the Muggle world. He handed the fizzy glass bottle of cola to Barty Crouch Sr., who eyed John with suspicion. The black, bubbling liquid looked almost poisonous. He took a tentative sip. The bubbles danced in his mouth, and he had to frown to keep from spitting it out. Muggle things are getting stranger and stranger, Barty Crouch Sr. said. From a Muggle's perspective, a wizard's possessions were far stranger still. John made no comment and said casually, my parents bought quite a lot. I nearly forgot, your parents are Muggles. When he said this, Barty Crouch Sr. hesitated, as if wanting to ask something more. He was very curious how Muggles could be more proficient at killing dark creatures than wizards, and what kind of Muggles rode dragons for fun. Even among wizards, very few would dare to do that. So, Silverhand Johnny's new shop will be set up in France. What, are you here to warn me? John let out a light laugh, making a casual joke. Silverhand can't remain confined to just one country. Of course not. Charles Roland has dealings with me. He is a complete politician, Barty Crouch Sr. said, ignoring the joke. He wants to use your involvement to extend his time in office. People are greedy. He is no exception. Charles Roland had risen through political maneuvering, but the downside was that he appeared rather mediocre. Without enough achievements, he could easily be pushed out of office. He approached me last year to ask about you, Barty Crouch Sr. said, taking another sip of cola with a frown before quickly setting it aside. He has been paying attention to you for quite some time. He is also someone who knows how to follow the wind. Follow the wind. Then he should know who is worth following. John smiled. People like that might be unpleasant, but they were also the easiest to control. He's willing to make concessions to help Silverhand enter more smoothly, John said, lifting his teacup. I'm also willing to let his term last a little longer. You really haven't changed. I'm rather glad you're still in school. Barty Crouch Sr. stared at John's cup. You have tea, yet you give me this. Did he not know that tea was a symbol of Britain? Even for British wizards, it was the same. John took a sip, naturally catching the meaning behind Barty Crouch Sr.'s words. Being ordinary is not a good aspiration, Barty. Their conversation turned to the amusement park, a project led by Silverhand and sponsored by the Ministry of Magic, which was about to open. This is a good opportunity, isn't it? John set down his teacup. Let the ministries of magic of various countries see this project and drive the development of tourism. Only by letting everyone see the benefits created by Silverhand could he ease their wariness. Barty Crouch Sr. looked at John and said in a low voice, building the amusement park near a werewolf community is a risky move. Only by letting more people see werewolves can they gradually become human again. John spoke with a deeper meaning. The number of werewolves in the world is not small. Barty Crouch Sr.'s rise had been supported by the werewolf community. He was also the one who most hoped to improve their status. Hearing this, he pondered for a moment before saying, in my last proposal, I passed the renaming of the Werewolf Capture Unit, establishing an office for werewolf affairs. If they can guarantee that the amusement park will be completely safe this time, with no werewolf disturbances, the Ministry Council can grant them full authority over werewolf matters. This was essentially returning a degree of autonomy to the werewolves, greatly improving their status. Incidents involving werewolves harming others would be handled through werewolf oversight. Wizards would no longer be able to kill werewolves at will, nor would such actions be treated merely as the killing of magical creatures. John was satisfied with this outcome. Compared to before, werewolves now held greater authority, which benefited both Barty Crouch Sr. and John. They will manage it. Chapter 567, Amusement Park, Behind-the-Scenes Scheme. The long-planned amusement park officially opened. It was a massive venture, covering an area comparable to Hogwarts. The park was divided into several sections, the Animal Zone, the Plant Zone, the Aurora Zone, the Extreme Zone, the Flight Zone, and the Celestial Zone. Among them, the most eye-catching was undoubtedly the Quidditch Stadium, built on the scale of a World Cup venue. This stadium would also serve as the site for future internal Quidditch competitions. Although Quidditch in the wizarding world was often compared to Muggle football, its competition system was rather peculiar. The numerous clubs seemed to serve only one purpose, which was to compete for qualification in the World Cup. John worked with the Department of Magical Games and Sports to introduce more structured divisions. Quidditch was divided into 3 tiers, the Premier Wizard League, the Advanced Wizard League, and the Entry-Level Wizard League. Promotion and relegation followed a system of 2 teams moving up and 2 moving down. This maintained a stable number of teams in each league while increasing the appeal of the matches. The league system would officially begin in August this year. The amusement park also gathered a wide variety of food, including both wizarding cuisine and delicacies from the Muggle world. There were also bands performing throughout the park, with the possibility of encountering special surprise appearances. Working with the authorities really does make things easier. John remarked as he held an ice cream. If Silverhand's specialty store had tried to handle all of this alone, it would never have been completed so smoothly. Take the Quidditch competition system as an example. It required approval from the Department of Magical Games and Sports to be established. And even then, it was only being implemented within a single country. John glanced to the side. Over a dozen ministers of magic from various countries were examining the place with critical eyes. As they learned more, their expressions gradually turned into amazement. When they heard about the reform of the Quidditch competitions, they became even more aware of the business potential. Not every businessman could become a qualified politician, but politicians often possessed the instincts of a businessman. They could see that with such reforms, Quidditch, the wizarding world's equivalent of football, would not only become more prominent but would also greatly increase the commercial value of the clubs. Clubs that failed to qualify for the Quidditch World Cup would no longer need to train in isolation. They could now strive through this league system. The French Minister of Magic, Charles Roland, sighed in admiration. Mr. Wick's mind seems full of ideas. His gaze lingered eagerly on the stadium. A World Cup-level venue was not something meant to be used and then dismantled. Once the competitions began, ticket sales alone would be enough to significantly increase the ministry's funds. These were all achievements. At present, only Silverhand Fashion Construction Company had the capability to build such structures. This only strengthened Charles Roland's desire to cooperate with John. And he was not the only one. The other ministers of magic felt the same. The German minister looked over everything, his eyes darkening as he raised a question. Placing such an important location near a werewolf settlement does not seem appropriate. His gaze swept across the other ministers. Werewolves are dangerous magical creatures. If something happens... He left the sentence unfinished, but the implication was clear. The creation of the Wolfsbane potion had brought some control to werewolf attacks, yet in the eyes of most wizards, they remained synonymous with danger. Building such a place near werewolves was practically pushing people into their claws. Barty Crouch Sr. glanced at the German minister and said, "Rest assured, we have prepared for any unexpected situations. I believe it is time for us to attend the opening ceremony." The opening ceremony was unprecedentedly grand. All kinds of strange fireworks from Weasley's Wizard Wheezes burst into the sky. A surging fire dragon soared toward the stands, drawing waves of astonished cries. More than 10,000 wizards attended this opening. They came from all over the world and would serve as important channels for spreading news of this place. Candy-filled balloons floated through the air, and falling chocolate melted sweetly on the tongue. If a flying broom fell, it would be caught by a surface as soft as cotton. Even if someone flew out, it did not matter. They would experience the joy of being launched back up. The Aurora Zone was dreamlike and beautiful, while the Animal Zone was thrilling and exciting. Or one could take on a maze adventure in the Plant Zone. Completing it would earn rewards from the amusement park. They could also visit the Celestial Zone to experience the vastness of the universe and the movements of the stars. The Extreme Zone stimulated the senses to their limits. All kinds of experiences kept the wizards lingering, unwilling to leave. Outside the amusement park, a group of werewolves watched it intently, their eyes filled with resentment toward the world. After the opening ceremony, the German Minister of Magic's expression shifted. Barty Crouch Sr. kept a close watch on him. Sensing something off in his own demeanor, the German minister quickly composed himself. Until the end of the day, he never received the outcome he had been waiting for. Barty Crouch Sr. received a message from Zafi. His face darkened as he went outside the amusement park. A group of subdued werewolves stood before him. "They're not local werewolves," Zafi said. "They tried to enter the park and were captured by us." John arrived at a leisurely pace and said calmly, "We are not without enemies." Listening to the accents of the werewolves, John smiled. Using others as a blade, trying to disrupt the current situation. "Who did this?" Barty Crouch Sr. asked, uncertain. John said casually, "We have no shortage of enemies, Barty. Not only abroad, but also within the country, there were people who might have done this." Barty Crouch Sr. could not help but feel relieved that Zafi and the others had prevented a major incident. Using werewolves to deal with werewolves allowed them to understand each other better and detect danger more easily. He decided to push forward the proposal of werewolves managing werewolves ahead of schedule. The wizards who had experienced the amusement park that day returned to their homes by port key. After today, everyone would know about this magical amusement park. Silver Hand Amusement Park grand opening, ministers of magic from various countries attend. Newspapers, accompanied by dozens of photographs of the park, spread across the world. Almost overnight, the amusement park became the talk of everyone. Especially among domestic wizards. After attending the Quidditch tournament in Diagon Alley and Nocturne Alley last time, many had been unable to forget that world-class stadium. Now that they heard the news, they flocked to the amusement park. The Weasley twins were so busy they barely had a moment to breathe. Even Ron and Bill had been called over to help. Their products were almost always among the top 3 bestsellers in the amusement park. "Bill, it seems you've lost your girlfriend." Fred mentioned it casually, and Bill immediately became dejected. As both a boyfriend and a son, Bill was caught between Mrs. Weasley and Fleur. He had not been in contact with Fleur for nearly a month. The last time he saw her was during the battle at Hogwarts. Although he had written her many letters, none had received a reply. "All right, I'm sorry." Fred realized he had said the wrong thing and handed a bag of roasted fire dragon chestnuts to Bill. No, not for you. Take them to that chubby one." Fred quickly stopped Bill from eating the chestnuts, leaving Bill with a dark expression as he went to deliver them. The chubby child burst into tears at his fierce appearance. George burst out laughing at the sight, while Ron struggled miserably, carrying a large crate as he pushed his way through a group of children.